A light came on, surprising the young man. The technological innovations of the academy seemed to have no end. After undressing, Luke got into a bathtub and turned on the faucet. Hot water began to flow, relieving all the stress going through her body. Looking at the ceiling, he again started to think. I wonder what Ayumi and Alexis are doing as his head began to ponder about his wives. The bathroom door opened. It was Meredith with a towel covering her body. Do you mind if I keep you company? Chapter 345 Greatswords. Luke's heart was beating hard, now behind him. There was Meredith completely naked. The two were sharing a not very spacious bathtub. Luke's strong back was touching the half-fox's soft skin. The young man's senses were completely confused by the situation. The contact with her, the heat of the water, her scent, and the steam from the water. Everything was making Luke go crazy. Amidst so many sensations, he focused on staring at the bathroom wall, while ignoring his desires. However, Meredith broke the silence. When we get back to Brotforge, I'm going to ask Ayumi and Alexis to accept me. The silence continued in the bathtub, but Luke could hear his own heartbeat and also that of the young woman behind him. Meredith turned around, splashing water all over the bathroom. She embraced Luke, pressing her breasts against the youth's back. After it, Luke was now able not only to hear her heartbeat, but also feel it. He was starting to lose control of his own mind. The feeling of her huge boobs and her nipples pressing against his back, all of it were blanking his mind. The half-fox then moved her mouth closer to Luke's neck and said softly, "Wait until then." Big boy, the young woman, then got up and got out of the tub, wrapped herself in a towel, and went out into the bedroom. The moment the bathroom door closed, Luke lay down in the tub and began to stare at the bathroom ceiling. What the fuck was that? I almost lost control, he said as he propped one of his arms in front of his face. Now, he was completely decided. He was going to make Meredith his third wife. But now in the young man's mind, a greater doubt arose, a challenge that he didn't know how to handle. Probably the most difficult battle of Luke's life. How the hell am I going to be able to wait for it? One of the greatest fruits of maturation is self-knowledge. Learning to recognize your weaknesses and evolve with them. To be able to face the challenges posed by life every day and come out stronger. All this concluded in a single answer. Luke knew that it would be difficult to wait until he returned home. After much thought, he got up and got out of the bathtub. His decision was also straight up. Luke and Meredith had chosen to sleep in the same room, but in different beds. But that night, they both had the same urge to put both beds together and wake up the whole dormitory. Both possessing keen hearing, they both knew how fast their hearts were racing. The two slowly began to avoid thinking about the bath, and just chose to sleep. The sun was elegantly illuminating the mornings at the academy. The crystals of the Diamond Plateau glittered, reflecting the sun, a beautiful sight to enjoy from the bedroom window. Luke was now watching the sea glistening with sunlight and beginning his first real day. As usual, he started his morning with his daily exercises. First he did push-ups, then sit-ups. He then went outside his room, and since no one was awake, he started doing barbells with one of the support arches in the hallway. His body was feeling the effects of the curse, which weakened him and made it difficult for him to perform the exercises. Even though he was weakened, the young man managed to complete the exercises without any problems. Luke then went to the bathroom, took a quick shower to rinse himself off, and was ready for the morning. "You almost didn't make it yesterday, did you?" said Balance in a sarcastic voice. "You're pretty mean for a goddess. Now that you've finished your training, I have a suggestion for you." "Am all ears." Balance then directed Luke to practice his wind magic with a ball. His goal was to try to levitate a small paper ball as long as possible. To do this, the half-wolf again imagined some sort of wind whirlwind coming out on top of his hand. Controlling the wind really wasn't that different from using his gene wind ability. But it was still a much more challenging task than the young man imagined. In particular, keeping in the air was much more difficult. If the ball fell forward, he had to advance the tornado and swing it in the air. If it turned to the right, he had to move the wind flow to bring it to the left. The mana expenditure was not a problem, but these continuous adjustments gave Luke a headache. Gradually, he got the hang of it, and managed to keep the bowline in the air for 5 consecutive minutes. His grip on the wind was becoming greater and greater. In Luke's mind, he was already wondering how he could apply this in combat. For example, what would happen if he made all the air around a person go away, leaving the target unable to breathe? What he might do if he were able to control the wind throwing of a dagger, or even an arrow. The uses of magic were limitless. And even better, Luke didn't have to worry about mana regeneration, which made the boy continue training spells and basics of wind magic for hours. After a while, Meredith woke up, finding Luke trying to keep a knife flying in the air. The weapon was spinning around itself. The half-wolf was now able to keep light objects flying. The throwing face was not as heavy, which was ideal for being able to keep it in the air. "How are you doing this?" Meredith asked in a sleepy voice. "I'm using 2 basic wind magic spells," Luke replied. When the half-fox actually awoke, she was startled noticing the knife spinning near Luke's throat. The young girl then asked him to stop playing with magic, even more so after never having been instructed about it. Imagine what would happen if the knife came flying out at his neck. In the end, they both started to laugh about the situation, which lightened the mood and prevented the awkward silence of the previous night from repeating itself. The main reason for Luke to focus on wind magic now had been its proximity to the skill wind. It had become the ability to fly that the mages of the academy were shown to possess. The moment Half-Wolf saw Orion of Zhao coming down from the sky, flying on a sword, he knew he would need to learn how to do this. So, Luke decided to gather information about it. He would have to meet with Xanad at noon to receive the information about his new activities. But since it was still 8 in the morning, he had enough time to explore and learn at the academy. The first thing the half-wolf did was go to the receptionist. Since she knew he was a new member of the academy, it shouldn't be that complicated to ask some questions. How do students manage to fly around the campus? I was interested to learn that. The receptionist then took out a piece of paper and wrote down some information for Luke. Every day, there are basic flight training classes. They are run by the Airblade group. You can look for them at the training center. As he still had some free time, he then followed up on the information given by the receptionist. The boy took a map from the academy and went to the other end of the island, to a beach. The walk across the island was long. He still didn't feel completely refreshed to go running. His lack of knowledge of the terrain made it impossible for him to take shortcuts, which made Luke feel slow for the first time in a long time. The beach area was protected by a series of mountains that formed the relief of the academy. However, what most caught Luke's attention were several arches that were flying across the sea. They formed a kind of circle, and some mages were flying on top of greatswords. There were few who used shorter swords, and even fewer students were flying on staffs. Seeing this surprised Luke. They were flying through the arches at a speed that was surprising. The boy then approached some people who were standing on the beach. "Good morning. I was told that here I can ask some questions about how to start flying." The 2 girls who were chatting then turned to Luke and noticed that he did not yet have an academy uniform. "You're new here, aren't you?" the blonde-haired girl asked. "Obviously, he's new," the red-haired girl added. "You must already have advanced experience with wind magic to have a chance to join our group," the blonde-haired girl continued. Then a strong sound stopped near the group with a gigantic speed. The wind was cut off in seconds. "Congratulations on the course, boss. It's a new record." "Congratulations, leader," said the red-haired one. Luke then turned around and realized that the one behind him was the same mage as the day before. The black-haired young man from Zhao, the head of the flight group. Chapter 346 Spells. Then a strong sound stopped near the group with gigantic speed. The wind was cut off in seconds. "Congratulations on the course, boss. It's a new record," said the one with blonde hair. "Congratulations, leader," said the red-haired one. Luke then turned around and realized that the one behind him was the same mage as the day before. The black-haired young man from Zhao, the head of the flight group. The long black-haired mage then looked at Luke. What do you need?" He then followed, walking to a table, his sword following him and stopping in front of him. Orion began to sharpen the edge of his great sword. Luke then answered, "I became interested in learning the academy's flying techniques without turning to Luke, or even stopping his sharpening," Orion replied. We can't teach someone who doesn't have at least intermediate level in wind magic. The dean would hinder our activities if someone got hurt. The reason was coherent, but it bothered the half-wolf. He wasn't going to give up now. I may not have advanced level at the academy, but I know I have an ability in magic, maybe even better than yours, Luke replied. This was obviously a bluff. His intentions were clear. Everything depended now on whether Orion would take the bait. I am the greatest wind mage in the academy, possibly the best in the last 20 years. You'll need more than that to make me angry, he replied as he soaked the cloth with a light green liquid. Orion then began to wipe the cloth over the blade of his sword. It was gray with some emerald green details, which matched part of the mage's clothing. A large jade stone encrusted the handle of the sword, which matched the warlock's bracelet. Luke was not going to give up so quickly, but still, he decided to leave. Turning if he would make his way home, until a proposal came into play. I like you, Orion said. We have a way to assess whether or not someone is fit to enter the flying classes, the mage continued. The half-wolf then returned in slow steps. Tell me more, he said. Orion then turned to Luke, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Sylph magnum reversi ikratos. After speaking the incantation, 3 green spheres appeared around the Zhao mage, shining in a strong green light. The spheres then began to slowly rotate. Ma Asheriak Yundra Sylph. The moment he finished the second part of the incantation, his entire body began to be lifted by the wind, which was now levitating a little above the ground. Orion then opened his eyes and looked at Luke. This is an advanced wind enchantment. If you can keep yourself levitating for 15 minutes by tomorrow, you will join the flight group, and I will be your advisor myself. The Zhao mage's proposal was interesting. After all, Luke liked the challenge. He'll do 30 minutes tomorrow, Luke said, turning his back on Orion and making his way back to the academy. Luke's keen hearing managed to pick up how the 2 students from before were hitting on the head of the flying club. But soon only the sound of the sea could be heard. Do you really think you'll make it? Of course I will. It's only 2 sentences anyway. That boy's sword was really amazing. All the equipment in that group was surprising. Actually, I didn't see anything major in that. Yes, well, they all had a magic circle carved into them. That must be how they can keep themselves flying for so long. So they don't use the spell from before? That spell has too high an energy expenditure. They should just use it to test the candidate's abilities and magical understanding. Balance's answer made Luke more interested in the Academy's technology. Since he was already looking for a new weapon, maybe getting one with a magic circle engraved on it wouldn't be such a bad thing. The way back to the Academy was even more exuberant. After climbing a long white concrete path, Luke could see the entire Academy from the top of a small mountain. By now, it was possible to see some students flying in spades back and forth, as well as the birds in the sky. The view from that sort of Academy city was incredible. What will it be like to see that landscape from up there? Surely beautiful. Good luck, big boy, when Balance repeated Meredith's line the night before. Luke's ears turned red with embarrassment. So, you were watching It's Fun to make you embarrassed. I understood why Meredith was doing that, Balance said, while letting out a low laugh. After a few more long minutes of walking, he finally arrived back at the dormitory. Walking for so long only made one thing cross his mind. I really need to learn to fly, climbing the dormitory stairs and arriving in the hallway. Luke noticed Meredith's sweet scent as soon as he stopped in front of the bedroom door. That sweet scent was still light on the door. Luke then slowly opened the door. Meredith's scent was now stronger, spreading throughout the room. Luke's heart was beating more strongly now. There was sound coming from the bathroom, which had its door closed. She was again taking a shower. You said you were going to concentrate, big boy. Stop it, Balance. He'll try. He'll try. He'll try. He'll try. Hi. Luke knew that he would not be able to control himself if he stayed in the room, so he decided to leave the room and go to meet Xanad. The clock on the second floor said that it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Luke then thought that it wouldn't be too much trouble to meet the wizard a little earlier. Luke walked to the main building of the academy, which was located in the same main square. When he arrived, he asked where he could find Xanad. The receptionist directed him to go to another building that was a little further away from the center of the island. There was the old wizard's laboratory. A little closer to the beach were three large concrete domes. Starting in a field of low grass was a stone walkway leading to the unusual installation. Just as Luke approached, a sound of breaking glass could be heard. The young man ran out to see what had happened. He opened the first large door of the facility. The whole facility was with the lights closed. The young man followed to the right and passed through a corridor. After 2 rooms, the noise intensified, and a strange blue light began to illuminate the room. What the fuck is happening here, thought Luke for a moment. When he then arrived at the door that was emitting this light, Xanad was standing next to Adrian, both of them using a table as a shield, wearing goggles as they watched a metal box glow in a blue light as it spun across the room. The box was emitting lightning and moving the wind in the room. It looked like a thunderstorm. That strange object was not spinning at a very fast speed. When Adrian noticed Luke's presence, he was startled and shouted, "Come here. I have an extra pair of glasses." Luke then ran to the table where the two were standing and put on the same type of glasses that Adrian and Xanad were using. It was round, made of leather and metal, having glass lenses. "It shouldn't take long to stabilize," Xanad said as he wrote down a few things in a notebook. "What the hell are you two doing?" asked Luke. "This is a power generator that we are turning into a gravity reverser. We have been developing this box for some time." The moment Adrian finished speaking, a large scratch scratched the wall of the room, burning the paint. You could see the black mark where it passed. "We are still testing it," Adrian concluded with a startled face. However, after only 2 more minutes, Xanad's idea was proven. The box stopped spinning and stabilized as the old mage had imagined. Now it remained floating, but was no longer emitting strange lights or letting off rays. Xanad then clapped his hands together twice, which caused a light at the top of the room to illuminate the closed area. It gave a better view of the room. You could see many crystals and ores, as well as pieces of branches of various trees, roots, and vegetables. Some of the glass jars on the shelves closest to the box had broken, which created the noise Luke had heard. Adrian began to clean up the place while Xanad was analyzing his notebook. Luke began to hear some angry footsteps at a somewhat brisk pace. When kicking open the door came a girl with brown hair and blue eyes. Her outfit was the academy suit with blue and purple details. Beside her skirt was a large magic grimoire with a golden M symbol. "What were you messing with again, Mr. Xanad?" It was Megan, the young lady known as the Living Library. Chapter 347 Variation. Luke began to hear some angry footsteps at a slightly quickened pace. When kicking open the door came a girl with brown hair and blue eyes. Her outfit was the academy costume with blue and purple details. Beside her skirt was a large magic grimoire with a golden M symbol. "What were you messing with again, Mr. Xanad?" It was Megan, the young lady known as the Living Library. The girl was definitely pretty. Her height resembled Nathalia's, and from the physique, both looked the same age. The pupils of her eyes were blue, in an extremely unique color, which shone brightly. On her chest was a red pendant with a golden outline. It was the only thing that came out of the blue and purple colors of the young woman's ensemble. Even the grimoire she was carrying had small blue details. Something that caught Luke's attention was the girl's right ear. There was a pencil resting on it. As far as could be understood, the girl was on the other side of the laboratory when the noise interrupted her. Megan continued talking to Xanad, giving several complaints while Adrian asked her in vain to calm down. Although the girl was not screaming, she was showing her frustration. "I'm almost done with the analysis of the 4 books of Zhao runes. You know I'm busy, and yet you make so much noise from the side of my lab." The girl cried out for silence. But her words seemed to have no effect on the old mage, who was cautiously analyzing his notebook. "Ah yes, Megan, the boy over there needs your help with a curse," Xanad said, completely changing the subject, as if he really wasn't listening to the girl. "I don't care. I'm busy. Anyway, just stop making noise." She then walked out again, tapping her feet, and with a gesture with her hands, closed the door abruptly as she left. Luke could hear the girl's footsteps for a few more seconds, until they disappeared down the hall. Adrian promptly approached the half-wolf and explained, "Don't worry, Luke. She gets like this when Master Xanad gets noisy. If you ask another time, she'll understand." Several possibilities were already going through Luke's head, including the worst-case scenario, receiving no help at all and having his trip to the academy be just wasted time. He then looked at the door and sighed. At that very moment, the blonde-haired young man put his hand on the half-wolf's shoulder. All mages at the academy like challenges. You just need to remember that when you want something. Those words made a lot of sense to Luke. In the same instant, he remembered his dispute with Orion. The Zhao mage had no reason to support or give a chance to someone who wasn't even a beginner in wind magic. But just the fact that Luke had challenged him was reason enough to create an interest in the head of the flying club. While Adrian and Luke talked, Xanad stood up excitedly and dropped his notebook. At that moment, it was possible to see several drawings of circles and runes in the old wizard's notebook. He then began to watch the floating box carefully. Then the magician turned to the two young men across the room. I believe I got what you wanted. Adrian, you can note that in your research report, said the mage, as he picked up his notebook again. After finishing writing a few more sentences, Xanad finally turned to Luke. Regarding the research we are conducting, follow me. I will show you the lab where I have assigned you. The old mage then picked up his staff and walked out the door. Luke went right behind. We are developing in the third lab a system for unifying the coding of Zhao magic with classical runic magic and the system of magic circles. I noticed your high energy potential, so you will perform by testing the mana management of some equipment. Xanad's sentences didn't make much sense to Luke, but he saw this as an opportunity to try to learn more about magic. Mr. Xanad, may I ask you a question? Luke said a little cautiously. The moment the old mage heard that sentence, he quickly turned around with a smile on his face. Ho, 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 of course, my young man. As much as the old man totally ignored the real world when he was stuck in his thoughts, he possessed a genuine love for teaching. So Luke scratched the back of his head, thinking about how to begin the question. I want to learn to fly like in the flight group. How can I perform the float enchantment for the entrance exam? The moment Luke finished speaking, the mage began to run his hand through his long white beard. If I recall, they use a variation of the basic Sylph telekinesis spell. But the conjurer's mana channeling is used to summon 3 Sylph artifacts and handle the wind in the area, generating the fluctuation. The second part of the incantation facilitates the permanence and control of the air masses. The mage was completely lost in his thoughts. Until then, he concluded what he was talking about and looked into Luke's eyes. The best way to perform this magic is by visualizing your mana lifting you. Practice this while reciting the incantation, and it will be enough to slowly manage the wind. Practice, my boy, ho ho ho. Xanad then turned and continued walking, waving his staff. The process of using magic was not so different from using a gene skill. At least that's what Luke concluded. His will to become stronger was so great that, even though he knew it was unlikely, he still wanted to win his bet with the head of the Academy's flying club. After walking down a not-so-long corridor, the two of them were in front of a large metal door. It had a kind of wheel in the front, and you could see several key entrances to the door. Following 2 rows down the side and going around unlocks the circle. The wizard then placed his hand in front of the door and turned it. Each of the locks opened little by little, creating a rhythmic and concise sound. The door was very thick, and the very wall that enclosed that room was thick. In the room, it was possible to see several open books, note sheets, and magical material on the right. Crystals, pens, and inkwells were everywhere. On a round table in the center, you could see several different objects, each one proving to be extremely distinct from the other. There were 2 large bracelets of some kind of black metal. The size of both was so large that perhaps not even Luke's 2 legs would be large enough to completely enclose the equipment. The bracelet has details of an orange color that glowed in an exuberant tone. Next to it was a curved black bladed katana with red details engraved on it. There was also the chest plate encrusted with precious stones and extremely eye-catching blue details. The reflection of the metal of this armor was so pure that it looked like a mirror. Next to the armor was a pair of glasses similar to the ones Luke used to protect himself in the next room. However, the lenses of this goggle were opaque, with 2 magical circles appearing where the glass should be. And lastly, a black helmet with 2 red horns and a magic rune written in a scarlet red. As they both approached the equipment table, Xanad asked Luke to extend his hand. The young man promptly did so, and, at that very instant, Xanad gently held Luke's arm. A blue light began to emanate from the palm of the half-wolf's hand. It was not so strong, but its color in a strange way reminded him of balance. Until slowly he understood what was happening. His mana was leaving his body. Soon, 3 small spheres of energy were appearing in front of both of them. Xanad then made a gesture that placed the 3 spheres on top of the equipment on the table. With a sharp downward movement, the 3 mana spheres burst like soap bubbles on top of the items, revealing several intricate symbols on each of the equipment. The black katana had a bright red engraving on Zhao's tongue. The bracelet and helmet were in a language that was simply not recognizable, although the symbols vaguely resembled a rune. The glasses wore several magical circles all over their surface. In the case of the armor, it was a mixture between runes and magic circles. These items are magical relics from various peoples of our world. Xanad then turned to Luke and put his hand on the young man's shoulder. Please help us with your mana reserve. Then Megan opened another door that led to the room where the 2 of them were. Xanad, you can't show such a secretive room to some stranger. Humph. Chapter 348 again in a bath. Then Megan opened another door that led to the room where the 2 of them were. Xanad, you can't show such a secretive room to some stranger. Humph. The girl approached the 2 again with heavy steps. She put both hands on her waist and asked Luke, "Who are you?" Before the young man could answer, the old mage already entered the middle of the conversation. Don't worry, little Megan, this young man is reliable. He has come to help us in the project of unifying the magic code. Xanad then reached out his hand and patted the head of the young lady. Old Xanad, if you say so, then fine, said Megan, with an annoyed face that at the same moment reminded Luke of Nathalia. In the end, the 2 were really alike. Not in appearance, but something in the way the girl acted reminded Nathalia. The young mage then turned to Luke, placing one of her hands on her chest. She said, "My name is Megan Windcrystal. What is yours?" After that, she looked up, attentively waiting for the answer. In her voice, there was a certain air of superiority. Luke Lang, the young man, said, trying not to show the slight irritation he was having. "This girl is already bothering me not that much. She really looks like Nathalia. You guys will get along fine. There's not much that can be done." After the introductions, the old wizard Xanad called the half-wolf back to the central square. It was necessary to finalize his and Meredith's registration. Luke said goodbye to Megan, almost calling her Nathalia by mistake. As the 2 of them were reaching the exit, the old mage made an unusual proposal. "It might be easier for you to visualize the spell with a little experience," said Xanad as he removed his staff from his back. "What do you may, Without even being able to finish what he was talking about, they both began to levitate. The feeling was something Luke had never even imagined. His whole body felt like it was being carried by the wind. And so, their feet were levitating higher and higher. After they both reached an already higher height, Xanad turned and began to speak. "Let me deal with controlling magic today. Just try to remember the wind on your feet." After that, Luke understood what he was talking about. A strange sensation began to push him in the direction the old mage was guiding. It was as if his body was being pulled by Nathalia's grappling hook, however, in a gentler way and all over his body. Luke concluded that the only difference he would have when it came to training this magic would be having to make the decision of where to go. But what would happen if I tried to control the route now? By the time Luke thought about this possibility, he was hundreds of feet up, a little farther from the beach, above a forest. Already the main buildings of the academy could be seen. Just imagine your mana moving and the wind moving you, okay? When the half-wolf focused a little more on this, he began to levitate and get control of the magic, which quickly excited him. "Xanad, I think I got it." When Luke said this, Xanad felt the variation in his mana and spell control, but it was too late. The young man plummeted with nowhere to land. Turning around, he saw the tree branches coming closer and closer. It would be an imminent death, but suddenly the speed of the fall was slowing, until Luke was levitating again. Ho, 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 leave it to me this time, boy. I found your ability to overwrite my magic amazing. Xanad then turned around and continued to take the courses of the flight. The view of the academy was indeed much more beautiful in the sky. The various buildings, so crafted in marble and white concrete, now looked much smaller than from the ground. The people walking through the streets were now also seed-sized. The crystals of the Diamond Plateau emitted their beautiful light, which created several small sparks noticeable by day from above. Luke could also see other people flying, some on swords, others on staffs. But what caught the boy's attention was why no one was simply flying like Xanad. Lord Xanad, why don't you need to use a sword to levitate? Luke questioned the old mage. The mage then replied, ho, 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 you have good eyes. Running his hand through his beard, he continued, I have a good amount of mana and a high mastery of wind magic and gravity magic. So, I don't need an artifact to help me direct and save mana. This only demonstrated how the old mage possessed a much greater ability than the other students and teachers. And now that Luke had met Megan, he began to wonder if she really was as capable as they talked about her. Balance, you sensed something different about that girl. Her magic level was higher than Xanad's, and the book that was stuck in her skirt, it had a series of extremely complex magic circles. An enchanted book, then exactly. Then the two of them arrived in front of the main building of the academy. The sound of their feet stepping on the ground showed that both of them already possessed weight again. It was a strange feeling for Luke to stop worrying about gravity, and minutes later it returned. This gave a different feeling to the young man, who looked up to the sky, thinking about how to control the wind magic. Then he turned around and continued to follow Xanad. As soon as the old magician reached the entrance of the building, the receptionist bowed with a gesture of respect. The students standing nearby did the same movement, bowing their heads and slightly lowering their knees. The two then approached the receptionist. Xanad held out his hand and handed her his card, which was a different color than Luke's, white with blue and gold details. After this, Meredith and Luke's registration was complete. This was the confirmation they needed to become researchers at the academy. The receptionist then walked away and went through a door behind the bench. After a few minutes, she returned with 2 uniforms, one for Luke and one for Meredith. They had the same style as the rest of the academy, white with blue details. But since the pennant on both of them was green, it had highlighted some green details on the clothes. Now that Luke saw the 2 uniforms, Adrian's directions the day before made sense. There were 4 types of pendants and uniforms. The green ones represented the researchers of the academy. The red ones represented the students. The only exception were the gold ones that showed that this was an important member. The uniform was in a white pattern with blue details, but in the case of reverent students like Megan, it was possible to have it altered as one wished. This also showed how special treatment there was for those with even more extraordinary feats and abilities. Xanad then said goodbye and flew off back to his laboratory. Luke walked to the researcher's dormitory, taking his uniforms with him. It would be better to walk around the academy dressed as a member, so as not to attract so much attention. When Luke reached the dorm and climbed the stairs, he heard a different sound coming from inside the room. As he got closer, he could tell it was Meredith's voice. She was singing. The young man didn't hesitate to open the door. He saw a beautiful sight. The girl was completely naked, singing while combing the hair of her tail. You took your time, Luke, Meredith said, giving an embarrassed smile. Luke threw his uniform on her bed, turning around so as not to look more than he should. Get dressed. I want to see how it looks on you, Luke said. Then the young man could hear the sound of the half-fox putting on her clothes. This sped up the half-wolf's heart, who chose to go into the bathroom and change. My heart is beating pretty hard, huh, big boy? You don't intend to stop talking about it, do you? Not even a little high. Luke got dressed, put on his pants, then his sock, then his shirt and blazer. The clothes were a little baggy, but after he finished getting dressed, they started to suck up some of his mana. At that moment, the clothes began to adjust to the half-wolf size, standing at a point that seemed to have been made exclusively for his use. This is actually quite useful. It's not bothering my tail either. Luke turned around a bit and then opened the bathroom door. He found himself facing Meredith. "You look beautiful." The words came out almost automatically from Luke's mouth. At the same moment, the half-fox became a little embarrassed and her cheeks reddened. Then the two of them put on their shoes that were next to the door. Meredith would go to her first classes at the academy. She would delve deeper into the magical arts, while Luke would again go to the lab to talk and study with Megan. I need her help. Chapter 349, choosing a weapon. The way back to the laboratory was long, which gave Luke a lot of space to think about what he wanted to do in the days ahead. As much as it was an effect of the curse, he felt weak, and this feeling was bothering the young man. As he walked along, an interesting question popped into his head. "Balance, I wanted to ask you something." "Sure, go ahead and ask it. You have a much broader view of the world than I do. How can I become stronger?" After this unusual questioning, a few seconds passed in silence. Luke kept walking, waiting for an answer, until the goddess began to speak. "To be strong is to know how to use your abilities to your advantage, both negative and positive. But more than anything, it's knowing how to develop yourself and always seek to surpass something greater. To overcome something greater." "What do you mean?" "You want to become stronger without being able to look at what you already have and what you want to have. It's no use thinking about how many people you've beaten in a fight without thinking about whether you would be able to beat those you need to beat. Would I be able to beat the first servant? The better question is, how to defeat the first servant. To beat the rest of the minions, Luke will need to evolve much further than he already has." This question began to ponder in the young man's mind, and at that moment, only two answers appeared in his mind. Apart from the artifact, Luke needed a new weapon, one that would be versatile and useful for an assassin, a rogue like himself. So, since he was already going to study weapon enchantments, it seemed logical to the young man that within the academy, there was probably an area focused on creating magical weapons. "Balance, if you were to choose a weapon for me, which one would be best?" Thinking about your combat style, I think a katana would be ideal." "What makes you conclude that?" "You have a stealth combat style, but you also go into melee battles quite often. It's the weapon that seems right for you." This analysis by Balance made sense to Luke, who continued during the walk reflecting on his decisions. After a few minutes, he was back on the beach, in front of the three giant concrete domes where Zonid's laboratories were located. As soon as he opened the front door, Luke could hear the young magician Megan complaining in a slightly raised tone. The young man followed the noise, walking through the corridors until he found a sort of living room with chairs, tea, cookies, books, and a large sofa. A giant red and blue carpet covered the floor of the space. Above it was Adrian curled up in an armchair, while Megan complained about him. "You can't touch my private research material, not even a dust," she said as she stared at him furiously. The frightened boy replied, I'm sorry," and then got up and ran outside, running away. He ran past Luke without bothering to greet him. When the young man reached the hallway, he ran even faster, exiting the building. "He doesn't have a concert anyway," Megan said, huffing and fixing her hair. She then looked at the half-wolf and started giving directions. "You're going to work with me. I need you to get the books on this list I'm going to pass you. 2 of them are in Zonid's lab. One of the books was with Adrian. The rest you will find in the research collection in the 3rd dome." The girl then handed the list to Luke and sat down at a table. Her desk was cluttered and full of open books. Next to a notebook with a pen was the black katana with red details that Luke had seen. He turned around and began his search, which took much longer than he imagined. Finding Zonid's desk was easy. He was able to recognize the equipment used by the old wizard, all thanks to the trip he had until he reached the academy. But where Adrian's desk was a challenge. After getting tired of looking through so many open books, Luke decided to climb the stairs to the large dome. In the 1st dome, there were test rooms, but nothing that was really interesting or connected to what he needed. Several things caught Luke's attention. There was a room that focused exclusively on the study of several different plants that the young man had never even imagined existed. Some had signs saying they were from Zhao, others from remote parts of Melky. A small bonsai caught Luke's eye at the same time. Cherry trees of endless mana. The moment he said those words, Megan coughed behind him. "You took too long. I'll help you look. He'll introduce you to the office." Luke was amused by the plant, which surprised Megan. She then approached the two of them. "That tree has my favorite flowers. The monks of Zhao have cultivated this species for hundreds of years, channeling mana into the leaves. They are one of the few trees capable of reacting still alive to the presence of mana." The girl, as she began to recite her knowledge, demonstrated her broad notion of magic. The girl then began to explain about the uses and functions of the plant, told a little about the long history of the Zhao Empire, and how one of the students got this bonsai from one of the main monasteries in the continent. When the Academy received the news that it could receive such a rare plant, Xanad promptly went with a group of researchers to search for the plant on the other continent, traveling for several days by boat just to retrieve this single plant. By now, there were several endless mana cherry trees scattered around Melky's academy, each one allocated to one of the important research centers. But the original one remained there in Xanad's main laboratory. Luke quickly understood how he could approach Megan. The girl liked to receive questions, and she loved even more to be able to answer those questions. In this brief conversation, from the way the girl reacted to Luke's interest, he concluded that he could use this to his advantage, learning by taking questions from her and, at the same time, building confidence through these conversations. The girl looked a bit like Xanad when it came to explaining. She spoke a lot of complex information about magic without realizing how extremely high the level of her answers was. The two of them walked through the 3 labs as Luke asked about magic. She answered him and explained the functionality of each of the areas in the research center. "Megan, is there a division that specializes in the study of magical weapons?" Luke questioned, already having in mind to look for a skilled blacksmith to assist in the creation of his artifact and weapon. Megan then turned around. "Of course we do. My sister is head of that division as well." She then pointed to the table with the equipment. "Our focus now is to figure out a way to unite the different magic codes into one. The goal is to create a more efficient way to enchant equipment." The items on the table were extremely distinct from each other. The main reason for this was the very origin of each one. They were equipment made in different regions, with different focuses and types of magic. The rune system of one was completely different from the rune system of the other. The magic circles on one were drawn in a different way than on the other. Zhao's equipment, for example, had a gigantic focus on healing and mana transfer during combat. This bracelet belonged to a giant from the far north. The runes within it have the ability to amplify the wearer's strength. This katana of Zhao, on the other hand, each cut made by the wearer begins to steal mana and use this energy to heal the wearer. The focus of our research center has been to develop a manual for the Academy's blacksmiths to be able to freely use these different types of magic. As the girl spoke, her hair swayed in a soft way. She was thoroughly entertained explaining it. It was something fun. It was her life's goal. Magic had variations depending on each region. This was something Luke never even imagined could occur. And unifying this different knowledge was an extremely arduous and interesting task. It was a challenge that he became interested in completing. "Do you know how I can master the air control spell? I wanted to learn sword flight. I have an exam tomorrow to get into that group." The moment Luke questioned Megan about this, she smiled and held out her arms. "Hold here. This kind of magic is pretty simple to master." Luke then stretched out his arms, holding the young woman's arms. She then began to recite the incantation, and slowly Luke began to fly, repeating the feeling of lightness he had felt earlier. Then the girl's feet began to rise as well. They were both flying. She then looked at Luke and said, "Now, concentrate and try to override my control. Imagine the wind passing through your feet and lifting you up." This time, with Megan's guidance, Luke was able to keep himself in the air. He was one step further on the path to mastering the wind element. Chapter 350, Persuading Megan. This time, with Megan's guidance, Luke managed to keep himself in the air. He was one step further on the path to mastering the wind element. However, not even a minute passed before he fell to the ground. He landed on his feet without losing his balance. But it was frustrating how a small wobble in his concentration was enough to knock him to the ground. Megan continued in the air looking at the boy until she placed one of her hands on her chin and began to think out loud. The control wobble should improve with training. Realizing she was starting to focus too much on her thoughts, the girl shook her head and walked down to Luke. "What did you feel differently?" she said. "I could understand a little bit how the wind was lifting me up, but there came a time when it just stopped making sense," Luke said as he thought about what had just happened. However, soon a new idea popped into the head of the young mage, who ran to her desk, opened a drawer, and took out a small white crystal. She then walked back to Luke and handed it to the young man. "Sit down on the floor and hold this," said the young woman. Luke then sat down in a meditation position, following Megan's directions. Megan then continued the explanation of her idea. "Focus on making the crystal levitate. That should be easy for you." Luke then, with his eyes closed, began trying to imagine the small crystal being levitated by the wind, receiving support at its base from various sides, just as he received levitating with Megan. He also remembered the feeling he experienced flying with the wizard Xanad, when all the weight of his body was gone. Luke's mana was then concentrated in the crystal, and as the crystal began to float, a white light appeared within it. This faint glow was the half-wolf's mana materializing inside the crystal while the magic was happening. Megan then approached Luke now. "Keep yourself in that state for 5 minutes." The moment Luke heard this, he felt determined to continue. The young magician then timed the time while reading a book. The minutes passed, and the task of keeping the crystal floating was arduous for Luke. It was like a continuous mental effort, a test of determination. But after the 5 minutes, Megan approached the boy and with a smile announced his victory. "You managed to keep the stone levitating for 5 minutes. Do you want to go to the next stage?" Luke then opened his eyes and let the crystal fall into the palm of his hand. "Sure, but what's the point of all this?" he inquired, curious. Megan then put her index finger to her lips, showing that she was thinking about how to answer him. "I guess it will make more sense in the next stage." Luke then again returned to his old position. Complaining, he said, "If you say so again," the crystal began to levitate, emitting a light this time even stronger. The young magician then gave the half-wolf his next directions now. "Imagine you are the crystal. Put yourself in the place of the crystal, as if you had a larger version of yourself levitating you." Within the half-wolf's mental image, he began to visualize a larger version of himself holding him levitating. It didn't take long for the young man to actually begin to float. Now he was in the air, and the crystal began to emit an even stronger glow. Megan then decided that she would not warn him about the weather, and just left the boy to meditate. She went back to reading her book and making some notes as time passed. Inside Luke's head, that arduous task slowly became relaxing, and he managed to find balance and stay at that point of concentration with gentleness. After about 40 minutes, Luke finally opened his eyes. It was as if he had just come out of a long, hot bath. His body was rested and his mind clear. All the effort of keeping himself flying now seemed automatic. "How long has it been?" Luke asked, confused as he noticed the different window light. I haven't even seen it," Megan said, who promptly looked at her watch. The girl's face reacted on the spot with amazement. "You went for 40 minutes on this. I've never seen a rookie do so well on this test before." The girl had completely forgotten about the time passing while she was focused on reading. Megan's startled reaction made Luke start to laugh. He wasn't annoyed, but surprised at his own ability. "So now if I want to levitate, I just have to replicate that idea." The young man then tried to redo what he had tried before, floating again, but this time with his eyes open while talking to the girl in front of him. Slowly, the half-wolf's feet were levitating. "Yes, but this magic takes a lot of your mana. Plus, it's hard to control where you want to go," the girl noted as she poured herself a cup of tea. "But what about Orion and Xanad? They seem to use that idea without any problems," Luke replied. "Xanad merges this concept with gravitational magic, whereas Orion uses spirits to manage where he wants to go. It would take a lot of mana and a lot of magic mastery to control with just when." The moment Megan said this, she then turned around, only to see Luke going back and forth, floating in the air. I don't think it's as hard as you said, Luke replied, unassuming. Again, Megan made an expression of genuine surprise. She was dumbfounded at a visibly beginner mage mastering flight with wind magic so easily. How are you doing this? The girl asked, excited about the novice. I just imagine that I'm not only being lifted upward, but pulled to the side I want to go. Luke remembered how Nathalia used the grappling hook. After so much training alongside the elf, it was impossible not to remember the sensation of being pulled freely through the air. If he wanted to go right, just by remembering his old training, he was already able to control the wind to go in the desired direction. If you learn that fast, I have a proposition for you, Megan said, pointing at the young man. Sure, answered Luke. Follow me, Megan said, moving one of her arms, calling a half-wolf. The two walked through the corridors of the lab until they exited through the main entrance. It was a little close to dusk, but the beach was still well lit. You could hear the waves of the sea getting a little stronger with the dusk. Now the two young men were a few steps apart, facing each other on the white sand that reflected the sunlight. The girl then began to concentrate and levitated without any problem. She then looked into Luke's eyes and challenged him. You controlled the wind pretty fast, but I'm sure you can't levitate without scattering the sand on the beach. Luke then thought for a moment and began to concentrate. Just as he predicted, the beach sand began to fly off in all directions, following the circles of wind that Luke created beneath him. A circle-shaped mark appeared below the young man, and a wave of dust went swirling around him. Realizing that he had failed the challenge, he then stopped, falling on his feet to the ground, spreading even more sand. Megan's face showed sincere anger. You threw sand at me, she shouted. Soon after, with one of her hands, the girl created a sphere of wind that spread all the sand on her body. We'll try one more time. Take cover, Luke said, now even more determined that he would be able to win his new challenge. The young man then focused on imagining the wind pulling him from above, not lifting him by his feet. The current of air lifted Luke by the shoulders, and when his feet were off the sandy ground, the half-wolf opened his eyes. Again his body weight was gone, and he was levitating in the air, not far from the sand, but no longer creating the vortex that spread dust everywhere. He then again tried to move back and forth, controlling the wind flow on his sides and keeping himself in the air. In front of such a clear demonstration of pure talent, Megan began to laugh. You really are skilled. I like you. Luke gave a small smile. The half-wolf then reached down and approached the young mage. I'm sorry for getting you dirty, he said. But before he had time to bow, the mage replied, Oh, no need, no need. I'm the one who challenged you to it anyway, she said, her face flushing a little. Now Luke was ready to show Orion his skills. Chapter 351 Temperature Now. Luke was prepared to show Orion his abilities. After the flight training, Luke helped Megan with the research. The young mage kept asking for books and files, and the half-wolf had to run back and forth between the three domes of the Xanad laboratory. A few hours later, Adrian arrived on the scene. As soon as he entered the room, Luke stared at him with a deadly stare. Is everything all right, Luke? If Adrian was around, the search for the files would probably go faster. Even with Megan's guidance, helping the research progress was something much more difficult than he had imagined. The least of it was giving up his mana for the objects. All the work of searching and sorting through documents was extremely stressful. The young mage then turned and began to take slow steps outside, when Luke's hand touched the boy's shoulder. At that very moment, he could feel the giant killer instinct of the half-wolf behind him. You're going to help me. Here, said Luke, his eyes showing all his anger. Adrian then turned around and stood beside the young half-wolf as another research assistant for Megan. The young magician was extremely demanding and methodical, and in a moment of sloppiness, Adrian ended up knocking over some of the books that were on a table. Little did he know that the books were arranged in a scheme of the girl's reasoning. You did it again. Megan was furious and began to give the young man a long scolding. She only ended the lecture when Luke questioned her about how she organized the books. The girl completely changed her mood when questioned with an interesting question. You are a genius, said Adrian, his eyes watering with happiness. At last, I finally understood how to deal with her. Thank you, Master Luke. These thoughts went through Adrian's head. When Luke turned around, he saw the kneeling boy swearing allegiance. Please accept me as your disciple, said the blond-haired young man, his forehead glued to the ground. Well, sure, said Luke, who soon went back to proofreading the text Megan asked him to transcribe. The task in the lab was long and extremely tiring, but only with the fragments of books that Luke needed to transcribe and the questions he asked the girl known as Living Library. Luke's knowledge of the magical arts increased with surprising speed. Adrian proved to be extremely useful as well. The boy had a very good notion of magic and was completely familiar with the collection of the 3 laboratories. When Megan asked for some material for the transcription of scrolls, Luke would go straight to Adrian, who knew the location of any necessary item. This made it much easier that day. As night was approaching, the lab activities closed. However, Megan, Luke, and Adrian continued on the beach chatting. The 2 mages, although younger, were obviously much more experienced in the magical arts. They both decided to support and give short instructions regarding the most basic magics. The manipulation of basic magics, in general, is simple. You just have to take it from one place and put it in another. For the intermediate level spells, you put what you have together to generate what you want, said Adrian, looking up to the sky, thinking about what he was talking about. Obviously, this explanation was very bad, which left the half-wolf full of doubts. But soon Megan cut the blonde boy off, giving a much more specific view of the use of magic. Let's suppose you want to create fire magic. You need to turn mana into heat, both to burn something and to keep the flame going by itself. The young girl stood with her index finger up. At the top of it, a small flame appeared. She then pointed her finger with a certain speed. The small ember flew out. The amount of mana you put in and how you visualize the ending happening determines how the spell will happen. If I, for example, add more mana and manipulate next to the fire some air to be used as fuel. Megan then made the same gesture with her hands, but this time the flame was much stronger. As the fire came out of her finger, a large fireball appeared, speeding towards the sand. Whoosh, the fire then collided with the sand, going out at the same instant. The young woman then spoke again. If you add more fuel and control the end, the effect of a simple magic becomes much stronger. The ease with which the girl controlled magic was something that left Luke extremely surprised. Her knowledge was also extremely vast, but unlike Xanad, Megan's explanations made sense and were easy to understand. But if we have fire, earth, air, and water as basic attributes, how would it work to create an ice magic like Xanad's? Luke's question made the young mage's eyes sparkle. She then excitedly began to explain. You do know what a wet pike looks like, right? Megan asked. Yes. He has more water in the air than normal, answered Luke. The thing is that every place has some water in the air. When we use water magic, we use our mana to gather this water and concentrate it. When the purpose of the spell is to turn the water into ice, the conjurer just starts concentrating more and more of the water while using an auxiliary spell to lower its temperature. Young Megan then held out her hand, creating a sphere of water in front of the 3 of them. The sphere of water then began to rotate, increasing its speed. Gradually, it became a massive sphere of ice. Luke's ears showed his surprise at the spell. To turn the sphere into ice, I just used the wind to lower the temperature of the water, until it became ice. Megan then made a gesture with her hand, which threw the ice ball with extreme speed into the sea. Well, sure, there's how you can create basic elements by manipulating mana, but that already goes into a much more advanced level of magic and requires much more understanding and mastery. Megan then held out her hand in front of Luke. Slowly, small blue crystals appeared, forming a small bird. The sculpture grew larger. Then it stopped growing. I just condensed some of my magic into a mana crystal. Some experienced mages, like Xanad, are able to create fire, water, and even electricity with their own magic. Then the young mage looked at the horizon with certain remorse in her chest. I'm still far from becoming such an amazing mage. I could do high-level spells, but am still far from surpassing the old man or even the advanced class students. She felt guilty, which made no sense to Luke. Megan was an amazing mage. She could master so many difficult subjects that he, until recently, couldn't even imagine were possible. Luke then put his hand on the girl's shoulder and began to speak. To become stronger, you only need to look at what you already have. Understand what you don't have, and see how to reach your goal. The one you want to overcome or the one you want to conquer. Don't feel weak for still being far from where you want to get to. Everything is a process. It's a path. Half-Wolf's words were extremely welcoming to Megan, who then smiled at him, controlling herself not to fall into tears. The girl worked harder than anyone else at the academy, which was even why she got that nickname. She was only known as Living Library after years of continuous effort reading, learning, and memorizing various books at Melky's academy. Megan was an orphan girl, having only her sister to keep her company at the academy. She took books and knowledge as her main focus in life. Her goal was to become a mage capable of improving and revolutionizing the world. With such a great desire came a much greater self-charge. The three then said their goodbyes. Megan went to the girls' dormitory while Adrian and Luke continued walking together to the main plaza. The young mage's respect for Half-Wolf grew quite a bit the day of. "Dude, you could say some pretty thing, buddy," Adrian said, giving Luke a little punch on the shoulder. "I'm just trying to help." "Huh?" Luke laughed as he continued walking. The two then talked about the research in the lab and what should be done for the next day. When they reached the main square, Adrian went to the rectory building and Luke headed for the dormitory. "You stole that phrase from me, big boy. Your message helped me. I think it was right to share it with Megan. You really are quite the romantic." Luke walked up the stairs to his bedroom door when he heard the sound of the bathtub filling from outside. Chapter 352, Fireball. Luke walked up the stairs until he reached the door to his room, when he heard the sound of the bathtub filling up from outside. Without hesitation, he put the key in the door and entered, only to find his room empty. In the bathroom was Meredith, singing. The room was exactly as it had been in the morning, but now Meredith's uniform was on her bed. But on the young man's bed was a bra and panties, which were purposely left on top of Luke's bed. Half-Fox heard the noise of the door opening, and with a smile on her face, she shouted for help to the young man on the other side of the wall. "Luke, help me. I forgot my underwear on your bed," she said. Just then the lady started laughing alone in the tub. Luke looked at his bed, grabbed the two pieces of clothing, and fearlessly opened the bathroom door. Meredith was then visibly surprised by the young man's reaction, who did not show the slightest bit of shame. He then left the clothes in the bathroom and turned around, pretending not to have seen anything. Both then were unable to say even one word. Both their hearts were beating extremely hard. "Get a grip, Luke. I just need to get a grip until I get back to Broforge." "You could do it, kid. You know I'm about to lose to her." "I know well enough, but why don't we go out on the balcony and wait for Meredith to get out of the shower?" Luke then opened the glass window that led to the balcony of the room. He leaned on an iron railing. The view from that place was straight out to sea. The moon was reflecting on the water, showing how the waves were quietly dancing. Would I be able to cast magic like that? Luke thought, remembering when Megan had thrown a gigantic fireball. The young man had not even tried to use fire magic. In fact, he had not yet tried to use any magic that was not related to the element of wind. Why don't you just try? Maybe just a little flame? Hee. But how should I visualize? That book said to turn the heat sensation of my hand into fire, but that's so vague. Okay, they'll give you the instructions, and you'll try to perform the magic. All right? Luke nodded. First, put your hand in front of you and snap your fingers. The half-wolf then followed the command. Clack now. Notice the heat from your hand when your fingers collide. Concentrate on that heat and try to put some of your mana into it. The boy's eyes were extremely focused on his hand, analyzing every detail of that sensation. The contact of his fingers, his mana flowing down his arm to his hand. The way the cold of the balcony enhanced the warmth of the young man's body. He was completely attentive to the sensations, until with the snap of a finger, a small flame came out, like a flint hitting. The friction of Luke's hand channeled the mana out, generating that small fire. Ha ha ha. Good boy. Now try again, but concentrate on using your mana for fuel. Again, Luke focused on his fingers. He was going to try to mimic that same action he saw Megan performing. He felt his mana concentrating again in his hand, until imitating that gesture, a small flaming sphere appeared on the half-wolf's fingertips. That small flame was slowly consuming Luke's mana, but it made no difference to him. He then started to concentrate more and more energy, and that little sphere of fire was getting bigger and bigger, until Luke, with a gesture of his hands, threw it away. That fireball flew off into the sea, where it was extinguished. Behind the half-wolf was Meredith, who began to clap her hands. As she approached the young man, she was already dressed in her sleeping clothes. "You really are a fast learner," said the half-fox. "I just need to learn this. You know how everything gets easier when you have no other option," replied Luke. Both of them knew what it was like to need something, to need to get money and food, to need to learn how to get by. In Luke's heart, this situation was the same as in his childhood. He was learning magic out of necessity. He needed any means to become stronger, any means to beat the first servant. "The introductory magic classes were pretty heavy today," said Meredith, extending her hand out from the balcony. A Curin firebolt, a fireball a little smaller than the one Luke cast, appeared a little in front of the half-fox's hand. She then cast the spell the fireball forward, but it slowly disappeared before it even reached the water. The girl turned to Luke with an annoyed face. "How did you manage to master it so fast? You didn't even conjure the spell." Luke began to laugh as Meredith punched him in the chest with small punches. "Let's see. They'll try to conjure it this time," Luke said. Now, he put his hand out in front of him and repeated Meredith's action, doing the same visualization as before, but this time reciting the spell. A huge fireball appeared a few meters in front of them, and its sudden appearance startled the half-fox, who fell sitting on the ground. Luke then channeled more and more mana into the fireball, which grew and expanded, until he made a gesture with his hands, causing the huge fireball to fly upwards, traveling at a high speed until it fell into the water. Even from afar, it was possible to hear the sound of the water evaporating with the heat of the spell. At that very moment, the door of the room received 3 knocks. "Knock, knock." Knock. Meredith ran to answer it. It was the dorm's receptionist. She was dressed in a more casual outfit, with a visibly annoyed face. "Please don't cast any unauthorized spells so close to the dorm. I'll ignore it since it was the first time it happened, but if it happens again, I'll give you both a warning," she said in a slightly sleepy voice. Luke and Meredith both apologized. Soon after, the two decided to go to sleep. The half-wolf was looking at the ceiling of the room. He didn't expect magic to be something so easy to control. In a few minutes, he was able to master an attack that could be very useful in combat. The various possibilities of using magic were now running through his head. Now unafraid to use the other types of elemental magic, Luke decided to train the next day in as many basic spells as possible. In the book he had read during the wagon ride, a large part of the spells was totally focused on manipulating basic elements. If he had already mastered wind and was now beginning to understand how fire magic works, his conclusion was what would happen if he used both at the same time. When Luke woke up, the sky had just risen. Today would be a different day for him. Around noon, he was to go to the beach to meet Orion. After that, he would go back to the research laboratory. But while there was time to spare, Luke went on with his morning routine. As soon as he got up, he went down to the cafeteria of the dormitory. He fed himself, came back, and began a series of exercises. He was trying not to wake Meredith, but continued with his normal workout. He did a series of push-ups, squats, and sit-ups. When Meredith woke up, the first sight the half-fox saw in the morning was of Luke performing sit-ups. His body was completely drenched in sweat. His breathing was labored, and his forehead was hot. The half-fox soon pretended to go back to sleep, embarrassed and trying to control herself not to kiss the half-wolf. The half-wolf took a shower, put on his academy uniform, and ran to the beach where the flight training group should be. Already on the way, he could see several students flying over the academy on top of their swords. This created a certain doubt in Luke's mind. How could he get one of these swords, and where is the blacksmith area of the academy? Megan said she had a sister who made artifacts at the academy, so he decided to ask her later. When Luke reached the beach, he heard the sound of angry punches and shouts. He then sped off. It was the group of students from the flying club. A fight was going on between two students. A red-haired boy was on top punching a black-haired boy several times. Around the two of them was a circle of nervous girls who didn't know how to intervene. Orion was not around, so Luke quickly concentrated and used wind magic to separate the two. The red-headed boy flew away, falling into the sand. The red-headed boy followed, rolling away as well. When this was over, the sound of a typhoon appeared. It was Orion, who had just arrived. The wind mage then asked, "What made you attack my students, newbie?" Chapter 353, Endless Green. The red-headed boy flew away, falling into the sand. The red-headed boy rolled away as well. When this was over, the sound of a typhoon came. It was Orion, who had just arrived. The wind mage then asked, "What made you attack my students, newbie?" The girls who had been distressed watching the fight now surrounded Orion, who had just arrived. It was like a fan club completely devoted to the leader of the flight team. Will I get into a fight? I don't think so. The girls around the mage began to tell what had happened. Until then, the magician's annoyed face changed back to the usual handsome poker face. A red-haired girl grabbed the wizard's arm. "Yai, the wolf boy helped us. Don't fight with him." Another girl with long blonde hair threw herself at the wizard. "You don't need to teach him a lesson, boss." In reality, it was obvious to Luke that they were just taking advantage of the occurrence to rub off on Zhao's mage. Now, Orion's face again went from typical poker face back to a face that showed his annoyance with the girls around him. Scratching the back of his own head, he stepped forward to Luke, ignoring the group of girls around him. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I didn't mean to disrespect you," said the young man from Zhao, who soon bowed slightly. But Luke did not answer the young man, and just concentrated on channeling his magic, just as he had done the day before. The tidal breeze around him was joining with the wind flow, until the half-wolf began to levitate in front of Orion. The Wizard of Zhao gave a small smile, understanding Luke's response. "He cannot accept my apology if he has not yet proven himself worthy to receive it," Orion thought. From the half-wolf's mind, there was something completely different. "I really want to get a flying sword," thought Luke. The Wizard of Zhao then turned to the group of girls who were standing behind the two. "Get a timer. If it drops before 30 minutes, I want you to remove the half-wolf from here." But to the surprise of everyone around, the boy began to move in midair, lying with both hands behind his head. Luke's whole body was being levitated by means of a much less efficient wind magic than the one used by Orion. This display of audacity left the entire flying group in disbelief. Some of the young men who were watching from afar gritted their teeth as they looked on in fury. The girls who previously had Zhao's mage as their main attraction were now whispering as they watched Luke. But Orion just started laughing, something that further surprised everyone who was present. "The boss is laughing? The boss can laugh. Nah, his laugh is so beautiful." It was the first time anyone had directly challenged Orion. This display of confidence only increased the respect and admiration the Wizard of Zhao had for Luke. Amidst all the noise, the half-wolf's head remained calm. "I must take care not to sleep. If you lose by trying to sleep in the air, I will disturb you about it forever. But it's kind of comfortable, just the feeling of the mana going out so fast is weird. If you possessed an ordinary mana reservoir, you probably would have collapsed on the floor from exhaustion by now." As Luke quietly chatted with Balance, just mindful in his thoughts and waiting for the time to pass, the entire flight group was watching the half-wolf attentively. Even Orion was attentive, admiring the rookie's ability. Time was passing, and with each minute that concluded, the group around Luke became more and more surprised and euphoric. Everyone was whispering about it, talking, and even comparing the head of the flight group and the half-wolf rookie. He really didn't use an incantation? Yes, he didn't even conjure a spell. Would the chief be able to maintain such an odd flying position? I don't think so. He always needs to channel spirits. It didn't take long to complete the 15 minutes required to enter the flight group. And even though he was warned that he had completed the challenge, the half-wolf continued to lie in the air. His goal was greater than just completing the minimum requirement. He wanted to complete the 30 minutes he proposed in challenge to the Mage of Zhao. Orion Hitsukaze's heart was beating fast. It was the first time in a long time that he felt challenged. But more than the thrill of seeing someone who could compete with him, was wondering what feats Luke could accomplish with the right guidance. Even if the rookie failed to complete the goal he challenged himself to, in the young Hitsukaze's heart, the young man in front of him was already an ally. So, after these long minutes, the clock had completed 30 minutes. The moment Luke heard that he had reached the finish line, he climbed down. Without showing that he was tired or even worried, he kept walking to Orion. "It's nice to be in the team," Luke said, holding out his hand to the Zhao wizard. "It shall be a pleasure to teach you, my friend," said Orion, shaking the half-wolf's hand. All the students around the two began to shout with excitement. That demonstration of magical ability was something completely amazing. After this, several members of the group arrived to introduce themselves to Luke. Everyone was eager to learn more about that mysterious new researcher. When the members had finished introducing themselves and talking to the half-wolf, the training began. The Wizard of Zhao was now again polishing his long greatsword with olive oil, passing that green liquid on a cloth and illustrating the long sword. But when he noticed Luke's footsteps approaching, he stopped whatever he was doing to talk to the novice. "How can I get a sword like that?" said Luke. "I can order one for you, but for now, try to train with one of our test equipment," replied Orion. The flying swords were handmade, and when a member was promising enough, he could request exactly how he would like his equipment to be made. This was the case with Luke. Orion then invited the half-wolf at an opportune moment to go to the forge of the academy, where he could specify what type of equipment would suit his taste. This type of flying equipment was made by artisan mages. A skilled blacksmith mage would forge the equipment. Then a magic circle master would engrave the enchantments necessary for flight. Orion's sword, for example, named Endless Green. It had 4 wind magic circles attached to it. Each one made it easier and improved the mastery, speed, and mana expenditure of whoever used it. Just what we needed. Things are really moving forward. Orion then finished preparing his long sword and extending his hand. Another gigantic red greatsword came flying in front of him. "Do you accept a challenge?" asked Orion. "Do you really want to lose twice?" replied Luke. All the members of the flight group stopped when they realized the event that was about to occur. The training track was completely empty. There was no noise on the beach, apart of course from the sound of the sea. Everyone was paying attention to that friendly race. "I'm sure the boss will win. It's obvious he will win. The rookie has never piloted sword, but he had a great command in wind magic." Luke then channeled his mana into the large red greatsword that was in front of him. It was levitating a little above the ground. The moment he stepped on it, his foot caught on the weapon as if his mana was keeping him steady on the blade. Orion took the same course, climbing on his emerald sword. But unlike his normal runs, this time he had a smile on his face. Something that was really not at all common to see coming from the head of the flying club. Everyone was commenting and analyzing who could win that race. The sound of a fireball shot flying upwards announced the start of the race. The half-wolf created 2 wind vortices behind his hands, controlling not only the wind coming out from under the sword, but creating strong propulsion through his hands. The sound of the 2 competitors advancing was echoing across the beach. The Wizard of Zhao was launching himself forward using only the air coming out of his sword. The sound of the blade cutting the wind could be heard from afar. An emerald magic circle appeared on Orion's back, creating a vortex of wind that accelerated the magician even more. The 2 of them went back and forth across the beach circuit, both at an extremely brisk pace, until at a certain moment, the path was approaching the waves of the sea. Orion's sword was creating a wind so strong that even at a distance, it was cutting through the sea itself. Luke was not far away, but when they were both close to returning to the sand, Orion used all the energy he possessed. The smile on his face was gigantic. And so, he came in first place. All the members of the group were speechless. Luke's skill and ability were amazing. On his first day of training, he narrowly missed beating the leader of the flying group. Orion, when he arrived at the beach, threw himself on the sand, bursting into laughter. Ha ha, finally. It's been so long since I've had fun like this. The news of this race quickly spread through the academy. Chapter 354, Uneasy Heart. News of this race quickly spread throughout the academy. When Luke arrived in front of the laboratory, it was already possible to see several people walking around the area. Normally, that beach was extremely empty, but from the academy's news and gossip, the beach now had dozens of curious students. At first, Luke found so many people strange, but he didn't imagine that he was the reason that brought the curious visitors. Only a few hours had passed since this had happened. The moment Luke opened the main door of the laboratory, Megan pulled him by the arm, closing the door immediately afterwards. Uff, I didn't quite understand what you did, but they've been asking about you for a while now, Megan said, breathing heavily from pulling the young man along. Humph, what do you mean? Luke asked, confused. They're talking about you beating someone important in a duel. Everyone is curious to see who the wolf boy is who defeated a golden pendant, replied the girl, turning and heading down the hall. That looks a little different from what happened. There's not much that can be done. You attracted quite a bit of attention earlier. Just wait a bit. This group will get bored. Luke then followed Megan. They both still had work to do. Megan began to conduct some experiments related to the use of magic on plants. As Adrian hadn't arrived yet, the half-wolf and the living library were walking back and forth between the lab. The idea of Megan's main project was to connect the different types of magic that exist in the world. To accomplish this, it was necessary to understand how each type of magic related to mana and to living organisms. And this is where plants come in. Zhao's healing magic channels the conjurer's mana to treat the wounded. In the case of far north magic, the wounded's mana is used to heal themselves. These small changes in how a group of spells work was something that needed to be studied and noted. So, most of Luke's work up until then was to pick up books and bring them to Megan. But today would differ. The two were now in a lab room. Megan was holding a notebook with several spells written down. Each line in the notebook seemed to be in a different language. Some were even in different letters. Breezing healing Icarates, conjured Megan, placing her hand in front of a red flower. The flower then changed color, glowing white. The branches of the flower began to grow. The little flower doubled in size. It kept growing until it gradually stopped. The flower's glow then faded, but its petals remained white. The young magician then cut a small branch from the flower. She left it on a table next to some books and turned to the vase again. Ikuraden is Zenko Kuryugo Wanyo Kyoda, conjured Megan, now with her hand on top of the flower. Now the flower was shrinking in size. The white color of the petals returned to red, but the spot where the girl had cut it off grew back. If you notice, Luke, the two spells have the same function, to strengthen living things. But in the first one, my mana was used to feed the plant. In the second, the mana the plant received was used to heal the cut branch. Megan concluded, noting the effects of the experiment. You really know quite a bit. It makes sense that they call you Living Library. Luke replied. The moment the half-wolf said this, the young mage's face blushed at the same instant. She ended up messing up what she was writing with her fright, dirtying the page with ink. The girl then sidestepped Luke, turning away. But where did that nickname come from? The half-wolf continued. It's not a nickname, it's a title, answered Megan. She left her notebook on a table and turned to the half-wolf. Placing one of her hands on his chest, she continued. I received that title because I memorized all the books from the advanced session of the academy. No matter what the question is, I know the answer. The girl was confident. This sudden change in attitude only made Luke more confused about the situation. So, how can I make an electric spell? Adrian commented about them, but I couldn't find a way to create that. Luke said, later we can test that on the beach. Answered Megan, again becoming embarrassed. She had never had very close contact with men before, so just the possibility of being alone with Luke was enough to make her scared and embarrassed. After the brief pause for conversation, they both continued on with the experiments. Luke had to erect and position several small potted plants on a laboratory table. With each test, small changes in the spell took place. The half-wolf could not understand clearly what was happening, but with his ears alone, it was already possible to perceive that each spell had a different sound. They sounded like completely different languages. The tests continued to go well until Megan got tired of standing and sat down on a chair. With that, we finished the strengthening and healing spells. Now all that's left to do is check the variations of the putrefaction spells. Megan concluded in a noticeably tired voice. Luke had read about rot spells in the introductory book of combat magic that he had borrowed from Xanet. These were spells intended to cause an injury or wear and tear to the target. Because they are not elemental spells, they are classified in the group of mana manipulation spells. After a few minutes' rest, Luke placed 3 pots on the experiment table. Megan was visibly tired, which made the half-wolf curious. It was impossible that such a skilled mage would have problems with mana. "You look tired. Did something happen?" Luke asked. "I didn't sleep a wink last night. I've been rereading the research references," answered Megan, who was almost asleep leaning on the table. Watching the tired girl, Luke had an unusual idea. He then turned to the mage and made a suggestion. "Let me do the spells. You just need to guide me and make the notes. You must be tired from standing around for so long," said the half-wolf. Megan then put her hand on her chin, thinking about the idea. After a few seconds, she picked up her notebook and a pen. She positioned herself on the table and directed Luke to go to the first flower. "Let's start with this glass rose. Imagine your mana channeling itself into your hand. Then imagine the flower rotting away. Repeat the spell with me, while keeping the idea of the plant wilting." Megan concluded. "All right," answered Luke, placing his hand on top of a flower with a pink appearance, but with a blue coloration. The two then began to conjure the spell. As soon as Megan spoke the phrase, Luke repeated it in sequence. "Xenatrix, Xenatrix," repeated Luke. "Manukirik, Apocryota." The moment Luke finished the last word, the flower immediately began to wilt, decreasing in size, losing its blue color, and having its petals crumble. A strange sensation came over the half-wolf's hand. It was as if a sort of chill was rising from his fingertips to his wrist. That feeling reminded him of a moment not so long ago. He had just stolen the mana from that flower. After finishing the spell, the half-wolf was visibly pensive, but he decided to just continue and finish the necessary tasks. He repeated the same process 3 times. The second time, a very small amount of mana came out of his hand, but the effect was the same. In the case of the third time, almost no mana was spent. It was a challenge for Luke to repeat the casting of the spells, even more so because of the difference in languages between them. Even with this small problem, the tests ended there. It would still be necessary to check how other putrefaction spells, but Megan was already too tired to remain productive. Luke then picked up a book to read while Megan made her notes. After she finished and put the notebook beside her, it didn't take a minute for the young mage to fall asleep on the table. The half-wolf was now beginning to understand the basics of magic, how it occurred, and how mana could be used in so many different ways. It was surprising to him how even plants have a very small amount of mana. It seemed that every moment there was some new information for Luke, some new knowledge or concept. But every time he had some free time, when he wasn't reading or talking with Meredith, only one question was on his mind. How are they doing? This question was making the half-wolf's heart troubled. Even though the Academy Island was isolated from the world, there was a war going on in the outside world. As calm as the days were for Luke, he needed to keep focused on why he had gone to the Academy. Just the possibility that something bad had happened to Alexis or Ayumi made the young man's heart worry. Even with the protection of Batet, this question still remained present in Luke's heart. Chapter 355, Unusual Offer. Luke kept trying to read for several minutes. But with each paragraph that he finished reading, he kept thinking about Alexis and Ayumi. This lack of concentration was bothering him. His heart was restless, worried about what might be happening outside the academy. Several thoughts were echoing in the young man's head. "Calm down, Luke. It's getting hard to live here." "Ah, sorry, Balance." "No problem. I understand the reason for your concern. But thinking about it now won't do any good. Try to go out for a while, breathe, and put those thoughts aside." The goddess' proposal made sense. An hour had passed since Luke had started reading. But even after so much time, he didn't seem to have enjoyed reading as much. Lying on the table, Megan was still sleeping soundly. Then the half-wolf concluded that today's research was over. He had decided to go out and rest for a while on the beach. At the lab door, Luke peeked out cautiously, but there were no more curious students outside. Relieved, he went outside. The moment he opened the door, he immediately saw Adrian walking far away toward the lab, down a sandy path that led to the concrete stairs that went down to the beach sand. It was not yet so late. The sun was still up, illuminating the sea that sparkled with each wave. The strong wind from the beach was swaying Luke's hair, bothering his ears a little. The half-wolf then walked across the sand until he sat down on the ladder that leveled the descent to the sand. Looking out to sea, he enjoyed the wonderful sound of the waves, letting the melody wash away any thoughts he had. It was a sense of peace that invigorated Luke's restless heart. "Now you'd better find some peace, boy." "Ha, it's true. I've really been quite troubled. Try to focus on the now. Let's think about the future at a better time. For now, this fear and trepidation won't help you at all. You're right, Balance. I just need to stay in the now. You know, it's not wrong to keep worrying about them, but don't let it hurt you." A few minutes later, Adrian arrived, who sat down next to Luke. The half-wolf didn't like his presence very much. He still wanted a little more time alone. It was possible to see the look of annoyance in his eyes. "Busy day?" the blond boy asked. "Not so much, but it seems they look for me quite a bit," replied the half-wolf. Luke chose not to send the boy away, and the blond boy did not understand that the half-wolf's annoyance was his presence there. Adrian then put his hands behind his head. Looking at the horizon, he began to speak. "Today I was running around helping Xanet. From what I could tell, in every corner of the academy they were commenting on you." "Really? Strange. Megan told me very little about what happened." "Looks like it was some kind of misunderstanding," Luke replied. "Still, be careful. Drawing that much attention is never beneficial. With the skill level you have, I'm sure they'll soon start challenging you to some duels." Continued Adrian, "It wouldn't be so bad. I'm already feeling rusty from staying here without being able to hit anyone." Continued the half-wolf. The two started laughing and continued talking about what had happened. Luke explained the story of his confrontation with Orion, telling what really happened and understanding a little better the rumors that spread around the academy. "They're saying that you beat Orion in a duel. He is a golden pendant, and you're just a novice researcher. You'll need to avoid attracting attention for a while, or you'll only gain trouble," Adrian explained. However, Luke liked the idea of drawing attention at the academy. If he demonstrated his ability and strength, he might be able to more easily gather potential members for the rebellion against Melky's empire. Since several students were from outside the academy, it would be easy to gather those with high ability who were opposed to the empire. As, for example, Adrian himself. The boy was from Parado. This alone was reason enough to count on his possible support. The conversation continued until, from afar, they both noticed the arrival of a small boy running on the sand. The young man was short and had extremely blue hair and eyes that were also blue. He was dressed in his academy uniform, but in front of his body was a leather apron. Beside his waist, a small hammer was attached, swinging from his belt. It took the boy a few minutes to get in front of the two, who looked at him in confusion. Gasping for breath, he stood in front of them both. After pulling in a good amount of air, he bent down in front of Luke. "Let me make your sword, please," he said, looking down. The half-wolf was obviously confused by the unexpected offer. Apart from the apron and hammer, nothing about the little boy showed that he was really a blacksmith. The blue-headed boy's body was small and slender, his arms were thin, and his hands had no calluses or signs of manual labor. In general, he appeared to be just an inexperienced child. The little blacksmith then continued to speak, explaining himself. "I am part of the Academy's blacksmith group. I overheard that Orion was going to take you to order a sword. The whole Academy is talking about your duel with him. It's my only chance to promote my work. So let me make your sword, please." Because of the doubts of the boy's ability, Luke didn't take long to think of a response. He didn't want to hurt the feelings of such a dedicated young man, so he thought he would give it a chance, so that this child would at least learn from this story. "First, what is your name?" The half-wolf asked, "And my name is Ezra, Ezra Bluesmith, and I will be the best craftsman of the world." Adrian began to laugh at the boy's name and goal, but the half-wolf took the boy's wish seriously. Extending his hand to Ezra, he said, "Nice to meet you, Ezra. I'm Luke Lang, the best rogue of the world." Luke replied, laughing. Then he continued, "I accept your proposal. I needed a glider greatsword. I'm still going to be busy today, but what do you say tomorrow? We meet up and you show me some of your designs. Is that okay?" Little Ezra's eyes began to water. With a smile, he thanked him, bowing again. "Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Luke. I will contact you again tomorrow then." The young man then ran out of there, taking small leaps of animation. In Ezra's head, only one thing was going on. I will show him the quality of my weapons. At the boy's unexpected exit, Luke and Adrian looked at each other in confusion. The blonde mage then questioned, "Are you really going to trust the design of someone so young?" He looked like he was about 12 years old. "Tomorrow I will go early to meet with Orion again. I don't want this misunderstanding to continue." He had already told me that he could guide me to the forge, so he'll just take the time to talk to this boy. Luke then looked at the sea, which even in daylight still had a darker color than the boy's hair. "Maybe he can surprise me. Who knows?" continued the half-wolf, getting up with his book and heading for the research lab. Adrian followed Luke. They both entered the lab again, went up the stairs, and found Megan still sleeping. The girl was talking very quietly, in a deep sleep. "You just need to reverse the room circle, Mr. Banana. But don't die, please, Mr. Banana." The girl was drooling a little on the table. When Adrian saw that scene, he started laughing very loudly, waking Megan up. She stood up slowly, with her hair in a mess, until she opened her eyes and faced the two of them. When she realized she was asleep, her cheeks turned completely red with embarrassment. The young blonde then tried to joke about the situation. "You look kind of cute in your sleep," replied Adrian. Megan then clenched her hands together, looking down in irritation. She then held out one of her hands and began to whisper a spell. Ikarati's water cannon. A ball of water flew out of the girl's hand, heading towards the blonde mage's face. Adrian fell to the ground with the direct hit to the head. Megan then stood up and continued to shoot water spheres at the boy's face. The attack was not strong enough to hurt, but Adrian was certainly not enjoying it. It took a while for Megan to calm down, so she walked away, stepping hard on the ground. With each step, a loud thud shook the floor. Adrian was lying on the wet floor, looking up at the ceiling, exhausted and sorry. Luke was holding himself back from laughing at the whole situation, but when the young magician left, he completely fell over laughing. Chapter 356, It's Your Turn. Adrian was lying on the wet floor, staring at the ceiling, exhausted and regretful. Luke was holding back from laughing at the whole situation, but when the young magician left, he completely fell over laughing. When Adrian stood up, he quickly made himself available to clean up the mess, drying up the place. With one of his hands, the young mage created a sphere of wind, which acted like a vortex, sucking the wind in and blowing it out in an infinite cycle. The energy that small sphere had was gigantic. With his other hand, the young man created a small fireball. Concentrating his mana, he created that massive sphere of mana and heat. It was not large enough to be dangerous to hold inside the laboratory. Its size should be that of a grape or an olive. Anything larger would be dangerous and could burn the extremely important books and research materials. The heat that this small sphere of fire produced was very great, radiating an extremely strong energy. Although it did not produce flames, it was extremely hot. Adrian then carefully put the two spells together, joining both hands. The small fireball stood in the center of that larger sphere of wind, creating a hot air that flowed out in all directions. Since that sphere produced no flames or sparks, the wind was not feeding the fire. The sphere remained the same size, just heating the wind from the wind vortex. Adrian then ran that spell through his clothes and over the floor. The water that was scattered on the marble floor of the laboratory was slowly evaporating, sucked up by the wind sphere or disappearing with the hot air. The young mage's clothes were also drying with the hot wind. Although still a little damp, they were no longer soaked. Adrian's hair swayed in the wind from the sphere. It didn't take long for it to dry, although it was extremely messy. Adrian began to tidy his hair with his hands, trying to leave it parted as he always keeps it. This display of magic, although it seemed small, opened Luke's eyes. The versatility that a magician had was amazing. Imagining the various possibilities that would appear to him with a greater understanding of the different types of elements was something that made the half-wolf extremely excited. There were, apart from wind magic and fire magic, 3 more basic types of magic, and the young man's new goal was now to master the basic groups of magic. Luke's eyes were shining, with a will that showed his determination. "Before I leave the academy, I will master the basic elemental spells," thought the half-wolf, although he knew that this task would be difficult, and was aware that his stay at the academy would not be that long. Proposing to complete a challenge was no doubt something beneficial to him. His mind was so turbulent with thoughts that even balance was beginning to be bothered by what was occurring. With the skills Luke already possessed, his combat ability was extremely high. If it weren't for the curse, he would easily be able to conquer many dungeons by himself. But the possibility of being able to combine his skills with spells and blade mastery would make the half-wolf invincible. Various plans and possibilities began to pop into the half-wolf's head. He began to remember how Xanad was able to combine several different types of spells, and how useful it would be for him to control this together with the use of his skills. Amidst all these thoughts, an idea crossed Luke's mind. What would happen if I used Vind with wind magic and fire magic? You would have 2 ways to control wind and 1 way to control fire. It would be hard to keep stabilized, but it would probably give you more freedom in how to determine the wind's path. Balance's response left Luke excited, putting a smile on the half-wolf's face, which left Adrian with a confused face, watching the boy as he tidied up his hair. "Are you okay, Luke?" the boy asked, still trying to fix his hair. "I just thought of a good idea," replied the half-wolf, who walked off to look for Megan. In order to be able to test the use of magic with his skill, Luke would need to be in an emptier place. The beach at nighttime would be the ideal location. However, he still had reservations about how to control fire magic. The best person to teach him would be Megan. They had already arranged to train together after they finished their research, so Luke went looking in each of the doors of the lab, searching for the young mage. After passing through half the lab, he finally found the girl, who was reading in a chair with a still angry face. The half-wolf then closed the door and walked over to a chair, sitting down next to the young girl. "You two really don't get along very well," Luke said, letting out a small laugh. "I don't know why, but he makes me so angry," answered Megan, closing her book. She then looked at Luke and continued talking. "I wish I could understand why there aren't so many gentlemen like you in this world." The moment Luke heard this, he let out a small laugh. "I'm a long way from a gentleman. Megan, maybe I just know better how to treat a pretty girl," he spoke. Hearing that made Megan embarrassed again. Her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her face a little, looking down. Luke noticed this, and worriedly tried to change the subject, asking the girl for help. "I'm trying to unite wind magic with fire magic, but my mastery in fire magic is still pretty low. Can you still help me now that we're free?" The girl then became excited, getting up from her chair quickly. "Come on, and you can take any magic-related questions with me." The girl didn't even wait for an answer from Luke, just walking out the door and heading for the beach. The half-wolf got up right away and followed the girl. Now they were both in front of an empty beach. The sun was already starting to go down, and the tide was starting to come in. The waves on the beach began to act with a little more force, pounding with much greater energy on the beach sand. The sound of the ocean waves soothed Luke's heart. It was relaxing, clearing any problems that came into his heart. Megan then put her hand out in front of her, pointing to the sea. Fire magic only needs 2 things, a direction and a fuel. She then threw a small fireball towards the water. However, if you, for example, try to fuel a fireball with wind magic, the fire will consume its mana and the wind, increasing in size. Now, the young magician's incantation created a small fireball that quickly grew in size. As the wind fed the fireball, it gradually grew larger until the girl released that spell into the sea. Ruif, the fireball flew off into the water. PFFFSSS, the sea water was evaporating until that fireball went out. Megan then turned to Luke. But there's the most important part if you want to be able to control the trajectory or what your fire is going to do. You need to control the mana that you're putting in. The young mage then created on top of her index finger a massive sphere of fire. It was the size of a small grape, similar to the one Adrian created. That sphere of fire was smooth with a white and orange color. That is a concentrated fireball. It will not consume the wind and can be directed where you wish. To increase the size of it, just put more mana into it. But be careful not to stop condensing it. Otherwise, it will become a simple spell and the wind will spread fire all over the place. Megan then pointed to the sphere of fire out to sea, and with a gesture of her hands, that little sphere went flying into the sea. Still during the trajectory of the small sphere, the young magician moved her finger, causing the fire sphere to make a curve. Back to the two of them. Megan then snapped her finger, extinguishing the small sphere just before it reached the two of them. If you control the wind around it, you will be able to alter the trajectory. If you decrease the mana you gave to the spell, it will disappear. It is only necessary to control it, concluded the mage, placing one of her hands on top of her chest, proud of the explanation she had given. Luke was surprised at how easily the girl had controlled that spell. Now it made sense how earlier nothing had caught fire in the lab. Looking deep into the half-wolf's eyes, Megan pointed at him and said, "It's your turn." Chapter 357 Ocean Call. Looking deep into the half-wolf's eyes, Megan pointed at him and said, "It's your turn." The beach sun made the girl's long brown hair shine. The movement of the strong beach wind made the girl's clothes reflect the sun. Her voice proposing this challenge was something that certainly surprised the half-wolf. Now was the time for Luke to try to perform this magic. This sudden movement of the girl made the half-wolf take a step backwards with his instinct to dodge. Even with his eyes attentive to the explanation, performing this spell was obviously something much more complicated than it appeared in that demonstration. Since it was again an unconjured spell, mana manipulation was something the young man still did not fully understand. Even with his notions of wind control, he was unsure if he would be able to condense his own mana as Megan had instructed him. After going over all the explanation the girl had given him, Luke held out one of his hands, visualizing a fireball again. He imagined all the mana coming out of him accumulating in a single small spot, as if it were concentrating completely in one place. His energy was coming out of his chest, extending into his arm. That energy was assembling into a smooth, massive sphere that emitted a red and white glow. The heat from the small sphere was gigantic, warming the young man's palm. Luke was focused on keeping that energy steady. However, he suddenly lost focus. Just a few moments out of sync with the spell were enough for that sphere of energy to collapse, gradually disappearing. The young man's mana stopped being channeled. The spell had been ruined. Luke looked confused at his hand, trying to understand what the problem was. Everything seemed to be going fine, but in a split second, he lost control of what was happening. Megan then put one of her hands on his chin and started trying to find a solution to the problem. The girl was looking up at the sky, talking aloud, and going over what looked like paragraphs from a book. It was as if she was reading a magic book while looking at the sky. In fact, the girl was doing just that, recalling the exact page on which she learned this very useful technique. Maybe you just need a little practice. The spell initiation was going well. That means you lost control already outside the channeling process at the beginning of the energy stabilization. This is a symptom of a troubled mind. Has something been taking over your head recently? Questioned the young mage. Luke then looked at the girl, and scratching the back of his head, he began to try to explain what might have gone wrong during the spell at first. I could really feel my mana condensing, but there was a time when I just shut down. It was like a snap. It just came back a thought that's been bothering me. In an instant, the whole thing went out of my control. The two looked at each other. The half-wolf seemed genuinely bothered by this brief barrier, the first truly difficult challenge he had faced. So, the girl proposed that they continue practicing the spell. She would try to lead him by giving guidance. The young man held out his hands, and again, focused on channeling the mana into a single space. First, close your eyes and visualize your energy leaving your body. Place it in a single spot away from your hands. Megan said that small sphere of energy was appearing. He was completely focused at that moment. The small sphere of energy gradually increased in size, remaining extremely massive and smooth, growing as the youth channeled his mana into that spot a little in front of him. Now, control that energy. Keep it steady, at a single point. You don't need to think about it moving, just feel it concentrating. You master this spell. Every action that occurs comes from your will. The girl continued. Luke's eyes were closed, but he could visualize and feel his energy flowing out. The palm of his hand began to feel this heat appearing, a flame that increased as he put out more of his mana. But again, his thoughts went out of the now. That sphere of fire collapsed, disappearing into thin air before it even touched the sand on the beach. The half-wolf couldn't concentrate at that moment. Keeping his mind present to control his own magic was being a challenge. This truly frustrated Luke. Controlling a wind spell was something easy. So was creating a fireball with a basic spell. However, to channel your energy into a single point requires a state of presence at that moment. But the half-wolf's thoughts were far away. With every second that he was out of focus, his mind went back to thinking about what was happening in Broforge. In that instant, Balance realized the problem and proposed a clever idea to the half-wolf. Do you remember when the sound of the ocean waves cleared your head? Try to concentrate on the waves again, and try to automatically control the spell. Luke widened his eyes, thinking of this possibility. When he turned around, Megan was again looking up at the sky, reciting a book while thinking of possibilities. He was excited about the new way to solve the problem, so he asked again for the girl's support. I will try again. If I fail, explain me how I can better control this spell, concluded the half-wolf. Now the girl was attentively watching the execution of the spell again. He then took a deep breath, extended his arms again, and began to channel his energy outward. Now he began to use his superior hearing to listen to the sounds of the ocean waves. With each lapping of the water on the sand, the young man concentrated more and more on the now. His energy was channeling almost automatically. It was as natural process as breathing. He began to mentally visualize that sphere of energy in front of him, but the ocean waves now kept him much calmer and present. That sphere of energy grew larger and larger, increasing its brightness and emitting even more heat. Luke's palm felt the heat, which grew exponentially, until it reached the size of a human head. Maintaining something like that required a gigantic amount of mana, which surprised Megan, who was watching the half-wolf with a smile on her face. After some time, he felt that he was already managing to keep the spell stable. Luke then decided to open his eyes. In front of him was a massive, glowing sphere of fire. It was hot and emitted an extremely strong white light. It had no flames coming out around it, but the glow it gave off made it a little difficult to look at directly. It was almost like a small sun. Megan was watching attentively, eager to see the results of this spell. She imagined that because of the size of the fireball, it would probably be much more challenging to control the direction and movement of that spell. In addition, it would be necessary to keep that sphere stable. Even with so many challenges, the ease with which Luke learned an already not so basic concept of magic created in the girl's heart a certain expectation for the half-wolf's future accomplishments. The young man then held out his hands, and determined, he tried to control the trajectory of that sphere of fire into the water. Using wind magic, he guided it seemingly without problems into the water. But within a second of sliding, the spell collapsed again. That sphere was coming apart, falling into the water. PFFFTT says the sound of water evaporating with the contact of the spell. But this time, the half-wolf had already advanced too far. So, he was no longer bothered by the mistake. To his eye, it was a matter of practice, and he had no idea how amazing it was to perform such a spell in such a short time. Now he again conjured that sphere. He repeated this process several times, constantly failing to move the spell. Megan was watching attentively, making notes inside her head of Luke's various attempts. In a moment, he managed to get that fire sphere moving again. He was focused, when suddenly, a loud sound took them both by surprise. The door to the laboratory opened. It was Adrian coming out. The spell undid at the same moment. And both Luke and Megan looked at the same time at the blonde-haired boy. The look in both their eyes showed a murderous instinct with a voracious rage. Adrian walked away, down the 3 steps of the laboratory entrance. Noticing the threats, he tried to run, when Megan, using wind magic, pulled the boy. It was as if a hand was pulling his leg. The boy tried to run away desperately, struggling in vain, until he gave up and let himself be pulled by the girl. When he was in front of both of them, Megan reached out one of her hands just above the boy's blonde hair. Zykarati's water fall, she recited. A steady stream of water fell on Adrian's face as he lay on the sand begging for forgiveness. Chapter 358. Testing and retesting. As he stood in front of the two, Megan extended one of her hands just above the boy's blonde hair. Zykarati's waterfall, she recited. A steady stream of water fell on Adrian's face as he struggled in the sand begging for forgiveness. The beach sand went flying everywhere, and the mark of the movement of the boy's arms and legs was marked on the beach. Now Adrian's uniform was completely soiled with sand and drenched with water. When Megan stopped pouring water in the boy's face, he quickly stood up and shook his hair, trying to get some of the water out, the sand and water droplets flying off. Luke dodged it so it wouldn't fall on him or his tail. Adrian was wet from the top of his head to the tip of his toes. His clothes were wet again, and his hair had completely covered his eyes. He then went about with his hand, trying to fix his hair the way he normally left it. Adrian, as much as he was a boy who talked a lot and had an attitude that appeared to lack maturity, was quite intelligent when it came to the magical arts. His knowledge of the basic elements and the many possible variations of magic was extraordinary for his age, to say the least. This was one of the reasons that made him one of Zonid's assistants. This proximity to the old magician was extremely beneficial to the boy, who learned the many uses of magic and the unusual and unique techniques that only the old magician had developed. Besides Megan, only Adrian was aware of the spells that Zonid had created, not because of any secrecy about these spells, but because of the simple fact that the old magician and Adrian were still developing a book to publish the new spells that Zonid had created. The laboratory of magic on the beach where the 3 young men were was a facility precisely for the development and improvement of these new spells, as well as the organization of the projects for the book. Currently, there were only 2 projects going on within that laboratory: the unification of the spells of the continent and the editing of Grand Master Wizard Zonid's spellbook. Adrian was the closest student to that old wizard, so as immature as he appeared, he was still an extraordinary student. However, his knowledge did not change his nature. "My clothes were finally dry. You need to stop this, Megan," the boy said in a depressed tone of voice, still fixing his hair. "If you keep getting in our way, the next spell I throw in your face is going to hurt a lot more. Come to think of it, it will be a fire spell," replied the girl, crossing her arms. The blonde-haired boy then held out both hands. In one he again created a sphere of wind, and in the other he conjured a small sphere of fire. It was the same spell he had used earlier to dry himself. It was, in the end, an application of the concentration of mana in fire magic. Luke was again bothered by the simplicity with which the 2 magicians in front of him mastered that fire spell. Curious about it, he decided to ask the 2 of them a question. "How long did it take you 2 to learn to control that little sphere?" said the half-wolf. Less than a minute, maybe," commented Megan. She then continued explaining. What took the longest was Lord Zonid's explanation. Actually, they both then turned to Adrian, curious what his answer would be. "I believe around 2 weeks for her to be able to take shape and another week to be able to move it," he said, with a confused face as he tilted his head slightly, showing his doubt. This answer took a weight off Luke's back, who easily managed to complete the first part of the spell. But when Megan heard this answer, with one of her hands on her chin, she faced the half-wolf with a face that showed she was thinking something. The newcomer to the academy then decided to try again using this same spell. He repeated the process again with his eyes closed. As the previous times, everything went smoothly, but with each movement Luke made, Adrian let out a surprised sigh. When Luke finished creating the fire sphere, it came out much larger than the one Adrian had just made. This caused him to let out a bigger sigh of surprise, disconcerting the half-wolf. When it came time to move the sphere, it slowed down to a significantly smaller size, and then disappeared into the sea. "I can't believe you've already advanced that fast on that magic. You're an amazing man." He spoke. "Shut your mouth, Adrian," answered Megan, making a gesture with her fingers, asking for silence. Now the two mages were watching the half-wolf perform a spell. A few more attempts followed. On the first one, Luke was able to move a relatively large energy sphere forward. It even advanced into the water, but collapsed, falling into the sea. On the second attempt, Luke tried to put a little less mana into the sphere, and it got into a smaller size, something around the size of an apple. Even though it was smaller compared to the previous spells, it was still much larger than when Adrian and Megan conjured the spell. On the third attempt, Luke decided to go even smaller. Concentrating on giving as little mana as possible, the fire sphere became the size of a grape. It was exactly as Adrian and Megan demonstrated. However, when the half-wolf tried to move the spell forward, the sphere increased in size, growing until it became again the size of an apple, until it collapsed and fell into the water. Luke was struggling to find different ways to perform this spell, but still, with each attempt, new possibilities and challenges appeared. Channeling and creating that sphere didn't seem to be a problem, but controlling its size and movement was an extremely challenging task for the half-wolf. This situation created a great deal of doubt in Luke's mind, wondering whether it was a practical matter or some fundamental error in his attempts. After about 5 consecutive failures, Luke decided to sit down. While he was focused on his thoughts, in complete silence and oblivious to the outside world, Megan and Adrian were talking, trying to think of a way to help their new companion. I remember Xanad had explained that the mana condensation in the second stage needs to be continuous. Is he still putting in enough energy to keep the sphere at the initial stage without overloading it? Adrian said, "Of course he is. I can feel his intense mana flow, but the oscillations in control happen at the end of the second stage." Answer Megan. The two continued talking, both with one hand on their chin, watching Luke. That conversation was another demonstration of the vast notion of the two young men, who began trying to replicate the same spell while the young man was apparently meditating. Megan asked Adrian to channel that sphere on a slightly larger scale and tried to analyze what might be happening, trying to visualize the different mana flows in the two cases. Then the blonde-haired magician began to observe how he himself manipulated that sphere of magic. A few minutes passed, and the two continued to talk energetically about what might be going wrong, and in the end, nothing seemed to be wrong. However, they were so focused on thinking about how Luke might be failing at that magic that they didn't notice what the half-wolf himself was doing. When the two turned around, they found themselves again with Luke completely immersed in his thoughts, sitting meditating. Even after something like 15 minutes, Adrian approached the young man and began to run his hand over Luke's face. Megan followed close behind, trying to stop the wizard, but she then also found it strange that the half-wolf simply did not react. It was as if he was asleep or in a state of trance. To both of them, Luke was just sitting still, motionless, really as if he was just meditating. But in the young man's mind, something very different was happening. The moment Luke sat down on the sand, he activated his skill, Eye of Horus, even with the effects that using his skills for too long caused on his body. The half-wolf chose to have a little more time to think and talk to balance. "You still need to be careful with your skill use, Luke. We don't even know if using that mana inside you might not be even more detrimental to the curse. Don't worry, we are getting closer every day to solving this. Megan already trusts me. I don't think it will be a problem to ask for help regarding this curse. Anyways, I already know what's your problem, big boy." Chapter 359 Arise anyways. I already know what's your problem, big boy. When Balance said this, both she and Luke sat down on the floor of the Horus-Eye space. The half-wolf was attentive, interested in what the goddess' response would be. The space in Luke's mind was empty and white, with only the beautiful goddess inside his head in the middle of all that dull white world. Due to the curse, creating images in the Eye of Horus was being extremely difficult. When you were using the wind spells, the only thing that made you able to control freely was your familiarity with that element. If you didn't have the wind skill, you most likely wouldn't be able to use that kind of magic with that complexity. Balance then stood up and began to walk around the young man. Slowly, each step she took on the ground echoed in the empty space. The half-wolf was listening attentively to every movement in that place, every detail of that moment, in the goddess' actions and words. He was so focused that he could hear even the sound of his own heart beating and his blood flowing through his body. "So, you're telling me that I could have fallen off the sword?" Luke questioned. "You might not even climb up or fly off. Your control only existed because you already understand the element. You are skilled, but magic is more complicated than you realize." Balance placed one of her hands on Luke's shoulder. The goddess then knelt down and embraced the half-wolf, running her hand through the young man's hair. "You have even more potential than you realize, but you are failing at magical art." "But why is that? I have mana, and I am managing to start the spell." The first phase occurred without problems. Small spells don't seem to be a problem either. Answered the half-wolf. His heart is still troubled by the world outside. This constant worry, as much as it is not taking over your head now, is making you lose concentration in the midst of magic. "So even when I'm not thinking about my problems, they still bother me?" asked Luke, placing one of his hands on his chin. "Exactly. You lack balance," replied the goddess, laughing. "It's not a matter of ignoring the problems out there, but controlling yourself." Maintaining a high-level magic without enchantment required two extremely important factors: control over the spell and visualization of it. Luke was having trouble controlling the spell. When he tried to levitate, staying in mid-air was something natural like breathing. This ease with the wind element made it less difficult for him to keep the magic stable. In the case of a simpler spell, such as an ordinary fireball, channeling it and controlling it is simple. But when it comes to a magic as complex as the concentrated fireball, constant attention and understanding is required. Any slightest change causes the spell to lose its form. And in Luke's case, the main problem was being his conflicting feelings. While he was trying to control that magic, he did not feel the naturalness of mastering the spell without even having to think about it. It was something complex that needed attention. Every time in Luke's heart, even for a second, he had this variation of feelings. His control over magic was disappearing. The half-wolf was thoughtful, sitting looking at the ground, trying to understand what he could do. Several possibilities were running through his head. He then looked at the goddess and questioned, "What should I do?" "Take the time in this space and concentrate on meditating. You need to understand the conflicting feelings in your heart. This time, fully understand what is bothering you, not just avoid thinking about it." Luke confirmed with his head and closing his eyes within that space. He began to meditate, looking inside himself to master his own feelings. In the half-wolf's head, all the possibilities of what bad things could have happened in the outside world appeared. Still, even if he were in Broteforge, it would be difficult to help the confrontation. He wondered how Ayumi, Alexis, Nathalia, Shiro would be, all the companions who were waiting for his return. He went back to thinking about what he was supposed to do at the academy, his blatant desire to master magic, complete a way to control the curse, and return to the battlefield. Outside the Eye of Horus, a few more minutes had passed. But inside, Luke seemed to have spent hours understanding and rethinking everything that bothered his chest. The time acceleration of the Eye of Horus was not as high, but still, every minute of the real world took more and more time in that space. His heartbeat, his breathing, every detail in that plan was keeping him present at that moment. After about a few hours, Luke finally understood everything. "I master my mind and my fears," he said, determined as he opened his eyes. The half-wolf then stood up, staring the goddess in the eyes. You could see on his face the determination he had always possessed restored. His eyes were sharp as a sword. His heart was burning with energy, Luke's whole face and attitude was completely different. The goddess then looked deep into the half-wolf's eyes arise. Adrian and Megan were talking, testing some spells. Luke was in that same position, immobile. It had been more than half an hour. The blond boy, with his carefree manner, tried to wake up the half-wolf, without success. He was motionless. Even the young man's breathing was difficult to perceive. "Do you think we should do something?" questioned the young mage. "I don't believe it would be good to get in his way," answered Megan. "Maybe he went into a coma from using too much mana? Or is he sleeping?" commented Adrian. "Luke has a lot more mana than Xanad. That's certainly not the problem." Before she could continue talking, Adrian interrupted her and started talking. "So, he's asleep. They'll try to wake him up from Muvo." The young mage then screamed with all his might. The boy's scream echoed all over the beach, slowly disappearing with the sound of the sea. That silent emptiness dominated the place again, with only the sound of foam and waves interrupting the monotonous place. Megan almost threw water on the blonde-haired boy again, but when she realized that scream didn't even bother Luke, she became even more worried. The minutes went by, and in the middle of all this delay, Adrian started to test some spells, throwing several spells into the sea. Training spells on the beach was common for the boy, but since he was busy helping Xanad in his research, it had been a while since Adrian had been able to play with magic. Megan remained attentive, her eyes focused on the half-wolf. She found Luke's ability to focus admirable, but as the minutes passed, this worried her a bit. After a few more minutes of waiting, the sun was already beginning to set, reducing the brightness. The sky began to tint with those orange and red colors, losing its luminous blue. The waters of the beach were now reflecting the sun that was falling over the horizon. The two young magicians were once again looking at each other, wondering what they could do to help their friend. Both were worried about what had happened to the half-wolf. Adrian and Megan looked at each other and began to talk about what to do. "It's been quite a while since he's been like this. I think we'd better call a teacher now." Megan said, "He'll call Xanad. He'll surely know what to do." Adrian concluded, "I wonder if he got sick and passed out static." "He seemed healthy enough to me. His mana source is gigantic too," answered Megan. She had never read about anything like this before, which made her even more worried about the half-wolf's condition. At that moment of indecision, the two of them, before Adrian was able to go out and look for help, Luke stood up, surprising the two mages. He levitated with magic, using the wind skills he had already mastered. A gale of sand began to surround the young man. The waves of sand were flying everywhere. Luke was floating a few inches above the ground. His hair was swaying with the wind's own energy. He then held out his two hands, channeling two massive spheres of fire. Each one was growing in the half-wolf's hands. Coming out of that small size, quickly both reached the size of a human head. A gigantic amount of mana flowed through the air, surprising Megan even more. Even Adrian was able to feel the variation of energy in that place. The two young magicians were covering their arms with their faces, protecting themselves from the sand. Above their heads, a third sphere of fire appeared, even bigger than the two in their hands. The windstorm would not stop. Luke then opened his eyes, watching the two magicians. Raising his voice, he said, "I'm back." Chapter 360. Canary raising his voice, he said, "I have returned." Freeing himself from his emotional locks, Luke had finally understood how to properly control magic. This would not make the act of learning the spells any easier, but all the control and use of magic was now free for the half-wolf. Mastering the rest of the elemental spells now was just a matter of practice. Luke's more complex spells now would not just disappear. His understanding of magic gave him much greater freedom in how to use the mana within his body. Luke then splits the gigantic sphere of fire above his head. It divided into several smaller spheres that began to circle his body. Controlling the movement of each one was a task that, although it took a lot of mana, was almost as natural for the half-wolf. Staying afloat was as automatic as breathing. And to control the spheres, he only needed to know where they should go. Just by thinking, those massive spheres of mana and fire were moving freely. Those various spheres were rotating around the young man. He then joined the two that were in his hands, creating a sort of disk of mana and heat. Still floating in the air, Luke turned toward the sea. The sun was almost disappearing over the horizon. The waves of the sea were swaying with the rising tide. Luke turned to face the vastness of the water, and with a wave of his hands, all the spheres and the disk were directed into the water, creating a gigantic explosion of steam and wind. The seawater was lifted with the pressure of the various attacks, and falling like a small rain into the sea. A strong wave of wind flew towards the three of them, further shaking Megan and Adrian's hair. Luke then descended to the sand, his wind magic decreasing in intensity until he stepped on the ground. All around the half-wolf, you could see the marks on the beach sand from the movement of the wind he was controlling. The moment he landed, Luke turned to his colleagues excitedly. It all seems so simple now, Half-Wolf said, smiling. The two mages in front of him were quiet. However, Megan was quite irritated by the situation. The young woman's cheeks were red with anger, her forehead was hot, and her teeth were grinding with rage. One of her feet was pounding the ground with speed. She was impatient. Luke didn't notice any of these signs, still thoughtful and focused on himself. He was reflecting on what he had just done. It was just controlling the magic, the energy to fuel it. She was already with me, he said, looking down at his hands. Megan then took a deep breath, looked at Luke, and began to lecture the young man. First, you disappear for hours, doing this weird meditation thing. Then you make this sandstorm shake all my hair and even get my clothes dirty. I am very angry with you, Megan said. Adrian then made a face of genuine surprise. Turning to Megan, he asked, "Why don't you throw water on him?" The girl then turned angrily and reaching out one of her hands, she quickly conjured a sphere of water towards the boy's face. That sphere of water flew out and crashed into Adrian's nose, throwing him backwards. The blond boy flew away, falling to the sand on the beach. A small trail of sand was made by the boy's feet as the sphere of water carried him away. Lying on the beach, Adrian stretched one of his arms upwards, his index finger pointing to the sky. The boy then continued, "See, you're acting different with him." The girl turned back, and angrily she again threw a sphere of water at the blond boy. That water magic came flying out again towards Adrian's face, who, as he was hit, gave a scream with fright. "Ah, man!" The boy's scream caught the two young men standing by surprise, who began to laugh. This lightened the mood a bit, leaving Megan a little more relaxed about everything that had just happened. Luke then put one of his hands on her shoulder. She took a little fright and quickly turned red with embarrassment. "I'm sorry for the trouble I caused," he said. "Don't worry," replied the young lady. Adrian then stood up, shook his hair to get the sand out. He was now looking down, slapping his body a few times to remove the sand from his clothes. The boy then walked out to meet the two young men, curious. He questioned Luke, "What was it you did just now? I didn't understand anything that happened." Adrian's question was simple, but still, the half-wolf would have to lie in his answer. He could not explain that he had just used a gene. Even though he was at the academy, he was still too close to the Melky Empire. Turning to the blonde-haired boy, Luke looked him in the eye and began to explain a completely fabricated story. "This meditation I just did is about a secret technique of the ancestors of my tribe. I'm an orphan, but it is so woven into my culture and the genetics of the half-wolf that I ended up learning to perform it on my own just by hearing stories of what my parents were like. It's like I'm walking around inside my soul, visualizing my problems and challenges," he said, trying to disguise as much as possible that he was lying. Megan was surprised by Luke's response, with a face of genuine surprise. "I have never read about such a specific technique of the half-wolf clans. That must be a secret passed down from generation to generation. Is it really okay to tell us?" said the girl. "Nice." She took the bait. "Actually, whether it's a secret of my clan or not, unfortunately I don't know. I have only heard stories about this technique, but I would be extremely grateful if you two would keep it a secret." Luke concluded. Adrian and Megan nodded, excited by the information and the half-wolf's vote of confidence. "You are amazing, Mr. Luke. In such a short time, you are already able to do so many things with magic. "You are for sure a genius," said the blond boy. "Mister, what about me, a genius in magic? Am not that amazing?" answered Luke. "Yes, you are. Show us again this magic you made," said Adrian the half-wolf, then nodded yes. Extending one of his hands, he channeled his mana above his palm. A sphere of mana and fire appeared. This sphere grew and grew. Luke then, with his other hand, flattened that sphere of energy. The heat from it was gigantic, but since it was him controlling his magic, he felt nothing. Then there was a disk of compressed energy. That disk remained spinning above one of the half-wolf's hands, which with a flick of his hand, he projected the disk forward, using if wind magic to control the direction of that spell. However, the amount of energy he put in with the flick was enough for the sound of wind being cut to appear. Vuuft, that disk flew off into the sea, flying until the three of them lost sight of where it was. Megan then placed one of her hands on her chin, and watching Luke, she began to think to herself. Both Adrian and the half-wolf did not understand the girl's attitude, and she began to walk from one side to the other while thinking quietly. The girl soon then turned to Luke. Pointing a finger at him, she challenged the young man. "This magic is a mana manipulation with fire and wind. If you visualize a shape for the spell, with your amount of mana, you will theoretically be able to create any shape you wish." Megan then crossed her arms, staring the half-wolf in the eyes. She continued to speak. "You have more mana than you need. So how about trying to create a spell with physical form?" The girl then held out one of her hands. 3 spheres of fire and mana appeared on top of the girl's palm. They then formed a cross. Soon after, that small cross increased a little in size and took the form of a small bird. That bird was static. It didn't move. It was just a statue of mana and heat. With her other hand, Megan made some movements, until the little bird, made of that same red and white matter, began to flap its wings. Then it took off, circling the girl, who controlled the actions of this spell. He was clearly not alive. He was like a little puppet of energy. But every movement of the little bird was so realistic that it left the two young people extremely surprised by the spell. Megan then turned to Luke and said, "You have mastered that first stage well. But can you do this?" Chapter 361, Stay with me. "You have mastered that first stage well. But can you do this?" The moment Megan said this, the little energy canary came flying to the girl's hand. The little bird was able to perform several impressive movements. Its form was extremely realistic. Both the flapping of its wings and every movement commanded by Megan made that statue of energy look truly alive. As much as Luke felt much freer with manipulating magic, the young man didn't even know how to start on the spell. He first began to transfer his energy, flowing from inside his chest to his arms, and then to his hands. Watching the palm of his hand, he channeled his mana into a sphere of energy, just as Megan had done. That sphere of energy grew larger, and when it reached a relatively large size, Luke used his other hand to cut the sphere in two. Each part was the size of an apple. Controlling the shape of the two spheres, the half-wolf connected the two, making a cylinder with the ends still circular. He then, with the hand he was using to control, created a small sphere of mana. Controlling where it should be, Luke placed the small sphere above the cylinder. This was an attempt to create a head for the bird. With that free hand, he was manipulating the shape of the energy, trying to turn that heap of mana into a bird. By this time, much more time had passed, which just showed how amazing Megan's ability was, creating something so complex in seconds. To the half-wolf's surprise, modeling was not so complicated. As he ran his finger across the energy, that heap of energy was changing shape. He was transforming that cylinder of energy into a shape that looked a little more like a half-moon, trying to create the little bird's tail. With a tweezing motion with his hands, Luke tried to create a small beak on the statue's head. Even though manipulating the energy was not such a complicated task, the statue the half-wolf was creating was far from looking like a bird. Finishing the modeling of the statue was something surprisingly difficult for Luke. Even simple, there was a lack of manual skill in Luke. As a few more minutes passed, that energy sculpture floating above his hand was far from looking like a bird. In the end, the half-wolf could not transform that heap of mana and fire into a bird. It was just a heap of shapes that glowed in a red and white light. This small defeat bothered him a lot. After such a display of skill, encountering yet another barrier made him a bit angry. "You are a terrible loser. Give me 2 days, and it'll make an energy dragon." "Ha! Why don't you say that to Megan?" "TSC, stop it." Luke then closed his hand, and floating above it, the sculpture became concentrated into a sphere again until it completely transformed. At the moment, the half-wolf had given up the challenge. However, even frustrated by this, being able to control the movement and shape of the sphere of fire and mana was something that made Luke extremely grateful. He then began to rotate the sphere above his fingers. He moved it from side to side, realizing how almost automatic the action of controlling where it should go was. The sun was almost setting, and the sound of the roaring sea was extremely relaxing for the half-wolf. Turning towards the vastness of the salt water, Luke launched the energy sphere towards the waves. Vuuft after casting, a loud sound of the spell flying towards the water echoed across the beach. The manosphere itself made a gigantic sound, cutting through the wind at high speed. It kept gaining distance from the three of them, until finally, after crossing a wave, the sphere fell into the water. Even from a long distance away, the sphere still raised some water as it began to sink. With the heat of the magic, some steam began to rise from the area where the spell hit. Half-Wolf then turned to Megan. "I will learn this, so just wait," he said, smiling. Seeing Luke's smile warmed the girl's heart. She was truly concerned about the time the half-wolf had spent seemingly unconscious. Both Megan and Adrian were excited by Luke's motivation. The half-wolf possessed a willpower that, although it was quiet, was quite motivating. It was almost dark already. Luke had undoubtedly had a very tiring day. The same could be said of Megan and Adrian, who were tired after so much time studying and working on their respective researches. The half-wolf was already thinking about the next day, about his request for help to Orion, and about the mysterious little blacksmith who gave him that unusual proposal. However, Luke began to feel a discomfort inside his chest. Things were starting to get bad for the young man. Adrian, still soaked with water, was running his hands over his body, trying to get the rest of the sand out. He then created a wind magic to try to spread with one spell all the sand that was stuck in his clothes. Megan was tired. She wanted to go home and take a long hot bath. Her hair was not so messy, but she is delicate like any other girl her age. Even though her main focus is her studies in magic, any girl likes to keep herself neat and scented. "I'm really looking forward to taking a hot bath in the tub," Megan said, stretching her arms as she stretched. "My back is killing me. I'm pretty tired myself." "You went way overboard with the water spells today," answered Adrian. "It's not that much. I even control myself, so I wouldn't hurt you," Megan said. "Still, it bothered me a lot. Why don't you do this kind of thing with Luke?" questioned Adrian. "I guess he just doesn't make me as angry as you do." The two were having fun talking, but they both failed to notice how silent Luke was. His body was swaying a little, his throat couldn't speak anything, until Adrian turned to Luke to say goodbye. "See ya, buddy. I'm already go. ING," said the blonde-haired boy, who widened his eyes watching Luke's pale face. Megan noticed Adrian's reaction and quickly looked at the half-wolf, showing her concern and surprise with wide eyes. The half-wolf's face showed a huge fatigue. He was without any balance. At the corner of Luke's mouth, there was a little blood. "Luke, hold on, Luke." At that very moment, the half-wolf's vision became completely blurred. His heartbeat started to become heavier and slower. The boy felt a gigantic shortness of breath and pain in his chest. His head was in great pain. It felt as if his ribs were being pressed down, as if a giant hand was grabbing him and squeezing him. After sputtering with what seemed to be a punch inside his heart, Luke then felt his knees on the ground, still trying to stand, in vain. For his consciousness became more and more blurred. His vision went out. "Luke, please stay with me." The half-wolf then collapsed on the sand on the beach. The last thing he heard was Balance talking to him. Adrian and Megan were desperate. The girl then knelt down and with the boy's support turned Luke over, who was lying face down in the sand. She then checked the pressure of the half-wolf, placing 2 fingers beside Luke's neck. Relieved, she sighed. He's alive, but his pressure is low. Go get a stretcher, Megan said. The kid ran out into the lab, where there was some emergency medical equipment. He then returned with a large ornate wooden board. It was covered with a kind of thin layer of cotton. On the bottom was a magic circle. Adrian then positioned the stretcher on the floor. With Megan's help, the 2 of them laid Luke down. Megan then put both hands together, and channeling her mana, she activated the magic circle. The wooden board began to levitate with wind magic. Megan was left with the task of taking Luke to the center of the academy, while Adrian ran out in front. The boy had picked up a flying sword from inside the laboratory. Throwing a large greatsword on the ground, he quickly climbed on it and flew off to look for help. The sound of the sword cutting through the wind echoed across the beach. Woof, meanwhile, Megan would walk from the beach to the center of the academy. The distance was relatively great, but carrying Luke on the flying stretcher, it wouldn't be that difficult to get him to the medical center. They were both extremely worried, but the need to take action was more important. Hang in there, Luke, said Megan, looking at the unconscious half-wolf. Chapter 362, Turning Point, Part 1. Hang in there, Luke, Megan said, looking at the unconscious half-wolf. The way back to the gym was not difficult. As Megan walked off the sands of the beach, she climbed a small ladder that overlooked the island's mountain range. Following a dirt road, she walked toward the gym. As it was already dark, several lamps illuminated the path. They had a strong glow, magical artifacts developed by the academy. The girl was extremely worried about Luke. Every 2 steps she took forward, she stopped, turned to the half-wolf to check if everything was all right, and started walking again. As she walked, it was possible to see how that dirt road was not used much. Megan almost jumped in fright when she saw a spider walking along the road. The forest was empty, and only the nocturnal birds of the area could be heard. The girl couldn't recognize them by their sound, but sometimes it was possible to hear the distinctive song of a few owls. Megan was not used to walking that much. Her locomotion around the academy was like that of most experienced mages, entirely by means of flying swords. But taking Luke flying was extremely dangerous. If it was an external injury, any more sudden movement could be the difference between life and death. The girl's heart was leaping. Her concern was enormous. As she walked along, she continued conjuring healing magic on the half-wolf. Guiding the flying stretcher with wind magic, she left Luke floating beside her. With one of her hands on the half-wolf, emitting a small white glow that appeared along with the healing magic, she was putting her own mana into the boy, switching between the many different healing spells she knew. Distinct spells that were so different, but that now didn't seem to have much effect. The half-wolf's face showed no pain, but it was possible to see his heavy breathing. The dirt road soon changed to a concrete brick road, signaling that they had already passed the halfway point. Beside the road was a long wooden fence with the iron posts that held the many magic lamps that illuminated the road. Several trees surrounded the road, and when the girl looked up at the sky, it was difficult to see the stars. With so many trees covering the view, with the strong night winds, Megan was starting to feel a little cold in the middle of that forest. The uniform she was wearing was not the winter one. I wonder how you are doing, Luke, Megan said, looking at the half-wolf. Luke, what happened? He asked. With a confused face, your curse started to fragment your soul. Your use of the Eye of Horus to speak to me caused this. The half-wolf then looked up, observing that infinite empty, blank space. He then turned to the goddess in front of him. Worried, he questioned, am I going to die then? Don't worry about it. If you're still talking to me, it means you are alive. I can't return, am trying. What does that mean? Calm down, my dear. You must just be unconscious. Now Luke was worried about what might happen. He couldn't remember the last moments he had spent awake. In the young man's memories, it was as if he had finished using that magic and soon after met balance. Now it was only necessary to wait. I had an idea, Luke. What? You know how to help me. Yes, but maybe you don't like that. Just do it. If it will help me, I don't care. Balance then put both hands on Luke's head, and bringing him close to her, She leaned her feet up and gave the young man a kiss on the forehead. Now the half-wolf's consciousness was asleep. He would only wake up when the whole thing was over, and that was just as dangerous, because it meant that if there was no solution, Luke would die in his sleep. After much walking on that brick road, Megan finally approached the academy, noting a few rooms along the way. "This is Marukiuan's botany lab. That means we're getting a little close," she said hopefully. As the girl walked, in her head, she was reading aloud the various medical books that were in the academy's library, reciting the symptoms of various diseases, trying to find a possible diagnosis for Luke. After a few more minutes, another concrete path appeared, this time as a route to the left. "This is Mr. Wilford's research center. Not long now." "Luke," she said, watching the half-wolf. After a few more minutes, finally the lights of the academy could be observed. As soon as Megan left the clearing and found the descent that led to the many buildings of the academy, already Adrian and Xanad could be seen, as well as two doctors from the academy. The doctors' clothes were white lab coats, similar to those worn by some teachers. However, there was a distinct symbol representing the magical healing arts, the sign of a flower and a dagger. The flower on the blazon represented the recovery of the wounded, while the weapon represented the patient's own battle for survival. When the two doctors saw Luke, they rushed off to take the half-wolf to the healing center. Xanad hurried off along with them, leaving Adrian and Megan worried, but a little more relieved knowing that he was already in good hands. "I wonder what Luke might have." I compared it to all the illnesses recorded in the medical manuals at the academy. "It didn't look like anything we have on record," Megan said, her voice still a little shaky with fatigue. "Xanad told me what Luke has. They will know how to treat him," replied Adrian. "But if it's not a disease, what could have caused it?" Megan said. Confused, the blonde-haired boy then turned to her, with a much more serious face than he normally maintains. "Luke is cursed. All we saw were the side effects of the curse." The girl's eyes then widened. She knew very little about curses, as it was a subject that ran a bit outside of the magic studied at the academy. This answer only made her more uneasy, thinking of what would happen with her new friend. Adrian then sighed and turned to Megan again. "There's something else I need to tell you," he said, looking deep into the girl's eyes. The main reason that brought Luke to the academy was not to help Xanad with his research. In fact, he came here in search of a way to minimize the side effects of his curse. Adrian then looked away, feeling a tightness in his chest to explain this. "Xanad told me that he suggested that Luke ask you for help in how to resolve this situation. He figured that with your help it would be possible to create some way to take care of these side effects." Hearing Adrian's words, Megan's heart felt a giant squeeze of guilt. The feeling of being unable to help the half-wolf left a bitter taste for her, and knowing that Xanad believed she could find a solution only made her more angry with herself. However, an idea popped into the girl's head, who soon turned to Adrian. "The effects we saw were physical, right?" she asked him. "Yes." "Everything that happened occurred in his body," Adrian replied, confirming the hypothesis that popped into the girl's head. "I think I found a possible solution," she said, immediately lifting her face and rushing off. "What did you think?" shouted Adrian so that the girl could hear. She was already a little far away. "I'm going to make an artifact. That's my idea," Megan replied, shouting, without stopping running. The idea Megan had was exactly what Xanad and Luke had thought of. A magical artifact will be able to utilize Luke's mana, transforming that energy into various healing spells. With enough preparation, it will be possible to get the artifact to start the necessary healing spells before the half-wolf even felt the side effects of his curse. Megan was running towards the dormitory where her room was. After all, of all the people in the academy, when it came to building artifacts, one person stood out. Alice Bloodstone, Megan's twin sister. Entering the dormitory hall, the girl came across a receptionist. Still worried about the half-wolf, the girl's heart was beating fast. Megan then asked for her sister. "Is Alice here yet?" "I don't know, I just started my shift," answered the receptionist. "Datsuk." "Thanks," said the girl, running to her room. Climbing the stairs and walking with hurried steps, she was wondering how she could develop this artifact. Megan's knowledge of the construction of this type of equipment was far from as refined as her sister's, but still, she wondered how she could develop the magical circles of the equipment. Opening the door to her room sharply, Megan came across Alice at her workbench. "I need your help." Chapter 363, Turning Point. Part 2. Opening the door to her room with force, Megan came across Alice on her workbench. "I need your help." Alice Bloodstone had long blonde hair, in a slightly lighter color than Ayumi's, but not white like Nathalia's. Her eyes possessed a green glow, which in that dark room, they shone with the reflection of the light. She was wearing an academy uniform. However, it was completely white with red details. In the girl's workbench, there were several tools. On the wall in front of the table, there were several papers with magical circles drawn on them. The girl then dropped her tools. She was working on what looked like a clock. Confused, she then questioned her sister about what was going on. "Megan, is everything okay?" she said worriedly. The girl then bent down in front of her sister. "Please, I need your help," Megan said, looking down at the ground as she asked for help in front of her sister. Hey, it's okay, just tell me about it." Megan then stood up and began to explain everything that had happened. About Luke's practice of magic, his strange meditation that had lasted a long time, the demonstration of vast mastery that the half-wolf possessed, what happened to the new colleague, the various and different symptoms Luke demonstrated, how she brought him to the academy in a flying stretcher, and what was now happening to the young man. Within the academy, the two sisters were the most remarkable students. Alice Bloodstone was formidable and surprisingly skilled with the production of magical artifacts, while Megan Bloodstone had memorized almost every book in the academy, having a vast notion of different types of magic, their uses and applications. Both sisters had been adopted by the academy, growing up from a young age in that school town. From an early age, Alice learned to build artifacts, manipulate magic, and produce magic circles. She was the best in this field. With an amazing memory like her sisters, Alice was able to memorize different types of magic circles, item patterns, and forging methods. However, Alice was just as busy a girl as Megan, having several projects of her own, as well as requests from within the academy. A good part of the magic lamps on the lampposts that lit up the entire island had been designed or even made by the girl. The identification cards of the academy members also underwent major changes with the help of the girl, who greatly improved the design. Even the bathtubs in the academy rooms had been designed by the girl, who hated having to bathe with a bucket. Alice was extremely in demand, whether it was to produce ideas or to work incessantly producing magic circles. But even with such a complicated life, she would do anything for her only family, her best friend, her sister. Megan's concern for Luke was truly high. As much as she had only known him a short time, this was the first time all of Megan's knowledge was useless in front of a problem. Her inability to help her new friend left her truly hurt. To make matters worse, knowing that Xanad trusted her to find a possible solution made her even sadder at her inability. A curse? I've heard of cursed items, but never got to touch one," Alice said. Megan asked. "Yes, they can both have a gigantic amount of mana, as well as being items that cause a curse on their owner," answered Alice. Within the academy, there was very little information regarding how they worked or how it was possible to deal with curses. However, Megan was willing to pursue the possibility she had thought of. Develop an artifact that would be able to regulate Luke's internal mana, using healing spells to stabilize his curse. That way, when he started to get sick, the side effect of the curse would gradually decrease. When Megan explained this idea to Alice, the girl's green eyes sparkled with ideas. Alice then turned around, took a pen, and began to draw several different magical circles. The two sisters had this same characteristic of loving challenges, hating to lose, and being completely focused when a challenge comes up. In the end, Alice found a problem with Megan's proposal. It would be necessary to have a notion of all the side effects of the curse, how they behave, how Luke reacts, what the young man's magical ability is, and several other factors. Creating such equipment would be very complicated. Luckily, The person with the greatest notion of theoretical magic at the Academy was precisely Megan, so the knowledge and choice of the different spells needed would not be a problem. Megan let her sister get back to work on the strange clock that was on her desk. Then she went to the bathroom to take a long shower. At the moment, she could only wait. Inside the hot water of the tub, the girl's thoughts were confused. She kept thinking about the symptoms Luke had shown. If Adrian hadn't said that Xanad knew how to solve this problem, she would surely be even more worried. If she didn't know how to fix it with healing magic, most likely the doctors at the Academy wouldn't either. However, knowing that those healers would not be able to heal Luke was nothing to diminish Megan's annoyance either. In the many years of working and studying at the Academy, no challenge ever seemed impossible for her. There was never anything where her knowledge was worthless. She was feeling completely incapable. As she ran soap over her body, her thoughts began to make more sense. If Xanad already knew how to help Luke, so much so that he already helped him, it was only necessary that the old mage explain to her and Alice how to produce an artifact that would be able to help the half-wolf. That seemed to be the next step to be taken. Amidst so many thoughts, Megan chose to try to focus on the now. Her ears began to focus on a steady trickle of water that was falling from the bathtub faucet. With each drop of water, the girl's mind calmed down. It was necessary to get some rest, or all this stress would only make it more difficult for her to complete her daily tasks the next day. The girl's body was relaxing, enjoying the warm water that relieved her stress. "I'm going to get out of the shower and check on him," said Megan, who soon after sank into the tub. Luke's condition was now stable. The two mage healers were confused by the symptoms that were described by Adrian. If it hadn't been for Xanad's presence in the medical center, it would have been difficult for Luke to get out alive. It was several small details that saved the half-wolf's life. If Megan had not applied healing magic soon after Luke began to feel ill, the symptoms of the curse would probably have been much stronger, which could have easily ended Luke's life. However, what confused the doctors the most was the condition of the half-wolf's body, even with signs of having spat blood. There was no apparent problem in the youth. "He has no sequelae or causes for the symptoms that boy described," said one of the doctors. "Maybe the boy was just overreacting. Seeing his friend ill could have made him worried," answered the other doctor. However, Xanad soon intervened in the middle. "It is not a disease, boy, but it is really interesting the case of this half-wolf. Anyway, now that he is a little better, could you excuse me?" said Xanad. "Yes, sir," answered the two doctors simultaneously, then left the room. By the presence of the two doctors who were checking on Luke, the old mage Xanad was unable to conjure his spirits to care for the half-wolf as he did the first time this happened. Even though he was a rather confused person, the old wizard knew that revealing Luke's secret to those two wizards was far from the sleeping boy's intentions. Xanad then picked up his staff, positioning it above, in front of the bed Luke was lying on. The half-wolf was unconscious, but his breathing was extremely heavy. He huffed for air. This was the only sign that the curse was still present, and it seemed to have stabilized again. After Xanad began to conjure his magic, 3 white-colored spirits appeared above the magician. They were small white spheres that looked somewhat like the glow of fireflies, although no physical body form of these spirits could be seen. Luke's whole body began to create an aura around it, which emitted a light of the same color as the 3 spirits conjured by the old magician. Xanad now possessed a slightly better sense of what was happening to the half-wolf. By manipulating Luke's internal mana, he was controlling the effects of the curse. Within Melky's Academy of Magic, perhaps only Xanad was capable of understanding how to deal with curses. The half-wolf began to cough extremely hard, until gradually his breathing became calmer. The half-wolf's life was not in danger now, for the time being. Chapter 364, Meeting. By manipulating Luke's internal mana, he was controlling the effects of the curse. Within Melky's Academy of Magic, perhaps only Xanad was capable of understanding how to deal with curses. The half-wolf began to cough extremely hard, until slowly his breathing became calmer. The half-wolf's life was not in danger now, for the time being. Even after Luke was theoretically better, Xanad remained at the half-wolf side. reading an old book of spells. He sat in front of the bed where Luke lay. A short time later, hurried footsteps could be heard rushing through the vast corridors of that medical center. With a hurried pace, each step echoed through the corridor. It was Meredith. The girl looked in each doorway until she finally saw through a window which room the half-wolf was in. The half-fox's heart was drowned in worry and doubt. Seeing her beloved in such a complicated situation was so sad and revolting. Her inability to help Luke only left her with that bitter feeling in her mouth and a deep sense of guilt in her chest. She then arrived in front of the door to Luke's room, and even with a little trepidation, she opened the door with force, slamming it against the wall and producing a very loud sound. Old Xanad then just turned to the girl, and with his index finger in front of his mouth, he gave a silent signal. "Shuhi is sleeping. Sit on my side." Meredith merely agreed with her head and grabbed a chair, sitting down next to the old mage. A cruel silence hung around the room until old Xanad began to speak. Worried about how the girl was feeling, he figured talking would be a good way to ease the situation. "This boy is pretty strong. No need to worry about him," said Xanad. "I know. I saw him become strong. But I still remember when we both were just 2 kids. I can't be reassured with Luke in that situation," answered Meredith. Placing one of his hands on the half-fox's shoulder, old Xanad gave a small smile. "It's all right now. We'll find a solution to this. In fact, I think I already know what might be going on." Meredith's head was conflicted with several thoughts. For a moment she thought, what will that solution be? However, remembering that this was Xanad, she would probably not understand the mage's explanations. That feeling of helplessness would linger from the girl's chest for a long, long time. "Anyway, I'll leave you 2 alone now," said the old mage as he stood up. He then opened the door and walked away, whistling a tune. The moment the door closed, Meredith held one of Luke's hands. The half-wolf was warm, but seeing him unconscious was creating a feeling of indescribable sadness for the half-fox. She then lost control of her own emotions and began to cry. She then reclined her head on Luke's bed, her eyes filled with tears. The 2 of them had a little time alone, but soon another worried girl arrived at the medical center. She was accompanied by her sister. Megan and Alice made their way to Luke's room. Megan's steps were as hurried and worried as were Meredith's, while Alice was following at short distance. The blonde girl was wondering what could be done to solve this situation. Her face was a little tired. She had just gone to the medical center to take a closer look at the half-wolf's case. Megan's heart was beating hard. With every step she took her heart, a different thought popped in her head. She was mentally reading several books, going over possibilities, thinking about what could be done. She felt extremely guilty for feeling that she might have been able to prevent this. Megan couldn't even imagine that Luke had such a complicated situation. However, when she approached the half-wolf's room, she just shook her head, trying to stop thinking about it, at least for now. She then opened the door. Her sister was right behind. Uttered Alice, watching Meredith on the bed crying. "Good evening," said Megan, greeting the half-fox in typical academy style. Alice was showing a confused face as she watched Megan. So this guy wasn't a crush of my sister's," concluded the blonde-haired girl. "Good evening," Meredith replied. Sobbing, the 2 girls sat on the other side of the bed. Megan was tapping her foot with speed. She was extremely anxious. Even as she avoided it, hundreds of texts flashed through her eyes, several paragraphs of possibilities. Alice was drawing some magic circles in her notebook, while slowly shaking her head, as if affirming to herself that her ideas were working. A certain silence continued for a long time, until Meredith dried her own tears, lifted her face, and tried to start a conversation. "Are you 2 Luke's new friends?" she said in a trembling voice. "My sister is. I just came to help her," answered Alice, nonchalantly as she continued to draw on her notebook. She had spoken so quickly that Megan couldn't even think to give a response. "Well," she said, "I guess I can say I'm a friend of Luke's. Did you meet him here too?" Megan asked. "Luke is my family," answered Meredith. Megan's head soon became confused, but he's so young. How can he have a wife at that age? My goodness. Looking at him, I couldn't imagine he could be that romantic, thought the girl. She was sure to be incredulous when she found out that Luke actually had 3 wives, counting Meredith. I see, Megan said, quickly shaking her head to again try to clear her thoughts. She then realized that she had not introduced herself. The name is Megan Bloodstone. This one next to me is my sister, Alice Bloodstone. Megan said as she bowed again. My name is Meredith. It's a pleasure to meet you both. She spoke. So this is the girl that Xanad said could help Luke. I'm glad she accepted that task. You both for some reason remind me a bit of Nathalia, thought the half-fox. That silence continued for a while longer, only interrupted by Alice, who with each completed magic circle showed it to Megan asking for her opinion. This was repeated for a few minutes. Both Meredith and Megan were having a similar feeling in their chests, a feeling of guilt for feeling that they could have done something, that they could have helped Luke. What do you think of this 5th order circle? Would it work as a base? Alice asked, holding out her black leather notebook again in front of her sister. We will still need to review the side effects. Maybe a grouping of 10th order magic circles is needed, answered Megan, placing one of her hands on her chin. Meredith then tilted her head in confusion, watching the 2 sisters. She then questioned what this was all about. What are you 2 doing? She asked. And again, Alice answered faster than her sister. I am trying to draw a pattern of magic circles. We're going to make an artifact to take care of Luke's curse. I see, replied Meredith. The half-fox felt a little annoyed at how she couldn't help the 2 sisters with their project, but she felt relieved knowing that they were at least managing to find a solution. It wasn't that late, but the 3 girls were already starting to get sleepy. Xanad then opened the door, accompanied by Adrian. The blonde-haired boy was carrying 2 leather books, both extremely thick. The old wizard then waved to everyone. The moment the 2 entered the door, Alice stood up excitedly, running towards the old mage to show her notebook and the drawings of the project. Please take a look, Papa, Alice said. Meredith was confused by the girl's speech. Xanad is the grandfather of these 2 girls? Thought the half-fox. The old mage then picked up the notebook and began to carefully read the magic circle the girl had made. Ho ho ho. That circle is really impressive. Impressive how you sketched a 10th order healing circle in such a short time, said Xanad, while running his hand over Alice's head. However, the solution to this problem should be something else. That was something the old wizard had already concluded. He then asked Adrian to give the 2 books to Megan. The answer to solving this problem is going to be a little more complicated than simply a healing artifact. I had already found a solution, but how to turn that into an artifact is going to be a slightly more complicated task. Xanad said. When Megan picked up one of the 2 books, the girl's eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 365 breakdown, however, the solution to this problem should be something else. That was something the old wizard had already concluded. He then asked Adrian to give the 2 books to Megan. The answer to solving this problem is going to be a little more complicated than simply a healing artifact. I had already found a solution, but how to turn that into an artifact is going to be a slightly more complicated task. Xanad said. When Megan picked up one of the 2 books, the girl's eyes widened with surprise. When I stabilized the boy, I realized that his mana that is intensifying the effects of the curse. Xanad said. Megan soon understood the point, but was left with a doubt in her mind. But these side effects have only been showing up when he uses a gene. She thought. What happened was this. When Luke uses a gene, the mana inside him is reorganized so that it ends up activating and intensifying the curse. Xanad was considering this possibility, since the boy showed no problems when using spells. After all, any feat connected with the magical arts only requires an expenditure of mana. But the old wizard knew that if Luke didn't tell him that he was a genes user, most likely he had a reason. In fact, just being in Melky was more than enough reason to keep it a secret. The book Megan was holding was one of the new contents Xanad had picked up on his last trip. It was a rare book that she had not yet read. It was a grimoire that did not appear to be Melky's. The cover was made of red leather, with a red border. Its cover was of red leather, with gold details. In front of the cover was a title engraved with a golden material. The name of the book in question was Magic Principles of Internal Mana Manipulation. Megan said aloud. Leafing through the many pages of the book, one could find hundreds of concepts about just that. How to reorganize a person's internal mana. After all, mana collapses are one of the possible causes of the intensification of a curse. The second book appeared to be from Brotforge. It was exactly what Megan needed. The name of the book was Index of Casualties and Symptoms of Curses. As Megan looked closely at the two books, Xanad chose to start explaining his theory to the three young mages. The solution I imagine we can look for is an artifact to reorganize the boy's mana. The third chapter of the Curse Grimoire comments on just that. Mana breakdowns directly affect the bearer, intensifying effects of curses and curses. Alice listened intently and began to jot down some ideas with a few notions she had regarding circles that managed mana. If reorganizing mana was even remotely similar to creating a magic circle that requires mana, she already knew more or less how to start the process. Adrian stood next to Megan. Both watching the two books, they were commenting on what could be done. With a certain enthusiasm, they both felt compelled to be able to help their new friend in trouble. Xanad was watching the two from a distance, giving his observations and answering questions from the two young magicians. Sometimes Alice stood up and went to ask them about their magic circles. The whole group was involved with starting the project of Luke's recovery. However, it was getting late, and staying in the medical center was not the best possible decision at the moment. Because of this and other factors, the group started to go to their lodgings. Adrian and Alice left first. Before leaving, Xanad checked Luke's condition once more. Apparently, he was already well, he just remained unconscious. The old wizard then left, leaving only Megan and Meredith in the room. The half-fox was upset. She felt so helpless in that situation. Her previous knowledge was of no use in the midst of this mess. All her experience was of little value. After all, she never had much interest in genes, magic, skills, or mana. In Megan's case, however, as much as her concern continued, she was now more relaxed about how to help Luke, which lessened some of the weight she was feeling. Both were sitting, each on one side of the bed. Megan was flipping through the two grimoires of magic, while Meredith was just taking up various thoughts that were flying through her head. Several hours passed. Dawn had finally arrived. It was well into the night when Luke began to cough uncontrollably. Megan and Meredith jumped out of their chairs, both extremely worried and ready to call for help. Both girls' faces were pained. They exchanged glances, knowing exactly what the other was thinking. However, to the surprise of both girls, when the coughing stopped, Luke opened his eyes and lifted his chest. He then placed one of his hands in front of his head, while with the other, he supported himself to stand up. "What happened? I feel like I've been asleep for days," said the half-wolf in a trembling voice. Luke's body was still weakened, mostly by intense fatigue. Even though the curse was now under control, he still felt tired from all the symptoms that had occurred in his body. Even though none of them had caused any marks, they left a severe post-traumatic stress. "Welcome back, Luke," Meredith said, with a big smile on her face. "I thought I was going to lose my new assistant," said Megan, letting out a sigh of relief. "Welcome back, big boy. You put me to sleep? I told you you wouldn't like it. But it was better to just wake up when everything was resolved than to remain trapped for hours in your own consciousness. Still, what would happen if they hadn't been able to heal me? You would never wake up again, though, if you remained inside your own head. If that happened, what would occur? If you're trapped inside your consciousness and your body died, I have a certain doubt whether your soul would go to the second plane or be abandoned forever within an infinite time break." "I see. In the end, there was no other better option. Thanks for that balance. At least I wasn't left for hours thinking the worst." Luke let out a small laugh. Soon after, the two girls began to explain everything that had happened. Megan began by telling what had happened to Luke's body, then explained how she had brought him to the medical center. How her sister and she were now going to work on the artifact to help Luke, and how Adrian and Xanad were willing to help as well. Luke listened to everything intently, with a gigantic gratitude for the two girls who remained by his side. He was extremely grateful for all the new allies he had met at the academy. Meredith had a lot to talk about with Luke, In particular, she had discovered some extremely disturbing news within the academy. However, with the half-wolf's condition, this was certainly not the best time to create more problems in his head. So for this reason, she opted to hold on for a few more days to a piece of information that could completely change how the two of them were living in the academy. Perhaps it was necessary to take precautionary measures against this. Megan then began to explain what she, Adrian, Alice, and Xanad had talked about. Luke now possessed a much clearer sense of how magic worked, so what had previously been a bit more abstract to understand now made a bit more sense. Although the way Megan explained it was a bit confusing, this time he took the liberty to go questioning what she had explained. Xanad concluded that your curse is affected by a regrouping of your mana. Something you do is moving your mana within your body, aggravating the state of your curse. At the time, I figured it might be this special half-wolf meditation, but I preferred not to comment to Xanad since he said it was a secret. Megan said, the moment the girl said this, Meredith was amazed. She soon concluded that what Luke had actually done was to have used a gene skill again. She then became afraid. After all, what would happen if they found out that he was a gene carrier? The half-fox's heart was beating fast. Several bad thoughts were going through her head. The new problems, what could happen? She began to question if it was really possible to find a solution to Luke's curse. However, when she looked at the way the half-wolf and Megan were talking, that doubt disappeared. Luke and Megan were analyzing all the possibilities with a gigantic seriousness. Even though he was a novice in the magical arts, he appeared to be understanding the conclusions the girl said. My sister is going to create a magic circle to control her mana. We will need in the next few days to analyze how she behaves normally. So when there's a fluctuation, the artifact will control and channel her mana. Said Megan, however, that has an obvious problem, doesn't it? Luke said, looking into the girl's eyes. Megan then sighed and confirmed with her head. We will have to assess how your curse behaves on your mana, Megan said. The moment she said that, Luke looked down with a slightly confused face. On the spot, the half-fox realized that would be a problem. What does that mean? Meredith asked Megan, then looked into the half-fox's eyes. And with a serious countenance, she explained, we're going to have to repeat what happened today to understand how to help Luke. Chapter 366, Taking Risk, however, that has an obvious problem, doesn't it? Luke said, looking into the girl's eyes. Megan then sighed and confirmed with her head. We will have to assess how your curse behaves on your mana. Megan said. The moment she said that, Luke looked down with a slightly confused face. On the spot, the half-fox realized that would be a problem. What does that mean? Meredith asked. Megan then looked into the half-fox's eyes. And with a serious countenance, she explained, we're going to have to repeat what happened today to understand how to help Luke. Meredith's eyes widened with surprise. She couldn't bear to see Luke in that same situation. At the same moment, she turned to the half-wolf, waiting to hear his opinion. Luke looked into Meredith's eyes, and giving a smile, he stroked the half-wolf's head. Slowly, the girl's astonished face calmed down, until she just continued to sit near Luke, waiting to hear his explanation. If we perform this experiment right, with Xanad's support, I think it's difficult for you to have any problems. Megan said. In the end, the explanation made sense. If Xanad was able to manually control the effects of the curse by reorganizing Luke's mana, it was possible to significantly reduce the damage when they had to do this experiment. Megan was focused on one hypothesis. If she and Alice were to use a device to measure how Luke's mana pools normally, and then check how it looks after the curse intensifies, it would be possible to get a sense of how both cases work. Thus, Alice would be able to create an artifact that would do the job that Xanad was performing. However, in order to automate this process, it would be necessary to have a good sense of how these anomalies in Luke's mana work. Megan figured it would be necessary to perform this experiment at least 5 times. Then she would have enough information to start developing this artifact. Within the academy, there was already equipment capable of recognizing the flow of a person's mana. However, because of Luke's amount of magic, and because it was a series of different variations of mana, it would be necessary to build or improve this type of equipment. There were crystals that were able to recognize the amount of magic a user had. Other artifacts could recognize a person's mana, how it flowed internally, acting as if they were a compass. But nothing was able to measure precisely how a person's mana behaved inside their body. In the end, there was a reason they called Megan the living library. In her mind, several possibilities were flashing by with extreme speed. She would go the next day to talk to her sister about the first part of the project. Adrian and Xanad would be needed as well. However, there was one thing that was missing. Alice was undoubtedly an ingenious builder. She had a very good sense of how to use magic circles. However, to accomplish this project, a blacksmith would probably be needed. Normally, Alice would just request the parts for the Academy's forge, but in the case of this project, it would be ideal to keep a secret. There was no reason to announce the creation of such an artifact to the Academy, although perhaps the new machine would be useful to the research center. Considering this, the girls soon spoke again. I believe we will need a blacksmith. I can look for some tomorrow, although I don't know many members of the forge at the Academy. Megan said. At that very moment, Luke remembered Orion's proposal. Probably the Zhao mage knew skilled blacksmith from the Academy. So it wouldn't be a problem to take advantage of Orion's invitation to look for help. The half-wolf also remembered the little blue-haired boy, although he was still a bit disbelieving if that child would be able to forge anything of real quality. Leave that task to me. I've been wanting to get to know the forge at the Academy. Luke said. Both Megan and Meredith looked worriedly at the half-wolf. Both denied the idea, but he remained firm in his decision. I'm already feeling much better. I just need a little more rest. Meredith, keep learning as much as you can in the Academy classes. Megan, you're always so busy. Use your free time to help Alice with this project. Leave the part about finding a blacksmith to me. Luke concluded. The half-wolf was quite interested in Orion's invitation, if he won a great sword from the Academy. Moving from one corner to another would never be a problem again. In Luke's head, he was already thinking about the possibilities of how he could use this on the battlefield. It would only be necessary to remove the greatsword from his inventory, and he would be ready to fly. It would also be interesting to see little Ezra's abilities, as much as Luke was disbelieving the boy's potential. Not visiting the forge and ignoring the conversation he had with the little blacksmith would be extremely rude. The blue-haired boy seemed extremely excited when he set out to forge, so there was no reason not to check out his abilities. Now, both Luke and Megan were determined with their next steps. The half-wolf, although still tired, was already wondering what the next spells he would try to learn would be. His goal was still to use the time at the Academy to develop himself in as many elements as possible. He already had a very good understanding of wind magic. Now he had just finished understanding how to use fire magic, manipulating his own mana to create small spheres of energy that emitted a gigantic amount of heat. Although it would still be necessary to review a few more spells of that element. The next element Luke was interested in learning about was how to manipulate water and ice. Megan had already given an introduction to it, but mastering this type of spell was also in Luke's interests. The half-wolf was burning with determination to continue his studies. Megan was determined to find a solution to support Luke. She hated that feeling of feeling unable to help. The next chance, she had to meet with Xanad. She made up her mind that she would take the opportunity to question about everything the old mage had done to stabilize the half-wolf's mana. The girl was also determined to start the project with her sister the next day. She would already start searching and gathering the necessary equipment to continue this research. How to obtain the magical artifacts that check the user's mana. After all, perhaps it would be possible to simply upgrade the already existing artifacts to a better mana reading. Both of them had eyes burning with determination. However, Meredith was heartbroken about a piece of news that she no longer knew how to break to Luke. Even more so in the situation he was in. She knew the half-wolf. She knew that if she told him, Luke would try to take action. He would run after a way to stop what was happening at the Academy. Meredith was attending classes at the Academy. She had entered the island as a researcher, but after talking with Luke and Xanad, they both preferred that she attend classes at the Academy to learn more about how magic works. This would be a way for her to finally become a little stronger. She was excited by the practical classes. She understood some basic spells. Learning how to conjure spells and even discovered the history of the academy. She had always been interested in study. Since she was a little girl, learning was something that made her heart race with excitement. She paid close attention to each of the academy's classes. One of the subjects she began to take was magical botany. Some plants react with the use of magic directly. They're able to change shape, grow larger than normal, or even change color completely. Some specific flowers and mushrooms are able to accumulate the mana of a region. Other plants are able to steal the mana of those who touch their leaves. In general, some plants have adapted to the use and contact with the mana of the world. The magical botany took advantage of these plants to develop their studies. In Luke's own laboratory, there was an area of botany, where they were used as guinea pigs for experiments. Botany is one of the most important non-combat disciplines in the academy. In Meredith's room, there were no more half-beasts. On the very third day of class, with her keen hearing, she observed a strange speech by Professor Max Wilford. He seemed to be talking to himself. However, when she could get closer and hear better, she realized that it was a conversation. A strange female voice was talking to him. The two of them were commenting on some experiments that Wilford was performing together with Professor Hoshigaki. Strangely, there was no sign that the woman Mr. Max was talking to was present there. It was impossible to hear her breathing. Soon Meredith discovered what the conversation was about. Wilford was taking advantage of plant research to develop a method to create chimeras. Chapter 367 Retrospect, Part 1. Wilford was taking advantage of plant research to develop a method for creating chimeras. A few hours earlier, Meredith Scully's day started off a little slow. As much as the half-fox had woken up several times for a few minutes, only to go back to sleep, she remained in bed. Her morning was again started with Luke doing his morning workouts. A little embarrassed, she enjoyed watching her beloved train, pretending to still be asleep. Meredith was spying on the half-wolf performing his push-ups. Luke's heavy breathing was an incredible melody to the girl, who was beginning to imagine some other possible types of exercise, in this case, those done together. Watching the sweat dripping down the half-wolf's broad back made her face a little red. However, she concentrated on her task of pretending to be asleep. As Luke began to make bars on the bathroom door, he stood facing the girl's bed, at a distance of about 4 feet. Watching Luke's muscles twitching was making Meredith even more embarrassed that she was spying. She knew it would be okay to watch, but for some reason, the feeling of being hidden in the covers watching him was making her heart race. The girl no doubt imagined that she was succeeding in her task. She was also skilled in the art of camouflage. However, Luke could notice her breathing changing, becoming a little short of breath. The half-wolf was used to Meredith's sleepy breathing, so it was obvious that she was awake. But why would she pretend to be asleep? Thought Luke. Soon he put that matter aside and continued to train. Luke finished his exercises, which discouraged the young woman a little, who was extremely entertained by watching her lover exercising. Just then he took a quick shower and left. Again, Meredith was alone. My God, what was I doing, thought the girl. As she shook her head and rolled on the bed from side to side, her head was full of imaginations. And in her heart, it was energized with the love she felt. When did he get so handsome? She questioned, looking up at the ceiling with her face completely red. Slowly, she closed her eyes again. Anyway, now that he's gone, I'm going to lie down some more, she said, giving a small laugh soon after. The girl's morning had indeed started slowly, something she should have enjoyed, as the day would only get much more complicated from now on. After a few more hours, the girl finally decided to get up. There was still some time before the beginning of classes at the academy. Even with so many relapses into sleep, it was still early. Luke had left his room early in the morning. As the sun rose, the windows of the room lit up. A calm wind swayed the curtains, causing the light to dance across the room. Meredith's red hair shone in a beautiful shade when it met the light. Now that the sun was beating down on her bed, the temperature under the covers was rising. After concentrating all her energy, she finally decided to get up. Her hair was a bit messy and her clothes were wrinkled, but the half-fox's natural beauty was still as striking as ever. Merritt slowly stood up, stretching. stretching her arms up as she stretched. After putting her feet up off the bed, she soon came across the mirror that stood on the bedroom wall. "Okay, I'm going to need a comb," she said, observing her reflection. Every day, the girl started the same way, combing her tail and hair. She still felt awkward that she no longer had to hide her half-beast features. But it wasn't a bad feeling. In fact, it was liberating. She was excited, singing a tune as she ran her comb through her long red hair. Maybe it's going to be time to trim the ends," she said, thinking aloud. Combing her tail was the most time-consuming part of her morning, perhaps even more complicated than fixing her hair. But the girl continued to sing excitedly as she combed her hair. When she had finally finished her daily routine, the girl put on a casual outfit and went downstairs to eat breakfast in the academy cafeteria. The long white corridors of the dormitory sparkled in the sunlight. The many windows of the building illuminated every inch of the place with the beautiful energy of the morning. The appearance of the academy already showed perfection in architecture, but watching the light coming in through the windows made this place even more beautiful. The way every little detail of the building seemed to be done with care was astonishing. Even though Meredith had grown accustomed to large buildings, mainly because of the mention of Ayumi, there was something about that place that left the half-fox's heart with a sense of comfort and wonder. I hardly see anyone walking around without their uniform," she said, walking down the halls. A few seconds later, she saw one of the researchers in an outfit that was also casual. She was an elf with black hair, an extremely dark shade. The woman's skin was very white, similar to Nathalia's. She was dressed in a black skirt and a red blouse. Everything about the woman showed elegance, even the way she walked. Her face was exuberant and young, but wearing glasses gave her a serious and intelligent appearance. As they both passed each other, they exchanged glances. At that very moment, the elf gave a small smile and waved her hand. Meredith reciprocated the gesture. Inside the academy, it was the norm to wear the uniform outside the dormitories. Something the half-fox had not yet completed. She did not even imagine that there was such a norm. However, with the common fear of attracting attention, Meredith decided that she would no longer go out without her uniform. After all, apart from the elf she had met, everyone was wearing one of the academy's uniforms. Both those who were working, researchers, and even students walking through the dormitory. After walking down the stairs 3 floors, she finally reached the main entrance of the building. Walking to the right, she went towards the cafeteria. There were several tables for eating. The cafeteria was full. It was one of the few places where conversations could be heard going on normally. In any other place in the academy, it is unusual to see much noise. In the intervals of the classes, there were those who commented and talked among themselves. But both in the corridors and even on the street, even with conversations, it was hard to be bothered by the noise. Silence always reigned. This atmosphere at the academy was wonderful for Meredith, who, with her keen hearing, had always been bothered by the noise of urban centers like Okawa. It was a relief for the girl, who felt free to think without hundreds of voices bothering her. Inside the dining hall, the conversations, although more marked, still took place in a low tone of voice. Since Meredith was in a researcher's dormitory, most of the subjects discussed at the tables were precisely about experiments, development of artifacts, and magic. While she sat there feeding herself, the girl was trying to understand what she was able to hear, an effort that unfortunately was in vain. There was still a very large knowledge barrier. After Meredith left the refectory, she returned to her room extremely thoughtful, uncomfortable with her inability to understand the conversations that took place at the next table. This gave her more motivation to study. She then sat down in front of a desk, where she spent the rest of her free time reading the books that the teachers had indicated. She also reviewed her notes from the previous day, as well as making notes of what she had just learned. She was not familiar with magic, which made the task extremely challenging. But Meredith wanted to be of more use to Luke. She did not possess several of Jean's abilities like Alexis, nor did she have the prestige, money, and contacts like Ayumi. But one fact has always been present in her life. She is a hard-working woman who would do anything for her beloved. Meredith continued studying for hours, trying to concentrate as much as possible on the texts in front of her. But whenever she stopped for a moment to rest and drink some water, her thoughts would return to Luke. She couldn't get the half-wolf out of her head. Every second that she wasn't reading, her heart was racing, thinking about him, imagining the times they would have together and what they could do. She felt a gigantic longing to be by Luke's side every day. She imagined what their children would be like, what it would be like to cook for him and wait for him every night in his bed. She couldn't stop imagining her return to Broteforge. All she wanted most of all was to be accepted as Luke's wife. Chapter 368 Retrospect, Part 2. When it finally got close to class time, Meredith left the dormitories and walked towards the center of the academy. Coming out of the large hallway of the researchers' dormitory, the sun was already strong, illuminating the academy uniforms that shone with the light. Soon she became aware, with her keen half-fox hearing, of the various steps of the dozens of people walking back and forth. Some with a certain pace, others slower, going in all directions in the long square. Meredith was to perform in one of the main teaching buildings, which was a little behind the main building. The distance was relatively long if walking. It should take about 15 minutes. The girl walked calmly, until little by little it was possible to notice the other students and members of the academy who would be attending classes. Even though they still had a little free time, most of them were already getting ready for another day of teaching. Following the region's architecture, the teaching center building stood out with long columns at its entrance. The black wooden door was striking from a distance, at least 26 feet long. It was illuminated by a series of small white spheres, which glowed to illuminate the entrance. The building was made of white brick, with small details and a wood finish. A little in front of the columns was a large stone slab, shaped like a square, turned sideways. In the center, there was an engraving of a book and a quill, and just below, there was an illumination spell engraved in the stone, going around the stone. Adrian had explained to Meredith that this was another symbolism of the academy. The book and quill signified that it was a study building, while the simple spell of light magic represented knowledge illuminating the demons of doubt. The academy was surrounded by small, yet elegant highlights that showed the care and knowledge of the inventors who built it. After Meredith climbed a short flight of marble stairs that led to the second floor of the building, the half-wolf came upon a long hall that was divided into 3 corridors. There were 2 staircases at the sides, one of the corridors in the center, and 2 others that led off to the left and right of the large entrance hall. The floor was marble, as were part of the columns inside the building. The handrails were made of wood, as were part of the walls of the building. While some of the walls were the same white concrete, others were dark oak wood and white plaster. In front of the entrance door of the building were several picture frames of teachers, some of whom were still teaching at the academy, while others had already passed away. What always caught the half-fox's attention was the picture of Xanad, who appeared to be much younger than he really was. I wonder when this painting was made, thought Meredith as she started up the stairs. In her arm were 2 notebooks and a book that she was told to take to the next class. It was not very heavy. On the second floor would be the first half-fox class. There was a bleachers with several oak tables. The seat was connected to the table. With each seat, the height of the bleachers rose a little more, so that all the students would be able to observe the teacher from a distance. The capacity of the room was at least 100 students. As much as it was an enclosed space, the ceiling was far away even from the last row of chairs. Seats were marked off inside the tables, where there would be a small hole to put their utensils, such as pens and pencils. On top of each oak table was a block of black stone, where calculations and drafts of some subjects would be made. To Meredith's sensitive sense of smell, that gigantic amount of chalk in every corner of the room was a nightmare. The first moment she sat down, her nose was already bothered. At the end of the previous day, she ended up with a runny nose. As the time for the first class approached, several students came through the wide doorway. There was a small elevation to the stone board where the teacher would lecture. The gigantic stone board was made up of several black squares, each one able to move from one direction to another. On top of the wall of the room were still the notes from the day before. In a few minutes, the entire room was already crowded. Meredith was able to recognize a few faces from the day before, but because of her lack of understanding of the magical art, as well as a certain fear of starting a conversation, she remained silent, not initiating conversation with anyone. It wasn't an unwillingness, but she simply wasn't able to completely trust the students around her. She was also afraid that they would notice her magical ineptitude, or even be prejudiced against her race. Even with some kind people like Adrian and Xanad, it was still Melky's territory. Some students began to take notes from the previous day. Others used the stone squares on the tables to perform small calculations. Conversation was on a low note, although lively in some cases. The whole room made Meredith a little dizzy. The smell of chalk mixed with so many conversations was a bit exhausting for her. After 15 minutes, a lady with a big gray hat entered the room. It was one of the professors of chemical magic, a subject that made no sense to Meredith. The creation of potions and medicines using only natural products and mana was different, to say the least. From what the half-fox had heard in the student conversations, this teacher was a disciple of Xanad. Maybe she started studying with him already a little older? The truth was that Xanad was a prodigy in magic, having started teaching at the academy at a very young age, which explained how a woman who appeared to be much older than him could be a student. The professor walked with a white cane, which seemed to be made of wood. On top of the cane was a small crystal flower. She brought several glass apparatuses, which resembled the equipment Xanad carried back and forth. As she carried out her explanations, the boards moved to give her more space to write. Her class went on without any problems. When the teacher finished her lecture, the students slowly moved to the various other classrooms. Those who were more interested in combat magic usually took the opportunity to go to practical or battle theory classes, while those who were interested in a specific theory part could go to a lab or study with a professor of that subject. Meredith was taking the standard academy classes. There were several classes with extremely different subjects. However, the general notions of magic were learned with excellence. Even if it was not possible to completely master a subject or to advance in depth in an area that you wished, that was enough for the half-fox who just wanted to use her days at the academy to learn the basics of how spells work. She didn't want to become the best or have that much battle experience, but to be able to help Luke a little more. Even though the chemical magic classes were boring, she was still trying to understand, especially since it was one of the most important forms of magic for the production of medicines. This was one of the main focuses of the half-fox, to be able to take care of Luke, as well as to be by his side when needed. To this end, she chose that she would give a main focus to these subjects. But in order not to lose the necessary and general notions, she continued studying in the regular grade. One of the classes the day before that surprised Meredith the most was undoubtedly botanical magic. Seeing the different functions of flowers and plants was amazing. The teacher from the previous day was named Marukiyuin Hashigaki, an extremely nice and fun-loving gentleman from Zhao. Meredith's next class was precisely botany. However, another teacher would be teaching the class. It was another part of botanical magic. Meredith was equally interested to learn about it, so she made her way attentively to the professor's room. It was on the third floor of the building. The room was a little larger, especially the professor's desk, where it was possible to see several potted plants. After a few minutes, the teacher who was going to give the class arrived. His name was Max Wilford. He had blonde hair and was extremely elegant. He wore a brown suit with the Academy's coat of arms in the pocket of his blazer. He was one of the youngest teachers at the Academy, and one of the most coveted men by all the women on the island. Chapter 369 Retrospect, Part 3. After a few minutes, the professor who was to give the class arrived. His name was Max Wilford. He had completely white hair and was extremely elegant. He wore a brown suit with the Academy's coat of arms in the pocket of his blazer. He was one of the youngest teachers at the Academy, and one of the most coveted men by all the women on the island. He wore glasses with a silver frame, which were in the middle of his thin nose. His face was extremely handsome. He had Stroger-like features, although his ears were not pointed. As he began to speak, the young teacher removed one of his white gloves to hold the chalk. With his other hand, he positioned it behind his back as he began to write on the board. The posture he maintained while standing was as perfect as his manner. It seemed that his every action was planned to be performed in the most graceful manner. To Meredith's sensitive ears, it was soon evident how popular the wizard was. Mr. Wilford is so amazing. He is so well-dressed today. Did you see that a girl proposed to him yesterday? I think I'll try my luck too. Girls' voices all around, all talking quietly, trying not to be heard by Mr. Wilford. This began to annoy the half-fox. Most of the room was female, and most of the girls were gossiping about the professor. TSK Meredith clicked her tongue. She then crossed her arms and leaned back. The class hadn't even started, and she was already tired. The smell of chalk bothering her nose seemed much better than having to listen to all these girls. I saw Mr. Max last week with a student. Yeah, I saw him too. It was a blonde, right? Exactly. I wonder if she was taking questions? But that seems a bit odd to me. Oh, now I'm jealous. Meredith then leaned back under the desk. She then continued the class dejectedly, trying to ignore the surrounding noises. Even when he started the class, you could still hear the students gossiping in brief moments. The teacher would look at the different groups of girls and wink at the students. The half-fox could hear the breathing of these groups, getting more breathless. This began to create an annoyance in her for the teacher. She wasn't really going for him anymore. I'm sure this blondie can hear what they're saying, Meredith thought. It was as if he let the girls talk about him during class. He seemed to want them to comment and compliment him. At one point, Meredith finally went from just disliking to actually being angry with the teacher. He blew a kiss to a group of girls next to her. He was really encouraging these girls to become his followers. Mr. Wilford was a professor of magical botany. Not only that, he was also a biologist. Some magicians were also scholars of standard arts, such as mathematics, literature, and even world history. His classes were precisely about magical botany and healing practice. On his desk, there were a few potted plants. He approached one that was a little larger. It was a kind of apple tree that had not yet fully grown. Holding the trunk of the small tree with both hands, he broke it in half. However, he did not separate the two parts of the trunk. Even though it was broken, there was still a connection between the two parts. All the girls in the room made a sound of surprise and admiration, which made the half-fox confused and more annoyed. He only broke a tree. What's so great about that? She thought. Then the white-haired mage held out his hands in front of the tree and continued his explanation. As you can see, our little friend had her inner part broken in half. Unfortunately, we couldn't do much in a natural way, though. With mana manipulation magic, we can restore our friend tree. He said soon after, his hand began to glow with a white light. Ikira healing. The moment he finished the incantation, that light went around the wood fiber, connecting the trunk again, which gradually rose and rose, until the two parts connected, as if the tree had never broken. Here in Magical Botany, we will learn how magic directly interferes with the functioning of plants, but also, my loves, we will learn how to use that magic we can learn from plants, to people, Wilford said, turning to the board to continue writing. Again, the girls went wild, letting out sighs of admiration. Conversation had ceased during the explanation, but now it was back on. He's so amazing. That spell could heal my broken heart. I don't need a spell, just a kiss. All these lines were making Meredith tired and increasingly irritated. However, even with this extremely unpleasant lecture, Mr. Max's explanations were very good. Even without paying that much attention to the lecture, the half-fox was able to understand what the professor was talking about without any problems. I liked magical botany, and it is an important subject, but this teacher, half-fox, was confused. Continuing to attend these classes would be like torture for her ears, but she was interested in learning this content. Even after the class was over, several students surrounded Mr. Max, who was smiling as he answered the girls' questions. The girls' voices were shaky, as if they were all embarrassed to talk to the teacher. This way of his, this guy gives me agony, thought Meredith, who was watching that group of girls from a distance, sawing her eyes. The half-fox then left and went to the bathroom. When she came out of the bathroom, she noticed a strange voice talking nearby. It was a female voice, but it sounded a bit macabre. Sometimes it would falter, as if the person had suddenly stopped speaking in the middle of a sentence. This noise was coming from the hallway next to the bathroom. Chapter 370 Retrospect, Part 4. This noise was coming from the hallway next to the bathroom. Meredith walked with slow steps towards the noise. Her keen hearing could understand what they were talking about, but she still didn't understand what it was about. Even in such an open corridor, the sound of that conversation was not echoing so well, something strange that took the half-fox by surprise. With furtive steps, she slowly approached the noise, her ears attentively trying to understand what was happening. Her ears were wiggling as they adjusted to try to understand the conversation. She was sneaking along the wall, trying not to make noise with the friction of her body in contact with the wall, and as stealthily as possible so as not to attract attention with the sound of her feet. Now at that corner, at the edge of the corridor that went in a full circle to the right, hidden by the wall, she stuck her head out. What she saw was Max Wilford holding a communication sphere. The whole place around him was covered with a kind of purple energy, and a black smoke was surrounding the professor's body. This black smoke was covering the professor's feet, flowing from outside the sphere and spreading out into the corridor. The professor's skin was now a white color, and you could see his veins were black. It was as if the blood in his body was completely black. It was as if he had simply turned into a walking corpse, although a corpse would have less whitish skin than the professor's, and the veins would not be so dark. His own voice had changed. It was now sounding more low-pitched, and his breathing was heavy and breathless. The crystal in the professor's hand was made of a kind of red glass, which emitted a ruby light that illuminated the professor's face. In addition to the smoke that flowed between the fingers of the professor's hand, there was also a kind of small red crystal floating above the communication sphere. Meredith's heart was beating frantically. Realizing this, she took a deep breath, and with as much concentration as she could muster, tried to control her heartbeat. Little by little, the half-fox's heart was calming down, and she stood there, lurking, trying to understand what was happening. Inside the crystal, it was possible to see what looked like a woman. It was a creature with a female body, breasts covered by a kind of black scale. There was long red hair, which was swaying as if she were floating under the sea. On top of the creature's head, there were frightening black horns, but the most bizarre thing of all was without a doubt the monster's eyes. Completely black eyes with pupils that glowed red. It was a demon. Meredith then turned around, vanishing from the field of vision of the two of them. A demon. They didn't notice me. She then hid, and with her heart racing again, focused as much as possible on understanding what the two were talking about. I successfully managed to transfer the mana from the third guinea pig to the black lily. I'm managing to stabilize this upkeep. I believe I will soon be able to start doing the limb transmutation for the chimera, said Max. His voice was bizarre. He then gave a disgusting smile. It didn't look one bit like the way he used to talk to the girls. All right, we have a lot of faith in you. I hope you don't end up being a failure like your predecessor. Do you have any other requests? Said that creature in a feminine voice. I want more genes. I didn't realize how incredible this is. Please give me some more genes, he said, now desperate, raising his voice a little. The moment he realized that he had spoken too loudly, Meredith heard some footsteps from side to side, as if he was checking that there was no one around. Complete your task, and we will pay you with whatever you want, but know that if you get it wrong, it will be the end of you. The half-fox then walked away, utilizing her stealth skills to the fullest. She took several quick but silent steps, and soon, she was already climbing the stairs of the corridor, far away from where it all happened. Soon after, Max Wilford returned to his elegant teacher's posture. Drying his mouth with a cloth, he had salivated like a mad dog. Walking down the corridor, his eyes soon noticed a red hair on the floor. He knelt down and picked up the red strand. Placing it near his nose, his eyes changed completely to an aggressive look of fury. It has a half-beast aroma. He then threw the hair on the ground. It's probably nothing. I was alone, he said, walking to the teacher's room while scratching his neck. The next few classes were going well. However, as much as Meredith tried to control her heart, she was still worried. Sitting in the middle of class, she couldn't stop thinking about how Luke would react to this news. If I warn Luke, He will surely want to face the professor head-on. Sighing, she began to comb her tail with one of her hands. As long as this war goes on, it will be impossible to have peace. After 2 classes, it was finally break time. A small space to rest one's head and have afternoon tea. The students were leaving the room, but the half-fox remained seated in her seat, drawing. Gradually, the sound of footsteps diminished, until few remained in the room. Meredith then decided to go out to the cafeteria to eat while she still had time to spare. In the corridors, she heard rumors that made her even more worried. Did you hear that Orion was defeated by a half-wolf this morning? But isn't he a golden pendant? Yes, he is. But I heard that he was defeated by a novice. Who is this half-wolf? It seems that he is a new assistant of Mr. Zanet. Chapter 371 Retrospect, Part 5. Did you hear that Orion was defeated by a half-wolf that morning? But isn't he a golden pendant? Yes, he is. But I heard that he was defeated by a novice. Who is this half-wolf? Apparently, he's a new assistant to Mr. Zanet. When Meredith heard this, her ears popped up. She intently turned to the wheel of girls who were chatting, with a total focus on what was being discussed. No doubt her half-fox instincts became even more attenuated when she heard something related to Luke. In her head, several thoughts were spinning, already imagining that the worst could happen. This was a defect that intensified in her heart, this constant worry about what might happen, about the future. She spoke a half-wolf. It could be any half-wolf, but it's Zoned's assistant. It's definitely Luke. It can only be Luke. What made the girl incredulous was precisely this question. If the subject was about Luke, that would imply that he managed to get into a fight in less than a week inside the academy, an environment that until now was peaceful and quiet. But if there was one person who knew what Luke Lang is capable of, no doubt it is Meredith. He would definitely be able to do that. But still, it's so early. I wonder what motivated him to make trouble so quickly. Even more so a duel. How could he manage to have a disagreement so quickly? And he's still weakened. It doesn't make sense. What happened, Luke? The conversation of that group of girls continued, which gave Meredith even more answers and questions. I heard they dueled on the beach, said a girl with long green hair and red glasses. She was excitedly shaking her head from side to side, making little jumps of excitement. Yes, near the flight center, answered a girl with short blonde hair, who was also wearing glasses. I wanted to see Orion swinging his sword, continued the blonde. He must look so attractive fighting, answered the green-haired girl. From what I heard, he used a great sword, said a red-haired girl who was on the wheel. She carried a sword on her back. And yet he was still defeated? How impressive, answered another girl who possessed pink hair and rabbit ears. Meredith's eyes widened. Her face was making a genuine expression of astonishment and at the same time fear. Her heart was beating incessantly, with doubts and questions of what might happen now. After all, they could be in serious danger. Gold pendants are the strongest members of the academy. If Luke got into a duel with one of these guys, that's sure to cause trouble. If he draws too much attention, maybe even the demons will notice our presence in the academy. She was nervous. And now that she knew about the demon's influence in the academy, she had an even greater desire not to draw attention to herself. Knowing that one of the teachers had direct contact with the demons was something that terrified the girl at first. In theory, the academy space was supposed to be alien to Melky's government, but the geographical proximity was obviously a factor that would eventually influence, drawing the Empire's interest to the magical knowledge of that island. The first servant would easily recognize Luke. We need to consider now that the demons have already realized our presence here. This place is too protected for them to attempt a direct attack, but currently we are isolated. I wonder what might happen on the outside, now that they know Luke is too far away to interfere. Various thoughts were flying back and forth in Half-Fox's head, who was tapping her foot on the ground with anxiety. She was trying to imagine everything that could occur with this new news. They were oblivious to any information, and without Luke's help, the demons would surely take advantage of Ayumi's weakness. They already had no news from Brotforge, which was making them both worried. Now the situation was even more critical. Depending on how Luke was going to react, he might have the will to directly confront Max Wilford, Just the thought of Luke getting into a direct confrontation with the professor was something that made the half-wolf extremely worried. After all, the half-wolf was still weakened and unable to use skills, no matter how much he had apparently won a duel against a prodigy student. It's a completely different situation when it comes to a teacher. To make matters worse, Luke would still have to face him using only magic, since he would not be able to use his gene skills without being affected by the curse, which in Meredith's view made the duel even more dangerous. A teacher at Melky's Academy is a master of the magical arts. Even if Wilford was young, his ability and strength should be amazing to be able to teach at the Academy. But letting the production of chimeras continue would undoubtedly be a wrong decision, which would directly influence the war between Melky and Brotforge. So as much as this situation was degrading and extremely dangerous, it would be necessary to intervene in Mr. Max's research. The question is how. Luke is too weak to fight him directly. Maybe with Zanid's help we can stop the project from continuing. But would Zanid help us? What would happen if we intervene? A new and even more worrying possibility crossed Meredith's mind. We can't say anything about how the Academy would react to this. Maybe the directors themselves are supporting Mr. Max's decision. If that is true, are we really safe here? The demons can attack the Academy directly, but there's nothing stopping them from attacking us in the night. Even more so if they have the support of the Academy members. Now the very safety of the two were in doubt. Is Melky's Academy really neutral towards the Empire? Can we really trust anyone here? The half-fox's face was now pale, with a sense of fear she hadn't experienced in a long time, until she suddenly felt a hand on her shoulder. It was the girl with the red hair who was talking in the group. Meredith jumped with fright. "Yeah? Oh, I'm sorry," Half-Fox said, embarrassed. "Don't worry, I'm the one who's sorry. But is everything okay?" questioned the red-haired girl. She was dressed in her standard Academy uniform, wearing a white skirt and long black stockings that went up to her thigh. Her hair was a very strong red. Her eyes were also red, and on her back she was holding a long silver sword. Soon the other girls followed the redhead's attitude and approached Meredith. The girl with pink hair and rabbit ears came hopping up. "You had such a worried face. I'm glad Ruby came to talk to you." This girl was dressed in her Academy uniform, but on top of her shirt was a white sweater that hid her hands and part of her neck. Her long pink hair was completely messed up, while her rabbit ears were protruding upwards. "That's right. Do you need help? I've never seen you around here before," said the blonde-haired girl. She wore black glasses and had relatively short hair just above her shoulders. She was wearing a ponytail. "Yee, a new friend. You were very handsome offering help Hein Ruby," continued the rabbit girl, poking the red-headed girl's face, who took the chance to bite her friend's finger. "Well, my name is Ruby. What's your name?" said the red-haired girl. The half-fox then looked down, her heart still churning with several bad thoughts of what might happen at the Academy. But she sighed deeply and chose to think it over another time. "My name is Meredith. It's a pleasure to meet you. Call me Yutsii." Uma the rabbit girl said. "My name is Ains, and the green-haired shy girl is Ellen." The group of girls then started talking to Meredith, which eased her tempers a bit for the day. Later the situation regarding Luke was resolved when another girl who attended the Academy's flight group explained what happened. So Luke lost very narrowly to the captain in a flying competition, and it spread like he won a duel. Said Meredith, unforeseen things happen, but really, that was a big change of information. It's not the first time that's happened. Ruby commented. The red-headed girl then scratched the back of her head. "Sai, it makes sense that you would have been so worried. Hearing that your beloved has entered a duel must be very scary. Even more so after such a short time that you have joined the Academy." Ruby concluded this relief kept Meredith from negative thoughts, although this support from the girls didn't last long. Chapter 372, The Return of Conflicts. A few hours passed, and now, later in the night, only Meredith, Luke, and Megan were in that room. The moon was shining brightly in the night sky of the Academy. You could see the stars helping to light that room, along with the magical artifacts that glowed in that room. One of the windows was open, and the night wind began to blow into the room. It moved the curtains and shook the hair of Megan, who was sitting in front of Luke's bed. Meredith also had her hair slightly messed up. With the wind coming in, Megan closed the window using magic, moving her hand as she continued reading. While sitting on his bed, Luke stood with his arms crossed thinking. He was looking up, his eyes closed toward the ceiling, with a look of annoyance on his face. The half-wolf was reviewing what he should do in the days to come. His next step would no doubt be to resolve the situation with Orion. After all, Luke was worried that he would end up making enemies at the academy. Megan was still pensive in her room. She was sitting on a white chair, which looked like a kind of circular armchair made of a soft fabric. On her lap was a pillow, where the girl had left one of the grimoires that Xanad had lent her. That wide book was open. She was intently leafing through those pages that could bring the long-awaited solution to the half-wolf's problems. Shaking her head as she placed her hand on her chin, the girl was acting as if she was confirming her own thoughts, while, with her other hand, she was playing with a part of her hair. She only stopped this unusual action when she needed to turn a page in that long grimoire. There was a hush hanging over the room, but both Megan and Luke were excited about their upcoming challenges. The night wind was now blowing on the window, rattling the glass without so much force. Within that group, only Meredith still appeared to be uncomfortable. When Luke opened his eyes and turned to the half-fox, he soon realized that something was weighing on the girl's heart. "You don't have to hide or guard. I know when something is bothering you." "What happened?" Luke said. Meredith sighed as she looked at Megan. The half-fox then closed her eyes and shook her head, as if trying to make her thoughts go away. Megan soon realized what was happening and stopped looking at the grimoire. She then lifted her head to enter the conversation. Looking into Meredith's eyes, which were evidently strange, she decided to question. "Am I disturbing you? If you want, I can leave you two alone." She said. "No, it's not that. It's okay," Meredith said. After another worried sigh, the half-fox continued. "I'd like to know how the academy fares with regard to chimeras. I know it's an unusual question, but you could say that Luke and I have a certain problem with that subject," Meredith said, as she pointed to her ears. After all, there were those who thought that creating chimeras was not that different from a half-beast, although that kind of prejudice was something not so talked about. The half-fox's idea was simple, to check whether or not she could trust Megan. There was no point in trying to hide this situation. After all, she knew that this could only create more problems in the future. The ideal thing would be to check now whether or not they could trust Xanad and Megan. After having approached other girls at the academy, Meredith realized that there were several different people within that institution. Some students were not only foreigners, but also opposed to Melky's empire. Because she had made these new friendships at the academy, much of the fears that had embraced the girl had been calmed. Megan found the question strange, which was astonished on the girl's face. But, she soon replied, "Chimeras are in the restricted activity group at the academy. The institution does not support that kind of magical practice on living beings. Although not that it's okay to study plant manipulation," concluded the girl. Meredith's ears perked up after receiving this news. Knowing that the academy was against this kind of practice was a relief. After all, if the group denounced this practice, in theory the problem would be solved. When Luke heard this, he soon understood what it could be about. It made no sense that Meredith had brought this up for no reason. His face was now worried too, with a visible look of irritation. "Isn't it possible they're here too?" Megan was a smart girl. She knew that this question had a reason. So, after closing the grimoire, she asked. Wafted with the abrupt closing of the pages, some dust flew up. "So, who is doing this, and how did you find out?" Megan said. All the dust that the book had loosened ended up flying in front of the wizard girl's face, who was holding back from sneezing in front of the two of them. Luke then turned around, looking the half-fox in the eye, and then nodded, confirming that she could talk about what was happening now. Megan was apparently not an enemy. Meredith then explained about the conversation she overheard from Max Wilford. However, she didn't go into the details of commenting on how the professor was communicating with the demon. Megan had her hand on her chin again as she listened to this story. Several thoughts ran through her head. By the time Meredith concluded what she was talking about, Megan had wondered what they could do to resolve this situation. "I never got along very well with Mr. Wilford. He hasn't been a teacher at the academy that many years, but he always had a kind of extremely strange energy around him. Other than that, this woman-seeker type of man is quite inconvenient. Sighed Megan after venting out. We're going to need to get some documents proving that he's taking advantage of botany research to create a chimera. Maybe if we can infiltrate his lab, said Megan. At that very moment, a series of flashbacks flashed through the half-wolf's mind. This time, if Meredith were to break into this lab, Luke would be sure to keep this professor busy. All those unpleasant memories not only flashed through Luke's eyes, but also through those of the half-fox, who was equally disturbed by this conversation. All three ended up sighing at the same time. When they realized this, the group started laughing. It was a small moment of relief in the midst of so many new conflicts. It eased some of the stress that all three were feeling. Megan was now pondering how they could get the information they needed. But this Professor Max, what guarantees that he is working alone? Luke said, As far as I know, he is in a botany research group alongside Mr. Hoshigaki. But getting into his lab wouldn't be a problem, since old Hoshi is a good friend of Zonit's. I get along. I can't imagine that gentleman performing that kind of task. Megan said, Still, I believe it would be ideal to investigate him as well. Kind faces can hide big lies. Meredith said. All three nodded their agreement. Since you're closer to this professor, could you look into it, Megan? Luke said. I don't see a problem. He doesn't have a private lab. The problem will be what to do about Wilford, answered Megan. The three again fell silent again. Each was focused on their own line of thought, trying to find a solution or devise a plan. Megan concluded that if Max Wilford was hiding and conducting forbidden research, in theory, there should only be 3 possible locations to check. However, this could turn out to be more complicated than it seems. Every faculty member at the academy was entitled to have a research room. There would be one of the places where they should check. First, it would be necessary to find out if he was really using his room. When Megan went back through her memories, looking for clues that could help this investigation, one of the problems she remembered was an old case from the academy. A combat magic professor had been expelled after using a research lab to play around with his female students. The problem was that this was not his lab, which made it difficult to find out. In this case, perhaps Wilford was using another facility to conduct his research. It would be necessary to verify this possibility before taking the actions of the main plan. The other possibility would be the room itself in the teacher's dormitory. It would not be impossible for Megan to enter and search the area looking for documents. Finally, there was the laboratory in conjunction with Professor Hoshigaki. However, this was undoubtedly the easiest place to access. He would hardly keep confidential documents in such an accessible place. Even if this possibility was a little more complicated, he could be using different locations to spread his documents, so that it would be more difficult to identify and report his actions. If Mr. Max was taking advantage of this, it would be necessary that all possible locations were checked at the same time. This way they would avoid creating suspicion or being discovered, and they would be able to gather all the necessary information to request his expulsion from the academy. Chapter 373 New Goals. If Mr. Max was taking advantage of this, it would be necessary for all possible locations to be checked at the same time. This way they would avoid creating suspicion or being discovered, and they would be able to gather all the necessary information to request his expulsion from the academy. After rethinking and struggling to understand the different possibilities of what could occur, it was as if several movies were running through the girl's head, every possible scene or decision. The conclusion she had could solve all the problems that this plan could logically create. Megan then decided to explain this idea. However, she was still a little afraid, mainly because of the state Luke was in. With that, she looked at the two of them, and after gathering some energy, she cleared her throat and began to speak. Cough, I think I found a way to resolve that situation, said the girl. Luke and Meredith looked at her intently. The ears of the two half-beasts popped up as they both confirmed with their heads, waiting for the answer. Meredith's tail was swaying from side to side, while Luke was looking a little more serious. Megan explained the different conclusions she had come to, the places where investigation would be needed, and how they could follow up to check those places. But still, There were some details still to be explained, which made the two half-beasts thoughtful again. We'll need to spy on Wilford first, at least to make sure if he is conducting experiments in another room. Megan said. Luke put his hand on his chin, and looking down, he made a somewhat complex expression. If we're going to need to investigate everything at the same time, it's going to be necessary to distract Wilford. We can't let him walk around freely during the investigation. It would be disastrous if he found us. I don't even want to imagine what might occur. I have an idea how we could solve this. It was the second part of the plan, Megan said, still a little afraid. I'm all ears, answered Luke. Again, Megan had to muster up the courage to propose the solution to this. She just couldn't bring herself to speak directly what she wanted. After letting out a sigh, she continued. In the next 2 weeks, the Academy's Battle Royal Tournament will begin. It's a way for students and researchers to demonstrate their mastery with spells during a small exhibition. It's not a championship, it's just small duels, Megan said. And we just need me to challenge him to a fight. During that duel, we'll take the opportunity to investigate all the locations at the same time. Luke concluded. This time, he would not leave Meredith or even Megan in danger. This whole situation gave Luke a certain feeling of guilt and anger. He surely wouldn't repeat the same mistakes of the past. Meredith was obviously thinking about the same situation. She remembered how she had failed when she had accomplished practically the same thing. But leaving Luke in a duel to scavenge for information didn't seem so comforting. In the situation that the half-wolf was in, it was impossible for her to feel reassured while knowing that Luke is in a duel, by the way, already starting at a disadvantage. It was hard for Megan to suggest this proposal to both of them. It was a complicated situation in the end, even though there was still some time until the start of the event. 2 weeks still seemed like too little time for Luke to have any chance against Wilford. As much as Megan recognized Luke's magical ability, observing him as an extremely capable person and a kind of future prodigy, the girl didn't know the half-wolf strength. She didn't know that in an ordinary situation, Luke would be able to beat even more than 20 max Wilfords at the same time. All right, I will challenge this teacher to a duel. During that time, you two will check out the other locations, Luke continued. But from what Megan said, there are more than 2 locations to check at the same time, answered Meredith. We can ask Adrian for help, plus we want you to check Hashigaki's lab at the same time. Then we would only need to check Wilford's personal lab, check this possible hidden room, and his room in the teacher's dorm, Megan concluded. Leave it to me to investigate Max's routine. I will follow him for a few days and check how he behaves. Megan, please focus on creating the artifact. If possible, let Meredith help you with that, Luke said. The 2 girls nodded their agreement. After that, a hush came over the room. Again, it was possible to hear the night wind rattling the windows of the room. While to the more attentive ears of Luke and Meredith, a constant sound could be heard from the various magical artifacts that illuminated the room. The sound resembled a sort of cicada, although it was low enough that an ordinary human could not hear it. It was not that much of a nuisance. The 3 of them were now determined to get on with the investigation. In a funny way, they all stood around with their arms crossed, thinking, while Megan was trying to recall any memory regarding Max Wilford. Meredith and Luke were trying not to remember what had occurred at the Noble Academy. A certain feeling of guilt was weighing on Luke's chest, who promised himself that he would not leave Meredith in danger again. Not this time. Now it would be necessary to imagine how he could win, or at least keep the duel going long enough for the plans to go smoothly. Now, there was a lot for Luke to sort out. He had barely arrived at the academy, and now he was already close to leaving again, which in a way was a kind of relief, since it would make him reunite with Ayumi and Alexis faster. However, it also meant that he needed to make the most of the remaining time at the academy, especially to become stronger. Luke was thinking about requesting some magical artifacts, perhaps taking advantage of his proximity to Megan to get some magical weapons made by Alice. He still needed to talk to Orion, go to the forge at the academy, learn as many different magics as possible before he left. Check what the professor was doing and spy to find out if he was using a hidden lab. Chapter 374. It's fine. There were so many things that Luke's head seemed to be boiling with so many possibilities, but the half-wolf's eyes were visibly tired. It was already very late. Meredith ended up yawning. and then put her hand to her face, blushing with embarrassment. "I'm sorry. It's just that it's late, and I haven't had a very peaceful day today," said the half-fox, explaining herself. "No problem. We can continue with the plans tomorrow. I'm going back to my room. Tomorrow, Alice, and I will start the amulet project. Try to get some rest. Today was really a tiring day," Megan said as she stood up. "Really good rest, Luke. Tomorrow we can get together again and plan how we are going to move forward." "Good night, guys," Meredith said. When Megan and Meredith arrived at the bedroom door, they turned off the lights and walked out, walking down the hallway, talking in a low tone of voice. The half-wolf could hear the two girls' voices fading away as they walked down the hall. Luke then closed his eyes, and before he decided to go to sleep, he chose to ask for some advice. "What do you think of this plan? Balance? Challenging such a skilled mage to a confrontation is a bit unreasonable, but I believe that in 2 weeks you can prepare yourself. I don't have to beat him, it's just going to be necessary to delay as long as possible." You heard what Megan said. "Still, I know you're going to do your best in this fight. It's your way, but trying too hard now could end up getting you hurt even more. If we complete the amulet in time, they'll have no problem beating this Max guy. Besides, the first moment the demons find out that I'm here, they'll need to go back to Broforge to finish this fight. You can use the duel exhibition to get more allies. I had an idea, but I don't know if we'll be able to accomplish that." "An idea? What do you think about asking Megan to show her memories in a broadcast? Then all the students of the academy would find out about the crimes of Melky's empire. It'd be the best way to get support to end the war. Do you really believe that I would be able to win over so many people? Maybe they would get a little frustrated with the war, but commanding all of them. You're a born leader, Luke. I'm sure that this way of yours will easily win over many followers. But still, if we consider that you will already be able to create the amulet in 2 weeks, that means that in less than a month you will be back fighting the demons. I can't wait too long. Alexis and Ayumi need me." "Well, I agree with you. So get some rest, kid. Sleep soon and recover to beat those demons." When Luke woke up, without much thought, he got out of bed. He looked in the mirror and felt like he was just going through another day. "And I really don't want to go through that again. Really, it doesn't sound very pleasant." Well, a new day is a new beginning. The strong sunlight coming in through the window bothered Luke's eyes, and he put his hand to his face as he turned to see the blue sky. It was a clear day with few clouds, although the wind could be heard rattling the glass window. Luke walked towards the window and watched the scenery a bit. He kept the window open a bit to let the cool day air into the room. The half-wolf then began to perform his exercises in a slightly open part of the room. He was completely unconcerned about what had happened the day before. He didn't really seem to care. While doing some push-ups, Balance tried to get his attention. "Luke, you still haven't fully recovered. How can you not? I don't feel anything different in my body. Still, you're in a hospital for a good reason, aren't you? Or are you going to tell me that you don't now remember what happened yesterday? Yesterday was yesterday. Today I am feeling completely healthy. I can't wait any longer. I need to keep training to win my duel." "TSC. All right then." Luke started laughing when he realized that the goddess clicked her tongue at him. "Learn from me, eh? Ha ha. Well, it was obvious I was going to pick up some habit from you." A few minutes later, one of the doctors was startled when he saw Luke performing sit-ups as if nothing had happened the day before. "Sir, you need a rest, boy," said the same doctor who took care of the half-wolf the day before. Luke just stood up with a quick jump. He then scratched the back of his ear as he tried to explain to the doctor that he was already fine. "I swear I'm better now, sir. I just need a long hot bath. Look, I'm going to give you a checkup. If everything is okay, you'll be able to leave at noon. All right?" "Sure," Luke said. These checkups were no different than the ones that happened yesterday. The doctor just wanted to try to understand what might have happened to Luke. The half-wolf's body was still intact, just like the day before, but now the symptoms that had appeared had actually disappeared. When Luke finished being examined, he quickly went back to training in his room, doing squats, sit-ups, and push-ups. As it was approaching noon, an unusual visitor appeared. "Zan had commented on what happened to you, so I came to visit you, Luke," said Orion as he opened the door. "What's up?" said Luke as he continued to do push-ups. Orion made a surprised face, taking a step back. "Weren't you hospitalized? Zan had told me what happened, and it sounded pretty serious." Orion said it's fine, for real. I just needed to take a nap, Lucan said, as he stretched his shoulder. Are you busy today? I want to take care of a few things. Chapter 375, New Friend. Are you busy today? I wanted to sort some things out, Luke said. Sure, answered Orion. When Luke was released, he and Orion headed towards the forge of the academy. Walking through the corridors of the hospital, the two were talking. Luke was relaxed about the situation, unconcerned as he stretched his shoulder. Orion, on the other hand, was still visibly confused. Are you really okay? I mean, isn't it a little strange that they released you so quickly? It's okay. I'm actually feeling completely better, Luke replied. Luke then looked at Orion, and with a confused face he asked, But are you really okay with me? I was told that you got that race of ours wrong, the half-wolf said. Don't worry about it. It's common for rumors to spread around the academy. But it's not like it bothers me. If someone really doubts my strength, I just need to demonstrate the opposite in the dueling event, Orion said. The eyes of Zhao's mage were showing a focus and determination that surprised Luke, who gave a small smile as he continued walking. He is without a doubt interesting. That look, in a way, resembles his own. Maybe that's why I liked him. Walking out the front door of the hospital, the sun was beating down hard on the heads of the two young mages. Luke then put his hand under his head, hiding his face from the sun as he watched the blue sky. I hope the forge isn't that far away, Luke said. It's a bit far from here, said Orion with a movement of his right arm. Two gigantic red swords came flying towards the two, shining, reflecting the sun, dancing in the wind while making a fantastic sound. It was as if they were cutting the air while traveling at high speed. The wind shook Luke and Orion's hair, until in an abrupt moment, both were standing horizontally in front of the two mages. They were two greatswords similar to the one the Zhao mage had used the other day. Both swords were completely identical, with a red edge and gold details. In the center of the handle was an orange stone. Come with me. It won't take us more than 5 minutes, Orion replied. Luke gave a smile again as he looked at the two swords. The half-wolf then turned to Orion and then began to run towards the sword. The sword was floating a few steps in front of him, and with a leap in the air, Luke kicked the sword forward, placing both feet. With the weight of the half-wolf, the great word came down. Before it even touched the ground, Luke had already taken control of the sword, which was now supporting him in the air, floating. The half-wolf then turned to Orion. I hope that's not yours, Luke said. Orion then let out a laugh as he stepped on the other greatsword. Don't'ya! Orion then accelerated forward at an amazing speed, soaring into flight. Try to keep up with me, newbie, he shouted to Luke, who began to channel as much energy as he could to accelerate and keep up with Zhao's mage. The two of them were running with surprising energy and excitement. Orion was normally a quiet and calm young man, although he was capable of showing intense aggression when it was necessary. In general, for the members of the flying club who accompanied the young mage from Zhao on a daily basis, it was impossible to imagine that man giving a smile, much less imagine him laughing. But there was something about the novice that made Orion surprised. He wasn't a man to have many friends, but as much as the half-wolf still couldn't be considered close in that sense, the energy he was getting from Luke's challenges was something that was getting him excited. After so many years of being the best, standing in a position that no one else could reach, finally having a worthy rival was something that sped up Orion's veins, filling the young man with determination. I can't believe this kid is just a rookie. How he managed to evolve so fast, Orion thought, as he turned back and saw Luke traveling at the same speed as him. The Zhao mage then put one of his hands on his chin, and, looking forward, he thought again. I wonder how far this rookie can go. What is the limit of Luke's evolution? A smile appeared on the face of the Wizard of Zhao. However, he suddenly felt an attack. Luke had sped up and slapped the back of Orion's head. Focus on our race, partner, so you'll lose next time, said Luke, who had sped up, taking the lead. Orion clicked his tongue, tsk, but soon, again he made a smile of genuine happiness. He was grateful to finally have a worthy opponent, someone he felt like seeing evolve and become better. He now wanted to see Luke become stronger and see how far he could advance by learning from the half-wolf. It was the first time in years that Orion felt the urge to befriend someone to have a friend who is also a rival. That's not a race. You don't even know where the forge is for, shouted Orion Luke, then stopped accelerating, waiting for Orion to approach up to where he was standing. Scratching the back of his ear, he was watching the mage with a lopsided smile. You're right, I have no idea what the forge is like. Haha, Luke said. It was still a while to get to the forge, which was located at one end of the academy. Its location was in front of one of the two main ports of the island. The reason for this was simple. It was easier to transport the materials arriving from ships. It was better to keep these tons of iron in or close to the port than to worry about creating an area closer to the center of the academy. Orion and Luke continued flying now at the same pace. The two kept talking about the academy's next event, the duels that would take place in the next few weeks. They'll probably challenge some other gold pendant. It's the best way to clear my name after all that mess, Orion said. The gold pendants are the strongest mages in Ademia, right? There shouldn't be many of them then. Luke said, actually no, there are even a significant amount of golden pendants. The thing is that many of them don't specialize in combat, Orion replied. The Wizard of Zhao then placed his hand on his chin, pondering how to explain. Imagine Megan. She is a golden pendant. As much as she has very good notions of magic, she is not a mage who specializes in combat. Orion concluded. Luke then remembered a doubt that he had not yet fully understood. But what about teachers? Has anyone ever challenged a teacher to a duel? Said the half-wolf. Orion's eyes widened. He then stopped moving forward and crossed both arms. I believe not. As far as I know, this has never occurred. By the Academy rules, it is theoretically possible, since these are only magic demonstration duels. If I remember correctly, there are no limitations regarding who we can challenge, but that doesn't mean that the person will accept a duel. Concluded the mage from Zhao. Luke then crossed his arms behind his head and looking up at the sky. He ended up rushing, letting too much information leak out. But I imagine that if a teacher is challenged, he would hardly refuse the duel. After all, it would almost be like a shame to run from a student, Luke said, as he sighed. Isn't it possible? Luke really wants to challenge one of the teachers? This kid really has no limits. Thought Orion, who was awestruck by the situation. You really never cease to amaze me, Luke, said Orion, again giving a smile and moving forward again with his sword. Just to make it clear, I have interest only in women, okay? Answered Luke. Orion punched the half-wolf lightly, who didn't bother and just started laughing. If you play with that again, I will blow you up from the inside out with fire magic. Orion said, What do you think about a duel then? Luke said, Oh, that would be interesting. Well, duel at the upcoming event. If you don't end up dead for defying a teacher, Orion replied. It will be wonderful to punch your face in front of a crowd, so you don't have to worry about the rumors, since it will come true, Luke said. The two then started laughing together. It had been a while since Luke had had this much fun with a partner. This energy was somehow reminding him of the times he spent with his friends in Okawa, a feeling that Luke missed in his life. The two magicians walked towards the forge, and looking from afar, Luke could already recognize the building from the sky. It was a kind of concrete house with a hammer symbol engraved on the front of the building. Chapter 376, Lonely Smith. The two mages headed toward the forge, and watching from afar, Luke could already recognize the building from the sky. It was a kind of concrete house with a hammer symbol engraved on the front of the building. Large concrete and marble columns held up a gigantic triangular-shaped roof. On top of that ceiling was a gigantic square with a hammer carved into it. Behind the hammer, it was possible to see the shape of a flame. This was the symbol that represented the blacksmiths of the Melky Magic Academy. The place, although significantly large, was not as well kept as the other buildings of the academy. It was large and had an energy that showed the strength of the place, which differed somewhat from the delicate study buildings. There were several windows inside that building, although the forge rooms were more isolated, closed. When Luke and Orion climbed the steps leading up to the entrance, it was already possible for Luke to hear the rhythmic sound of several hammers striking. It was a strange melody at the entrance. It was possible to hear how the hammers beat in the same rhythm, But to Luke's keen hearing, it was possible to hear some lone hammers that followed their own rhythm. I didn't get to ask this before, but how am I supposed to pay for a gun? Does the academy have a currency? Luke questioned. You won't have to. Everything in the academy is paid for by student points. You can receive them through outstanding achievements or by service to the academy. But he'll order them for you. So don't worry, we'll be the one paying. Orion said, won't that be a hassle for you? I mean, you're helping me with this for no reason. Luke replied, I want to see how you will evolve having the proper equipment to serve in the academy. Besides, it won't be a problem. I've been studying here for years. I can afford hundreds of swords without any problem. Orion replied. The Wizard of Zhao then turned to Luke and, giving a smile, challenged the half-wolf again. But my victory in the duel against you will probably already be enough to repay the points I will spend today. Orion continued, closing his eyes. That's great. After I defeat you, they'll be able to buy some more swords, answered Luke, who continued walking without bothering about what he had heard. Anyway, who are we looking for around here? Luke continued, I'm trying to find the head of this forge. He can guide us on who to choose to order their equipment from. Although, a ready-made flight sword isn't a bad choice. Orion said. The two of them were walking down the central corridor of the forge. The building was gigantic. Inside this corridor, you could hear even more clearly the beating of the hammers on the iron. With each door they passed, a huge wave of heat appeared and then soon disappeared. The workrooms were significantly hot compared to the hallway. There's a blacksmith I wanted to talk to, a boy. He came to me begging me to choose him as my blacksmith. Luke said. Orion then crossed his arms as he walked forward. It will be hard to find a specific blacksmith by ourselves. Let's look for the master and then ask about this boy. What's his name? He asked. Ezra Bluesmith. He said he heard about our conversation and said he needed my help. Luke replied, Bluesmith. That last name is not unfamiliar to me, answered Orion, who stood thoughtfully. He probably understood that Luke is going to be a notable name. It really is smart to take advantage of it now. If this half-wolf's feats are accomplished with a sword he forged, it will surely draw fame for the blade and its smith. Orion thought, surprised by this cunning plan. In the middle of that corridor, finally a different sound appeared. It was a female voice that was shouting at someone. The tone of the voice was not that of a maiden, but of a woman who appeared to be strong. It was not a cry for help, but rather commands and sermons. After walking through so many rooms crowded with blacksmiths, it was really strange how a silence remained inside the forge. There were dozens of hammerings, but Luke had not heard a single voice so far. This woman was definitely someone different, someone with an important position within the forge. We finally found the forge master, Hephaestus, Orion said. The two then approached the entrance to the room. There was no door in any of the rooms. The goal was precisely to avoid running out of oxygen. There were dozens of blacksmiths working there. Some were sitting there sharpening gigantic blades. Others were hammering the hot iron, shaping new weapons. All concentrated on their tasks. The age of the blacksmiths varied greatly. Some were extremely young, looking like they were still in their teens. Others were in their late 20s or early 30s. The only person who was not in front of an anvil was the woman who was coordinating everything. With short brown hair that was close to red, this girl was wearing a white shirt with torn sleeves. Her arms were not thin like those of an ordinary woman. However, they were also not muscular like those of an adventurer. She had on a blacksmith's apron, made of black leather. Her clothes were marked with burns and stains that appeared to be from grease. Even though she was a strong woman, you could still see her feminine beauty. She was exuberant. Her face was delicate, although it showed her dominance. Her breasts were large, and her hands, though visibly experienced, were delicate. This woman looked not much older. She had a youthful beauty. To Luke, this lattice energy was visibly similar to Ayumi's. The girl was walking back and forth across the forge, pacing as her breasts swayed in her apron. With her arms, she was ordering the different blacksmiths around, directing what needed to be done. Yudi, you are hammering too lightly. Maryuk, finish that tempering. Get back to work, Louis. Klaus, finish the tempering and you are cleared from today's training. Luke and Orion stood in the doorway without making any noise. Just waiting. We will wait here until she comes to greet us, Orion said in a low tone of voice. It took 5 minutes for Hephaestus to notice the two mages waiting at the door. She then walked towards them, her arms crossed. With each step the woman took, her breasts jumped up. At her waist, a red hammer accompanied her movement, making a metal noise that matched the rhythm of her bust. "Do you need another Orion sword?" said the blacksmith lady. "Not for me this time, madam. I came to requisition some equipment for this newbie," Orion replied. Hephaestus then clenched her eyes, watching Luke. She analyzed the boy from end to end, descending with her vision, going from the half-wolf's ears to the tip of his feet. He looks promising to me," said the smith lady. She then turned away and, with a gesture of her hands, motioned for the two to follow her. Crossing the forge, none of the smiths stopped to observe the three. All remained focused on their services. The forge mistress then guided the two of them into a room that was on the opposite side of the room from where the fire resided. Pulling a key from her pocket, the forge mistress opened 4 locks on a gigantic wooden and iron door. When the door opened, it was possible to see that the wall of that room was surprisingly thick. Inside there were hundreds of swords. They were arranged on shelves and on hangers that looked like the ones you would normally see inside a clothes closet. Using what looked like wind magic, Hephaestus moved several swords that rushed past the hangers, as if he were sorting clothes inside a closet. After dozens of short swords passed by, a gigantic amount of great swords began to appear. "Here, these are the swords for flight. Will you need magic equipment?" said the smith lady. Orion took the lead to choose next to the mistress. "I believe it is best to choose a temporary sword. I came here to request a flight sword made by the madam." The mage of Zhao then bowed. Luke realized the moment and bowed as well. Hephaestus then scratched the back of her head. She then sighed a little and motioned for the two of them to stand up. Crossing her arms, the forge mistress began to think a little. The girl's breasts bounced with the movement, which caught Luke's attention. "Well, I've taken an interest in the newbie. It's okay, you'll just make that flight sword. Any additional equipment will have to be produced by one of my students," said the blacksmith lady. "Thank you," answered Luke and Orion simultaneously. Luke then remembered the little blacksmith who asked for his help on the beach. He wanted to see how that boy was doing. "Do you know a boy named Ezra Bluesmith?" the half-wolf questioned. Hephaestus' eyes widened in surprise, taking a step back. "Well, I've taken an interest in the newbie. It's okay, they'll just make that flying sword. Any additional equipment will have to be produced by one of my students," said the blacksmith lady. "Thank you," answered Luke and Orion simultaneously. Luke then remembered the little blacksmith who asked for his help on the beach. He wanted to see how that boy was doing. "Do you know a boy named Ezra Bluesmith?" the half-wolf questioned. Hephaestus' eyes widened in surprise, taking a step back. The forge master soon resumed her ordinary posture, stepping forward again and scratching the back of her head. However, her face still appeared not to have fully recovered from the sudden question. "Well, this is the first time they are looking for little Ezra. He is currently one of my most skilled blacksmiths," replied the blacksmith lady. She then placed both of her hands on her waist, beginning to look away. "I'm glad someone finally took an interest in my Ezra. He is certainly the blacksmith with the most potential here." Luke was surprised by this information. That boy was small, appeared to be weak, and it was hard to believe that he was even capable of lifting a hammer. Several thoughts popped into the half-wolf's head, and he was trying to imagine how it was possible for such a small boy to have so much forging potential. All the blacksmiths who were working in that building were strong, showed skill and masculinity. They were captivated with energy and concentration, whereas in the case of the little blue-haired boy, he seemed so helpless and vulnerable. "Anyway, that sword should do for now. It's the best I have without being custom-made. Then we can talk together to create a flight sword that is more suitable for you," Hephaestus said, with one of her hands. She carried the sword to the front of the two. It was a blue greatsword with a golden blade. It was undoubtedly a lush sword, although it didn't do Luke's taste. "The three of us can plan your sword another time, Luke, but accept this one for now," You need to get better accustomed to handling a flying sword, so you will avoid the danger of getting into an accident by some carelessness. Orion concluded, "Fine by me, it seems like a great sword. But now that I've received this offer, I'm looking forward to what the master will create." Luke said. Hephaestus then took the sword by the handle and placed it in Luke's hands. As heavy as that greatsword appeared to be, it was actually extremely light, which surprised the half-wolf, who began to wield the sword from side to side, swinging as that sword cut through the wind. Colors aren't really my style, but no doubt this one will fly much better than the flying group's training sword. Didn't you notice? That sword is really great. What do you mean? The magic signature of this sword is amazing. I am really surprised by this work. The sword is loaded with mana to further decrease its weight and make it easier to handle. I didn't even know it was possible to do that with magic circles. I see. So that's what differentiates a magic weapon from an ordinary piece of equipment. But I can't see any status on it, so they act differently for Broteforge weapons. Yes, it's completely mechanical. The magic acts directly on the use of the weapon. I found it extremely interesting how you developed the circles inside this sword. Please do something similar on my weapon. Luke said, "Huh, you have good eyes, boy. Are you sure this half-wolf is a novice?" Hephaestus said, "To be honest, sometimes I'm not so sure." Said Orion, "I know. It's easier to imagine that I already had experience with flight and magic, so you don't feel so bad about almost losing to me." Luke said. Hephaestus started laughing nonstop as her voice echoed through the forge. She was slapping her leg. She was undoubtedly much more outgoing than she had first appeared. After catching her breath, the master finally got straight to the point. "Anyway, come with me. I'm taking you both to see the Blue Brat." The three then proceeded through the room until they reached the main hallway again. They walked down the corridor until they reached the last room in the building. Going through several doors, from a distance, it was possible to hear a hammering sound much louder than those in the other rooms. Unlike a group of blacksmiths, this sound was unique, and the noise grew louder as they approached the end of the corridor. "We left it here so as not to disconcert the other smiths. I also don't want anyone getting hurt in my forge because they tripped over a puddle of water," Hephaestus said. "Pool of water?" The three then stopped facing that room, watching from the outside that boy forge. Luke was surprised at what was happening in front of him. It was a completely different sight from the dozen or so blacksmiths they had encountered before. Ezra was wearing a small leather goggle with two round black lenses. He was shirtless, showing his thin, sweaty body. His blue hair was dripping with sweat. The room was much hotter than the others. The heat waves could be felt right from the entrance. The heat was so great that you could see how the air heated up the room, creating little ripples in the vision. In front of that boy was an anvil significantly larger than the others, and holding it in one hand, he was using a large leather glove to handle a piece of red iron. Behind the blue-haired boy was a gigantic water puppet. It was a creature that looked like a water golem. It was muscular and had a head shaped like a helmet. The creature was hammering away at Ezra's seat. "He created a golem?" Orion questioned. Hephaestus shook his head, denying it. "He uses water magic and mana manipulation to create that golem. It is an extremely exhausting process, but very efficient. That brat's body is too weak to forge, so he got around that by challenging himself in mana management," answered the forge master. When Ezra realized that he was being watched, he quickly took off his glasses. His face was completely red. "Mississippi Heifa." "Luke," said the boy, who unfastened his equipment and ran out to the entrance of the room. That water puppet completely dismantled itself. The water then evaporated when it touched the floor. TSSS Ezra then almost tripped over some tools that were all over the floor of that room. He turned around and put both hands on his head, disappointed. "Not again. I spilled water on my project," the boy said in a crying voice. "Don't worry, stink. Just melt it down and make it from scratch. Anyway, this half-wolf wants to talk to you. Come give your customers some attention," Hephaestus said. The boy then shook his head, slapped himself on the face, and hurried back to the front of the group. He was completely out of breath. "Thank you for coming here. I didn't think you would visit me so quickly. Do you need a gun of mine?" Ezra said, Madam Hephaestus told me more about you. I am interested, yes. But would you be able to create a weapon good enough for me? Answered Luke. The boy's eyes then sparkled with excitement and happiness. However, he paused for a moment. Taking a deep breath, the little boy crossed his arms and began to think, placing one of his hands on his chin. He was thinking about his answer. I believe I am capable of producing a good sword for you, but I don't know if by myself I would be able to complete it. I'm still a novice. I don't want a peace of mind to disappoint you, Sir Luke. Maybe if Hepha helps me, I can make something that will reach your level. Ezra said, with a serious look on his face. Bonk Hephaestus punched Ezra lightly in the head. It was as if she had just let the weight of her hand fall on the boy. She then began to stroke the little blacksmith's sweaty hair. It goes without saying that I will mentor you, blue brat. Now accept your first project right away, Hephaestus said, lecturing the boy. Then the little blacksmith stretched out his back and tried to gain a few inches in height. With a smile on his face, he faced the half-wolf's eyes. My name is Ezra Bluesmith, and I will be your blacksmith. Thank you very much for accepting my service. Just direct me regarding your wish, and I will transform the purest steel to carry out your will, said the boy, his voice a little shaky. Hephaestus began to laugh in front of Ezra, again in a lively and outgoing voice. I didn't teach you to be so serious, she exclaimed. Grabbing Ezra's head by the arm, she again gestured, asking the two mages to follow her. Come with me. Let's have a drink while we plan some of your weapon. Chapter 378. Deal. Hephaestus started laughing in front of Ezra, again in an animated, outgoing voice. I didn't teach you to be so serious, she exclaimed. Grabbing Ezra's head by the arm, she again gestured, asking the two mages to follow her. Come with me. Let's have a drink while we plan some of your weapon. Unfortunately, I need to deal with some flight group business. We can continue this conversation later, Orion said. No problem. Thanks for the ride, Luke replied. Enjoy and already start using the new sword for flying, but avoid climbing too much by yourself. You're still a beginner, answered Orion, who was carrying the two flying swords on his back. The fact that Orion needed to leave early only made it more clear how busy and quite important a man he was at the academy. Now Luke and Ezra were left talking to Master Hepha. The three of them were in a room in the center of the forge building. The room was less stuffy, although you could still feel the heat from the rooms next door. Just by touching the wall, it was already possible to perceive a high temperature. This room was a different area from the rest of the building, with a large shelf filled with books and what appeared to be manuscripts. A gigantic square table was crowded with drawings and ink blots. Near the walls were small tables that appeared to be intended for individual use. A little closer to the shelves was a different table, larger and with a leather chair that appeared to be much more comfortable. Sitting down in this chair and soiling it even more with soot and grime, Master Hepha began to ask Luke several questions. I'm not that busy. Maybe planning a part of my sword now is not so bad, so, boy, Orion and I'm going to talk about your sword enchantments. But in the end, the one who will use this equipment is you. Tell me what you seek in a great sword, Master Hepha said. Luke stopped for a moment. Crossing his arms, he began to visualize what would be the ideal weapon for him. He would probably avoid using such a large sword for dueling. But the ability to get around with a weapon was something extremely fascinating and useful. Besides being extremely versatile, the half-wolf would need his flying sword to be sturdy, have a light weight, so that transporting it out of inventory would be easier. After all, when needed, he would need to carry other weapons that would do more his fighting style. Since it would be a magic weapon, it would be interesting if the equipment could concentrate some of his mana. This would help him to carry enchantments and control the sword, even if he was not using it at the moment. A large handle would be useful. After all, it would make it easier to remove the sword from his back, and controlling a large piece of equipment with two hands was more comfortable for Half-Wolf. As for the color, a completely black sword would be ideal. That way it would not attract attention when he was flying over in the night. Luke was quite reflective as to what his new utility weapon would look like. Breaking the silence that had remained for a few seconds, Hepha stood up and threw some papers on the table Luke was sitting on. Those are some reference diagrams for the shape of the sword. If you're not interested in any, we can design together a style that will do more to your liking, the Forge Master said. I have an idea. Can you give me some blank paper? Answered Luke. Ezra held out a pen to him, and with a piece of paper given to him by Hephaestus, Luke began to draw how he envisioned an effective sword. The sword did not have many curves. Its blade was complete on both sides. Since it was a great sword for flight, Luke placed a slightly larger area, giving an almost rectangular shape to the sword. At the tip, there was a one-sided triangular shape, which indicated that it could be better used when attacking forward. There was a hole at the beginning of the sword blade. The idea was to make it easier to carry the weapon when Luke put it on his back. Era, you have made quite an ambitious design. This hole may end up hindering the quality of the sword at the end, only design, Hephaestus said. That is why I am ordering this weapon for you. I know this won't be a problem for a lady as skilled as you, Luke said. Oh, Hephaestus was surprised at the quick response. And slapping the half-wolf on the back, she tried to ignore that line and just continued with the questions about the weapon. You want the sword completely black. Interesting, this is going to be a flying sword, so I think it would be interesting to improve the shape of that area in the center of the blade. How about we make it like that? Said Hephaestus, who took the pen and started drawing over the design made by Luke. She placed a sort of small handle inside the circle that the half-wolf had designed. This way we will decrease the air intake during flight. It will also be easier to put her on her back. A support in the middle will help keep the mana flowing faster too. Hephaestus concluded it would be helpful to put a remote control orb on the sword handle. Luke has plenty of mana. He will have no problem controlling it. Besides, using it to control it from a distance should be very useful, Ezra said. You're right, Blue Brat, good idea. Orion always puts control orbs on his swords. I had forgotten to give that suggestion, now Hephaestus said. I see. So Orion can control his sword so well because of that. This orb makes it easy to control them remotely. Ezra then turned to Luke, and figuring the half-wolf didn't understand what this was about, he began to explain. It takes a lot of mana to make a sword fly straight at a distance. A control orb makes it easy for you to handle it remotely. It's quite common for them to put it on daggers, so it goes back to the user's hand, the blue-haired boy said, as Hephaestus ran her hand over his head. I see. So that means I could use several swords at the same time in combat. Inside the half-wolf's head, several possibilities began to appear. He was visualizing the confrontation in future battles, daydreaming. Luke, are you really thinking about this? Yes. It will be easier to annihilate Melky's troops this way. Even if I used a sword in each hand, it would still be laborious. So you're planning to order more swords to more easily annihilate those groups. That's really an interesting idea. Looking into Ezra's eyes, Luke questioned him about this idea. So you mean it's possible to control more than one sword at the same time, right? For example, use one sword flying to defend yourself, while with another you duel. I don't know. Master Hephaestus, have you ever heard of it? Questioned the blue-haired boy. One of the fencing teachers at the academy uses this style of combat. It is possible. It makes dueling multiple enemies much easier. But controlling more than 2 flying swords at the same time is practically impossible. Luke gave a smile. It was one more challenge he would challenge himself to complete. Oh, what's all the cheering? Do you really believe you can do this? Can I pick up some swords with that orb? Just to practice control. I think I can master up to 5, the half-wolf said. Ada. I can lend you a few daggers, but I doubt you could successfully control more than 2, Hephaestus replied. Vanna, bet. Luke said, he'll do whatever you want if he can. This task is impossible even for a teacher. Don't be so arrogant, boy, Hephaestus said, with his clenched eyes and his typical smile. Deal, Luke replied. What a determined man. What are you going to ask for? Maybe you want this woman's mature body, Hephaestus replied. The Forge Master then crossed her arms, causing her large breasts to bounce upwards. Her face was a little flushed. She had been drunk since Luke had entered the building. That half-wolf is handsome, and he looks strong. I like men like that, thought the Forge Mistress. Emily Hephaestus Redwillian was an extremely provocative and lively woman, although she always stayed only in the trials. She was both a woman who loved to flirt and a powerful and serious blacksmith. Ezra blushed at the Forge Master's response. putting both hands to his ears. "I want her body making more swords for me," Luke replied. Hephaestus began to laugh, slapping his leg again. She really was a different woman than usual. A little strange, to tell you the truth. Going over to one of the tables, Hepha grabbed a bottle of alcohol and started drinking while watching the two boys talk about the flying sword project. "Ezra really grown up quickly, my little lonely smith. Fuck, I'm talking like an old lady." She then gave a warm smile, observing the two so dedicated, with a feeling of pride in her chest at the dedication of the little blue brat. Chapter 379, Indestructible Blade. Going over to one of the tables, Hepha picked up a bottle of alcohol and began a drink, while watching the two boys talk about the flying sword project. "Ezra really grown up quickly, my little lonely smith. Fuck, I'm talking like an old lady." She then gave a warm smile, observed the two so dedicated, with a feeling of pride in her chest at the dedication of the little blue brat. The planning of the weapon took some time. Although they had not progressed that far with the diagram of the flying sword, the three were now visualizing what Luke's new sword might look like. Ezra was eager to make this new piece of equipment, while Luke was interested in finding out how skilled the little blue-haired boy was. Hepha eventually gave that answer just before he said goodbye. "Anyway, it's fun here, but I need to leave. Those men aren't going to organize themselves. They need a woman yelling how to forge, right?" Hephaestus said. She then stood up and, after a sigh, opened the door. Before she left, she decided to give the blue brat one last lecture. "Ezra, don't forget that you are rank 4. You can use our materials and call me without bothering. If you finish this weapon without calling me even once, I will beat you up," Hepha said, in a slightly more serious voice, only to resume her laughter as she walked out of the room. Now was the time to discuss the new sword. However, Luke was still interested in finding out more about how the blacksmiths at the academy were organized, as well as getting more information about Ezra. "Why are you always so isolated? Even if you're such a skilled blacksmith, you should get hundreds of orders," Luke said. Little Ezra then let go of the pen and stretching himself. Looking up at the ceiling, a complicated expression appeared on his face. "You know the reason, Luke? Everyone does. My body is too small to be a blacksmith. I've been dealing with hot iron since I was born, but that doesn't change my natural unfitness. The one who guided me to learn how to control golems was Master Hepha. She was the only one in all these years who was willing to watch me work," Ezra said. The little boy turned around a little embarrassed as he scratched his cheek. "Well, that's before you, of course. I have tried several times to ask to create equipment for other students, but never succeeded before. They just looked at me and laughed. I am really grateful to you for agreeing to come here," Ezra concluded. The blue-haired boy's face was a little red with embarrassment, but hearing these words made Luke somehow empathize with the little blacksmith. He remembered how he was judged for being a half-wolf, how they often refused to listen to him or even try to understand what he had to say. Luke had also always been used to being belittled, and after hearing all this, a hard feeling came over his chest. I almost took the same attitude. I didn't believe that this boy was capable of forgery. "Don't worry about it, Wolf Brat. That's a new one. Learned from Hephaestus, is it?" "Yes. You're too annoying to be a goddess, Luke. That's pretty mean to say to a beautiful woman like me. I'm sorry." "Ha ha ha, anyway, Luke, don't worry about it. You at least try to recognize little Ezra. That already makes you much better than all the people." He turned to before Luke sighed and looked at Ezra. It was better to be honest with the little blacksmith. "You know, Ezra, I too have been belittled several times," Luke said, pointing to his ears. "I'm sorry. I too imagined that you were not capable of forging. But the way you came to me for help, I thought I would at least try to get to know your work," said Luke. Ezra then stood up with speed, standing up and pushing his chair back. "Ah, he was annoyed with me," thought Luke. The boy then turned to Luke, his eyes watering. "No, sir, Luke. You were the first person who at least tried to get to know me. I'm very grateful for that," cried Ezra. Placing one of his hands on his chest, the boy spoke with conviction. "Let's go to my room. I'll show you some of the equipment I've made. Meanwhile, tell me about how you want your sword," Ezra said. The small blacksmith then guided Luke to a room across from the workshop where they met. It was a room of a rather vast size. Surprisingly, it was packed with swords and equipment of all different kinds. "What is this place?" Luke said, startled by the amount of blades that room possessed. One of the bookshelves caught the half-wolf's attention. It was packed with different swords and daggers. Each of the weapons had a distinct color, with a surprising glow. Ah, this is where I keep my equipment. A few months ago, I was in the habit of forging at least 5 pieces a day, said the boy, who had his arms crossed as he was rummaging through a strange pile of daggers. Master Hifa said that I made too many swords and that I would end up crowding the equipment area of the forge. So she let me use this small room to store my old projects. Why is there a bed in the middle of the floor? Luke said, while looking at a small mattress that was positioned in the corner of the room. I sleep here sometimes. The student dorm is too far from the forge, Ezra said, with surprising naturalness. Does he really think this is normal? This boy really is dedicated at work. Isn't it dangerous for a sword to fall on you? Luke asked. You're right. It would be dangerous. I usually leave their edge perfect like a razor before I put it away. Well, they'll start sleeping in the center of the room. That should do it, Ezra replied. I don't think that changes the situation that much. Ideally, I wouldn't sleep here, answered Luke. What's the problem? Ezra said. You'll never get a quality night's sleep. Orion said forge works all the time. You'll always have sound of hammering, Luke answered, crossing his arms and judging the little blacksmith. Ha ha ha. I was born a forge, Luke. Don't worry about it. I'm used to sleeping with the noise of the beats on the metal, Ezra said. You know that people who sleep little don't usually grow much in height, right? Luke said. The little blue-haired boy turned to Luke with a panicked face and tear-filled eyes. Is that why, Luke? I will never grow up because I sleep too little? Said Ezra. The boy was almost starting to cry. Luke gave a small smile and ran his hand through the boy's blue hair. Try to rest properly and eat well. You still have plenty of time to grow up, Luke said, laughing. Ezra lifted his head, his eyes filled with determination. He'll grow up enough to master Luke. I promise. Ezra said. You don't have to promise me that. Master? Answered Luke. The little boy then blushed and looked down. Yes, I thought I could be your personal blacksmith, since you don't have one. It is common for formidable warriors to have personal smiths, Ezra said, his cheeks reddening. Mr. Luke seems to be very strong. I'm sure he'll have a smith working exclusively for him soon, thought Ezra, a little nervous by the half-wolf's answer. I don't see a problem. From what I've seen here, you are really quite skilled, Luke said. The half-wolf was holding a medium purple dagger, analyzing the edge of the blade with his finger. Great, but how do you desire your sword? We didn't go into detail about your personal one, Ezra replied. I fight like an assassin. I would need a weapon with a black blade. Do you know how to make katanas? Luke said. Ezra ran to one of the shelves and picked up a small knife. He then held out the item to Luke. I'm not big on blades, Zhao Faith, but I can ask Hifa for help in how to perform. I hear that new diagrams and forging books have arrived from the Far East, Ezra said. Handing Luke the knife to analyze, Ezra began to explain the peculiarities of the equipment. It was a kind of small dagger, with a square blade and an extremely sharp edge. The blade was completely black, looking a bit like obsidian armor from Broforge. That is one of my last knives. I used an alloy called midnight metal, but we can use adamantine refined with mana and create a magic circle at the base. You seem to have a lot of mana, so a magic sword will be practically indestructible in your hand, Ezra concluded. The boy was completely excited. Indestructible? Questioned Luke. Yes, if you channel your mana into a sword, it will definitely make it indestructible, Ezra replied. Chapter 3, 80 Emerald Burst, that is one of my last knives. I used an alloy called midnight metal, but we can use adamantine refined with mana and create a magic circle at the base. You seem to have a lot of mana, so a magic sword will be practically indestructible in your hand, Ezra concluded. The boy was completely excited. Indestructible? Questioned Luke. Yes. If you channel your mana into a sword, it will definitely make it indestructible, Ezra replied. Ezra began to perform the drawing of the diagrams. As much as he did not have a complete grasp of how to forge in Zhao style, the little boy possessed a general idea of what the katana could look like. The initial idea was a completely black blade, as per Luke's request. On the handle would be a small red crystal that would act as a way to channel the half-wolf's mana. The flow of mana would follow from the beginning of the sword to the end, energizing it and activating the magic circles that Ezra would add. Some swords have built-in quick enchantments, like transforming mana into slashing attacks or infinite poison spells. Anything like that interest you? Replied Ezra. Luke placed one of his hands on his chin and, thoughtfully, began to visualize what would be best suited for his combat style. Until now, I was used to using a pansperm equipment. I can keep the sword in my inventory when needed, which won't create as much difficulty for me. Now, about the enchantments. Do you have any idea what would be interesting balance? Poison and wind and fire magic are the most versatile for your use. Fire magic has a strong enough destructive power for when it is necessary to exterminate large groups. Wind magic allied with your Vin skill will be useful during combat. And poison is almost indispensable for your assassin fighting style, if you have a way to control the flow of poison in the weapon. This sword would be really quite versatile. I think ideally it would be some kind of a mobilizing toxin, so I don't have to worry about it in duels or training Ezra. How does the poison work? Luke said, Basically, a magic circle etched inside the handle will use the stored mana to poison the blade. We can choose more than one substance. It will all depend on your ability to control the flow of mana, answered the little blacksmith, who was standing with his arms crossed staring at the piece of paper left under the table. Control the flow of mana from the sword? What does that mean? You just need to manage the mana around the sword. Controlling where it goes, I guess fire magic and poison, maybe two different kinds of poison. I would need something to immobilize, Luke said. Poisons wouldn't be a problem. But depending on the size of the enemy, it might be more interesting to add electric magic. The handle of a katana is usually a bit bigger, so we can add more enchantments inside it. Its mana is also quite big, so it wouldn't be hard to control all that, Ezra continued. I think it's best to be honest with him, I've never used a sword with different enchantments. I don't know how to manipulate my mana, to tell you the truth, Luke replied. I have some swords like that. Let's go to the training area. There's one here in the building, Ezra said. All right, let's practice then. Can you explain me how I can do it? Sure, answered Ezra, who got up and ran out of his chair. Go get some swords, said Ezra, shouting. Ezra selected 4 different swords. Each one had a special particularity. They were just equipment he had made to test some ideas. As small as he was, his experience in the art of forging blades was remarkable. Luke waited for the boy in the corridor, until he then began to hear the sound of clanging pieces of iron. Ezra had tied the 4 swords together and was running with them on his back. The boy normally walked with hurried steps, making small jumps as he walked. With each little jump, you could hear the swords clattering. Luckily, the boy had used a thick piece of leather to store the weapons, along with 3 mesh belts that were holding the equipment together. These weapons will be ideal for your training, Master Luke. I have chosen equipment with different functions, so you can get a better idea of what is most interesting to you, Ezra said. For different swords? Well, it won't be a problem if I train with each of them afterwards. It's not like I'm going to have a very busy day today. Megan told me I can miss lab today. Try to pay Megan a visit in the afternoon. She was very worried about you. She didn't let go of your hand at any point when you were unconscious, oh sure. Wait, how do you know that? Even if you were unconscious, I'm still conscious inside your body. I live in your soul. You being asleep doesn't prevent me from staying awake. That's really surprising news. But how? How confusing. It's not like I'm watching you all the time either. I also prefer to rest my conscience when you're sleeping, but that day, I was too worried about your well-being, Luke. Don't worry, Luke gave a small smile, thanks balance. So, Ezra, show me where this training room is, Luke said. The 2 boys walked through the forge, leaving the far end of the building and walking down the long corridor that led to the entrance. The temperature had increased significantly inside that place. It seemed that there were more blacksmiths working now. Really, Tifa must be quite busy. If there were several men working before, now it seems that the number has doubled, Luke thought. How many people normally attend the forge? Luke questioned. Of the blacksmiths who come to this building every day, I would say around 200 men and 40 women. But there are those who come periodically. I think there must be around 500 blacksmiths active at Melky's Academy. This was really surprising news. After hearing this, Luke instantly remembered Hephaestus' words. You were really lucky to get an offer from this boy. And to imagine that among 500 blacksmiths, he is the most promising, all the more reason for me to feel guilty for underestimating him. Well, have you ever stopped to think that this boy is still maturing and still has years of training ahead of him? Surely he will be a master forger. What makes you think that balance? I mean, his swords are really amazing, but what caught your attention? Can you see that green sword Ezra is carrying? It has an extremely strange flow of mana, to tell you the truth. I don't think I've ever seen any magical equipment like that. A sword so unique you've never seen anything like it. And yet it was made by such a young boy. Is he sure? Is a prodigy Ezra that green sword on your back? Did you make it yourself? Luke questioned, interested in getting information about the equipment. The two were still walking down the hallway, but by now they were near the exit door of the forge. Yes, this here is the Emerald Burst. One of my favorite swords. He's cute, isn't he? I like green, although green doesn't really suit me. Blue and green don't mix well outside of nature, do they? Ezra said. Luke was so focused on finding out what was different about that sword that he could not imagine such an unpretentious and innocent answer. This little line from the boy made him fall into laughter. Luke then approached Ezra and, extending his hand, began to pet the little blacksmith's blue hair. Yes, you're right. Green and blue don't mix so well outside of nature, Luke said. Master Luke, it wasn't enough that Master Hefa was running her hand over my head. Now you too, clamored Ezra, with an annoyed face and his cheeks puffed up. I'm sorry. It's just that I don't usually get fellows so much younger than me. To tell you the truth, you look like a child, Luke replied. Ezra's face turned red, both from embarrassment and anger. Master Luke, I am not a child. I am a noble blacksmith, Hefa's apprentice, a respected craftsman, cried the blue-haired boy, puffing out his chest as he tidied up his blue hair. The two were now outside the forge, inside, walking down a concrete road that led to a large enclosed hall. After opening two long iron doors, the two of them found themselves in the forge training area of Melky's Academy. It was a place that in some ways resembled the training center of the Stroger household, which gave Luke's chest a small tightening. A feeling of nostalgia for those days when he trained incessantly with Nathalia. Chapter 381, Endless Dream. Ezra's face turned red, both from shame and anger. Master Luke, I am not a child. I am a noble blacksmith, Hefa's apprentice, a respected craftsman, cried the blue-haired boy, puffing out his chest as he tidied up his blue hair. The two were now outside the forge, inside, walking down a concrete road that led to a large enclosed hall. After opening two long iron doors, the two of them found themselves in the forge training area of Melky's Academy. It was a place that in some ways resembled the training center of the Stroger home, which gave Luke's chest a little tightening. A feeling of nostalgia for those days when he trained incessantly with Nathalia. The room was extremely vast. The floor was made of wood. It was possible to see all around the vast room the effects of the sword training. Is it okay that the floor is made of wood? We're going to deal with fire, right? Luke questioned. Relax, this one doesn't catch fire. We can train quietly. Just give me a little time to prepare the tests, Ezra replied. The boy was kneeling, removing the swords from his back and separating the four pieces into a row of equipment. The hall was filled with training dolls. Some are made of wood, while others appear to be made of a kind of straw reinforced with iron mesh. There were also several areas for testing sword blades, such as ropes that were tied from the ceiling to the floor in order to test whether the equipment could cut completely. In front of the hall was a strange room. The wall was made of glass, and there were many more training dolls scattered around that area. Ezra then pointed to the hall ahead, turning to Luke. That place is where we're going to start our training. That's the target practice stand with magic weapons, Ezra said. The boy then got up and ran to Luke's side. The two of them were standing in front of the four swords that the small blacksmith had forged. The first and most eye-catching was the Emerald Burst. Now that Luke could see it clearly, he could see its amazing quality. Its blade and handle were completely green. The blade glowed a light shade of green, while the handle was a darker green with black details. The weapon appeared to be extremely polished, its blade was slightly curved, and its tip had a small upward curve. The sword still had some enchantment engraved on the blade, in a slightly lighter shade of green, which stood out, making the piece even more captivating and beautiful. Next to the emerald burst was a sword with an intense purple color. The blade was a dark purple, with a slightly more common shape. This weapon looked much less like a one-handed dagger and more like a two-handed sword. It was a bit longer than the emerald burst, mainly because the blade was wider and the handle was a bit longer. The handle of that purple sword was made of a kind of leather with a dark brown coloration. However, there were small golden details around the weapon. The next sword was the one that caught Luke's attention the most. It was a completely red two-handed sword, with orange and yellow details. The edge of the sword blade was completely yellow, while the center of the sword was red. There were several incantations engraved in orange on both sides of the sword, which brought a finish that turned that blade into a kind of piece of art. Next to this wonderful red sword was a slightly simpler sword, its blade shining like silver, although it had a slightly bluish coloration. The weapon was equally beautiful, although it was not an explosion of color. Of all the swords, it was without a doubt the one that shone the most, mainly because of the material of the blade, which made an amazing reflection. Luke knelt down and chose this last sword first. When he lifted it a little, he noticed how it was possible to clearly see his reflection in the blade. It was almost like a mirror, except that the colors appeared a little blue. Of the 4 swords Ezra brought, this was the only one that didn't have engravings around the blade, which made the half-wolf extremely curious. "Why is this one different?" questioned Luke, pointing at the weapon. "That's the Endless Dream. It's my last magic sword. Why don't we start with it?" "It's one of my most recent works," Ezra said. Luke nodded. The two then proceeded forward to the training room. After Luke opened an iron door, he entered that room. It was completely enclosed, apart from some ducts that served to circulate the air. Ezra positioned himself behind a glass wall outside the room. It was a kind of giant window where it was possible to see what was happening inside the room. "They'll turn on the air system. It must be stuffy in there," Ezra said. The boy's voice surprised Luke, even with the thick glass wall. It was still possible to hear clearly what the blue-haired boy was saying from across the room. "How'd he do that?" "Probably something to do with magic, but this time I have no idea. This academy is a box full of surprises." The blue-haired boy then activated 2 levers. The first one lit up the room completely. The second activated some kind of mechanism that made the airflow in the room start to flow much better. Luke could hear the sound of the wind moving cyclically through that enclosed area, which was extremely surprising to his acute hearing. He had never seen such intense airflow in a seemingly enclosed place. It was obvious that this was magic. "So Luke, make a guard position and start channeling your mana into the sword. You will notice how your mana will flow into the handle," Ezra said. Luke then moved one of his legs forward and got into a defensive position. With the Endless Dream pointed forward, he began to channel his energy into the weapon. As Ezra had warned, he quickly noticed that strange sensation. It was as if the half-wolf's body was being stretched, as if the entire sword had connected with it. The flow of energy coming from inside his body entered through small channels, pumping like the veins of his heart. "Now, concentrate on choosing where the mana will flow. Imagine as if you were controlling a water passage. Depending on what you activate, the sword will react," Ezra said. Luke then began to pay attention to how his energy was flowing through that equipment. The mana had 3 options to follow. Luke started putting all 3 options in at the same time. He was fully charging that sword. With that, a gigantic amount of energy began to flow out of the blade. The air around the sword began to freeze, as it formed a mist of ice around the item. A small stream of wind emitted by the sword caused that cold air to circulate through the blade. Luke began to sigh, concentrating even more on his task of mastering that item. That sword was becoming colder by the second, while the wind flowing around the blade became faster and faster. The temperature around the half-wolf began to drop sharply as he sighed. You could see the heat coming out of Luke's mouth, as if he were in a cold, snowy night. Surprisingly, Luke's body was not cold, but the entire vicinity of the area in which he was standing began to freeze. It was as if a kind of dew had appeared around the room, making the entire floor damp and wet, only to be frozen by that blade. Luke then closed his eyes and concentrated even more on visualizing the paths of that sword. Little by little, he came to understand the function of each of the parts of the sword. It was a strange connection that he could not explain, but still, it was as understandable as the feelings he had at the moment. It was a surprising bond. Ezra, the first way is for controlling wind flows. It's a wind spell. The second is a water incantation, and the third is composed of 4 ice magic circles. "Am I right?" shouted Luke, opening his eyes. The blue-haired boy took a step back, completely surprised by the situation. The speed Luke had to comprehend that sword was something unimaginable. "Exactly, Master Luke. Try using all 3 at the same time to launch ice attacks," cried Ezra, euphorically looking forward. The little blacksmith's heart was beating wildly, while Luke stood with surprising calamity. In front of the half-wolf was a Madeira target. Luke then concentrated on controlling the 3 spells at the same time. Swinging his sword, he launched a forward attack, cutting the air. The cut Luke made in the air created an ice attack that flew out at high speed at the test dummy, tearing that puppet's head off in seconds. Chapter 382, Burning Night. The little blacksmith's heart was beating wildly, while Luke stood with surprising calam. In front of the half-wolf was a Madeira target. Luke then concentrated on controlling the 3 spells at the same time. Swinging his sword, he launched a forward attack, cutting the air. The cut Luke made in the air created an ice attack that flew out at high speed at the test dummy, tearing that puppet's head off in seconds. The cut was smooth, extremely precise, and fast. The target's head fell, hitting the ground and then rolling forward. Even though it was a wooden target, the cut was so precise that it created a smooth surface. Not a single piece of the wood fiber had been torn out. All the material was still perfectly intact. Normally, cutting would always create dust, unevenness, and you would need to run a sandpaper across the top of the wood to keep it really smooth. But Luke's cutting was so perfect that this was simply not necessary. When Luke came out of that concentration mode, he was completely surprised at how cool the room had become. He looked at the floor and noticed how the floor was completely covered in ice. The video that protected Ezra was also marked with small fragments of ice, as if some kind of moisture had frozen in front of the glass. Yet he was strangely not cold, nor had he noticed this sensation in his body. It was as if he was immune to the cold at that moment. Looking at the weapon, Luke was again surprised at how extremely visible his reflection was in that equipment. Turning to Ezra, Luke nodded, asking if he should continue his training. The little blacksmith responded by extending his hand upward, giving a positive sign. "It's fine. You can keep attacking the dummies," Ezra said. Luke focused on the blade of the sword again. Now, he had a slightly better understanding of how that weapon worked. It was like an organ of the half-wolf's own body. Controlling that flow of mana was as natural as breathing, which left Luke completely amazed at how fantastic that connection with the sword was. "I really need a weapon like that. It is so versatile. I never imagined a piece of equipment could be so unique," Luke thought. He was mentally visualizing the sword, trying to imagine each of the 3 functionalities of that weapon. Concentrating, he began to control the area that produced water magic. Shaping the moisture that approached close to the blade, an abundant amount of water began to pool on the iron of the sword. Controlling with the wind area of that item, Luke went about controlling that water so that the sword received a new shape. As the water moved to the desired location, the sword cooled, freezing and creating a thick layer of ice. The image Luke had in his mind was coming true, and even with his eyes closed, the half-wolf was able to draw and build exactly what he wanted. The endless dream was a relatively thin sword, possessing an elegant finish. However, with the control of the ice, Luke significantly increased the size of the sword's blade. Several triangles appeared on one side of that blade, transforming it into a kind of 2-bladed sword. One side was made of an ice saw, while the other side had a thin, extremely sharp ice blade. When Luke opened his eyes, he was completely in shock at how well this idea had worked. It really is possible. That weapon is fantastic, Luke thought. In slow steps, the half-wolf approached one of the training puppets, and he quickly began to test that weapon, delivering several attacks. His sword was cutting the wood with unimaginable speed, but the most amazing thing was how that ice was not breaking. It was remaining tough, almost indestructible. Actually, what was happening was quite different. With each attack from the half-wolf, several particles of ice came out of the sword, breaking and falling off the item. However, Luke's mana was constantly feeding that weapon, making sure it never lost its edge, stayed sharp, and kept the shape Luke had imagined. The half-wolf then returned to the window of the room. He turned to the several training puppets that were positioned on the other side of the room. Raising his sword again, Luke began to launch several bursts of ice. He could control the movement of the projectiles with the circle of wind that the sword possessed. With the water area, it was possible to control how thick they were, how they formed, and even what their initial size was. The ice part of the sword solidified the attack, keeping it at an extremely cold temperature. It was as if Luke was casting quick ice spells, without worrying about conjuring the incantation or even the form, or the state of the attack. It was an automatic movement, an incredible weapon that he simply hadn't imagined possible to exist. He then began to concentrate on creating small strands of ice. The attacks became thinner and thinner. It was as if Luke was throwing little pieces of paper with his sword, which left Ezra completely surprised, incredulous at what he was seeing. At a certain moment, Luke managed to transform those small ice projectiles into a layer so thin that it was almost invisible to the naked eye. It was only perceptible the effects caused by that weapon. The puppets' heads were falling off one by one, yet it was not possible to see where the attack came from. Even with wind spells, it is still possible to understand the flow of the attack. It is possible to perceive where a spell is coming from and where it is going. But the speed with which the projectiles were launched made the attack almost imperceptible. By the time Luke imagined the attack coming, the puppet's head had completely fallen to the ground. Ezra's eyes were completely wide open, with a face of surprise and excitement. He had never even imagined this kind of use for his sword. In fact, he had only taken Hephaestus' advice when he began forging this equipment. I can't believe it. He really has completely mastered the use of this weapon. I want to know how he will use my other weapons, thought Ezra. The boy's heart was agitated. He had total conviction that the weapon he was going to make for Luke should be as versatile and useful as the ones he had already produced. In fact, it should be even better. Ezra then picked up the red sword, and watching Luke, he caught the half-wolf's, "I'm Master Luke. Why don't you change swords now? We can test this one and then put more test dummies on it," Ezra said, raising the weapon as high as he could. Luke nodded and walked out of the room. The sword that Ezra handed to Luke was different from the Endless Dream. By the time Luke channeled his mana into that weapon, you could already feel the gigantic difference between the two. "What's the name of this sword?" Luke questioned. "Burning Night," Ezra replied, his eyes still wide open, glowing with excitement. Luke then again entered the room and focused on channeling his magic into that weapon. Again, he began to visualize how his mana was flowing through the item. It was a truly different feeling than the sword he had wielded a short time ago. There were 4 different channels within that weapon. As Luke charged that weapon with his energy, he realized how this sword was a bit more complex to control, but that didn't discourage him. In fact, it only increased the anticipation and interest the half-wolf had. With his eyes closed, Luke began to visualize the sword from the inside. It was as if he was able to see every detail made in the production process of that weapon. There were 4 magic circles that followed inside the weapon. However, on the outside, there was a 5th enchantment, which so far made no sense to Luke. However, as the mana finished charging the sword completely, Luke had finally understood the reason for the 5th spell. The sword's first spell was a fire conjuration, which would cause flames to appear around the sword. The second spell was a flame-shaped manipulation spell, which would help control the way fire would be projected. The 4th spell was a kind of wind circle that would help manipulate the control of airflow around the sword. as well as later control how the fire would act after it was cast. The fifth spell, which was on the outside of the sword, was an ice spell. The reason was quite simple: to prevent the heat of the weapon from causing it to melt by itself. Gradually, a gigantic amount of fire began to appear on the edge of that blade, surprising Ezra. This time, Luke could feel the heat heating his face at the same moment. Chapter 383: The Phoenix and the Wolf. The sword's first spell was a fire conjuration, which would cause flames to appear around the sword. The second spell was a flame-shaped manipulation spell, which would help control the way the fire would be projected. The fourth spell was a kind of wind circle that would help manipulate the control of airflow around the sword, as well as later control how the fire would act after it was cast. The fifth spell, which was on the outside of the sword, was an ice spell. The reason was quite simple: to prevent the heat of the weapon from causing it to melt by itself. Gradually, a gigantic amount of fire began to appear on the edge of that blade, surprising Ezra. This time, Luke could feel the heat heating his face at the same instant. The sword, Burning Night, began to channel its energy outward. The fire was intense, although Luke was able to feel the heat taking over the sword. Surprisingly, that flame was not burning the half-wolf's body. The fire began to spread completely through the sword, including Luke's hands. But surprisingly, that heat was not painful for Luke. It was almost welcoming. It was a warm flame, like a ray of sunshine after a long winter night. It was a warmth that was feeding the half-wolf with energy, like a hug from a distant friend, like the touch of a loved one. It was a feeling that was hard to describe. The flames completely took over the sword, which gradually grew larger until, from a two-handed sword, with the shape of the flame, the weapon took on the size of a greatsword. When Luke opened his eyes, he realized how versatile the fire element really is. Until then, the novice mage had not yet fully explored the capabilities of the destructive power of flames. Other than a simple fireball, or the channeling of mana into flames, Luke had not yet understood how to control fire. With his heart calm and equally on fire, Luke began to move that gigantic amount of flames, swinging his sword as he tested the weight of the weapon. As Luke swung Burning Night, he realized how confusing a situation controlling that weapon was. At the same time that it was more complex than the sword he had just used, this weapon was surprisingly more elegant. It was like a horse that was difficult to tame, but once controlled, possessed much greater power and energy. Ezra, on the other side of the wall, was elated. His eyes were shining, both from the excitement of seeing his equipment being used so masterfully and also from the brilliance of his creation. Luke then began to strike out again against the test dummies. The first rows of puppets had already been annihilated in the previous test, and now there were 3 more rows of wooden targets left. With one swift strike, Luke swung his sword forward, channeling that energy, shooting out a gigantic wave of fire. The flames came out at high speed, and by controlling it with one hand, Luke was able to move the flames wherever he wanted. That first burst of fire burned the dolls that had already been decapitated by Endless Dream. With a snap of the half-wolf's fingers, the flames burning those wooden dolls intensified. A current of air began to rise around the targets, keeping the flames concentrated and increasing the intensity of the destruction. That intense fire completely burned the test dummies, leaving only a small circle of dust on the ground. All this lasted a fraction of a second, demonstrating how extremely skilled the half-wolf was. He possessed a born talent for flame mastery. Luke was in a state of flow, a gigantic connection to the sword he wielded. With a smile, he turned to Ezra as he extinguished the flames of the sword. "Ezra, I think I already have an idea of how I want my weapon," Luke said with a smile. The little blacksmith's eyes widened, and with a warm smile he bowed. "I will get my master, Luke. So please ask for whatever you want, and I will perform," exclaimed Ezra, bowing down. Luke then turned back to the mannequins. He still wanted to test some of what he was capable of. Channeling fire again, now the sword was pulsing flames constantly. Slowly a heat was emerging around the half-wolf. He was on fire. Not completely. It was as if small sparks were emerging around Luke. as if the energy he was channeling into the sword was also being thrown out by the swordsman's body. With a burning night attack, Luke launched a much larger amount of flames, which took the form of a gigantic firebird. The movement was done with just one of his hands, while with the other, the half-wolf controlled the movement of the flames, manipulating the heat as if he were the conductor of an orchestra. The gigantic firebird flew out, dancing around the room. With an abrupt movement of his hands, Luke controlled that phoenix to turn around, returning to the sword. The half-wolf then fired more fire attacks in front of that flame puppet, increasing the size of the phoenix. Luke then controlled that gigantic amount of energy to fly in front of the dummies, decapitating an entire row of test dummies. The phoenix then fell apart, as the various heads of the dummies fell to the ground. When the fire lost its bird form, all that energy turned into several arcs of fire that appeared on top of the wooden dummies, burning each one until there were no ashes left. Again, with a snap of the fingers, an air current intensified on the targets, raising a gigantic blaze of flames. When the fire was over, there were no more test dummies left in the room. This was the power of a skilled swordsman with an item that matched his level. That was the difference between an ordinary sword and a magic item. Inside Luke's soul, the goddess Balance was completely open-mouthed, just like Ezra. The goddess was euphoric, completely consumed by that captivating emotion Luke was giving off. "Luke, I can't believe it. How did you do all this? It seems so natural, I don't understand either. Dealing with my mana was so confusing when I was doing that spell with Megan, but now it was all so automatic. It was like breathing or walking. It was as automatic as dodging a sword attack from Nathalia." The goddess began to laugh at Luke's explanation. I'm sure the elf wouldn't like to hear that. But now a doubt arose in me. What? You have mastered the element of ice very well, and controlled the flames of this sword with gigantic ease. I know Ezra would be capable of that. So what do you think about requesting a sword that has a magic circle for each different element of magic? The moment Luke heard Balance's voice echoing in his head, a giant smile appeared on his face. It was a confused smile to Ezra and to anyone else who observed the half-wolf's features. He was visualizing how he would be able to annihilate any enemy with a sword as great as this. The half-wolf then opened the metal door and walked up to the small blue-haired blacksmith. He left Burning Night on a table, and now, standing in front of Ezra, Luke reached out and petted the little blue-haired blacksmith's blue hair. "You know, Ezra, I had an idea that you may not be able to complete. But still, I'd like to try it," Luke said. Ezra's face showed his surprise, and with his cheeks inflated, he made an angry face looking at Luke. "It's obvious I can do it, Master. Just tell me how you want your sword, and I will do everything I can to complete it," Ezra said, clicking his tongue and turning to the side with his arms crossed. "Yawn on this kid is so cute." "Stop it, Balance," Luke then released his hand from Ezra's grip and began to expatiate what he had felt using those weapons. "The Endless Dream is really great. The ice created much faster attacks than fire. I imagine that for stealth combat at night, this is the best option. However, the lack of area destructive power was something that bothered me with it. Apart from the option to freeze a group or a region, it is still not as destructive as Burning Night. As for the Burning Night, it really is a formidable sword. I believe that with a little more training, I would be able to better manipulate the direction of the flames. Drawing with fire is something amazing. I really enjoyed using these two weapons. But it seems like we're still missing something." Ezra was jumping for joy, but when he heard that something seemed out of place, the little blacksmith's face became much more serious. He then took a notepad and a pencil from his pocket. "Please, Master Luke, explain to me what you felt was missing from this weapon," Ezra replied. "Actually, it's more of an idea that came to me. I don't want to be limited to just one type of element or one feature of the weapon. What do you think about creating a sword with all kinds of elemental circles?" Luke said. The little blue-eyed blacksmith took a step back. His face was completely surprised. But soon he gave a gigantic smile in response to Luke's challenge. "I've never heard of any weapon like that, but of course I can," Ezra replied. Chapter 384 Sleepy Rain. Ezra was jumping for joy, but when he heard that something seemed out of place, the little blacksmith's face became much more serious. He then took a notepad and a pencil from his pocket. "Please, Master Luke, explain to me what you felt was missing from this weapon," Ezra replied. "Actually, it's more of an idea that came to me. I don't want to be limited to just one type of element or one feature of the weapon." "What do you think about creating a sword with all kinds of elemental circles?" Luke said. The little blue-eyed blacksmith took a step back. His face was completely surprised, but soon he gave a gigantic smile in response to Luke's challenge. "I've never heard of any weapon like this, but of course I can," Ezra replied. The little blacksmith then began to draw and scribble on the notepad he was holding. Luke noticed how he was making several notes of what seemed to be ideas. Although he couldn't understand what Ezra was doing, it was still possible to recognize some magic circles. "That is a really interesting idea. We will need some magic crystals. I will need to distribute the magic circles over the handle and blade. I don't know if that would fit on a katana," Ezra said, while biting his thumb. "He is very cute. He looks like a baby. Don't scream inside my head." "Balance, I'm sorry," the little blacksmith didn't seem to be talking to Luke, but still the half-wolf remained listening to what that blue-haired boy had to talk about. It was a bit like Megan and Adrian's conversations, where he couldn't understand the real subject. But it was interesting to try to learn something he hadn't mastered. Luke had a brief and simple idea of how the art of forging worked, but it was just the basics that anyone would eventually learn over time. The whole part of using magic within equipment production was something new, at least the way it was done at Melky's Academy. He remembered the use of runes and how some items had effects, but the manipulation of magic circles was something completely new. "Look, Master Luke, I believe I can make a sword like this, but it will take me more time than is normally needed to complete a weapon. I will also need Master Hifa's help, which may make the sword take even longer to complete," Ezra said. The small blacksmith had left his notebook open on the table in front of the window in the testing room. He stood with his arms folded, looking at his notes with a thoughtful face. "How long do you imagine it will take to complete this weapon?" Luke said, imagining that it would take months to complete such an ambitious project. "I believe around 2 weeks. Really, I won't be able to complete such an ambitious project in any less time," Ezra said in a difficult voice, as if disappointed in his own blacksmithing abilities. "There's no way this kid is saying this. This is too fast. He really is unusual. There are famous blacksmiths who take that long to produce an ordinary sword." "Yeah, that doesn't make sense in the way he's saying it would be. Is he really disappointed that it takes 2 weeks for this?" "But 2 weeks is very little time. Don't worry about it," Ezra Luke said, petting the little blacksmith's head. "But it usually takes me 2 days to finish a magic sword." "Obviously, that's plenty of time, Master Luke," clamored Ezra. "I've known smiths much older than you who take weeks to make a weapon that doesn't even come close to the level of your works." "You need to compare yourself to the common sense of your trade," Luke replied. "I see. Really, that makes sense. Although it's been a long time since I've been out of the academy. I'm used to only comparing myself to Master Hifa," Ezra said. "Master Hephaestus really is amazing then. I wonder what a magic sword made by her must be like," Luke said. "After you complete the tests, we can borrow a sword from the master, so you can get a better sense to differentiate my equipment with something of better quality," Ezra said nonchalantly. These words surprised the half-wolf. How great would be the difference in quality between Ezra's and Hephaestus' swords? That was something hard to imagine. Ezra was a skilled blacksmith, and so far, the weapons Luke had wielded were all of extreme quality. It was confusing to think that he was far behind his master. If Hephaestus is really that much better at the art of forging, I wonder what my flying sword will look like. I imagine it must be a formidable result. "You should approach Master Hephaestus." "How so?" "She was hitting on you. Maybe it wasn't such a bad idea to let her fall in love. So you'd have 2 skilled blacksmiths working for you. You're a bad woman, Balance." "Are you sure you're a goddess?" "Okay, that was a little insensitive of me, ha ha ha. I think over-consuming my memories is making you ill. Maybe I can't stand to see you with the elf and the dragon girl anymore, Balance." Ezra then lifted his face a little and looked into Luke's eyes. "Please keep testing my swords," the blue-haired blacksmith called out. "He's so cute. How can he be so cute? Balance, you really are charmed by him." "Yes, I'm sure. I can test these too," Luke said, turning to the purple sword and holding it with one hand. "What's the name of this one?" Luke said. "Sleepy Rain. I don't like it much." "But it's one of my best magic swords," answered Ezra, who was writing completely focused on his notepad. "I wonder why he doesn't like that weapon. Maybe it's just perfectionism." "Don't worry, just go into the room, Master Luke. It'll replenish the mannequins now," Ezra said. This sword is really beautiful. Sleepy Rain possessed a distinctive appearance from the other two weapons Luke had tested. The strong shade of purple of the sword, while giving an exotic appearance to the weapon, was also beautiful and eye-catching. "I couldn't use this sword in stealth combat. It draws too much attention, yes. Purple and green are not the best colors for an assassin. Green can be used in forest environments. The biggest problem is purple. It stands out in the daytime. And at night, its unusual reflection can draw the enemy's attention. You really have experience in the art of killing and just good at stealing and taking on whoever I need to steal from. But that's all in the past." Luke then walked to the test room, which was now empty, with only the soot marks of the test dummies he had annihilated. Ezra then activated a lever on the other side of the room, and in front of Luke, several wooden dolls fell from the ceiling. A trapdoor of sorts opened at the top of the room, releasing the test objects. "I had no idea it would be so fast. This was really surprising." Luke then began a swing that sort of bit. The feeling of holding Sleepy Rain was very distinctive. It didn't have the same balance as the other weapons. It was like something was out of place. Swinging the sword from side to side, the sound of the blade cutting through the wind was furiously loud. Whoosh bush, that sound caught the half-wolf off guard. "Something seems out of place. That movement, that sound. Balance is missing from this weapon." Nice pawn. Luke then began to channel his energy into the sword. That was a weapon with 3 distinct magic circles. As Luke's mana filled the inside of the weapon, the half-wolf soon realized another problem within that sword. The paths that the flow of mana was supposed to take were much more confusing. It was hard to explain. It was as if the sword, instead of taking the fastest path from one point to another, it chose to make a complete loop around the entire city. The mana flow paths were disoriented. This, aligned with the strange weight of the weapon, made the sword far from the perfection achieved by the other blades he had tested that day. When Luke finally finished powering the sword, his mana simply disappeared from within the equipment. A small burst of energy occurred. All the mana dissipated out of the sword, surprising Luke and Ezra with the noise. Mastering this sword was more complicated than Luke had imagined. The half-wolf then left the room to talk to Ezra. "Please explain to me how you imagine this sword. I just can't control it properly," Luke said. A small burst of energy occurred. All the mana dissipated out of the sword, surprising Luke and Ezra with the noise. Mastering this sword was more complicated than Luke had imagined. The half-wolf then left the room to talk to Ezra. Chapter 385. Far away, the mana flow paths were disoriented. This, aligned with the strange weight of the weapon, made the sword far from the perfection achieved by the other blades he had tested that day. When Luke finally finished powering the sword, his mana simply disappeared from within the equipment. A small burst of energy occurred. All the mana dissipated out of the sword, surprising Luke and Ezra with the noise. Mastering this sword was more complicated than Luke had imagined. The half-wolf then left the room to talk to Ezra. "Please explain to me how you imagine this sword. I just can't control it properly," Luke said. Ezra started scratching his own head, looking at the purple sword. The boy began trying to visualize the process of making the sword. However, even visualizing the original idea, it was still difficult to explain what the function of that sword actually looked like. This was yet another design that Hepha had given Ezra in hand, meaning that it was a sword that was planned by Hephaestus. While this meant that there was no reason why the planning of the weapon was the real problem, it was hard to understand why that item was so unbalanced. If the sword design was not the problem, that implied that the problem was in the forging process. However, Ezra was a skilled blacksmith. It made no sense to imagine that his sword was defective. "I'm sorry, Master Luke. Maybe the problem is really just how I forged this sword. It won't happen again," Ezra said, visibly uncomfortable with Luke's feedback. "It can't have been that. I tested the other items. I know Ezra's potential. I think I had an idea of what might have happened. I'm all ears. I believe it might be a disorder in the sword's mana supply, caused by different types of conflicting elements within the weapon, as if two very different elements are influencing each other's control. Not exactly. It's as if two magic circles, because they are very different, are influencing each other. But that doesn't mean that the problem is with the element, but with the magic used to control that element. Those magic circles must have changed the path with which your energy flows through the weapon I see. That's why I had that feeling that my mana was taking a different course, Ezra. Could the different magic circles inside the weapon end up getting in each other's way? Luke questioned as he crossed his arms. They certainly can. Swords with multiple elements have just that problem, as Ezra spoke. His face showed he understood what Luke and Balance had already talked about. Mr. Luke, Ezra cried out excitedly. Tell me, what are the elements and spells of this sword? Luke said, with a smile on his face and an excited look. Ezra then took his notebook and began to draw the spells used. Unlike the other two weapons, this sword had two spells inside the weapon and an auxiliary one outside of it. The first spell is a toxin manipulation spell. It produces a purple toxic smoke. The other is about a simple lightning manipulation spell, Ezra said. And what is the function of the external sword spell? Luke questioned with one of his hands on his chin. I didn't quite understand why. Hifa asked me to put a mana management spell on it, like the one used on mana-powered artifacts, Ezra said, turning to Luke with a distressed face. Hephaestus. She really knows how to create good weapons. Were you able to understand how to use this sword? Now it's completely obvious her function. The only question is whether I will be able to control her. Luke then turned around and walked straight back to the door of the room. I will test this weapon again. If my idea is correct, maybe this will be one of your best weapons, Luke said. Wait, shouted Ezra. Luke turned around worriedly. I will increase the intensity of the airflow. If you feel weakened by the smoke, raise your right hand and he'll come running to help you, Ezra said. He is so cute and cautious. This little blacksmith is such a good boy. The half-wolf gave a smile. Ezra's concern made Luke remember all the affection he had received from his allies the day before. Thank you. I'll count on your help. After all, you are my private blacksmith and craftsman now, Luke said, entering the room. Ezra's eyes filled with tears. He was feeling completely accomplished. Finally, Mom, I finally found someone to use my weapons, thought the little boy, as old memories flashed through his mind. Ezra's mother was perhaps the best Ferreira the Melky Kingdom had ever known, and was even a master who taught Hephaestus how to work with hot iron. A long, long time ago, when Ezra was little, the forge of the Melky Academy was much smaller than it is today. The magic smith area was not yet as well recognized as the artifact-making school. All this changed when Ezra's mother became the master of the Melky Forge. Her name was Livy Viorel Azura Bluesmith. She was a woman of exuberant beauty. Her long blue hair was always tied back to facilitate the act of forging. Her body, while possessing feminine beauties, was strong and experienced. Her muscles were a bit defined, but nothing that made her less elegant. Her skin was as white as snow, and her smile shone like the moon. Her eyes had the same strong blue color as her hair. Her gaze was delicate, though always determined and sometimes even capable of being frightening. Ezra was too small to remember what an amazing woman his mother was. His memories of that time were diluted with the distance of time. All he remembers came from conversations with Livy's right-hand man, a woman named Emily Hephaestus Ridwillian. At that time, she was around 25 years old. When Livia was busy hammering iron, Emily was taking care of her mistress' little baby. Chapter 386, Eternal Reminder. At that time, she was around 25 years old. When Livia was busy hammering iron, Emily was taking care of her mistress' little baby. Are you sure he can forge something? He is so helpless. I have never seen a child that size, Hephaestus said. The sound of hammering suddenly ceased. Livy stopped to dry the sweat from her forehead with one of her hands as she sighed in the heat. Grabbing a bottle of water, she doused her face with water to cool it down. Soon after, she dried herself with a towel. He sure will. Yesterday, I was designing a prototype, and you won't believe what he did, Livy said. If I won't be able to believe it, how can I guess what he did, Master? Hephaestus said, laughing. You're right. Livy replied, approaching the two of them. She then held out her hand and began to pet the small child that Emily was holding in her lap. He brought me my hammer, pushing it across the floor to me. I know he's going to be a great blacksmith, Livy said, with her calm motherly gaze. Cough, cough, Livy started coughing, gently at first, until she lost control and started coughing harder and harder, until some blood came out of her mouth. Hephaestus' face soon became a desperate face. She tried to get up from her chair, but was stopped by Livy. Don't worry, little Heifa. Everything is fine, Livy said, as she wiped the blood from her mouth with the back of her hand. You are so strong, master. Even with this condition, you still managed to give birth to a child and go back to work, Hephaestus said, his eyes drenched in tears as he looked at the little blue-haired child who was sleeping on his lap. I know, I'm strong. Understand that my little Ezra will also become as strong as I am. Have you ever seen a child who can sleep listening to the hammering of a blacksmith? Livy said, smiling. You are right. He is as strange as you are, Master, Emily replied, who carefully handed the child to Livy. Why do I always have to take care of this baby? You could leave him with some maid. It is dangerous to keep a child in a forge, Emily continued. Livy was kissing Ezra's head, who is still sleeping peacefully. Forging is an art of strength, you know that. But in many moments, it takes finesse to create a good weapon. Imagine watching Ezra for me is just another one of your training, Livy said, as she petted the back of the little blue-haired baby. Still, it is dangerous to keep a child inside a forge, Heifa replied, crossing both arms as she looked into Master Livy's eyes. But look at my Ezra. He loves this place. He is always so calm and happy when I take him to the forge, Livy replied. The two started laughing together until Ezra opened his eyes. Good morning, my dear, Livy said, giving Ezra a kiss on the head. The blue-haired boy scratched his eye a little and then went back to resting his head on Livy's breasts. Maybe I can't teach him the art of forging. I'm sorry for that, but I can only trust you to handle this task, Livy said, her voice now serious. Her eyes were determined as she looked at Hephaestus. Heifa's eyes filled with tears, watching those two and wondering how that little child could be left alone in the world. I will take care of this blue brat. Don't worry about it. No matter what happens, I will protect him for you, Emily said. And remember to teach him right. My son needs to be as skilled with the hammer as I am, Livy said, giving a smile. All right. I'll teach him right, Hephaestus replied. Heifa, can you get a blue hammer I left inside my desk drawer? Livy said. Young Emily got up and walked over to Master Livy's desk. In the drawer was a hammer of surprising quality. It was made of a kind of silver with bluish tones. It had gold details and a dark blue handle. Its weight was great, and all the workmanship appeared to be carefully planned. Hephaestus had never seen a simple hammer of such high quality. This item could only have been built by one person within the entire academy. Only a blacksmith would be able to produce such a trivial item of such high quality. However, Hephaestus knew Livy's work. She knew how incredible the swords and shields forged by that woman were. But something about that hammer was different. It was completely unlike anything Hephaestus had seen Livy produce. Its detail, its quality, even the way the iron was arranged to form this item. To Hephaestus' trained eyes, it was even possible to see how the materials from which the hammer was made were the finest and purest possible. Turning to Livy, Hephaestus' eyes were completely covered in tears. As she admired that work of art, tears streamed down her face. Master, Emily said, I made that hammer to help Ezra forge. Give it to him only when he gets his first official order. All right, Livy said. Hephaestus' chest heaved. She hugged that hammer as she bowed in front of her master. Her tears were falling on the floor of the forge. Yes, I will deliver it to him, Master, Emily said. The name of that item is Eternal Reminder. Leave it as a secret from Ezra, Livy said, as she gave Ezra another kiss on the head, running her hand through the blue hair of that little child. Livy gave a smile as she looked at her apprentice. I'm sorry for leaving you with this burden, but I can only trust Ezra to you, Livy said. These old memories were running through the head of Melky's current forge master, Hephaestus. Watching Luke and Ezra at work made her recall several stories from the not-so-distant past. Chapter 387, Second Try. These old memories were running through the head of Melky's current forge master, Hephaestus. Watching Luke and Ezra work made her recall several stories from the not-so-distant past. Luke entered the room again. Now his eyes were much sharper than at the last attempt. His heart was beating slowly. The half-wolf's whole body was in a state of calm and determination. Ezra had activated the room's air system, but now the airflow was more intense. The reason? To ensure that the one of the sword circles didn't end up knocking Luke unconscious. As soon as the half-wolf entered the room, it was possible to notice how the airflow was more intense. For Luke's keen hearing, it was possible to perceive these small details accurately. Then he began his tests. Luke began to channel his mana into the sword. This time, he had his eyes closed and his concentration completely focused on how the flow of energy was behaving. The path of the mana going into the sword was still confusing. It was as if that energy was draining into the entire weapon except for the necessary points. Luke then began to channel even more energy. The sword began to emit a faint purple glow. As the energy completed the sword, Luke was able to finally visualize within his mind all the paths the energy had to follow within the sword. It was as if the sword was a human body, and Luke was able to visualize every vein and artery within that body. The two inner circles of energy acted in a different way. The mana followed to them, but before, it took a strange path. However, a large amount of mana was following to the edges of the sword, where the energy control enchantment was. Luke gave a small smile when he realized what he needed to do. "I got you," the half-wolf said, as he opened his eyes. He then began to control the enchantment that was on the edges of the sword. The moment he activated that magic circle, the entire flow of mana within that weapon stabilized. Now, that energy was flowing in a straight line through the three magic circles. The half-wolf then started swinging the sword, testing for the second time what it was like to manipulate that weapon. It was a strange feeling. It felt like two completely different swords. Now that Luke was controlling the energy of the weapon, even the way the weight of it distributed itself changed. Now Luke was feeling a sword with a perfect balance. The weight didn't tend anywhere. It cut through the wind in an exuberant way, which to the half-wolf was completely foreign. This weapon seems to me to have an equal, if not even better quality than the other two. It's as if rearranging the weapon's mana made it behave differently. How strange, even you don't know how this happened. Balance? I have a certain idea. I'm all ears. Probably during the forging process. The two conflicting magic circles influenced the final result of the metal's behavior. Now that you are controlling the two using the third enchantment, you're able to concert the error they caused during this process by using your mana home. That makes sense. It's as if I can simply balance the flaws of this weapon using mana control. However, an idea eventually popped into Luke's head. He'll test that later. The half-wolf spoke as he watched the sword blade. Luke began to control the first magic circle, the toxic smoke. Gradually, a sort of purple cloud appeared around the sword. This smoke possessed a light purple color, making it stand out a bit from the ordinary air. Luke then swung the sword, and instead of the smoke dissipating, it just followed the direction of the sword, as if it were a kind of aura that followed the blade. Luke then concentrated and tried to control the mana within the weapon. As he managed this energy, the smoke around the sword took different shapes. He was able to move it by his own will, which he had thought was not possible. The half-wolf then swung the sword again and threw that smoke out. The attack came out at a high speed until it reached the test dummies. The smoke corroded the first test dummies in the same instant. However, it soon dissipated, being sucked into the room's air system. Luke then had an idea. Can the external enchantment of this sword manage the movement of the smoke? Wow, that's a good idea theoretically. That purple smoke was nothing but mana that was transformed into a type of poison. So the third incantation would be able to control that mana. This time Luke released a larger amount of smoke. Now he began to control the third incantation. With a smile on his face, he realized that his idea really was possible. By manipulating that wave of smoke, Luke was able to make it take the shape of a dragon's face. This attempt only lasted a short time, only for the attack to then turn back into a mass of smoke. That toxic cloud clung to the test dummies in the first row, who were embraced by a giant corrosive energy. The wood was being consumed completely, while a kind of ash smoke appeared. Luke could even control how the smoke behaved now that it was trapped in its target. Controlling by his sword, he made that smoke spin at high speed, which caused the dolls to disintegrate even faster. Whoosh, with a snap of fingers, the smoke cleared completely. The puppets had not been completely annihilated as with the fire attacks, but it was clear that if they were a real enemy, the target would have long since died. Now, it was time to test the second part of Sleepy Rain, the electric attacks. Luke had so far not come into contact with any form of electricity spell, so he was extremely interested in how this item would perform. He liked the thrill of trying something new. It was something that made his heart flutter with curiosity and the excitement of a new challenge. He then began to channel the second sword incantation. Slowly, it was possible to hear the sound of electricity building up through the iron of the sword. Zip, vooish, Zion gradually. Small sparks of energy came out from inside the blade. It was as if several small rays were being emitted out of the sword. That energy seemed to be unpredictable. Following the same concept, maybe I can manipulate it with the external enchantment, right? Probably. I don't know. Luke then placed the sword in front of him. Luke let out a long sigh, until he finally cast as much mana as he could for the second incantation. The sword began to emit even more electricity. Slowly the hair in Luke's ears began to rise with the static. Meanwhile, a constant sound of metal hitting the small beams began to be heard throughout the room. Luke then swung his sword and launched his electric attack. He didn't need to control where the lightning was going. Within seconds, that energy came out like thunder. It struck the test dummy that was in front of Luke. The wooden chest of that dummy burned with the impact until only a hole was left that went completely through that dummy. Now, Luke was going to test how the electricity reacted to the control with the third circle. Channeling the lightning again, Luke fired as he tried to control the flow through the outer circle. It was a little more difficult with the smoke, so several attempts were necessary. On the first attempt, the energy came out, but it made only one turn. It was as if Luke had lost control at the last second. On the second attempt, the half-wolf managed to make the beam go a full turn and attack 2 test dummies. Although that energy didn't take the shape he wanted, these little mistakes followed for another 10 tries, until Luke finally understood what he was doing wrong. I only need to create one beam, just one electrical source. I'm creating several, Luke said. It was as if hundreds of small rays were thrown out of the sword. With that amount, a magic circle as simple as the one on the outside of the sword would never be able to control this attack. Luke then began to channel more energy, but this time, he visualized a single gigantic beam of electricity coming out of his sword. He visualized the weapon shooting that lightning bolt as if it were a rain cloud attacking the earth from the sky. The lightning flew out of the sword, and finally Luke was able to control it the way he wanted. It took the form of a dragon, as it flew around wherever the half-wolf wished. That dragon burned the 4 test dummies that were in the front row, completely exterminating them. They burned to ashes, leaving only that soot and dust, which showed the size of the force that attacked them. Chapter 388, No One Great, and not these little mistakes followed for another 10 tries, until Luke finally understood what he was doing wrong. I only need to create one beam, just one electrical source. I'm creating several, Luke said. It was as if hundreds of small rays were thrown out of the sword. With that amount, a magic circle as simple as the one on the outside of the sword would never be able to control this attack. Luke then began to channel more energy, but this time he visualized a single gigantic bolt of electricity coming out of his sword. He visualized the weapon shooting that lightning bolt as if it were a rain cloud attacking the earth from the sky. The lightning flew out of the sword, and finally Luke was able to control it the way he wanted. It took the form of a dragon, as it flew around wherever the half-wolf wished. That dragon burned the 4 test dummies that were in the front row, completely exterminating them. They burned to ashes, leaving only that soot and dust, which showed the size of the force that attacked them. Ezra was completely surprised by the effect of the attack. He could not believe that this sword was so strong. He even offered that item to some of his colleagues to test, and they all had the same reaction as Luke. They were confused about how to use the item, what its function was. Some of Ezra's colleagues could not even power the sword. For the little blue-haired blacksmith, that weapon was practically an embarrassment. However, Luke completely put an end to this fear. The half-wolf managed not only to master the sword, but also to understand the initial idea of that equipment, something that not even Ezra, the blacksmith who created that sword, had understood. It was common for Ezra to receive different proposals from his master. Hephaestus was a somewhat confused woman, especially when it came to dealing with Ezra. He never understood why, but it seemed at times that she was more strict with him than with the other blacksmiths. This excess of demands, combined with the incessant training that Hepha made Ezra undergo, made the little blacksmith extremely skilled. Ever since he was very small, he had always been training and working with the hot iron. As much as Luke had now demonstrated the use of that weapon, he still didn't understand what was the mistake that made it impossible to use that sword so far. When Ezra questioned Hephaestus about the failure of Sleepy Rain, the Master Forge only said that she never fails when she is producing a weapon. Luke would continue with the testing, but Ezra was confused and curious. He wanted to understand what was the reason for the failure of his sword, what he had missed, and what Hephaestus wanted him to produce. "Luke, can you come here?" Ezra called out, nodding to the half-wolf. When Luke approached Ezra outside the room, the little blacksmith was again with his notepad, ready to write down all the feedback from the test of his creation. "Tell me, how did you master this sword? You're not the first to try to use it, but you're the only one who has had some success in controlling this weapon," Ezra said. Putting his pencil to his mouth, Ezra was looking at his notebook with a confused face. It was as if he was trying to understand by himself what could have happened. Before Luke could give an answer, Ezra continued talking. "Actually, no other person was able to activate the weapon's electrical enchantment. That was what surprised me the most about your test. I had picked up Sleepy Rain just to show you the effects of the first circle, the toxic smoke," Ezra said. "Well, it makes sense. I would have no reason to bring a weapon that no one had been able to use. I'm glad you didn't give up that sword. That challenge was really something interesting." "I kind of needed it," Luke said, as he reached out his hand to mess up Ezra's hair, as usual. "This is more fun than I imagined. I wish I could mess up his hair too. He's so cute. When he's angry, I didn't realize you were so fond of children." "Well, to tell you the truth, you're like a child to me too. I think you're cute too. That was weird balance, hey." "Hey, don't call me weird, that's right. I can't be disrespectful to a goddess." "Absolutely. Why aren't you gentlemanly with me? We'll try to be more polite. Sometimes I forget that you're a goddess. I see you more as a best friend." "Oh, that was cute. I can't help it. You know me better than anyone else." "Hee. I know all your secrets, big boy," Ezra then grabbed Luke's arm and pulled it off his head. "Master Luke, why do you always get so distracted? Sometimes it seems like you just shut down and focus on your thoughts," Ezra said. See balance. Stop taking away my concentration, I'm sorry. I was just thinking about some things. Anyway, tell me, what do you want to know?" Luke said. Ezra then started flipping through his notebook. After going over a few pages, he turned to the blank page and started asking questions. "Regarding the weight of the sword, what was your opinion on the balance of it?" Ezra said. The half-wolf then placed one of his hands on his chin, and looking up, he began to think about how to answer that question. It's a bit of a tricky thing to explain. On the first attempt, I felt that the sword had extremely bad balance. It was as if it had two completely opposite centers of gravity, which made swinging it extremely uncomfortable. It was cutting the air in a strange way. Luke said. This initial analysis shook Ezra up a bit. As much as the little blacksmith was used to getting it wrong, it was always difficult to receive that kind of feedback. As much as Ezra had forged hundreds of swords in his brief life, he was never able to get used to negative opinions. In fact, it was precisely this discomfort that made him seek perfection. Ever since he was little, the little blue-haired blacksmith was forging. At first he made knives. After all, the heat and effort were too great for a child. The number of different pieces of equipment Ezra had delivered to Hephaestus was countless, only to receive a dry, analytical look, and then to see his creation thrown on a garbage heap. As Ezra grew older, his skill increased. However, he was never strong enough to forge on his own, so Master Hephaestus taught him how to control the water golem. After mastering water magic, Ezra was finally able to receive praise from his master Hephaestus, who, as strict as she was, still possessed a gigantic affection for the little blacksmith. Luke noticed the complicated face Ezra had made. Then he began to explain what he felt after stabilizing the sword's internal mana. "Don't worry, Ezra. This weapon is very good indeed. Let me finish the analysis," Luke said. These words echoed through Ezra's heart, and he lifted his head excitedly to receive the rest of the analysis. The weight was, yes, unbalanced at first, but I understood what was going on. Luke went on to explain. However, Ezra stopped him from continuing, speaking over him. "What did you understand?" Ezra said, agitated and excited. "Relax, buddy. Well, the center of gravity of the sword blade was centered at two different points, which were just where the magic circles are located. The difference in type of magic caused the balance and swing of the weapon to be altered," Luke said. As the half-wolf gave his explanation, Ezra was intently taking notes. With his head, the little blacksmith shook his face in confirmation, asking Luke to continue explaining. "I felt as if the flow of my mana was confused inside the sword. It wasn't a smooth, precise path like in the other weapons we tested. It was a much more complex and confusing path. It even seemed random. That's what made it difficult to use the magic circles in the first test." Crossing his arms, the half-wolf went on to explain. "The third enchantment was the one that completely changed the game. It was a turning point for sure. I only needed to activate that enchantment on the edge of the sword, and from then on everything went smoothly. By manipulating the internal structure of the sword's mana flow, I was able to control the spells. Even the weight of the sword came into balance. It felt like a completely different weapon." This explanation made Ezra's eyes widen. He had thought that the problem was completely the way he had forged it. It was difficult for Ezra to produce a low-quality sword these days. In fact, it was practically impossible. When he received a guidance or sword diagram from Hephaestus, it was certain that a masterpiece would come out. So Sleepy Rain was really an attack on the boy's ego, his honor as a blacksmith. What defines whether this weapon is perfect or not is only one factor: the user who is wielding it. So don't worry. You just didn't have anyone skilled enough to use your creation masterfully, Luke said. Chapter 389, The Old Promise. I felt as if the flow of my mana was confused inside the sword. It was not a precise and smooth path like in the other weapons we tested. It was a much more complex and confusing path. It even seemed random. That's what made it difficult to use the magic circles in the first test," said Luke. Crossing his arms, the half-wolf went on to explain. "The third enchantment was the one that completely changed the game. It was a turning point for sure. I only needed to activate that enchantment on the edge of the sword, and from then on everything went smoothly. By manipulating the internal structure of the sword's mana flow, I was able to control the spells. Even the weight of the sword came into balance. It felt like a completely different weapon." This explanation made Ezra's eyes widen. He had thought that the problem was completely the way he had forged it. It was difficult for Ezra to produce a low-quality sword these days. In fact, it was practically impossible. When he received a guidance or sword diagram from Hephaestus, it was certain that a masterpiece would come out. So Sleepy Rain was really an attack on the boy's ego, his honor as a blacksmith. What defines whether this weapon is perfect or not is only one factor: the user who is wielding it. So don't worry. You just didn't have anyone skilled enough to use your creation masterfully, Luke said. However, there was still one thing to be understood. All swords had some function that connected the magic circles inside the item. So this meant that there was a reason why Sleepy Rain had a combination of that toxic smoke and an electric control circle. This possibility was running through Luke's mind. Only 2 trials were not enough to give a definite answer regarding the sword. A final experiment would be necessary, a final test to understand that weapon. This alone was enough for Luke to understand how the proposal he had given Ezra was a much more complicated task than he had imagined at first. Producing a versatile sword capable of using the different types of elemental magic was not only an arduous task for the smith, but also for the user who would wield this sword. This was probably the reason why nobody produced this kind of item. There is no sense in creating such a complex and difficult piece of equipment to produce if no one would be able to use it. Ezra had lived his whole life as a blacksmith. No matter how young he really was, he had already seen all kinds of swords. But all of these had at most 5 different incantations. The most complex magic weapon he had ever known was a greatsword that Hephaestus produced. And yet, sword possessed only 8 enchantments. In Ezra's mind, when Luke gave the idea of a versatile sword capable of using every single type of elemental magic, the little boy thought of more than 15 different enchantments needed, not to mention the magic circles needed to stabilize that sword. Producing such a complex weapon would truly be one of, if not the greatest challenge that little blacksmith had ever faced in his life. In the other room of the forge at Melky's academy, Hephaestus was a bit impatient. Again, this woman was coordinating the production of the forge, giving orders to dozens of blacksmiths. She walked back and forth, her arms crossed. When necessary, she raised her voice to give directions to her apprentices. "Yazuka, you are hammering too hard," the redhead's voice echoed through the warm room. The woman's skin was already accustomed to the heat of the forge, yet she was still perspiring a little. Her feminine beauty would normally attract anyone who looked at her. Her hair had a strong color. Her large breasts bounced as she walked from one side to the other. However, as much as she sometimes took flirting attitude, as was the case with Luke, she commanded the forge with an iron fist. No blacksmith, no matter how old or experienced, was able to raise his voice or oppose Hephaestus' presence. That woman was a leader with a powerful, dominating gaze. "You're bending the blade, Leon. That's a rapier, not a katana. You imbecile." Every direction was followed to the letter, and the voice of those blacksmiths was never heard inside the forge. The only time they could answer anything was after a direction from Master Hephaestus. "Yes, ma'am," spoke the young blacksmith, returning to work shortly thereafter. "Nice throwing knife, Dante. Make 5 more of those, and it'll let you produce a small dagger." "Yes, ma'am," replied another blacksmith. Many preferred not to answer at all, just following the orders for fear of upsetting the forge mistress. All these commands were precise. She knew every detail of the different production processes needed to make a good item. This gave her a gigantic mastery. With extremely perceptive eyes, she could help all those blacksmiths evolve and produce incredible equipment. That woman seemed completely focused on her task of managing the forge. However, the truth was that in her head only one question was echoing. How am I going to deliver the gift to the brat? Her memories kept flashing before her eyes. Memories of a not-so-distant past. They were sweet memories of his time with his teacher, Ezra's mother. But at the same time that this feeling of missing her former friend was prevailing, doubt and indecision was consuming this strong woman. She had spent years preparing Ezra to become a real blacksmith. She followed her promise to the extreme, being extremely strict with little Ezra. This behavior gave her both pride and grief. She never really knew how to take care of this little blue-haired blacksmith. She knew that she should be strong with him, so that he would grow up good and skilled in the art of forging. She had always been extremely strict with Ezra, and he had never, at any time, rebelled. No matter how complex the request, how intense the response to Ezra's work, he always responded by working hard and smiling. There was much about that child that reminded Emily of her master Livy, that legendary blue-haired Ferreira. But to Hephaestus, she was more than a teacher. She was his best friend. Hephaestus had thought for years about what that moment would be like. The day she would fulfill her master's last request, to give this gift to her best apprentice, Ezra. This was a simple task in her mind, but taking this action would be more complicated. "Fuck it. I'm just going to give it to him today," Hephaestus thought, crossing his arms and sighing. All the smiths around the forge master felt a chill run down their spines. Some broke into a cold sweat, getting chills. It was frightening to them to hear Hephaestus sigh, for it could mean that she was annoyed by the attitude of one of the apprentices present. This would mean several shouts and orders, perhaps extra work. But the truth that none of them imagined was that Hephaestus was just nervous. Her heart was pounding, a nervousness that made her feel like a delicate lady. Sometimes it showed her feminine nature, which she tried her best to hide under the mask of a powerful female blacksmith. In the end, her mind was made up. She was going to give a hammer to Ezra today, probably after Luke had already left. That way she could have a moment alone with her apprentice. That woman was taking much stronger steps than usual, walking like an angry soldier. All the stress was causing her to behave differently, which only terrified her apprentices even more. The younger students were sweating with nervousness. As for the more experienced ones, with more time working under Hephaestus, their faces were just pale, ready for much more intense challenges and projects. Ezra and Luke were still talking about the feedback from Sleepy Rain. The half-wolf commented on his idea to test the combination of the two magic circles. I was curious what the result would be. Maybe it would be possible to electrify the smoke, Luke said. Theoretically, that is possible, said Ezra, scratching the back of his neck as he looked at his notepad. Luke, I don't believe it's possible to use these two incantations together. What? What do you mean? I was just thinking, maybe it's not possible to use just these two incantations. What do you mean by that? Not just these two. Try controlling the smoke with the external sword incantations. Controlling it to become a better electrical propagation medium, I see. So I would need to use all three at the same time exactly. I'm almost 100% sure that the function of the external enchantment is not just to stabilize the sword's mana. Got it. Thanks, balance, relax. Now go ahead and test at Chapter 390, Mastering the Sword. Ezra and Luke were still talking about the Sleepy Rain feedback. The half-wolf commented on his idea to test the combination of the two magic circles. I was curious what the result would be. Maybe it would be possible to electrify the smoke, Luke said. Theoretically, that is possible, said Ezra, scratching the back of his neck as he looked at his notepad. Luke, I don't believe it's possible to use these two incantations together. What? What do you mean? I was just thinking, maybe it's not possible to use just these two incantations. What do you mean by that? Not just these two. Try controlling the smoke with the external sword incantation. Controlling it to become a better electrical propagation medium, I see. Then I would need to use all three at the same time exactly. I'm almost 100% sure that the function of the external incantation is not just to stabilize the sword's mana. Got it. Thanks, balance, relax. Now go ahead and test that, Ezra. I still want to test a few things before I move on to the last sword. He'll move on to the testing room again. Is that okay? No problem. He'll just activate the ventilation system again. Good luck, Luke, Ezra said, still centered looking at his notebook. The little blacksmith then went about trying to find the right lever with his hands, touching the different levers and buttons that controlled the test room. When he found the airflow lever, again he activated it to the maximum. He did this without looking ahead, just trying to tell by touch which was the right one. The boy was completely focused on his notes. He was in a very intense flow of thoughts, and with that, he didn't want to lose the line of reasoning. Theoretically, to produce Luke's sword, I will need to reread the books that Hefa lent me last summer. It will require balancing the elements of the sword. But how am I going to do that? Several such thoughts were floating through Ezra's head, who was watching the notebook while biting down on a pencil. Luke walked into the room, wielding the Sleepy Rain. Now his goal was to test the advice made by Balance. After all, if this sword had been designed by Hephaestus, there was probably some trickery that Luke had not yet realized. Wielding that purple sword with both hands, Luke again channeled his mana to the maximum. Gradually, the smoke from that weapon began to gather around the blade. This time, Half-Wolf's first objective was to energize the edge of the sword. The incantation that was engraved on the iron of the sword began to glow in a faint shade of purple. The moment this glow began to emit, Luke felt a strange sensation in his body. Again, the mana that was coursing through the sword regrouped into a straight line, connecting the 3 points. This sensation was somewhat confusing to the half-wolf, After all, it was as if the sword was pulling more mana from his hands than before. After the brief scare, Luke started trying to connect the two internal incantations of the sword. But for some reason, he was unable to get Sleepy Rain to release electrical sparks while possessing that toxic smoke around its blade. Luke remained casting mana into the sword, confident that he would be able to control those two enchantments. He was paying attention to the details of that weapon. It was as if he was watching a river in front of him, and depending on how that stream of water fell, everything could change. That analogy was just how Luke tried to perceive and understand that weapon. However, this was not being efficient enough to help the half-wolf in this task. He was not being able to control that weapon. This is a much more complex task than he had imagined. I've already aligned the two energy streams. Theoretically, that's all I needed to do now. This thought crossed Luke's mind. Balance had already solved the problem in her mind. She knew exactly how to guide the half-wolf to the correct path. However, this time she decided to go about it in a different way. She was going to remain silent. The reason? It was an extremely simple answer. Luke needed to learn how to solve this kind of mana manipulation problem on his own. After all, this was what would make him mature and learn how to better control this gigantic amount of energy that was inside his body. There was also the issue that at some point, balance would leave Luke. Maybe that would be sooner than she imagined, so she couldn't let him be too dependent on her. The two had grown very close over the past few weeks. This closeness was something Luke had grown accustomed to. He knew that for every thought he had, there was always a companion to help him and talk to him. However, he shouldn't take this kind of support for granted. Surely Luke would always have a woman by his side supporting him, but this presence within his mind was something temporary. Luke kept walking back and forth while swinging with his sword. He was testing the aerodynamics and weight of the sword, giving small strikes in the air. The half-wolf was getting used to the feeling of using that weapon. His head was processing everything that had happened, and after a few minutes, Luke began to test again the use of the sword's magical functions. Then the half-wolf again drew his sword and positioning one of his feet forward. Luke entered an attack position. He was watching the various test dummies in front of him. Again, he was focused on his goal of eliminating the targets using both poison and electricity enchantments. Electricity needs a medium to propagate. I remember hearing Megan say that. If I use enough mana, lightning will come out of my sword and harness the air to flow to the target. By controlling my mana, I can control the lightning. Luke was reviewing everything he knew about that sword, and even the basics of magic, speaking aloud. Soon his eyes widened. He had finally understood how to begin his task. Channeling his energy, he concentrated first on energizing the magic circle on the outside of the sword. This time, he went about controlling his mana to manipulate that enchantment. The function of this circle is to control mana. It serves both to control the flow inside the sword and to control the shape of the attacks. So, it should also be able to control the smoke. Luke's thoughts were aligning, so he finally concluded this riddle. After completely channeling his energy into the external incantation, Luke began to visualize that magic circle as a kind of sword commander. He then proceeded to use it to manipulate the toxic smoke coming out of the weapon. That smoke was changing shape. Initially, it stopped the production of particular electrics. But now, with the control of the half-wolf, finally that smoke was letting the sword create those little sparks of energy. Slowly, a gigantic amount of purple smoke formed around Luke, just far enough away to make the half-wolf able to breathe quietly. Luke sighed and concentrated as hard as he could on his next move. He then grouped all that smoke in front of him, pointing his sword at that toxic cloud. Luke channeled his mana and shot a single bolt of lightning at it. The smoke completely held back the electricity. The vision Luke had in front of him looked like a fully energized cloud during a thunderstorm. He then began to control that attack using the sword's external incantation, taking the form of a dragon. That cloud flew at high speed towards the wooden figures. The moment the dragon got close enough to the head of one of the dolls, Luke snapped his fingers. That smoke bit the test dummy's head and then exploded. Several bolts of lightning began to spread over each of the targets. completely burning most of the target's torso. The toxic smoke kept eating away at those wooden dummies so that there was practically nothing left of those targets. The combination of these two spells was surprisingly efficient. In fact, it was as if the electricity was even more powerful now that it was moving through the smoke. Luke had finally understood how he was supposed to use that weapon. Now was the time to practice as many attacks as possible. Swinging his sword, the half-wolf launched a fast attack in a single slash. A purple attack shaped like a half-moon flew out of the sword blade. The sound was like that of a blade cutting the air. However, it was also possible to hear a sound of electricity flowing with the attack. That half-moon decapitated one of the dolls that was behind the ashes of the previous attack. The face of that wooden puppet was burned completely, and the smoke poured down from above until again there was nothing but ashes. Chapter 391 Poison Mist. Luke had finally understood how he was supposed to use that weapon. Now was the time to practice as many attacks as possible. Swinging his sword, the half-wolf launched a quick attack in one simple slash. A purple attack shaped like a half-moon flew out of the sword blade. The sound was like that of a blade cutting the air. However, it was also possible to hear a sound of electricity flowing with the attack. That half-moon decapitated one of the dolls that was behind the ashes of the previous attack. The face of that wooden doll was burned completely, and the smoke rushed from top to bottom until again there was nothing but ashes. The power of Sleepy Rain was brutal. Its destructive capacity was almost unimaginable. That combination of spells was simply perfect for Luke, a gigantic destructive power with the electric attacks, and an elegant but efficient poison, versatile for sneak attacks. Luke was already considering how he could use those different enchantments within his combats, both the explosions and flames, and the elegant, fast ice attacks. Each of those different options made him want to take them all on more and more, something he would do his best to achieve. Luke was bad with choices. That was evident to anyone who knew him. When he was in doubt between which wife to follow, Alexis or Ayumi, his decision was to choose both. So it was obvious that Luke's choice would be to take as many enchantments as possible. He needed something that was versatile for combat, a weapon that could solve different problems at the same time. The half-wolf's fighting style was extremely diverse. At times he acted as a killer, as a thief, and at other times he attacked with everything in a direct duel fully charged by his bloodlust. The half-wolf was truly delighted with Sleepy Rain's ability, and with that, he continued to do some tests with that sword. His interest was clear. He wanted to find out how far that weapon could go, what the limits of the combination between electric magic and a powerful poisonous smoke were. Luke turned to Ezra. "Send more test dummies," the half-wolf ordered. Ezra merely nodded as he flipped the lever. Several new targets fell in front of the half-wolf, who gave a violent grin, ready for combat. With a thirst for destruction, the smoke began to swirl at high speed around Luke, who walked a little closer to the test dummies. He then emitted an electrical charge that energized that smoke. The Sleepy Rain was glowing again, marking Luke's clothes with that purple color. Luke then moved the smoke with his sword, controlling it to form a snake. That snake came flying around Luke, emitting this sound that resembled a lightning-laden cloud. The static electricity was causing Luke's ear hairs to pop up. The half-wolf's eyes were emitting a menacing aura. He was gigantic, bloodthirsty. Imagining that equipment in combat made Luke more eager for a real duel. He could no longer stand time to engage in combat with that professor. Controlling the snake, Luke caused that snake to fly out toward a row of test dummies. Entering the chest of those targets, the attack pierced that row one by one, creating a hole in the targets. The snake flew out through all the targets with ease, until Luke commanded it to pass with high speed over the heads of the puppets. By the time the snake dissipated, all the heads had been burned with the toxin from the smoke. The electrical effect of the attack also influenced the wood burns. Luke then approached the puppets to understand a little better how that attack worked. When Luke was in front of one of the test dummies, he could see how there was a kind of purple dust inside the place that the attack arrived. This dust was glowing the same color as the sword, although it wasn't as flashy due to the wood ash itself. The half-wolf then brought the sword closer to that hole in the puppet's chest. He then realized the connection between the two. It was possible to get that feeling with his mana senses. Luke then extended his hand in front of the crater in the target's chest and channeled his mana into the dust. Quickly, the body of the wooden figure evaporated at an amazing speed. It was as if that toxic smoke was even more efficient. That was the answer Luke needed. So my mana also defines how intense the effect of the poison is going to be. So maybe if I channel a small amount, it's possible to create a weak poison like a sleeping pill. Maybe this is possible. Yes, but remember what Ezra had commented. It is common for swords to have different poison enchantments. There are swords to immobilize the enemy, and swords to kill with just one cut. I believe that just one cut from this blade is already enough to poison a target. This smoke is naturally corrosive enough to annihilate a large animal in seconds. Why don't you try controlling the mana of the smoke? Good idea. Let's test how far I can reduce the effects of the smoke. Luke returned to the front of the room, and now channeled his mana again into the purple smoke. That smoke was coming out around the sword blade. However, the half-wolf was using the third incantation, along with a much smaller dose of his mana. The smoke now did not have such an intense color. It was still cloudy, but now it had a color that was closer to white. Luke then walked towards the smoke, holding out his hand. When the blacksmith realized what was happening, Ezra quickly jumped in front of the glass in the room, slamming it down several times. "Tum to him, don't do this, Luke. You see what that smoke did to them," he shouted. His eyes were pained and afraid. It didn't make the slightest sense what Luke was doing. Ezra was looking from one side of the control desk to the other, but there was nothing he could do. The airflow in the room was already at maximum. It was impossible to dissipate that smoke with the room controls. But when Ezra raised his head again to look at Luke, he noticed how the half-wolf was walking from side to side, completely unharmed inside the smoke. Luke had not heard Ezra's cries. He was completely focused on manipulating the mana and the characteristics of that smoke. Ezra ran out and opened the door that led into the room. Vooish TUM, the door slammed hard, alerting Luke to Ezra's presence. When the half-wolf turned around, he saw a blue-haired boy with eyes completely drenched with tears. Ezra's face was pained, and his breathing was agitated. At the same moment Luke was back to normal, his hearing was again as sharp as before. He was able to hear Ezra's gasping breath and racing heart. Are you all right, Master Luke?" Ezra said, with a confused face. "Yes, I manipulated the smoke so that it no longer had the corrosive characteristics. That would be quite useful in a moment of escape, or even in a fight where it would be necessary to hide and attack," Luke said, stepping out of the smoke and approaching the small blacksmith. As Luke came out of the smoke, you could see how the sword was still producing more smoke. The half-wolf then looked at Sleepy Rain, reached out his hand, and caused the glow from that sword to fade. When Luke approached Ezra, he put his hand on the boy's back and guided him out of the room. When the two were already out of the room, the half-wolf would finalize one last test. "I knew you wouldn't hurt me. I'm not stupid enough to put my life at risk for no reason," Luke said. "But how are you so sure that that smoke was no longer toxic?" Ezra questioned, still distressed by the situation. The half-wolf then turned to the glass window of the room. It was possible to see the smoke completely filling the small testing space. Luke then held out his hand in front of the glass while watching Ezra's worried face. "My mana controls that smoke. The external enchantment helps aid that control. Controlling the attacks of a magic sword is as natural as breathing," Luke said, turning his face toward the room. The smoke then moved to where the wooden figures were. Luke then closed his hand. That smoke became darker and darker until it went from a light shade of purple to a completely black color. With a snap of his fingers, the smoke disappeared. There was nothing left inside that room, not even ashes or traces of the targets. Chapter 392, Seeking Balance. Luke sighed and concentrated as hard as he could on the next step. He then gathered all that smoke in front of him, pointing his sword at that toxic cloud. Luke channeled his mana and shot a single bolt of lightning at it. The smoke completely held back the electricity. The vision Luke had in front of him looked like a fully energized cloud during a thunderstorm. He then began to control that attack using the sword's external incantation, taking the form of a dragon. That cloud flew at high speed towards the wooden figures. The moment the dragon got close enough to the head of one of the dolls, Luke snapped his fingers. That smoke bit the test dummy's head and then exploded. Several bolts of lightning began to spread over each of the targets, completely burning most of the target's torso. The toxic smoke kept eating away at those wooden dummies so that there was practically nothing left of those targets. The combination of these two spells was surprisingly efficient. In fact, it was as if the electricity was even more powerful now that it was moving through the smoke. Luke had finally understood how he was supposed to use that weapon. Now was the time to practice as many attacks as possible. Swinging his sword, the half-wolf launched a fast attack in a single slash. A purple attack shaped like a half-moon flew out of the sword blade. The sound was like that of a blade cutting the air. However, it was also possible to hear a sound of electricity flowing with the attack. That half-moon decapitated one of the dolls that was behind the ashes of the previous attack. The face of that wooden figure was burned completely, and the smoke poured from top to bottom until again there was nothing but ashes. This demonstration of raw force power surprised even more Ezra, who had never even heard of this kind of use for magic incantations. Manipulating the attack after it was cast was already common. However, controlling poison spells in this way was something he had never really heard of. This created a quick doubt in his mind. He was curious if his master Hephaestus had ever experienced this kind of use of the combat spells that are present within a magic weapon. Better ask the master that. He'll see after Luke leaves, Ezra thought, as he made notes on his notepad. Luke, tell me then, what is your final opinion regarding Sleepy Rain? Ezra said, watching Luke. The boy was ready to write down every sentence the half-wolf uttered. Every word of that feedback would be necessary and relevant to his learning. Luke was scratching the back of his ears as he thought about how to explain what he had understood from the sword. It was something hard to put into words. It was a kind of gigantic feeling of mastery over that weapon. You know, Ezra, the best way to explain this weapon is what I already talked about. She's a good sword, but it all depends on who's wielding it. Luke said. The half-wolf then brought the sword close to his face. Holding it in both hands, Luke was looking at his reflection, which was shining with the sword's brightness. It was possible to see his face clearly, as if it were a kind of mirror. I've never used magic swords before, at least not in this way. It's really evident the balance that those other weapons had, but this one, the Sleepy Rain, it's uncomfortable to use, Luke said. Ezra frowned. He was not annoyed by the half-wolf's comment. In fact, he was just annoyed at his own inability. He hadn't made a weapon good enough that Luke could feel completely free using it. This comment made sense to the little blacksmith. It was obvious that that weapon was too complex. After all, before Luke, no other swordsman had been able to masterfully use that weapon. The test the half-wolf had made not only took full advantage of the qualities of a sword that seemed to be practically useless, but also exploited functions that the experienced blacksmith who made it himself had no idea were possible. I love that discomfort. I want my sword to be even more complex than Sleepy Rain. Try to use as many different enchantments as possible. Create a confusing yet versatile system. I want a sword that no one else will be able to use. No one but me, Luke said, looking the little blacksmith in the eye. Luke's face was emitting a kind of bloodlust. The half-wolf's eyes were violent and sharp. It was as if he was experiencing at that very moment real combat. These sharp eyes scared Ezra for a moment, but he soon realized that this fury was not meant for him. It was as if Luke was already visualizing how to use Ezra's weapon in combat. The half-wolf was visualizing the fight in front of his eyes. I want a unique weapon, something new that you have never seen before. It doesn't matter if it takes you months to produce this blade. Just create something capable of cutting gods and demons, Luke said. Luke, are you okay? His eyes suddenly returned to normal. Balance's voice brought him back to the present moment. He had lost himself again in a thirst for victory. just as had just occurred in the training room. All right, but can you explain to me a little better what you did in the last test? Ezra questioned, stepping forward close to Luke. Sure. I'm sorry, I got distracted again, Luke said, now with his routine look. Regarding the balance of the sword, did you feel any more change in the last test? Ezra said, controlling the flow of mana had already made it much more balanced. However, as I added mana to the sword, I felt a change in the overall weight of the weapon. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing, but ideally the magic circles should be distributed in the same place. That way the sword would always be balanced, Luke said, while scratching the back of his head. The two magic circles on the sword were misaligned from the design of the sword. One of them was positioned closer to the inside of the blade, while the other remained about 6 inches away and a little closer to the blade. Luke had decided that he would order a katana for Ezra. This type of weapon needs to have a stable center of gravity. After all, as much as the curvature of the weapon makes it naturally align the control of the blade, it was still necessary for the sword to possess a balance to facilitate accuracy. This created a doubt in Luke's mind, who soon proposed a test to Ezra. Since Sleepy Rain had this problem in mana manipulation, I could easily figure out where the magic circles of this sword were positioned. On the others I tested it on, it was as if I simply didn't need to know exactly where it was, Luke said. How so? Ezra questioned. It was as if to control the magic circle, I only needed to direct my mana to it. Whereas in Sleepy Rain, I needed to really master all 3 circles. Let me check the other weapons, just to make sure the others have the magic circles lined up, Luke said. This test was essential. After all, if this Sleepy Rain problem was also present in the other swords, that means the problem was in the way Ezra was producing his swords. So Luke and Ezra retested the other swords, channeling the mana into the weapons and checking how the flow of mana was happening. This process was much faster than in the first tests. With that, the two finally got an answer. All the other swords have the magic circle lined up. They're working perfectly fine, Luke said. Could it be that the problem was me? I mean, to produce a magic sword, you have to wedge a magic circle inside the boiling iron. It makes sense that Sleepy Rain's problem happened because of me, Ezra said, his face showing a clear annoyance with the situation. Try talking it over with Hephaestus. I don't understand forging. I'm not the one you should be discussing this with, Luke said, letting out a short laugh. The half-wolf then extended his hand up to above Ezra's head. He then released the weight of his hand and began to shake the little blacksmith's hair. You are right. Thank you very much, Master Luke. Ezra said, by the way, I believe it is best to leave the forge for today. I will go back to my room and rest some more. We could talk about my weapon another time, Luke said. The half-wolf then finished giving feedback to Ezra and returned to the academy dormitory. It was just any afternoon for Luke. However, for the little blue-haired blacksmith, what happened that day, after Luke had left, will be one of the most important memories of his life. Chapter 393, The Last Wish. What do you mean? Ezra questioned. It was like to control the magic circle, I only needed to direct my mana to it. Whereas in Sleepy Rain, I needed to really master all 3 circles. Let me check the other weapons just to make sure the others have the magic circles lined up, Luke said. This test was essential. After all, if this Sleepy Rain problem was also present in the other swords, that means the problem was in the way Ezra was producing his swords. So Luke and Ezra retested the other swords, channeling the mana into the weapons and checking how the flow of mana was happening. This process was much faster than the first tests. With that, the two finally got an answer. All the other swords have the magic circle aligned. They are working perfectly fine, Luke said. Could it be that the problem was me? I mean, to produce a magic sword, you have to wedge a magic circle inside the boiling iron. It makes sense that Sleepy Rain's problem happened because of me, Ezra said, his face showing a clear annoyance with the situation. Try talking it over with Hephaestus. I don't understand forging. I'm not the one you should be discussing this with, Luke said, letting out a short laugh. The half-wolf then extended his hand up to above Ezra's head. He then released the weight of his hand and began to shake the little blacksmith's hair. You are right. Thank you very much, Master Luke. Ezra said, by the way, I believe it is best to leave the forge for today. I will go back to my room and rest some more. We can talk about my weapon another time, Luke said. The half-wolf then finished giving feedback to Ezra and returned to the academy dormitory. It was just any afternoon for Luke. However, for the little blue-haired blacksmith, what happened that day after Luke left would be one of the most important memories of his life. Luke said goodbye to Ezra and walked alone out of the building. He took the flying sword that Hephaestus had given him. A few minutes after that, and Ezra was already isolated again inside his room. The boy was in front of a large wooden table, where several diagrams of weapons were arranged. The focus now was only one, to study how he could produce a katana. Ezra was reviewing everything he had already produced, trying to understand what processes he could already guarantee. After this period, when Hefa was free, Ezra would go to her to get some new diagrams and forging books from the Zhao region. The little blue-haired blacksmith had also heard rumors about an apprentice who was born in Zhao, so it would be ideal to also go and ask questions of him. This way Ezra would be sure that he could produce a weapon that was relatively similar to a Zhao katana. This project was making Ezra extremely worried. After all, not only would it be a challenging project because of the issue of the different magic circles of the sword, but the very shape and type of sword was itself a challenging idea. But this was not something that was shaking Ezra. In fact, he was excited to learn and test something new. His vision of how to handle the project was being divided into 4 major steps. The first part of the project would be to study the 2 problematic issues of the weapon. That is, its shape and its enchantments. Since Ezra did not have much insight into how to solve these 2 problems, he would take advantage of Hephaestus' free time to answer his questions and begin the development of the weapon's design. Once he fully understood what would be needed to produce the sword, he would move on to the next step. The second part of the project would be to develop a stable magic circle. This would undoubtedly be one of the most challenging parts. For this, Ezra would need to verify which magic circles could balance themselves. It was as if it were really a scale on the 2 main sides of the sword. They needed to be in balance of weight, so that the mana would not have problems flowing through the weapon. This part of the project would be mostly complicated by the testing required. Ezra's idea to solve this problem was actually relatively simple. He would engrave several magic circles on small daggers, so he would be able to check which ones worked best together and how to balance them when it came to the main weapon. There is also a way to check this by the structure of the spells, in this case by the type of magic circle. This was a complex task that Ezra had not mastered, so he figured he could clear these doubts with Hephaestus and the other experienced smiths in the Academy's forge. Once he could create a diagram for the magical part of the weapon, this step would be completed. The third part of the plan was the most stressful. Since the little blacksmith had not mastered the production of katanas, ideally he would train by forging a few before setting out on the final project. So he decided that he would produce 1 katana a day. This way he could get a feel for how this process works. And it would also ensure that the final design would be of good quality. Producing a sword a day was not such an unusual task for Ezra. It was almost like a habit for him. During his lifetime, there were even years when he made 3 swords a day, all year long, without once making a mistake. Most of these items ended up being sold outside the Academy, while only the better quality ones stayed within the Academy. Many of the swords in the Academy's arsenal, as well as some used for training, were part of these almost 1,000 weapons that Ezra made in 1 year. This boundless production meant that even though Ezra was not recognized within the Academy, he possessed an abundance of points and even money. For his age, the little blacksmith already possessed enough wealth to live quietly for a few decades. Producing so many swords gave Ezra much more than money. He was one of the blacksmiths with the best sense about the choice of materials. So in the third stage, he would also take the opportunity to test what materials would be used in the process of making the weapon. This way he would be sure that that katana would have maximum strength and quality. The last stage was divided into 2 parts. The first would be to group the production of the katana with the magic circles. Ezra would have to produce a test katana with the chosen effects. This way he would be able to check how the weapon would react. Once the sword was stable, he could finally move on to the second stage. The last process would be to make sure to fix any errors that had happened in the test katana. In this way, Ezra would solve the problems that might have appeared during the production of the weapon. He would first create a weapon that was not completely perfect, and then produce a better sword, a work of art. Once this masterpiece was complete, it would only be necessary to finish the finishing touches, create a quality handle, and sharpen the weapon. This production process was long, so Ezra figured it should take at least 2 weeks. But once he put down on paper everything that would be needed to complete that weapon, he finally understood that much more time was needed, at worst a month and a half. But obviously, Ezra was going to do his utmost to complete that weapon in the shortest time possible. That was his focus, his goal. The boy was looking at that gigantic amount of paper, wondering how he could solve it, until Hephaestus came through the door. She had an apprehensive face, something that was not very common for this woman. She was always confident, funny, domineering, and capable. But this time she was visibly confused. It was a sight Ezra had never had before. "Master, is everything all right?" Ezra said. The forge master was holding a wooden box with her hands. This box possessed an amazing beauty. It was carefully decorated with blue details, while the wood had a beautiful white color. Hephaestus then raised his head and looked Ezra in the eye. The face of that powerful blacksmith was full of tears, which streamed down her delicate face. "I kept this from you for a long time, but it was on a promise. I always promised to take care of you, to teach you. I know it took me too long, but now it's time," Hephaestus said. She then slowly approached Ezra, who was visibly confused by the situation, until he finally understood what had happened. Once his mistress was close enough, he was able to understand what that box meant. On the front of the box was a coat of arms that Ezra knew very well. The mark of the blue moon, the forging crest that his mother used. That box, that crest. "What does that mean, master?" Ezra cried out, confused. "That is the last request from my best friend, from the most amazing woman I have ever met," Hephaestus said, as he opened that box. "Who? And why does this have to do with me?" "Wait, my mom," Ezra said, shaking his head. Everything had finally made sense to him. Chapter 394. Welcome back. Hephaestus then raised his head and looked Ezra in the eye. The face of that mighty smith was full of tears, which streamed down her delicate face. "I kept this from you for a long time, but it was on a promise. I always promised to take care of you, to teach you. I know it took me too long, but now it's time," Hephaestus said. She then slowly approached Ezra, who was visibly confused by the situation, until he finally understood what had happened. Once his mistress was close enough, he was able to understand what that box meant. On the front of the box was a coat of arms that Ezra knew very well. The mark of the blue moon, the forging crest that his mother used. "That box, that crest. What does that mean, master?" Ezra cried out, confused. "That is the last request from my best friend, from the most amazing woman I have ever met," Hephaestus said, as he opened that box. "Who? And why does this have to do with me?" "Wait, my mom," Ezra said, shaking his head. Everything had finally made sense to him. Hephaestus' eyes were shining, with the light reflecting in the tears. It was an emotion difficult to explain, a strong feeling of duty fulfilled. His heart was at peace as he watched this scene. Ezra took the hammer from inside the box. The moment he touched this item, it was already possible to feel the difference between it and anything else he had seen before. It was a different feeling. It was easy to tell that it was an item made by his mother. This feeling made Ezra's heart flutter. He was confused but happy. This gift left by his much-admired mother was something he could not even imagine existed. The little blue-haired blacksmith then rushed off. He was determined to use this item. The boy hadn't said anything. He just felt the need to get to work. "Hey, don't go away, brat," Hephaestus shouted. However, that was not enough to stop the little blacksmith. Ezra's head was completely filled with thoughts. He was analyzing every detail of that hammer. At the same time, his heart was confused about how to react to this gift. A gigantic storm of questions was raging through the blue-haired young man's mind. Hephaestus followed Ezra, but she didn't bother to run. She just watched from afar as the boy ran through the corridors of the forge. Ezra passed a few rooms in the forge, collecting everything he would need to start work. In one of the rooms, he took a bag of iron, or, in the other, some crystals. On a counter, he picked up another bag of coal. His body, even though thin, is capable of lifting a lot of weight. Finally, he had everything he needed. Hephaestus was a bit distant. She was following Ezra, who entered her room carrying that huge amount of materials. She was hiding from her apprentice, hiding her tears that slowly flowed as she watched her masterpiece, Ezra, an apprentice that she had forged and refined with care for years. With each step Hephaestus took, a memory of her former master passed through her head. After crossing the few meters that led to the door of Ezra's workshop, the master forger was able to observe the boy now standing in front of the anvil. The charcoal was already positioned near the fire. The materials were laid out on a table nearby. Ezra was now holding that hammer, watching it intently. He was like a child holding his favorite toy. The young blacksmith's eyes were determined, but at the same time, a little shaken by the situation. The iron will take too long to boil like this, Ezra thought aloud. The boy then rushed over to the table where the bag of crystals was. And after rummaging around for a few seconds, he found a fire crystal. Ezra then fed the coal with that fire crystal. A gigantic flame started. Now the fire was strong, and in seconds it was able to melt the piece of iron that was above the furnace. This intense fire was transforming the metal into a red color, and after a few moments, Ezra took that iron beam to the anvil. Hephaestus was watching Ezra from the doorway. Her feet seemed to be feeling pressured to stay outside. Now she didn't want to go in and bother the boy. This indecision eventually made her tired, and since she is a busy woman, she preferred to just get out of there. The moment she turned around to go back to her office, the first sound of the beating of metal echoed throughout the forge. It was that same iron sound, however, it had a different timbre. It was not a high-pitched or uncomfortable sound. It was precise and somehow soothing. Turning sharply, Hephaestus had a startling sight. Ezra was channeling his mana into the hammer. Behind that boy, there was no blue water golem. Who was holding the hammer was not a creation of magic, but the blacksmith himself, who wanted to use that item with his own hands. What was behind Ezra was a blue statue of Ezra's mother. The boy's thoughts were so conflicted that, uniting some of his memories with his master's descriptions, the moment he channeled his mana, his mother appeared behind him. Hephaestus couldn't hold back his tears. Now, with a smile on his face, she watched the two of them working. Ezra didn't notice the presence of that statue. A few moments later, it eventually disappeared. But this made it clear to his master how that blue-haired girl was always giving strength to take care of the little blacksmith. The boy was smiling as he produced. His body was sweating much more than usual. He was panting, running from one side of the forge to the other for no real reason. Still, he was having fun making the item. It had been a few years since Ezra had produced a weapon using the hammer directly. After Hepha taught him how to use a golem, forging had become easier. However, this time he wanted to have that contact with iron. He wanted to know what his mother expected him to feel when he hit it with that hammer. The production process took hours. Ezra was creating a dagger with wind control, one of the ideas Luke had become interested in. Hepha was now drawing in one of the corners of Ezra's workshop, which ended up surprising the boy. He was so focused on forging that he completely forgot to notice his surroundings, so he was startled to fall backwards when he saw his master. "How long have you been here?" "Quite a while. And a dagger was a good choice. But your fire crystal energy is running out. Now is the time to energize the blade with the wind crystal before tempering." As soon as Hepha finished his guidance, Ezra's eyes became even more determined. He got up and rushed off to solve the problems, until he remembered why he had gone to the other side of the room. The young blacksmith then ran back to Hephaestus, and from the wall, picked up a thick leather glove. The boy then hurried back and finished making blade, heating the iron and putting a wind crystal inside the sword. He then put more coal in the furnace. Now the boy heated the blade completely, being careful with the crystal. If the temperature of the crystal became too high, it might explode in front of him. Channeling water magic, Ezra went about placing small drops of water on top of the crystal, keeping its temperature a little lower than that of the weapon. Until the process was finished, he moved on to tempering, putting the blade completely into a bucket of water. A gigantic amount of smoke was coming out, while the water inside the bucket was bubbling nonstop, until finally, Ezra pulled that dagger out of the water. It was a different weapon than the one he had recently created. After all, this blade was made completely by his hands. Ezra's body was too weak to withstand producing a sword, but a small weapon, it was possible. The hammer that Ezra received was the game changer. In fact, the biggest factor that defined the exuberant quality of this dagger was the use of that hammer. It was light, and at the same time it had a good balance. It was hard to understand how an item could be so well made, but it was something possible for Ezra's mother. You really were amazing. Thanks for the gift, Mom. The little blacksmith then ran off again to his mistress. Bowing as she held out her hands, Ezra handed the dagger to Hephaestus. The forge master's eyes widened at the sight of that blade. It was something else. She never saw any blade that even resembled it. Chapter 395. Mana Inspect. Strange waves on the other side of the academy. Megan and Alice Bloodstone were arguing in front of a circular table. That vast board of beautiful black wood held a huge amount of papers. "Do you think this could work?" Alice said, as she stretched her arms out, stretching herself. "It has no reason to be a problem, you know," that Megan replied, as she flipped through a pile of hand-made scribbles. "We're going to need to fully map Luke's mana. No one has ever done that at the academy," Alice pointed out, sighing. Before Megan was able to answer her sister, a blond boy entered the room. It was Adrian abruptly interrupting the conversation. "You've already mapped out half of one of the assistant professor's energy. It shouldn't be that complicated to complete the rest of the map. You know, it wasn't exactly mapping." Zahid had already commented on that in the hospital, Alice said as she scratched her neck. Cough, cough. Megan cleared her throat to enter the conversation and finally be able to speak. "Even though I said it's possible, that doesn't mean it would be easy. Adrian knows how vast Luke's mana is. I'm a little worried about how this is going to go next." "I forgot that point," said Adrian, while scratching the back of his neck with a worried smile. The idea that Zahid proposed in the hospital was a plan that even in theory did not appear to be simple. To solve the problem of Luke's unstable mana, it would be necessary to create a piece of equipment capable of completely modifying the half-wolf's mana flow. To begin this project, Alice and Megan were selected to create a piece of equipment to completely analyze the young man's mana flow. Early in the morning, Megan went around the library selecting books that would be interesting to use for research. In addition to several books, Megan selected some manuscripts of research related to the use of mana. As much as research for mana analysis already existed, mapping every inch of the flow was a novel and extremely challenging proposition. It was as if it was necessary to understand every inch of a swimming pool in order to understand where the water goes, which path it follows, with the ultimate goal of making the water follow the desired course. The only difference is that the pool did not have calm waters, but constant gigantic waves. This was the analogy Megan used to explain to the group what she could visualize from Luke's mana. The girl known as the Living Library had a very great magical sensitivity, enough to be able to understand Luke's own mana. However, all this insight was not enough to find out where this power came from. Nobody in that group would even imagine that all that magical energy had been collected from hundreds of thousands of souls. This was a topic that was making Luke a little worried. After all, how could he explain to everyone in that room that he was a gene user? Even with the half-wolf's growing confidence for his new allies, it was still challenging to imagine that this group of Melky residents could accept his real powers. Looking out to sea a few miles from the group, Luke thought about how to deal with his skills. "Do you believe that I would be able to beat this professor without my gene skills?" Luke asked, while looking at the distant waves on the horizon. "I imagine so, but I can't be absolutely sure. I really am weaker." The small reduction in Luke's combat strength was already enough to make him uncomfortable. The half-wolf had gotten used to his fighting power constantly growing, However obvious it was to balance that Luke's power was amazing. Allah, Luke cried out as he closed his eyes. The goddess that resided in Luke's soul was surprised at his name being called out. Yes, Luke? Don't feel guilty about my situation. I am grateful to you. I promise I will free you. Those words echoed in the goddess' feelings. Don't worry, Luke, both about me and your strength. You are much more powerful than you know. Opening his eyes, Luke's face was with a feature of complete hatred and fury. But I don't have enough power. Not yet. The half-wolf then stood up, and, looking towards the horizon, he threw a punch into the wind, concentrating his energy completely into his fists. The impact of the fist echoed through the air, creating a gigantic wave of wind. The boom went out, cutting the horizon, a stream of wind creating circles as it went, distancing itself from the sands of the beach. In the center of the energy coming from a punch, there was a huge amount of mana that had been emanated by the contact of the half-wolf's fist with the wind. Extending his arm, Luke, with a snap of his fingers, caused that wave of wind to burst in a flame in the middle of the water. The steam then rose with the fire falling under the waters of the sea. I need more strength. Much more. The half-wolf's voice echoed across the beach. Beyond his voice, only the sound of water vapor remained constant. Inside the half-wolf's soul, Balance remained speechless at the young man's display of strength. Wondering how strong this beast intends to become, Luke continued walking along the beach. The sound of the sea water lapping on the beach sand was somehow relaxing now. Sometimes, closing his eyes, it was possible to remember the very breeze from the ports of Okawa. As Luke progressed along the sands of the beach, an unusual sight appeared. At a distance of at least 30 meters, there was a blue-haired young man practicing combat with a spear, and he decided to move closer to get a closer look. As he got closer, he could see that man's surprising skill with the spear. His fighting style reminds me a little of her, maybe in some of his thrusts, yes. His skill is on a completely higher level. The blue-haired man noticed Luke's presence, interrupted his training, and gave him a warm smile, inviting the half-wolf to come closer. The name is Erwin Blackdraco Luke Lang. Am new to the academy. Erwin then extended his hand to Luke. He hesitated a little to shake it. The man was a little taller than Luke. He had long blue hair and a strong physique, with muscles not as defined as Shiro's, but as strong and agile as the half-wolf's. His clothes showed that he was a new man. His clothes showed that he was a student at the academy. His pants were part of his uniform. His shirt was made of a slightly thinner fabric. It was sleeveless. In the center of that white shirt was a dark blue pendant, a golden heart that passed through the warrior's neck. Erwin's spear was made of steel, with a light blue color that resembled the hair of its bearer. It had a single blade at the tip that formed a kind of triangle, and at the side there were two extra tips, which gave the spear a kind of trident appearance. It's unusual to see anyone walking around this part of the beach. Most of them end up avoiding me, ha ha ha, Erwin said as he scratched the back of his own head. That's not the kind of thing to talk about on a first impression. Do you think we should run away? I'm not sensing any assassin intent. Either he's a thief with the same ability as me, or he's just a weird guy. What do you mean? Luke questioned. So you haven't heard any stories about me? Erwin said, placing his hand on his chin. While looking down at the sand, the warrior continued to think aloud. Well, that makes sense. You're new to the academy. Sighing, Erwin gave a smile and looked at Luke. I can't control my strength completely, so students avoid that part of the beach so they don't get hurt. Ha 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 ha. This line surprised Luke, who was interested to know Erwin's power. Could you give me a demonstration? Well, it's not really a problem. Just take care of yourself. Ha ha ha. Sure, Luke spoke as he took a few steps back. I had already finished my warm-up anyway, Erwin said, as he stuck his spear in front of him into the sand on the beach. Erwin closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. When he opened his eyes, suddenly his Allegra demeanor changed to a serious face of determination. His eyes were now closed, staring at the spear in front of him. Again, Erwin pulled all the air in front of him into his lungs. Then he grabbed the spear. His body began to glow with a faint blue light. Facing the sea with determination, the young man lifted the spear and began to rotate it with one hand. With each movement of the young man, the sea moved, as if the boy's dance directly influenced the waves in front of him. With each swing he made with the spear, the waters moved with increasing intensity, until with one last complete turn all the waves came together to form a gigantic wall of water in front of Irwin. Chapter 396. Azure Sea Lord Ah. So you haven't heard any stories about me? Irwin said, placing his hand on his chin as he looked down at the sand. The warrior continued to think aloud. Well, that makes sense. You're new to the academy. Sighing, Irwin gave a smile and looked at Luke. I can't control my strength completely, so students avoid that part of the beach so they don't get hurt. Ha ha ha. This line surprised Luke, who was interested to know Irwin's power. Could you give me a demonstration? Well, it's not really a problem. Just take care of yourself. Ha ha ha. Sure, Luke spoke, as he took a few steps back. I had already finished my warm-up anyway, Irwin said, as he stuck his spear in front of him into the sand on the beach. Irwin closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. When he opened his eyes, suddenly his allegro demeanor changed to a serious face of determination. His eyes were now closed, staring at the spear in front of him. Again, Irwin pulled all the air in front of him into his lungs. Then he grabbed the spear. His body began to glow with a faint blue light. Facing the sea with determination, the young man lifted the spear and began to rotate it with one hand. With each movement of the young man, the sea moved, as if the boy's dance directly influenced the waves in front of him. With each swing he made with the spear, the waters moved with increasing intensity, until, with one last complete spin, all the waves joined together to form a gigantic wall of water in front of Irwin. Luke took a step back, surprised by the blue-haired wizard's display of power. Irwin looked at the huge wall of water in front of him, knowing that he was the one responsible for keeping it intact. He concentrated, channeling his magic to strengthen the structure of the wave. Irwin then spun his spear around his body with amazing speed. A part of the wave came flying in a jet towards the warrior, who controlled that water using his spear. A ring of water appeared around Irwin. He began to spin the spear harder, and the water followed the movement, creating a spiral of water that rose into the sky. Suddenly, the spiral exploded into thousands of water jets, which flew in all directions. Luke was forced to duck to avoid being hit, but when he raised his head, he saw that Irwin had controlled all the water and had turned it into a fine rain that fell over the beach. Irwin then put away his spear and turned to Luke, who was still in awe of the warrior's skill. "I'm still warming up," Irwin said with a smile. "He's certainly the best water wizard we've encountered so far. I still don't understand waterbending very well. It will be helpful to know him. You really are good at water magic," Luke said, clapping his hands together. "Every mage in the academy has a focus. I'm just a wave lover," Irwin shouted, giving a smile. The blue-haired mage then turned and looked again at the sea, where that wall of water was still up. Concentrating, the magician's eyes became sharper then. In an instant, the magician stopped all his movements. He closed his eyes and held his spear in one hand, as if preparing to throw his spear. At that moment, Irwin made a lunge and flew out into the wave. His spear guided him to that giant block of water. That wave remained high in the middle of the sea, but when the warrior came into contact with it, a gigantic hole appeared in its middle. Out of that hole, the water took a backward course into a smaller wave that surged behind it. Luke and Balance were amazed to see Irwin being carried by that wave. He was smiling at them both. The waves of the sea had held the back of the wizard, who was floating below the sun as if he were flying alone. A pair of wings made of seawater appeared on the back of the warrior, who leaned over and flew out below the water. Irwin dived with high speed and then used the propulsion of the water to return to the surface. The tidal wave then crashed into the water, causing the sea to increase in intensity. Within seconds, Irwin was hurtling down to the sand. He came in with a strike from his spear, getting it into a rock that was close to Luke. That rock was cut in half, and the very sand Irwin was standing on turned to glass due to the heat of the impact. All the water around the blue-haired wizard's body evaporated in seconds. He then pushed his hair back, using his hand. Haha, it's very good to ride a wave, Erwin said, until his face changed abruptly into a worried one. The wizard turned to Luke with a confused face. You didn't get hurt, did you? Wolf boy, are you okay? Erwin said, running toward Luke. Don't worry, nothing flew at me. But now it makes sense why they avoid that part of the beach, Luke commented. Yeah, it's my special corner. I'm always blowing the sand in a glass. So you better watch where you step, ha ha ha, Erwin said. At that moment, Luke already knew that that mage was not just any person. His skill and mastery with water were too amazing. But soon it all made sense. Are you a golden pendant? So you know that. Erwin replied. Yes, Erwin Blackdraco, also known as the Azure Sea Lord. This made a bit of sense to Luke. Just as proficiency in wind or mastery of academy knowledge were ways to earn a golden pendant, it was clear that there would be other students with focuses in other elemental fields. For someone with as little time as Luke, getting stronger in these arts was ideal. Using magic was, in Luke's opinion, a valid form and perhaps the best he could do to hit head-on in the final battle with the state of Melky. Can you teach me a little? Luke questioned. I've never met anyone capable of mastering seawater like me. Erwin said. Mastering seawater was a slightly more challenging task than simply controlling the humidity to create balls of water. When dealing with seawater, not only salt interferes, but the very existence of waves, making controlling a large amount an extremely challenging task. The blue-haired mage explained this phenomenon to Luke, who listened attentively. My way of controlling the water and simply feeling it. It's impossible to describe. My spear, the wave breaker, it has a fluid mastery spell. But it's not only by it that I can control the waves, Erwin said, while pointing at his weapon that was still stuck inside the stone. I see. So you can control it even without your spear, Luke said, placing one of his hands on his chin. Erwin then turned to Luke, and raising one of his arms, he slapped it away. Aqua grip, the blue mage said. Again, a current of water held Erwin. Lifting him up, the mage began to move, as if he were on a surfboard, up a spiral of water, until again he was flying through the waters. Aqua lured the water, then changed into a kind of sea serpent, with a transparent light blue color. You could see how the layer of water formed a kind of water scale, along with thorns and even teeth in the mouth of that spell. On Erwin's head, a crown of water formed. The crown was spinning on top of his head, following a flow. It seemed to be alive. On the back of the water mage was an amazing pair of wings, and several rings of water flowed around the mage's body, protecting him as if he were in armor. Many speak here in this academy that the strongest field of magic is fire, or maybe air. But controlling the sea gives you powers far more impressive than any other line here. Powers that rival even the Broteforged genes, Erwin said. Not only am I the Azure Sea Lord, I'm also a master of salt, extending his arms. The mage slapped his hands together, joining both hands. That snake in seconds completely changed from that transparent appearance to a white color. It was taking on a solid form, as if the entire surface was slowly connecting, until finally that creature, was completely made of salt. The magician then snapped one of his hands out and reached out, creating a salt sword. Chapter 397. Water control. The water then turned into a kind of sea serpent with a transparent light blue color. It was possible to see how the layer of water formed a kind of water scale, along with spines and even teeth in the mouth of that spell. On Erwin's head, a crown of water formed. That crown was spinning on top of his head, following a flow. It seemed to be alive. On the back of the water wizard was an amazing pair of wings, and several rings of water flowed around the wizard's body, protecting him as if he were in armor. Many speak here in this academy that the strongest field of magic is fire, or maybe air. But controlling the sea gives you powers far more impressive than any other line here. Powers that rival even the Broteforged genes, Erwin said. Not only am I the Azure Sea Lord, I'm also a master of salt, extending his arms. The mage slapped his hands together, joining both hands. That snake in seconds completely changed from that transparent appearance to a white color. It was taking on a solid form, as if the entire surface was slowly connecting, until finally that creature, was completely made of salt. The magician then snapped out one of his hands and reached out, creating a sword of salt. Watching Luke from above, Erwin gave a smile and started to laugh. Quickly, the whole thing fell apart, bringing all the water to the ground, as well as the salt that piled up on the sand. "That's a nice skill, isn't it?" Erwin said, with another laugh. "This guy seems a little strange to me. No doubt he's not normal at all." The mage then crossed both arms and began to look at the horizon, while continuing to chat with Luke. Erwin's face was filled with a giant smile. It was as if he was grateful to have someone to talk to. "I learned this trick a few weeks ago. Well, it's not very nice to just show off." He only realized this now. I won't deny that the presentation was interesting in Erwin's mind. Having a visitor on his beach was a moment to demonstrate his skills. Since the mage hardly ever welcomed spectators, at the same time, where he was interested in explaining to Luke how his wave control magic worked, he wanted to demonstrate his powers. When you're controlling salt water, you need to understand it as a living organism. In the ocean, anything different can completely ruin the life of a region. That goes for controlling the waves. Imagine every movement the sea makes, but not only that, you also need to be aware of how the salt and other components of the water behave, Erwin went on to explain, turning to Luke. The mage's eyes were sharp, as if he was interested in the reaction the half-wolf would have to that conversation. For the Azure Sea Lord, this was the moment to realize whether Luke was a skilled mage or not. The conclusions that the half-wolf would draw would easily define for Erwin whether he was a promising novice or just innocent enough to expose himself to the danger of seeing the tests on his beach. That means I should keep an eye on even the fish that are moving around within the area I'm controlling, right? After all, any irregularity could end up influencing the flow of the sea, Luke questioned. Erwin's eyes widened, and soon after a smile appeared. In the Azure Mage's head, a shower of thoughts were passing. Who is this half-wolf? When did he enter the academy? Is his skill on the same level magic comprehension as his? Should I test him? All this in a millisecond. As much as his actions and the way Erwin behaved showed that he was a carefree person, the truth was that the way he thought showed the exact opposite. Luke knew that it was always necessary to be suspicious of someone, so it didn't take long for him to realize with his trained eye how that mage's behavior wasn't just strange by nature. Exactly. Usually nobody understands that fast. Why don't you try to control the waves a bit? No problem. I still have a bit of free time. It will be interesting to train a little with you. I'm really not very good with water magic. Erwin's friendly eyes returned to that critical tone. He was watching Luke's decisions. That sudden change in the wizard's gaze was enough for Luke to realize the truth. He is more interesting than I imagined, yes. His behavior is a little strange. I'm not sensing any hostility, but no doubt he has a habit of playing dumb. It's simpler to deal with people when they diminish you. Not only is his skill amazing, but his behavior and planning. He is undoubtedly a dangerous mage balance. And Luke had this brief conversation as the half-wolf approached the sandy beach. His steps, which were getting closer and closer to that gigantic sea, left the mark of his shoes on the soft white sand. The sea was now calm, with small waves crashing on the beach. The turbulent waves that were plaguing the sea were the result of Erwin's training. Once the magician stopped his training, the sea became calm and serene again, but this would not last long. The air was cool and salty, causing Luke to take a deep breath. He reached the edge of the water, where he stayed for a few moments, concentrating and trying to go over everything that had happened. The half-wolf began to focus on Erwin's display of strength, trying to remember how the wizard had moved. Controlling an element without an incantation was no doubt an amazing task, but he imagined it would be possible to recreate this. Luke began to concentrate his magical power, feeling the energy flow through his body. His mana concentrated from inside his chest to his arms, following it like a current that flowed into the palms of his hands. He visualized the waves of the sea transforming into a solid force and concentrated all his attention on this vision. His goal was to at least be able to connect those calm waves, making them take the shape he was interested in. With each wave that kept flowing closer to the sand, Luke was commanding them, causing the water to flow and group together. Inside Luke's head, there was a single idea in mind: to form a pillar of water in the middle of that sea. A simple way, just to train his idea of manipulating the waves of the sea. Inside the half-wolf's head, he was visualizing the flow of the water. His hands slowly managed to feel where the sea was going, so that moving it was not different from breathing. It was an automatic act, but at the same time an extremely challenging task. Slowly, the pillar began to take shape, growing from the churning surface of the sea. With each layer of waves that hit that magic, Luke grabbed the wave and connected it to the pillar of water, which was increasing in size with relative speed. Soon that spell had grown taller than the largest of the waves. Luke kept his focus, concentrating his energy on the spell, even as the waves began to crash against the pillar. The water around the pillar seemed to glow with a brilliant light, and Luke felt that his magical power was intensifying by the second. It was an invigorating feeling of mastery over that new method. However, this task was much more challenging than he had imagined. In a few seconds, he already realized how there are different factors modifying the flow of the water, such as fish, algae, wind, and even the moon in the sky. These were different points that made controlling the water much more complex than wind magic itself, something the half-wolf had not even imagined possible. However, his search for new ways to become stronger was real, and in a way, this challenge made him even more focused. With an amazing display of strength, Luke began to charge even more energy into that pillar of water. This was causing the waves to connect more easily, attracting the water so that the pillar grew even faster. The glow of the energy Luke had concentrated in the pillar made the water look like some kind of glowing crystal, surprising Erwin. The blue-haired magician then began to clap his hands behind Luke. He was in awe of the half-wolf's power. "Ha ha, my intuition wasn't wrong," Erwin said. Little by little, the half-wolf was losing control until there came a time when he could no longer hold that gigantic amount of water. It was a task that, as much as it didn't use up the half-wolf's mana, it still made him tired. The moment Luke lost control of that pillar of water, Erwin took control of the feat with a snap of his right hand. The blue-haired wizard made that pillar of water grow much larger. It flew upwards at a gigantic speed. Quickly, the pillar surpassed the size of the Academy's forge, and then it went higher and higher until it reached the clouds. After that, with a second slap, Erwin made the entire pillar disappear, turning it into a strange mist. A cloud ended up forming in the clear sky of that beach. At the same time, a gigantic amount of salt was falling to the top of the sea. "You did very well for a beginner boy, very well," Erwin said, giving Luke a gentle smile. Chapter 398, Black Dagger. Little by little, the half-wolf was losing control until there came a time when he could no longer hold that gigantic amount of water. It was a task that, as much as it didn't use up the half-wolf's mana, it still made him tired. The moment Luke lost control of that pillar of water, Erwin took control of the feat with a snap of his right hand. The blue-haired wizard made that pillar of water grow much larger. It flew upwards at a gigantic speed. Quickly, the pillar surpassed the size of the Academy's forge, and then it went higher and higher until it reached the clouds. After that, with a second slap, Erwin made the entire pillar disappear, turning it into a strange mist. A cloud ended up forming in the clear sky of that beach. At the same time, a gigantic amount of salt was falling to the top of the sea. "You did very well for a beginner boy, very well," Erwin said, giving Luke a gentle smile. "It's so confusing. I don't know if we can really call this a success or a failure," Luke said. "You said you just walked in here. Just the fact that you were able to command the waves to take shape, that already shows that your amazing ability. How did you command the salt?" Now, that was surprising. It's something like, imagine the water and visualize what's inside the water. When you think like that, you can even remove all the fish from an area. Your skill will be quite useful in the harbor I was born in. The smell of spoiled fish is horrible for a half-wolf, I imagine. I imagine how Luke and Erwin continued talking for some time regarding sea control magic. This kind of power was something that the half-wolf had not imagined existed, and in a way, that thought made sense. In Broteforge, only an S-class skill could do this kind of control over materials. Whereas in Melky's farthest camp, the Academy, control by means of magic was possible. However, a growing doubt appeared in Luke's mind. How did magic develop? When the half-wolf questioned Erwin, the blue-haired wizard only denied it with his head, claiming that he did not know the answer to this question. Luke then kept this doubt in his chest. After all, there was one person in that place who would have this answer easily. The half-wolf decided to go visit Megan. On the other side of the academy, a small boy with blue hair a little lighter than Erwin's worked incessantly. Using his new tool, Ezra was much more dedicated to his goal of producing the weapons Luke requested. The small blacksmith was, like Erwin, a wizard specialized in the use of water. For Ezra, manipulating water was the only possibility he had to keep himself in the forge of the academy. With the heat and the gigantic effort required to work in that place, it was necessary for the little blacksmith to rethink how he could continue working without suffering too much physical and psychological wear. The way Ezra came up with was a bit unusual. Using a large bucket of water, Ezra manipulated the water within that container to become a kind of golem. At the beginning of his journey, the young man used the water as a sort of armor around his body. However, over the years he realized that the best way was to simply command the water to create a water golem. As much as manipulating pure water is less complex than controlling seawater, the skill required to keep that golem standing for several hours while working with the forge was something as amazing as Erwin's sea serpent. When the heat inside Ezra's workroom reached a temperature that he could no longer stand, the boy, in order not to have to stop working, would pour water over his head. This caused his body temperature to drop a little while he continued to work. When Ezra was younger, there were countless times that Hephaestus found him lying on the ground, passed out after working for so long. This caused the forge master to form a somewhat unusual habit. Even when busy, she stayed up to the present day, checking every 3 hours how her favorite pupil was doing. That was exactly what was happening now. "Ezra, how's your work with the new tool going?" Hephaestus said as he entered the forge room, only to see the boy sitting in a chair. On Ezra's lap was his hammer, but his arms were loose and his head was hanging downwards. It was as if the boy's body was completely lifeless. The blacksmith's blue hair was wet with sweat and water, and because of the way it was down, it was impossible to see the boy's face. "Stupid brat." Hephaestus ran out when she spotted this scene, but this was already a routine sight for her. The forge master knelt down, and with one hand lifted the boy's bangs, so she could see his face, and surprisingly, this time he had not fainted from heat or exertion. He was just sleeping tired. His closed eyes had a serene countenance. He was sleeping peacefully despite the heat and noise of the forge. Ezra's mouth had a small smile on it, and it was possible to see his heavy breathing through the warm air of the room he was in. "You really gave it your all. Your mother would be so proud of you getting up." Hifa continued to observe the rest of the state of that room. With surprise, she widened her eyes as she observed Ezra's desk, taking a step back with fright. How did you do that?" Walking over to the desk, the vision became clearer and clearer. On top of that table was a completely black dagger, with red details. To Hephaestus' trained eyes, it was evident the superior quality that weapon possessed, but what surprised her most was another detail. That blade. Hephaestus turned to Ezra. The forge master was sporting a confused countenance. It was common for blacksmiths to have coats of arms, symbols that show that a piece of equipment was made by a family or a specific forge master. However, among the proper blacksmiths, there was a unique kind of coat of arms. When working every day manipulating metal, it is common to recognize patterns and even create customs that are carried over to your weapon. This makes it so that one craftsman can be recognized by the skilled eyes of another craftsman. The blade that Ezra possessed was extremely similar to the patterns of his late mother. This was something that Hephaestus, in the several years he had guided Ezra, had never observed. He possessed a unique style of producing equipment, but in that particular dagger, everything showed the patterns of Ezra's mother, Hephaestus' master. Hepha began to slowly twist that dagger, checking every detail from the handle to the edge of the blade. Gradually, she realized how it was still possible to see the details of Ezra's unique style. Watching this is almost like seeing a ghost, Hephaestus thought, as she turned to the little blacksmith who remained asleep in that wooden chair. How did you manage to produce a perfect item in such a short time? She thought. With memories of her former master running through her head, a bigger doubt arose for that powerful blacksmith. How far would you be able to go? If she were still among us in Hephaestus' heart, she knew that she never reached the same level of skill as her master. But watching that dagger, she felt that it was possible for Ezra to reach that level of skill. Maybe because of the mysterious contact between mother and son, maybe because of the blood itself. Something inside that boy made him a prodigy, and watching that dagger gave Hephaestus the final answer. That is one of the best weapons I have ever seen. It's amazing to think that it's only been a few days since I came to correct it. Slowly opening his eyes, Ezra realized the presence of his master. Master Hepha. Good morning, the boy spoke. Yawning and scratching his eyes, he rose from his chair. I have to get back to work. Thanks for the guidance. I managed to make a test dagger, and the result was very good. What you have in your hand, do you like it? The boy seemed not to be fully awake yet. Giving a loud laugh, Hephaestus dropped the dagger on the table and approached Ezra. The forge master slapped the boy hard on the back, waking him up instantly. Of course it's good. You are my student. Ha ha. He'll want to forge with you all day tomorrow, brat. Hephaestus shouted. Igriagis mom. Ezra shouted in shame. Hepha then said goodbye and walked out the door of Ezra's room. How far will this boy get? She said to herself. Chapter 399. Energy, I have to get back to work. Thanks for the guidance. I managed to make a test dagger, and the result was very good. What you have in your hand, do you like it? The boy seemed not to be fully awake yet. Giving a loud laugh, Hephaestus dropped the dagger on the table and approached Ezra. The forge master slapped the boy hard on the back, waking him up instantly. Of course it was good. You are my student. Ha ha. He'll want to forge with you all day tomorrow, brat. Hephaestus shouted. Igriagis mom. Ezra shouted in shame. Hepha then said goodbye and walked out the door of Ezra's room. How far will this boy get? She said to herself. The conversation between Luke and Erwin was extremely fruitful for the half-wolf. He now possessed a new idea for his next confrontation, although he did not know where the duels would be allocated. Luke remembered what he heard Megan talking about during a brief strategy conversation. Your duel against Max will probably be held in one of the training coliseums, and how many are there? Luke questioned. There are 5 coliseums in the Melky Academy. 2 are on the beach, one in the center of town, and 2 others near the elevation of Crystal Mountain. Megan said, placing one of her hands on his chin. Is there a problem that location can cause? Something like a territory advantage? Luke questioned. Yes. The dueling centers in the mountains are favored by the time of day. If you use light magic on the crystals, it is possible to blind the enemy. Megan then stopped talking for a moment, as she looked up with a face that showed annoyance. I think the biggest challenge you will face will be in the case of the duel on the beach. One of the battle centers is in a region with little wind movement, which would weaken you since that is your main magic. The other is in a place with too much wind, which would be to your advantage, but Max is a very efficient fire mage, so he can use that to his advantage. Then the best I can do is duel using water. Luke concluded. His training with water magic was already a necessity, but it was surprising how he somehow managed to resolve this situation by this stroke of luck. All this made life much easier for the half-wolf, who now only needed to continue training in water manipulation. Now that he still had the advantage of understanding how to use the sea to his advantage, the duel against Mr. Max was a little less challenging. At least that's what he thought at the time. As soon as Luke finished his conversation with Erwin, the half-wolf moved again to the center of the academy. Meredith was taking magic classes along with the beginner class, so because of the proximity to Luke's destination, he decided to pay a visit. Walking through the academy was without a doubt a relaxing task for the half-wolf. The way the place was quiet and at the same time well-organized made Luke feel calm. Even though his senses were active all the time, his worry was not constant. It was as if he were on enemy soil, and at the same time was in a peaceful region where there was no war. This fact made him even a little confused about the situation. After all, that place was undoubtedly within Melky's territory, but it didn't seem to have such a great influence from his government. As much as Luke could now fly off to whatever destination he wanted, the half-wolf chose to just walk. Looking from side to side, he checked to see if there was anyone watching him. Closing his eyes, Luke tried to scan for enemies or other people in the area. He had left a concrete road and entered the middle of a not very dense forest with a light green coloring, which showed the natural beauty of that archipelago. After confirming that he was the only one there, Luke put away his flying sword into his inventory. It's been a while since I opened it. This is such a useful gene that it even bothers me a little not to be able to use it freely. Isn't it a little dangerous to do that here? I checked the area. There's nothing around. You're right, but try to do it only indoors now. Yeah, I also don't want to use genes and end up exposing myself in enemy territory. Luke continued walking down that concrete road while reflecting on what he and Erwin had talked about. But there was one thing that blue-haired wizard said that left the half-wolf confused. That line made him think. Controlling the sea gives you powers far more impressive than any other line here. Powers that rival even the Broteforge genes. This was not the first time someone had mentioned the use of genes within Melky's academy, but it was clear to Luke how commenting on this kind of ability was not encouraged within this place either. It was as if magic had a direct clash with the use of genes, just as Melky's empire does not support that kind of power. This drove up a doubt in the half-wolf. Balance, explain me, how does magic work? Where did it come from? And what are genes? You are asking too many questions. Each of these doubts has an answer that could take hours. Maybe even days. I have plenty of time with you, Balance, then sighed, and began to explain the half-wolf's doubts. Do you remember the runes Alexis used? Yes, I remember. Do you remember the statuses that some weapons had? Yes, Balance. You are pulling from my memories. Of course I will remember, yeah. You're right. Anyway, I think it's better to explain this. Maybe you will end up becoming the only human who knows this information. As Luke walked down that concrete path, Balance's explanations increased his understanding of the very world he lives in. It was a bit like when Nathalia taught him to read. After all, his worldview was expanding. I can't exactly explain how Luke's gene power came about. That kind of historical knowledge shouldn't be passed on to someone so young. I believe it is a part of history that has already been lost by the people inhabiting this world, so I don't imagine it is safe for you to contain this information. Genes use a kind of energy of the individual connected with an external energy. This energy rules over the world we live in various ways. What you can imagine is just that the civilizations that have inhabited this world have cultivated the power in different ways. Through talismans, through the use of genes, through the use of magic, and even through writing. If I tell you more than that, I'm afraid you will even come into danger. Danger? But how would I be affected by that? There are enemies that you can't even imagine the level of power. This line left Luke surprised. But with a smile on his face, he just continued his walk to the center of the academy. Several thoughts were swirling around in his head as he recalled some of what Megan had explained to him. Now, Megan's research into the connection between the different types of energy manipulation that existed within that world made more sense. This was a confusing question to understand. What surprised Luke the most was undoubtedly the fact that Megan was able to connect this information by herself. A knowledge that for Luke had been given by a goddess came to Megan only through her reasoning and intelligence. She was able to understand, even if in a small way, how that mystical energy manipulated the real world. By studying several different peoples, she was able to understand and make connections to how magic behaves. Now, Luke created a greater interest about Megan's knowledge. He became even more interested in learning about magic and developing within this discipline, not only because of his need to become stronger, but also because of the sheer desire to learn and understand more. Haha, you're an interesting boy, Luke. What do you mean? It's just fun to see what you're thinking. Your feelings are too sincere. Balance realized that, in the end, the feeling the boy was feeling was no different than when he first became interested in learning to read. He is driven with this constant fury to evolve, to become stronger fit. Both learning and fighting, it is something in his nature, something instinctive within his essence. Luke was getting closer and closer to reaching the apex of power in the world he lives in. A few miles ahead, in another part of that archipelago, a group of girls were trying to help a friend with rabbit ears. Does she always look like that? Meredith said. Don't worry, it's just part of her rabbit instinct, Ruby. The girl with red hair replied. What does that mean? Meredith questioned. This airhead is entering ovulation season. She's having a very strong sex drive. I think you better watch out. Contact with a half-bunny's hormones can be an aphrodisiac. That sentence gave Meredith a rather dangerous idea. Chapter 400. The dangerous idea. After a few minutes of walking, Luke decided to fly off. Channeling his energy, passing it from the center of his chest to his entire body. As his mana reached his legs, he felt his strength increase and his speed increase even more. Suddenly, two vortexes of wind arose around Luke's legs. He rose from the ground, like a feather, and began to fly at an incredible speed. The wind whipped in his face, but he didn't care. He was free and felt more alive than ever, watching the landscape below and feeling the freedom of flying. His mana was flowing, keeping him in the air and flying. But he knew he needed to be careful. As much as his mana reservoir was infinite, and he wasn't going to run out of power halfway through, there was still the problem of how to improve the expenditure of that power. After all, it was all a matter of manipulating it correctly in order to harness the power efficiently. So he concentrated on controlling his energy consumption and flew with elegance and propriety. Once the forest was speeding past him, Luke realized how busy the academy was. Even in the farthest part of the island, it was still possible to observe students walking back and forth, searching for labs, classes, checking experiments, or simply taking advantage of the distance from the quiet center to chat a little louder. After a few minutes, he finally arrived at the center of the island. The trip was relatively fast, if we don't consider the minutes Luke spent reflecting and talking to Balance. Just as it was possible to see several students walking through the woods of the island, it was also common for other students to come flying out with swords. However, Luke would again be the subject of rumors around the academy. After all, it was an extremely rare sight to see a student flying in the open air without a weapon. Not only was the mana expenditure too high for the average person, but the difficulty of controlling wind magic made it an almost impossible task. To see a student flying at high speed without a piece of equipment to help him maintain his flight was something simply frightening and worrying for most. After all, if he fell for lack of mana, death would be the only answer. This news would spread again, and the rumor about the surprising newcomer half-wolf would spread even further. This information moving back and forth would reach the ears of everyone, including Mr. Max, who with his arrogance did not care about this. The entire top of Melky's academy had already received information from Zonid's new pupil. And as a pupil of the most powerful wizard in the academy, Luke was safe. However, the half-wolf was taking a risk by accomplishing so many amazing feats in a short time. That was exactly the worry that Balance ended up having. Don't you worry about the rumors about you? You haven't been at the academy long, and you've already performed some amazing feats. I don't know if this is all surprising. I'm just trying hard. Well, you saw how everyone reacted to your amount of energy, as well as the little feats you did well. I don't worry about that. If more people know about me, more people will be interested in allying with me. In the end, I won't stay here long anyway, so the best thing is to make a big impact and then leave. Yes, that makes sense. It makes a lot of sense, actually, in the end. That was really the most efficient way to recruit members. That was the next step in Luke's plan. He was going to start a study group of his own after the victory against Mr. Max Wilford, thus attracting several new members interested in evolving their skills. It was a simple plan that Luke was creating. This was more than enough to get a group together for his return to the Melky Empire. It was these feelings and worries that ended up making Luke's chest somewhat confused. He was sure of what needed to be done, and with each day that he spent away from his wives, his hatred for the Melky Empire only increased. Now that you've commented, I really am smelling something different coming from Yuzi, Meredith said. Yes, these hormones are quite effective on other half-beasts. Even humans can feel these effects, Ruby explained. Meredith was managing to approach that group with ease, unlike girls. Ruby was a tall, red-headed woman who was the same age as Meredith, and she had a strong energy, as if she were the leader of this group. Ains, the blonde and slightly angry girl, was a really intelligent and funny person. However hard it was to understand her sometimes. Ellen, a young girl with green hair, was surprisingly beautiful. In fact, all the girls in that group were surprisingly good-looking. Ellen's long green hair did many twists and turns, while often hiding her red face. She was the smartest girl in the group, but at the same time, she was the shyest. I wonder why this happens. Ains questioned. Then Ellen, with her face flushed almost to the same intensity as Yuzi, began to explain about it. All half-beasts have this, to tell you the truth. The only difference is the intensity. Even Meredith, as a half-fox, has periods when her libido increases. It's natural, just as humans and elves also have it. But in the case of half-rabbits, it's a bit more complicated. The moment Ellen finished her speech, all the girls in the group turned to Yuzi, who was drinking water while breathing heavily. What's so special about half-rabbits? Meredith questioned. Ellen, however, embarrassed, promptly put away her red glasses and began her explanation. Half-rabbits have a higher libido by nature. This comes mainly from the beast part of their blood. The original half-rabbit people had up to 1 pregnancy a year. That's how they remained the largest population of half-humans, Ellen concluded. So this libido was a natural way for them to reproduce faster. That also explains the hormones, since females need to attract males and vice versa, Ruby replied, placing one of her hands on her chin. Yes, but it's interesting how hormones end up working in both humans and half-beasts. After all, there is no specific way to attract only half-rabbits, Ellen, Ruby replied, finishing her explanation. Now that Meredith understood the situation Yuzi was in, she had a rather interesting idea. A small smile broke out on Meredith's face. Just like Yuzi, the pink-haired rabbit girl, Meredith was also high on libido. Her desire to receive Luke's power inside her body was gigantic. So the half-fox had a rather unusual idea. If I wipe Yuzi's sweat with a cloth, the hormones in the cloth will have an effect on Luke's sense of smell. His sense of smell is even better than mine, so it's almost certain that with this, I will be able to accomplish what I want so much. The half-fox thought. Yuzi was really having a bad time. All the girls were gathered in a sort of rest area of the academy. It was outside that overlooked the forest, a place full of concrete benches and wooden tables. The group decided to leave the optional afternoon classes to help their friend in distress. Yuzi was sweating, her face red and panting, the symptoms resembling that of an ordinary fever. But when someone approached her, it was possible to smell a strange, sweet odor. Ains was shaking the girl with a book, while Ruby was talking to Ellen. Meredith, taking advantage of the situation, approached Yuzi to chat a little. Since the two were half-beast girls, there was a certain natural closeness between them. I've never had a problem like this, Meredith said, laughing a little. I always suffer from it. Ever since I had my first moon party, Yuzi replied. What's a moon party? Meredith questioned, as she picked up Ains's book to shake the rabbit girl. Oh yeah, moon party is an event that occurs when members of the Moonlight clan reach adulthood. Mine occurred a year ago, since I'm 19 years old, Yuzi said, soon after giving another gasping sigh. I'm never done breeding. I wonder what it must be like, I imagine that must make you more apprehensive, Meredith said. In her head, that bold, even dangerous idea wouldn't go away. She was going to do anything to have her beloved. With that, Meredith decided that during the next night, she would use a cloth with Yuzi's scent to encourage Luke. The only problem was that Luke didn't go to the dorm that day. Yuzi was really getting sick. All the girls were gathered in a sort of resting place of the academy. It was outside, overlooking the forest, a place full of concrete benches and wooden tables. The group decided to leave the optional afternoon classes to help their friend in distress. Yuzi was sweating, her face red and panting, the symptoms resembling that of an ordinary fever. But when someone approached her, it was possible to smell a strangely sweet odor. Chapter 401. A strange place. Yuzi was really getting sick. All the girls were gathered in a sort of resting place of the academy. It was outside, overlooking the forest, a place full of concrete benches and wooden tables. The group decided to leave the optional afternoon classes to help their friend in distress. Yuzi was sweating, her face red and panting, the symptoms resembling that of an ordinary fever. But when someone approached her, it was possible to smell a strangely sweet odor. Ains was shaking the girl with a book, while Ruby was chatting with Ellen. Meredith, taking advantage of the situation, approached Yuzi to chat a bit. Since the two were half-beast girls, there was a certain natural closeness between them. "I've never had a problem like this," Meredith said, laughing a little. "I always suffer from it. Ever since I had my first moon party," Yuzi replied. "What's a moon party?" Meredith questioned, as she picked up Ains's book to shake the rabbit girl. "Oh yeah, moon party is an event that occurs when members of the Moonlight clan reach adulthood. Mine occurred a year ago, since I'm 19 years old," Yuzi said, soon after giving another gasping sigh. "I'm never done breeding. I wonder what it must be like." "I imagine that must make you more apprehensive," Meredith said. In her head, that bold, even dangerous idea wouldn't go away. She was going to do anything to have her beloved. With that, Meredith decided that during the next night, she would use a cloth with Yuzi's scent to encourage Luke. The only problem was that Luke didn't go to the dorm that day. The moment Luke arrived in the center of the academy, surrounded by several students walking back and forth, a figure came up behind him. Before this person could touch Luke, the half-wolf turned around, keeping his murderous desire low. As soon as he turned around, that student with blonde hair raised both hands. Startled, the figure was Adrian Hortfield, who just wanted to surprise Luke with a greeting. Luke's quick movement, even if without the intention to kill, still frightened Adrian, causing the boy to widen his eyes and give two pessims back with surprise. "Wow, but you can react really fast, ha ha ha," Adrian said, feeling a little uncomfortable with the situation. He didn't know how to react. Luke just pointed to one of his ears. "I can hear very well, even in this busy place." "I can imagine. Half-beasts really are amazing," Adrian replied. Luke then crossed his arms, remaining silent. This simple gesture already made Adrian start to explain what he wanted, even without Luke speaking a single word. "I managed to get myself signed up within the team that is going to do the battle management for the next Real combat event. But I don't have very good news for you, Luke." The moment Adrian spoke this, Luke raised one of his eyebrows, suspecting that it would not be possible to duel with Max Wilford. "So I won't be able to challenge a member of the academy?" Luke said, cutting off Adrian's speech. "Actually, it's just the opposite. You can challenge teachers without any problem, but this year, the committee decided to hold a tournament. Only students in the tournament will have the right to propose challenges. You can never get away from tournaments, Luke. They will always chase you." "I can't help it. They are fun." Another win for my list. "All right. Do you know when registration will start?" the half-wolf asked, scratching the back of his ears. "Today," Adrian said with a smile. "Then take me to the committee," Luke replied, releasing some of his bloodlust. The committee building was not far from the square where Luke and Adrian were standing. The center of Melky's Academy of Magic was extremely well planned. The entire institution was built from mathematical calculations, in order to make a place that was not only perfect, but also efficient. No other city on the continent had been planned in this way. For example, Melky's Forge was close to the beach and had a harbor nearby to facilitate the transportation of materials and heavy iron from the boats to the craftsmen. The laboratories that performed the most intensive tests were in the farthest parts of the island, so that there was no noise in the center at night. The botanical laboratories were in buildings within the forest, so that basic studies could be carried out on local plants. But the most amazing thing about the place was undoubtedly the center of the archipelago. The central square was divided in such a way that the streets were all equally distributed. As much as the buildings had their differences in architecture, in general the size was proportional. It was easy to move from one place to another. The centers were divided efficiently, making it almost impossible to be late. Add this to the students' and professors' habit of flying with swords, and the city was probably the busiest and at the same time least complex place in the world. Luke would never have a problem finding himself in that place, even if he was still illiterate. All the buildings had wood, stone, and metal carvings showing what they were intended for. Even though these symbols were sometimes a bit confusing, they made it easier to understand. For example, 3 books lined up together symbolizes a library. A book and a quill means the desk. A book and a sword means the place of combat art studies. And so on. That city was perfect. These were some of the many details that were put there by the great thinkers and mages who developed that paradise hundreds of years ago. According to some sources, the Academy of Melki actually existed even before the current empire, which explained the independence and sovereignty of the teachers. This kind of information was what Adrian explained to Luke whenever they walked. As the 2 young men were walking towards a student council building, the blonde-haired boy was pointing to each of the buildings and again, giving the half-wolf a tour of the city. As annoying as it was to hear Adrian babbling, this kind of information was crucial for Luke. It was a way to quickly learn the details of that institution, its history, origin, customs. Plus, all this knowledge of running a city, however specific, was useful. It's good to write that down. In case someday I become king, you don't plan that, so why bother? Look, I kind of find it interesting to reign. I'd probably be a fairer leader than the LT of Brokeforge and the Melki Empire. Luke, the Howling King, I don't howl balance. What a stupid name, okay? I'm sorry. Until you rule the Melki Empire, you'll think of a better name. After 10 minutes of walking, Adrian and Luke arrived at the student council building. Aiding that place, Luke was reminded again of the Stroger's mansions, leaving the half-wolf feeling a bit like going back to Ayumi. The building was somewhat reminiscent of the other buildings in Melki's academy. However, the student council building was also the center of much of the administrative meetings of the other groups in Melki's academy. Every student group had a meeting room within that location, including the ethics council, the student group that managed the library, as well as most of the student groups that organized research groups. So that even though the place was extravagant and grand, it still had a good use of space. It was efficient. With its architectural style based on the use of marble and the glittering crystals of the academy. The student council building was one of the buildings that had already caught Luke's eye. It was an eye-catcher within the academy's landscape. The marble columns in front, with their smooth, gleaming parts, reflected a part of the grandeur of the place. The building was built more than 2 centuries ago and is one of the academy's newest buildings, second only to the Forge, with intricate details and sculptures of magicians and important students on its walls. The main entrance to the building is adorned by a columned portico, leading to a large center with a polished marble floor. Here, visitors are greeted by a wide, elegant staircase leading to the upper floor where the meeting rooms and student council offices are located. The meeting rooms are spacious and well-lit, decorated with antique carpets from different parts of the continent, and on the walls, oil paintings of former professors and prominent students mark the corridors. All the rooms have comfortable chairs and circular conference tables, which allow the academy's students to discuss important matters for hours in comfort. The offices in the student council building are cozy and well-organized, providing a quiet and productive working environment for the members. Here, they can focus on their daily tasks and ensure that the needs of the students are effectively met. In addition, the student council building has a resource-rich library, which houses the only collection of books that are not focused on magical study, and is a place with archives and data on the happenings of the academy. Soon, Luke's name will be filled in on several new books. Chapter 402. Bonus chapter: The Events Office. Every student group had a meeting room within that location, including the Ethics Council, the student group that managed the library, as well as most of the student groups that organized research groups. So that even though the place was extravagant and grand, it still had a good use of space, and it was efficient. With its architectural style based on the use of marble and the glittering crystals of the academy. The student council building was one of the buildings that had already caught Luke's eye. It was an eye-catcher within the academy's landscape. The marble columns in front, with their smooth, gleaming parts reflected a part of the grandeur of the place. The building was built more than 2 centuries ago and is one of the Academy's newest buildings, second only to the Forge, with intricate details and sculptures of magicians and important students on its walls. The main entrance to the building is adorned by a columned portico, leading to a large center with a polished marble floor. Here visitors are greeted by a wide, elegant staircase leading to the upper floor where the meeting rooms and student council offices are located. The meeting rooms are spacious and well-lit, decorated with antique carpets from different parts of the continent. And on the walls, oil paintings of former professors and prominent students mark the corridors. All the rooms have comfortable chairs and circular conference tables, which allow the Academy's students to discuss important matters for hours in comfort. The offices in the Student Council building are cozy and well-organized, providing a quiet and productive working environment for the members. Here, they can focus on their daily tasks and ensure that the needs of the students are effectively met. In addition, the Student Council building has a resource-rich library, which houses the only collection of books that are not focused on magical study, and is a place with archives and data on the happenings of the Academy. Soon, Luke's name would be filled in on several new books. The moment Adrian and Luke entered the door of the building, a curious fact appeared. That place, unlike the secretary's office, did not have a secretary. All the maintenance of that place was done by students. So, when the two of them arrived there, the only thing they had to do was to get a map with the directions to each room. The building had 4 floors, all full of rooms for the organization of student groups, and in the basement was the library with several archives of documents related to the study groups, the history of the Academy, and other important points of that place. Even though Adrian already knew which room he should arrive in, the 2 students took the map. This way Luke would be able to read it and see how large the building was. By the way, none of the rooms were totally unused, since the free rooms were free for students to study and use as a research place. Adrian and Luke started up the stairs. The main events committee room was on the top floor, next to the student council. So our research group is entitled to a room here? Luke questioned as he looked at the map in his hands. That piece of paper wasn't very large, but no doubt the number of over 80 different study rooms made that map a bit confusing. Part of Zonid staff studies here. Theoretically, they're also part of the Magical Unification Study Group, but Megan prefers to give access to the lab only to students who are direct pupils of Xanad. But if, for example, you are without time to revise documents. The staff here does an excellent job, Adrian commented, while walking through the corridors. The golden-haired young man was a little apprehensive, but it was nothing too worrying. Luke could tell by the sound of Adrian's heartbeat, which quickened a little, how uncomfortable the young man was. It was not unusual for a person to have his heart rate increase when he was walking and climbing stairs like the 2 of them, but Adrian was still a young boy. It made no sense for his body to respond in this way. Everything indicated a certain nervousness, probably because of what they were about to face. Inside Adrian's head, an image was fixed, a man he hated and who undoubtedly did not want Luke to have to battle. A student that everyone at the Academy avoided precisely because of his rude and offensive attitude. But the worst part of all was that he was on the event committee. After Luke and Adrian arrived on the 3rd floor, there was only one more flight of stairs to get to the committee. The blonde-haired boy then stopped and looked Luke in the eye. He had a worried look on his face, like someone who knew that the half-wolf's reaction would not be very good. I just ask you to please not make an abrupt decision. Inside that room will be someone you will definitely not like, Adrian commented. Luke nodded, confirming that he would do his best not to get angry. But it was hard to give a conclusive answer without knowing who this person was and what they would say. Then Luke and Adrian arrived on the 4th floor. The atmosphere there was different from the others. The whole building itself had luxurious and elegant corridors. But this corridor was different. It had several statues of magicians, dressed in robes that Luke had never seen in his life. Adrian was apprehensive. In front of the stairs was a gigantic double door made of black oak wood. At the top was written Student Council. This was not the room the 2 of them were supposed to enter. However, a statue next to the room caught Luke's attention. That statue looks a bit like Xanad, doesn't it? Luke questioned. As soon as the half-wolf approached, he realized that in fact, it not only looked like, but was exactly the mage. However, he was eternalized with a much younger appearance in that statue. Below the statue was a block of marble supporting it, with a golden plaque engraved on it. On the plaque was written, Xanad Mortranded, first student council president to attain the rank of Supreme Mage during his performance as a student. It is with great honor that we leave your legacy within the Heroes Hall of our institution. Luke read aloud, surprised by this. What is a Supreme Wizard? The half-wolf questioned. Adrian gestured with his hands, asking Luke to keep walking. As the half-wolf followed him, the boy began to speak. Sorcerer Supreme is a title. To achieve it, you must have one of the highest skill rankings in the academy. Few teachers have this title. Xanad got this statue precisely because he earned this title as a student. It was somewhat interesting to wonder what Xanad's story was, but that was a question the half-wolf would look into another time. Finally, Adrian and Luke were in the correct room. The corridor led around the student council room. So when the two made the turn, it was possible to see the sign for the events committee. One of the doors was open, while the other remained closed. That gate, when locked, had an engraving in the wood, which was now cut in half. However, it was possible to see 4 stars around a sword. Luke immediately noticed how Adrian's heartbeat had accelerated. The boy was much more nervous than before. With each step the blond boy took, his heart beat 5 times, his breathing was heavy, but the young man tried to keep up with his gentle smile. Until both students hear shouting, it was an argument. You know, I don't want any wimps in the main event. We need to make a stricter entry process. A male voice said, That's why the event will have a qualifying round. It's airhead. Is it really so absurd to leave qualifying battles before the main event? A woman shouted as soon as Luke and Adrian approached the door. It was possible to see the full view of the room. Sitting in an armchair in front of the main window that illuminated that room was a beautiful dark blue-haired elf with a serious look and a completely neutral face. In front of her was a desk. The elf was watching an argument in front of her. A small girl with short green hair arguing with a tall, muscular boy with red hair. Both were dressed in academy uniforms, but only the elf had a gold pendant on her uniform. Silence, said the elf. The moment those simple words were spoken, the two stopped talking at the same instant. They turned to the head of the committee and behaved like 2 soldiers responding to a general. The atmosphere in that place changed in seconds. Inside that room, there were still other committee members, most of whom were girls. All the other members were focused on their respective tasks, each of them reading. Some reviewing long piles of sheets, and others writing on equally staggering amounts of paper. Chapter 403. Brand new trouble. One of the doors was open, while the other remained closed. That gate, when locked, had an engraving in the wood, which was now cut in half. However, it was possible to see 4 stars around a sword. Luke immediately noticed how Adrian's heartbeat had accelerated. The boy was much more nervous than before. With each step the blond boy took, his heart beat 5 times, his breathing was heavy, but the young man tried to keep up with his gentle smile. Until both students hear shouting, it was an argument. You know, I don't want any wimps in the main event. We need to make a stricter entry process. A male voice said, That's why the event will have a qualifying round. It's airhead. Is it really so absurd to leave qualifying battles before the main event? A woman shouted as soon as Luke and Adrian approached the door. It was possible to see the full view of the room. Sitting in an armchair in front of the main window that illuminated that room was a beautiful dark blue-haired elf with a serious look and a completely neutral face. In front of her was a desk. The elf was watching an argument in front of her. A small girl with short green hair arguing with a tall, muscular boy with red hair. Both were dressed in academy uniforms, but only the elf had a gold pendant on her uniform. Silence, said the elf. The moment those simple words were spoken, the two stopped talking at the same instant. They turned to the head of the committee and behaved like 2 soldiers responding to a general. The atmosphere in that place changed in seconds. Inside that room, there were still other committee members, most of whom were girls. All the other members were focused on their respective tasks, each of them reading. some reviewing long piles of sheets, and others writing on equally staggering amounts of paper. "You know this project has already been approved," Hawk the elf said, looking into the eyes of that muscular young man. The man's face showed a fright at the same instant, feeling threatened by that elegant and cold posture. "The battles will take place in 2 phases. We have already decided that. And Kaori, I don't want any arguments in this group. If you two keep fighting..." The elf then placed both hands on the table, giving them both a frosty look before continuing with her sentence. "I will remove both of you, and make sure to notify you of this unbecoming behavior." The 2 students were in a cold sweat. "Now, what do you two need?" the elf said, as she turned her face to Adrian and Luke, who were waiting at the door. I wonder if this was the person who was scaring Adrian. I imagine not. Adrian is not that bothered by Megan, even if she has that same kind of attitude. As soon as the elf turned to the 2 students in the doorway, Hawk frowned and snorted. His gaze was fixed on the half-wolf, analyzing Luke from head to toe. That look gave Luke the answer on the spot. It was evident how that red-haired boy was just another person with a prejudice against half-beasts. Luke was already used to that disgusted expression, clenched eyes, upturned nose. It was a ridiculous face that several times the half-wolf had already received. No matter what they want, that institution has really decayed, Hawk said in a low voice. Yet Luke's ears picked up the information. "Get a grip, Luke. Don't worry. It'll be quiet. Good morning, Miss Aoi. Everything okay?" Adrian said, trying to keep with his animated posture normally. Although it was noticeable how that boy's voice was a little shaky, showing how he was evidently annoyed. "It is a pleasure to see you again, Adrian Hortfield, but be to the point. What brings you the visitor?" The head of the executive committee replied, as cold as her attitude was. She did not show a grudge or anger against Luke, just an icy posture. "That's Luke. He is a new student. Xanad recruited him not long ago. He's going to sign up for the dueling event," Adrian said. "Good luck in the challenge, Luke. Kaori, get the registration papers." As soon as Aoi said this, the green-haired girl turned and went to a list of papers, selecting 4 papers. When she returned, Aoi placed the papers beside her desk and called Luke to sign them. When Luke approached, he received an interesting surprise. It was a quiet voice, so low that no one in that room could hear. "Don't worry about Hawk Vermillion. He will participate in the duel. If you can beat him, you will have my support in the academy." That voice was undoubtedly Aoi's, the blue-haired elf who was sitting in front of everyone. However, she had spoken so softly that no one in that room had heard. All the others did not react and did not even seem to notice her speech. In the end, there were no other elves or half-beasts in that office. Elves also have amazing hearing, so it was not impossible for an elf to speak at such a low volume that it was imperceptible to human sound. But this was strange behavior for the head. He was spotted flying without a piece of support equipment, so his mana reserve must be... I checked the entry history on it. Besides being the head of the events committee, in a few weeks, she was going to take over the post of student council president. As the only member of the old team to be nominated for the position, she was the first student to have an outright victory in the elections for council president. All this made that elf the most influential student in the academy, a status that exactly represented her elegant and determined attitude. This girl, she reminds me Ayumi Aoi's noble attitude was somewhat similar to Ayumi's, and this similarity made Luke more interested in discovering Aoi's plans. The half-wolf and the elf then exchanged glances, and within seconds they both understood the deal. Luke nodded, while the elf just closed her eyes in response, also bowing slightly. With that, Luke's goal now was also to defeat Hawk Vermillion, a mage he did not yet know the skills of. Luke took the paper given to him by Aoi and signed it. It was a 4-page document with the regulations of the battle. The only action prevented was the death of the opponent. However, serious injuries were limited in the early stages of the event, the ranking phase before the larger performances. Once the document had been signed, Adrian and Luke left the room. In the pocket of the half-wolf's uniform was a note that Aoi had placed next to the documents he had signed. There the information about the mission was described in detail. As soon as Luke and Adrian reached the 3rd floor of the building, walking down that first flight of stairs, the blonde-haired boy collapsed. Luke, that was so stressful. I thought I was going to die, Adrian said, breaking into tears. What made you so nervous? Luke questioned. Always presence is overwhelming on its own, but there's going to be a committee meeting today. So I was sure the Bastard Hawk would be there, Adrian explained. Hawk Vermilion is one of the most prominent fire mages in the Academy, but not only is he extremely prejudiced against half-beasts, but he has ties to Melky's empire. I heard that he's been licking Miss Aoi's boots for a few months now, trying to gain an influential position in the student council. Everything had now fallen into place in Luke's head. If Hawk was connected with the Empire, maybe he was helping Max. That alone was a reason to be eliminated. But surely Aoi doesn't want a political connection between Melky's Academy and Melky's Empire, which no doubt explains the need to remove Hawk from the committee team. So she wanted to leave him unable to work on the student council. I see. What are you going to do? I imagine he can't write papers if he loses one of his hands. Luke, Chapter 404. Gathering info. One of the doors was open, while the other remained closed. That gate, when locked, had an engraving in the wood, which was now cut in half. However, it was possible to see 4 stars around a sword. Luke immediately noticed how Adrian's heartbeat had accelerated. The boy was much more nervous than before. With each step the blond boy took, his heart beat 5 times, his breathing was heavy, but the young man tried to keep up with a gentle smile. Until both students here shouting, it was an argument. You know, I don't want any wimps in the main event. We need to make a stricter entry process. A male voice said. That's why the event will have a qualifying round, its airhead. Is it really so absurd to leave qualifying battles before the main event? A woman shouted as soon as Luke and Adrian approached the door. It was possible to see the full view of the room. Sitting in an armchair in front of the main window that illuminated that room was a beautiful dark blue-haired elf with a serious look and a completely neutral face. In front of her was a desk. The elf was watching an argument in front of her. A small girl with short green hair arguing with a tall, muscular boy with red hair. Both were dressed in academy uniforms, but only the elf had a gold pendant on her uniform. Silence, said the elf. The moment those simple words were spoken, the two stopped talking at the same instant. They turned to the head of the committee and behaved like 2 soldiers responding to a general. The atmosphere in that place changed in seconds. Inside that room, there were still other committee members, most of whom were girls. All the other members were focused on their respective tasks, each of them reading, some reviewing long piles of sheets, and others writing on equally staggering amounts of paper. You know, this project has already been approved, Hawk the elf said, looking into the eyes of that muscular young man. The man's face showed a fright at the same instant, feeling threatened by that elegant and cold posture. The battles will take place in 2 phases. We have already decided that. And Kaori, I don't want any arguments in this group. If you 2 keep fighting. The elf then placed both hands on the table, giving them both a frosty look before continuing with her sentence. I will remove both of you, and make sure to notify you of this unbecoming behavior. The 2 students were in a cold sweat. Now, what do you 2 need? The elf said, as she turned her face to Adrian and Luke, who were waiting at the door. I wonder if this was the person who was scaring Adrian. I imagine not. Adrian is not that bothered by Megan, even if she has that same kind of attitude. As soon as the elf turned to the 2 students in the doorway, Hawk frowned and snorted. His gaze was fixed on the half-wolf, analyzing Luke from head to toe. That look gave Luke the answer on the spot. It was evident how that red-haired boy was just another person with a prejudice against half-beasts. Luke was already used to that disgusted expression, clenched eyes, upturned nose. It was a ridiculous face that several times the half-wolf had already received. No matter what they want, that institution is really decayed, Hawk said in a low voice, although it was noticeable how that boy's voice was a little shaky, showing how he was evidently annoyed. It is a pleasure to see you again, Adrian Hortfield, but be to the point. What brings you the visitor? The head of the executive committee replied, as cold as her attitude was. She did not show a grudge. The green-haired girl turned and went to a list of papers, selecting 4 papers. When she returned, Aoi placed the papers beside her desk and called Luke to sign them. When Luke approached, he received an interesting surprise. It was a quiet voice, so low that no one in that room could hear. "Don't worry about Hawk Vermillion. He will participate in the duel. If you can beat him, you will have my support in the academy." That voice was undoubtedly Aoi's, the blue-haired elf who was sitting in front of everyone. However, she had spoken so softly that no one in that room had heard. All the others did not react and did not even seem to notice her speech. In the end, there were no other elves or half-beasts in that office. Elves also have amazing hearing, so it was not impossible for an elf to speak at such a low volume that it was imperceptible to human sound. But this was strange behavior for the head of the events committee. After all, asking Luke to purposely defeat one of his teammates was an odd thing to do. In Aoi's mind, all the pieces of that board were already falling into place. I heard about the demonstrations of strength from a half-beast student of Xanad. He was spotted flying without a piece of support equipment, so his mana reserve must be interesting. According to the third oracle, a half-wolf had created an explosion on the eastern beach of the archipelago, with an energy level of intensity 5. I checked the entry history on the island, and there is no other half-wolf that has entered the archipelago in the last 12 months, and the half-fox that arrived along with Xanad has not shown comparative efficiency in combat magic classes. Luke Lang could be a very useful pawn. Aoi Wintergift was an astute woman. Besides being the head of the events committee, in a few weeks, she was going to take over the post of student council president. As the only member of the old team to be nominated for the position, she was the first student to have an outright victory in the elections for council president. All this made that elf the most influential student in the academy, a status that exactly represented her elegant and determined attitude. This girl, she reminds me of Yumi. Aoi's noble attitude was somewhat similar to Ayumi's, and this similarity made Luke more interested in discovering Aoi's plans. The half-wolf and the elf then exchanged glances, and within seconds they both understood the deal. Luke nodded, while the elf just closed her eyes in response, also bowing slightly. With that, Luke's goal now was also to defeat Hawk Vermillion, a mage he did not yet know the skills of. Luke took the paper given to him by Aoi and signed it. It was a 4-page document with the regulations of the battle. The only action prevented was the death of the opponent. However, serious injuries were limited in the early stages of the event, the ranking phase before the larger performances. Once the document had been signed, Adrian and Luke left the room. In the pocket of the half-wolf's uniform was a note that Aoi had placed next to the documents he had signed. There the information about the mission was described in detail. As soon as Luke and Adrian reached the 3rd floor of the building, walking down that first flight of stairs, the blonde-haired boy collapsed. "Luke, that was so stressful. I thought I was going to die," Adrian said, breaking into tears. "What made you so nervous?" Luke questioned. "Aoi's presence is overwhelming on its own, but there's going to be a committee meeting today. So I was sure the Bastard Hawk would be there," Adrian explained. "Hawk Vermillion is one of the most prominent fire mages in the academy. But not only is he extremely prejudiced against half-beasts, but he has ties to Melky's empire. I heard that he's been licking Miss Aoi's boots for a few months now, trying to gain an influential position in the student council." Everything had now fallen into place in Luke's head. If Hawk was connected with the empire, maybe he was helping Max. That alone was a reason to be eliminated. But surely Aoi doesn't want a political connection between Melky's academy and Melky's empire, which no doubt explains the need to remove Hawk from the committee team. So she wants me to leave him unable to work on the student council. I see. What are you going to do? I imagine he can't write papers if he loses one of his hands. Luke, Chapter 405. The Winter Princess. That voice was undoubtedly Aoi's, the blue-haired elf who was sitting in front of everyone. However, she had spoken so softly that no one in that room had heard. All the others did not react and did not even seem to notice her speech. In the end, there were no other elves or half-beasts in that office. Elves also have amazing hearing, so it was not impossible for an elf to speak at such a low volume that it was imperceptible to human sound. But this was strange behavior for the head of the events committee. After all, asking Luke to purposely defeat one of his teammates was an odd thing to do. In Aoi's mind, all the pieces of that board were already falling into place. I heard about the demonstrations of strength from a half-beast student of Xanad. He was spotted flying without a piece of support equipment, so his mana reserve must be interesting. According to the third oracle, a half-wolf had created an explosion on the eastern beach of the archipelago, with an energy level of intensity 5. I checked the entry history on the island, and there is no other half-wolf that has entered the archipelago in the last 12 months. And the half-fox that arrive along with Xanad has not shown comparative efficiency in combat magic classes. Luke Lang could be a very useful pawn. Aoi Wintergift was an astute woman. Besides being the head of the events committee, in a few weeks, she was going to take over the post of student council president. As the only member of the old team to be nominated for the position, she was the first student to have an outright victory in the elections for council president. All this made that elf the most influential student in the academy, a status that exactly represented her elegant and determined attitude. She reminds me Ayumi Aoi's noble attitude was somewhat similar to Ayumi's, and this similarity made Luke more interested in discovering Aoi's plans. The half-wolf and the elf then exchanged glances, and within seconds they both understood the deal, also bowing slightly. With that, Luke's goal now was also to defeat Hawk Vermilion, a mage he did not yet know the skills of. There the information about the mission was described in detail. As soon as Luke and Adrian reached the third floor of the building, walking down that first flight of stairs, the blonde-haired boy collapsed. "Luke, that was so stressful, I thought I was going to die," Adrian said, breaking into tears. "What made you so nervous?" Luke questioned. "Aoi's presence is overwhelming on its own, but there's going to be a committee meeting today. So I was sure the Bastard Hawk would be there," Adrian explained. "Hawk Vermilion is one of the most prominent fire mages in the academy. But not only is he extremely prejudiced against half-beasts, but he has ties to Melky's empire. I heard that he's been licking Miss Aoi's boots for a few months now, trying to gain an influential position in the student council." Everything had now fallen into place in Luke's head. If Hawk was connected with the empire, maybe he was helping Max. That alone was a reason to be eliminated. But surely Aoi doesn't want a political connection between Melky's academy and Melky's empire, which no doubt explains the need to remove Hawk from the committee team. So she wants me to leave him unable to work on the student council. I see. Adrian and Luke left the student council building. As the half-wolf walked, feeling the sun beating down on his ears, Adrian continued to explain why he was so upset. "But the worst part was that I figured you would fight with Hawk. I don't know if creating a duel with him will be very smart," Adrian commented, while scratching the back of his neck. "What do you mean by that?" Luke commented. "Well, he is influential with the Melky Empire. Since he hates half-beasts, I thought he would pick on you." I mean, maybe he did. Miss Aoi managed to lighten the moods in that room a bit, but I'm sure he would pick a fight with you, Adrian explained, crossing his arms. Well, I wonder if he's strong. Maybe it wouldn't be so hard to stand up to him, Luke commented. "Oh, even his sister is friends with Meredith," Adrian said, raising his voice as if he had just remembered that. "Does Meredith have any friends here?" "To tell you the truth, I haven't talked to her much the last few days," Luke said, crossing his arms. "Well, I saw her hanging out with Ruby Vermilion's group. Anyway, you haven't mastered fire magic that well. I think the best decision would be to avoid approaching Hawk," Adrian explained as he walked. "That's going to be a bit tricky maybe, but I don't care." As Adrian moved forward, Luke took the piece of paper, following the blonde boy. The two were crossing one of the main streets of the academy. Although busy, each person was going their separate ways, students moving from one place to another and staff members checking their assignments. The Melky Academy was a lush and lively city. Perhaps it was this energy of an organized city that made the place so relaxing. A center for study and development. An island in the middle of a tumultuous sea. Pulling out the piece of paper, Luke saw that there was no text, but a rune of some kind. Energizing that piece of paper, a stream of wind arose, following from the center of that rune to Luke's ears. It was a kind of sigh, an extremely low voice, whispering in Luke's ear, so that no one else would be able to hear what was being said. The voice was Aoi's. It was a letter read by her, recorded on that piece of paper. "Hello. To tell you the truth, I already knew you would come here. I have many eyes on this academy. Luke Lange. My goal is simple, Luke. Melky's influence is increasing within this institution. There are already suspicions of professors connected to the Empire, as well as students. One of my eyes already knows about Max Wilford. I can help you with this, if you're willing to support me in this. I have some functions for you. This alliance will be reciprocal for both of us. My eyes go beyond the academy. That little breeze of air stopped flowing through Luke's arms. Before even thinking of any possibility or consequence, the half-wolf snapped his fingers with a piece of paper. Created inside the student council room, sitting in her chair, Aoi Wintergift gave a small smile at that very moment. I got an interesting piece for my board, she thought. With that, she closed her eyes for a few seconds. Once her eyes were closed, every corner of Melky's academy flashed past the elf's eyes. Every millimeter of the island was checked, and Aoi Wintergift was the most powerful and well-informed woman in the archipelago. No one could escape her gaze and her influence, but her skill was far from perfect. That was a clear fact. You didn't mind that girl? She knew a lot about you. She spoke to me directly only to get my respect. If Melky's empire already knew of my presence, they would have attacked. I don't imagine she has an information network. I haven't felt any presence around in the last few days, which means she knows about it by other means exactly. Maybe it's some magic like that scroll, or even an artifact network. But I don't imagine that kind of information about me is circulating. That's an interesting analysis, Luke. I got curious now with that thought. Anyway, the best thing now is to look more into that girl, yes. If she has information about me, the ideal is to level the playing field. Chapter 406. Investigation. Luke followed Adrian to the laboratory, where the two would plan how to proceed with their plans. Adrian chose to find out more information about Aoi Wintergift, and it was also necessary to know more about the dueling system, something that Adrian had information about. When the two arrived at the laboratory, Adrian and Luke sat down in a break room with wooden armchairs and tables. Alice and Megan were not in the building yet, so in a way, that building was looking a little empty. The sun was a little lower now, so that the light hitting the windows was already causing the shadows to cast in a different way. The sunlight gave an orange tint to the room, and the sea breeze was coming in through the windows, keeping the place cool and comfortable. The smell of the seawater was faint, but also somewhat relaxing. Luke, like I said, now the event system will be a battle royal. I'm a little worried about it, Adrian said, while holding a mug of tea. Why? Are you going to duel? Luke questioned, while scratching the back of his ears. I want. But even with these mock battles, it's possible that some ill-intentioned participants could end up hurting other students. And since the tournament is now open, many first-year students will be participating. I don't like to see other people getting hurt, the blonde boy said, while looking at the window, as if his head was remembering an old moment. What bothers you about it? Do you have someone you like who is going to participate in the duels? Luke questioned, confused. No, just the memories of when my city was taken. Since I came to the academy, I don't see many people getting hurt. In a way, it bothers me. I don't like to see others suffer, Adrian said. Well, I don't like to see it either, but I'm not too bothered by it. Well, I have an idea, Luke said. What's your suggestion? How about if you guys broadcast the first duels too? That way, I can be one of the first fights and demonstrate my strength, so a lot of the less skilled students would drop out, afraid to face an opponent on the same level as mine, Luke said. Adrian's eyes widened in surprise at the suggestion. That idea made a lot of sense. After all, if people had the wrong idea about the power level of the academy, the fights would not only be more interesting, they wouldn't attract people with more ambition than power. Adrian nodded, stood up from his chair excitedly. He'll give this suggestion to Aoi. I'm sure she'll find that idea interesting. It will even be better for the event, said the blonde boy, elated. What made you think of that? If I beat Hawk in the first duel, most of the academy will react with surprise. If he really is a skilled warrior, and it's only the first phase of the event, not only will this attract more interesting warriors, it will show my power to the academy interesting. So you get more supporters, and it even makes it harder for Max Wilford to avoid the duel. Exactly. Adrian wrote down the idea and sat back in his chair in a much more relaxed way. His anxiety had subsided greatly, which made the conversation flow much better again. Could you tell me a little more about Aoi Wintergift? Luke questioned. She's a scary girl. I can't really explain how, but it's like she always knows everything. Nothing can get away from her. Normally, a candidate for the presidency of the council takes almost 10 years to prove himself as a capable person in the academy. She got that approval in less than 2 years. Not only is this surprising, it's the first time it has ever happened. The worst thing is that there was no other case like this. Even Xanad had a hard time getting into the council, and Xanad is one of the greatest geniuses that ever came around here. Adrian spoke up, just pausing to take some tea. So she is stronger than Xanad during her youth? Luke questioned. No, being stronger than Xanad, even in youth, is almost impossible. She's not that strong. It's more something like she knows everything Adrian said. So she really has a way of verifying the information. How is she doing that? Then she must have good connections. Does she have any connection with Melky or Broforge? The half-wolf said. No, to tell you the truth. I don't think anyone in the academy has any concrete information about who the Ice Princess is. Some say she is a noblewoman. Others say she is the daughter of a professor, and with that she has access to confidential information. But nothing is clear about her, Adrian said, leaving his cup on the table. No, to tell you the truth, I don't think anyone in the academy has concrete information about who the Ice Princess is. Some say she is a noblewoman. Others say she is the daughter of a professor, and with that she has access to confidential information. But nothing is clear about her, Adrian said, leaving his cup on the table. So there is no way to get information about her, Luke said. Actually, it is possible. The moment he said that, the half-wolf and the blonde boy exchanged glances. Both were serious about the situation. The only way to get information about her would be to check the academy's files. Where are those files? Luke questioned. One part is inside the student council building. Another is inside the registrar's office, where we did her registration that other day, Adrian said. Luke nodded and said he would look up Hawk Vermilion and Aoi Wintergift within the academy documents. I need to find information on those too. Thanks for the tip, but what are you going to do, Luke? I told you not to get into a direct confrontation with Hawk. Don't worry. Everything will be fine. I just need to check these documents. It won't take long. And I don't think it's likely that anyone will find me. Luke then decided to break into both buildings, and for him, it was not such a difficult task. After all, the half-wolf was a thief, a murderer. As night fell on the archipelago, Luke put on a cloak and flew out to the building where the documentation was. The first was the large student council building. According to Adrian, no students are allowed to enter those rooms after midnight. This reassured Luke that the task would not be as confusing as he had imagined, and that the investigation was actually much simpler than he had imagined. The first thing Luke did when he arrived at the committee building was to fly up to one of the windows on the 3rd floor. He used wind manipulation magic to open the lock. By controlling the wind from inside the building, he was able to open the window with ease. With that, he entered the building. Using his ears, Luke scanned the entire building. He noticed how there was no one inside the place, no sign of breathing or echoes. With that, he went down to the bottom floor where the building's archives were. Luke used his Vin skill along with wind magic to muffle his steps so that he could walk without worrying about noise. Meanwhile, the half-wolf was using the wind flow of the place to check if there were any other people around. The whole building seemed to be really closed, so, slowly descending the stairs, the half-wolf reached the lower floor, where the archives were. The room where the archives were located was completely filled with papers and boxes, each organized in a huge number of drawers. On the walls were a few shelves of books, which appeared to be handwritten. In the aisles of the archive were the drawers, separated by names. With Felicity, Luke found a shelf where the books were with the female students who had enrolled the year Aoi appeared at the academy. With that, he had an interesting idea. Balance. I need you to pay attention to this book, sure, Luke, but what do you mean? I'll flip through it, please. Pay attention. You have access to my memories, so if I ask you to check my memories, I will be able to read this book at any time without having to read it now. Yes, what an interesting idea. Luke and Balance then took the book with all the data from Aoi Wintergift, so that Balance could save all the information for later. Once this task was completed, they went to Hawk and Ruby Vermilion, The brothers connected with Melky's empire. After this, Luke took the books from Xanad, Megan, and Adrian. There was on one of the main shelves a book about the achievements and accomplishments of the wizard Xanad. Something that, in a way, again surprised Luke. After all, that gentleman did not appear to be as amazing a magician as he is, as much as his magical abilities were amazing. It's not as if he showed himself to have all that strength. Maybe Xanad was more interesting than Luke imagined. Maybe he would follow the same advice that Luke always chose to take as his course. Never show your strength. After all, being belittled is the best way to surprise the enemy. Luke continued his search until he found a metal shelf with a physical lock in the middle. Chapter 407. Investigation, Part 2. A physical lock? How strange, that made no sense. After all, why would a lock be physical in Melky's Academy of Magic? The normal one would obviously be a magic chest. If you think about it, it makes sense, Luke. After all, within the Academy there are several skilled mages. So a physical lock avoids that problem. Luke then tried to open the safe, using a piece of metal that was inside his inventory. The young man tried to make lockpick on the safe, but realized that this task was a bit more complex than it should normally be. That lock is different. I have never seen something like this, so it must be some extremely important document. It probably is. It took Luke a few minutes to think of a solution. After all, how to deal with how to open a safe without using lockpicking, until an interesting idea popped into the half-wolf's head. He was able to figure out using the wire that key has 8 different pins that need to be activated simultaneously to open it. After that, it would be necessary to turn the key 4 times. Luke noticed these details only with his sharp hearing, something that gave him a much bigger bonus compared to anyone else attempting this same task. With that, the half-wolf decided to create a key. Luke channeled the moisture in the room, along with some of his mana, to create a ball of water. Slowly, a transparent sphere appeared around one of the half-wolf's hands. Charging it with his mana, Luke placed that sphere of water inside the lock. The water was getting inside the vault, so Luke moved it to activate all the locks at the same time. This idea was efficient. Once he had activated all the pins, Luke froze the water to be able to turn the lock. Tech, 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 tech. After 4 spins, the vault door opened. That was simpler than I imagined, Luke thought. As soon as the door opened, Luke heated the ice until it was just a bead of water again. With a snap of his fingers, he turned all the water into value, which disappeared along with the humidity in that room. Inside that door was a series of books, all connected to the student council. List of prodigal students, list of golden pendants, rapid teaching methods. All the books were just ordinary academy documents. It made no sense that they were locked inside a metal box. Why? What a strange decision. Keeping that kind of list inside a box. This book here, this one makes more sense to be here. The half-wolf then reached out and took a brown leather book. On the cover was a gold plate where the name of the book was written. Expenses and sponsors of the council. There were noted all the incentives that students had given directly to their groups, including the amount that Hawk sent. The Vermilion family alone gave over 14,000 gold bars to Melky's Academy. They are funding the Academy to create a power link. They're trying to buy a high position for Hawk. Write down the names on that list balance. We'll check later which ones are connected with the Empire. Got it. As soon as Luke closed the lock, his hearing picked up the sound of someone walking through the building. The half-wolf was in the basement and had no quick way out of there. Approaching the stairs, Luke began trying to listen to who was in the building. I can't take this Aoi anymore. She thinks she's too much just because she has influence in the student council. The voice was Hawk's. Don't worry, kid. Just follow the instructions, a woman said. The woman's voice was somewhat demonic. It didn't sound human. It was something monstrous. The sound of footsteps confirmed that Hawk was talking to her from a distance. He was walking alone. It must be the same demon woman that Meredith had said commented on. That makes sense. He is acting together with Max Wilford. Luke waited for Hawk to leave the second floor, waiting intently as the boy climbed the stairs. From the echo of the sound of Hawk's footsteps, Luke could get an idea of where the boy was going and where he was. The moment the red-headed boy was far away from the second floor, Luke walked nimbly out of the building. Climbing up to the second floor, the half-wolf stepped away from the stairs, following one of the corridors until he found a window. Luke's footsteps were muffled in sound, as the half-wolf kept using magic to keep the sound from propagating through the air. As soon as Luke found a window, he opened it using wind magic and jumped out of the building, flying into the night sky. The half-wolf swooped to the top of the sky, touching the clouds. Once in the air, Luke used his wind skill along with his wind magic to move at high speed. Luke used the air itself to propel himself forward, as if he were doing a jump, creating a small explosion behind his feet. The moon was shining brightly that night. There were few clouds in the sky, which made several stars appear in the night. But the stars distributed across the night sky made the vision even more exuberant. The half-wolf flew off to Zonid's laboratory, where he decided to wait to check the Secretariat building. Flying with maximum speed, Luke's cloak was swinging, almost coming off the half-wolf's body. Before that cloak could fall, Luke stopped in midair and opened his inventory. The half-wolf stowed his cloak inside one of the slots and flew back at full speed. It took only 2 minutes for him to cross the island and reach the laboratory near the shore. Entering one of the 2 domes of the place, Luke realized that there was someone else inside the building. He could tell by the lights on and some books cluttered in the hall. Approaching one of the doors, the half-wolf slowly walked around trying to find who it could be until he had a sight that surprised him. Inside the study office on the second floor, he saw the 2 sisters having a brief moment alone. They were breathing slowly, with their hearts calm and their faces peaceful. Alice and Megan were asleep, lying on a circular wooden table, one of 3 that occupied that room. In front of Megan were several books, randomly distributed around the table. Some were open, others had marked pages. Not only were there books under the table, but also spread across the other tables, and there were even stacks of books on the floor. In Alice's case, the girl was still holding a pencil, and in front of her was a large piece of paper with drawings hand-drawn by the girl. When Luke entered the room, the cold night wind caused the door to close quickly, out of the half-wolf's control. "You were pretty clumsy for an assassin. I'm not acting like an assassin now. Until 30 seconds ago, the noise had little effect on Alice, who continued to sleep peacefully." Luke could hear the breathing of both girls, and with that, he realized that Megan had changed her flow with the noise. The girl slowly raised her face. Megan's beautiful eyes were still closed. She slowly opened them both, blinking. Megan's beautiful brown hair was messy, but still elegant as usual. The girl was showing that she was still sleepy and that she hadn't really woken up yet. As soon as she lifted her head from the table, the girl looked deep into Luke's eyes. She yawned and stretched. Luke and Megan exchanged glances, but she was still disconnected. After stretching, the girl blinked twice and scratched her eyes a little until she looked again at the half-wolf. Even though they had already exchanged glances, and even though the half-wolf had been there the whole time, Megan's face had turned red. She was flushed with embarrassment, making a look of irritation. The girl stood up from her chair quickly, taking heavy steps until she reached Luke's side. "Did you see me sleeping?" Megan questioned. "Yes, but I just got here." "I'm sorry if I woke you up," Luke replied. The girl lowered her head a little. Her messy hair covered her red face, preventing Luke from seeing her face. "You can't watch a lady sleep. It's rude," she said in a low tone of voice. "It was not my intention. I apologize," Luke said, as he walked forward to one of the armchairs in that office. Before Megan took another step and left the room, the girl again complained, this time in a tone that only the half-wolf could hear. "I'm not even dressed. Why did you have to see me like this?" For the girl, it was impossible that Luke had heard this sentence, since he was already distant from her. Perhaps if Megan was already awake, this problem would not occur. After all, she had a common fact, as half-beasts can hear much better than anyone else. But since Megan was still disconnected, she let this slip, causing Luke to discover a little more of her personality. Megan liked to maintain a flawless appearance whenever possible. Chapter 408, The Traveler After Megan Left. Luke sat down in an armchair, picked up a book, and began to pretend he was reading. In fact, his head was taking in all the information that Balance had acquired. Keeping his eyes open, Luke began to concentrate to get inside his soul. Luke and Balance then met again. They were both in that white, brightly lit, confusing room. Now the feeling of being there was a little less uncomfortable, as if understanding that energy made that place more stable. Luke now didn't feel guilty about that gigantic energy, which came from the death of hundreds of innocent people. It was not a lack of empathy, but an understanding that he could not do anything about the catalyst of that flow of power. Something he also realized was how his mana did not decrease, but rather increased over time, which made him understand that these souls just start a process, like a spark that started a flame that only increases. Therefore, cursed items are much more powerful than one can imagine. How interesting, you being able to see me even with your eyes open, Balance said, giving a gentle smile. It's not much different than sleeping with your eyes open, Luke replied. Well, here is everything that I saw, that you actually saw, Balance said, as he held out one of his hands. A small square began to show all the memories on the pages. As Balance has full access to Luke's soul, it was possible for the goddess to explore his memories as well. Although it was impossible for Luke to memorize each page, the goddess could capture those memories in the half-wolf soul and transmit them back to the young man. Balance gave access to one of these windows to Luke, who went about controlling the memories with his hand, moving forward and back as he wished. The goddess did the same. The two of them would search together for what was interesting in those memories. I see. It doesn't look like there's any really dangerous information, just student grade reports. My God, Balance said, as he watched Luke turn to Balance confused. What did you see? He said, Oh, Megan has had perfect grades since she entered the academy. She has never received a grade lower than the maximum. That's a little impressive, the goddess said. Luke gave a small smile. Yes, she really is an impressive girl, the half-wolf replied. Balance gave a small smile and interested questioned the wolf. Aren't you thinking of adding her to your harem? She said, letting out a small laugh. Luke lifted his head, scratched one of his ears, and turned to Balance. I don't imagine she likes me. But sometimes I think about getting more wives. It would depend on whether Ayumi or Alexis have a problem with that. It's been hard to resist Meredith, he said. Isn't it easier to just accept them? I mean, Nathalia and Meredith. Balance questioned as he crossed his arms. Well, Ayumi was not against Alexis joining. And since Alexis is the second wife, I don't imagine she will complain. It might be interesting to increase my harem. But Nathalia is a bit more complicated situation. The half-wolf was thoughtful, scratching the back of his ears. Anyway, let's get back to analyzing the books, Luke concluded, while shaking his head as if trying to change his thoughts. In the real world, Alice was still sleeping peacefully. But if for some reason the girl ended up waking up, she would have the sight of a half-wolf staring at a book, with her body motionless and blinking a few times. I found something a bit worrying, Luke, Balance said. The half-wolf then asked any information from Melky. A certain silence remained in the air, until Balance returned to explain. Adrian's family was killed by the Empire. This news surprised Luke a little. After all, that blonde-haired boy was too cheerful a person to have such a tragic past. He showed no anger against the Empire. But this past explains a little of the boy's aversion to conflict. I wonder if Megan knows. Would that make her fight less with him? Balance questioned. Really, sometimes Megan is a little too cruel, Luke concluded. The two were having a quiet conversation, but checking the memories was not as simple a task. Both the lighting and the very time it took Luke to flip through the pages were factors that made that situation difficult. How did you manage to shake so much when it came time to flip through the pages? Balance said, It's easier to see now. I was trying to maintain a certain speed while checking the files, Luke replied, irritated. Most of those documents didn't have anything very interesting. They were just histories of the grades and a little of the general background of each student. Data like whether the parents were alive or where the person came from. The only strange situation was the case of Megan and Alice. Both had no parents on their transcripts. The only mention of family members was from one sister to the other. So, shall we go straight to Hawk's content? Balance said, as he approached Luke. The half-wolf nodded, crossing his arms. Balance then held out both arms and opened a window of memories. The two were attentive, watching as Luke went through Hawk Vermillion's files. The folders had a complete description of the person, hair color, date of birth, gender, species. But one thing was confusing in that document. Hawk's father was not listed within the documents. Only his mother was mentioned, a woman named Katerina Vermillion. This caught the attention of the two, who began to theorize the answer to this. They quickly came to a conclusion. Balance crossed her arms as she thought. They're trying to hide Hawk's family. But it is a common fact that he is connected to Melky's empire. Luke turned to her, with a look that showed suspicion. There's a possibility that Hawk's connection to the empire is just a rumor, but maybe Hawk's father is an important figure in the empire, Luke concluded. That made sense. After all, Aoi Wintergift had confirmed to Luke the connection between the empire and Hawk. It was obvious then that Hawk's father was someone high up in Melky's empire. Well, Aoi probably has access to those documents. It all makes sense now, Balance said as he stretched. Yes, so he's not just a member of the nobility, he's an important member of the nobility. Luke concluded. This made the understanding of the Academy's political situation a little clearer for Luke. The demons were connected directly with the aristocracy of Melky, and in the interest of taking advantage of the Academy, an isolated land, they were using children of nobles to enter the Academy and gain influence. The question that remained now was how many nobles were working for the Empire. Luke and Balance decided to go ahead with the project of investigating the Secretariat another day. For now, they needed more answers. But checking the documents was not such an efficient way. Like a fisherman looking for a specific fish in the middle of a gigantic sea, finding answers in these documents would not be such an easy task. The night was already turning into dawn when Luke's body fell asleep without his control. However, Luke and Balance continued to focus on their studies, not realizing that the half-wolf was already at rest. Luke and Balance began to check the documents regarding Xanad, and the quantity was vast. In fact, just the folder from his time as a student was already amazing. Xanad in his student days had made many contributions to the Academy, having created several systems, as had Alice and Megan. Much of the material for classes, research, and even laboratories had been planned with the mage's support before his 20s. When Xanad turned 21, he left his student council position and wandered the world for a while, exploring ways to develop his magic and his knowledge of magic crafting. Even this task was not yet completed. After all, Xanad had recruited Luke when he was returning from a trip to the continent of Zhao. All this made Luke more interested in the old magician's support. But with each piece of information that the half-wolf got about Xanad's deeds, a greater doubt arose in his mind. After all, why did Xanad recruit him? Why did he accept Luke and Meredith's request to bring them to the Academy? These were all questions that Luke was interested in resolving, but as the sun dawned again, a piece of news surprised everyone. Luke awoke to Megan calling him. The girl was now dressed. Alice remained lying on her desk, in the same position Luke had last seen her. Xanad has left for a trip, but don't worry, Alice and I have already made enough progress in our research. The girl said. Xanad had left on a quick trip out of the Academy. But what the significance of this was something that was still unclear to Luke or anyone else. Chapter 409. One day at a time, Xanad had left on a quick trip out of the Academy. But what the significance of this was something that was not yet clear to Luke or anyone else. Megan explained to Luke that these trips were routine, and this connected well with Xanad's record on the student council. As much as not having Xanad's support in developing the research could slow down the development of the half-wolf, this situation didn't make Luke uncomfortable. After all, he had enough evidence from Megan and Alice to prove the sisters' abilities. Megan walked over to Alice, who remained peacefully sleeping, and with a surprise attack, the girl woke her sleepy sister. Alice got up with a startled gasp, confused at what was happening, looking everywhere in surprise, until she observed Megan, who was standing behind her. "Why did you wake me up? I just wanted to sleep some more," Alice said, her cheeks filled with air. It was the girl's angry face. Megan crossed her arms, looking into her sister's eyes. "You've slept all night. If sleeping at a table wasn't so comfortable, you should have gone to one of the dorms." Megan followed, walking to the door, making a gesture with her hands, calling out to the two. Come with me, let's eat. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day, the girl said as she walked through the door. Megan, Luke and Alice followed to another room in the lab, where there was only one wooden table. The table was circular in shape, and on top of it was a basket of food, with breads, honey, jam, peanut butter, fruit, and cheese. Megan had a proud face, and with one hand on her chest, she called out proudly, I went to the cafeteria and got this food for you, but try not to sleep in the lab. I don't think she has the right to say that she certainly doesn't, but she's cute when she sleeps. You think any woman is cute when she sleeps, maybe. Alice moved voraciously to the table, sitting down on a wooden chair and picking up 2 slices of bread. She then took a knife that was nearby and began to spread jam and peanut butter. In a few moments, she was already eating a huge sandwich. Luke turned to Megan and thanked her for her kindness, sitting down at the same time as Megan. They both started to eat together with Alice. This was a quiet moment, which returned good memories to the half-wolf. On the other side of the academy, Meredith was lying on her bed in the special dormitory. The half-fox was staring at the ceiling, reflectively. Next to her head was a cloth with usine on it. The idea was to use this cloth along with a chemical compound to influence Luke's behavior. The problem was that this plan can't even be tested. Luke was out all night, and Meredith didn't know what to do. He must be busy with research. Next night, they'll be sure to capture him. The girl's eyes were clenched, full of energy, with a fire and desire to capture the young man. Meredith got up from the bed. She was in black underwear, advancing to a closet where she put on her uniform, starting with the skirt, then the shirt and the jacket that completed the uniform. The girl then made her way to the cafeteria, ate her breakfast, and met her classmates in the central square of the academy. The girls were chatting, and they all greeted Meredith, and the conversation went smoothly until Ruby approached the half-fox, touching her shoulder. Ruby Vermillion was a shrewd girl, so she noticed when Meredith put away a cloth with usine along with a piece of hair. Ruby brought her face closer to Meredith, and whispering, she questioned the half-fox, did you manage to win over your roommate? She said, letting out a small, gentle smile. Meredith looked Ruby in the eye. As much as the fox lady had the energy to try again, this defeat was still weighing on her. He didn't sleep in the dorm today, Meredith said, in a voice of defeat. I see, but you really had a cunning idea. Never would I have thought of that. Seducing a boy with the scent of a half-rabbit. Really very clever, Ruby said as she crossed her arms. Do you think Yuzi would bother with that? Meredith questioned. I don't think it would be a problem. She won't mind it, Ruby concluded. The two friends then made their way to the study hall for another day of magic training at Melky's Academy. When Luke, Megan, and Alice finished eating, it was impossible not to talk about Zanet's trip. Zanet has traveled again, Megan said, as Alice still didn't know the news. How annoying. Well, I've already removed my doubts about the prototype. I don't think his absence will make that much difference, Alice commented. Yeah, I think he postponed the trip until after the project was half done, Megan added. Does he have this habit of traveling unannounced? Luke questioned. Yes, Megan and Alice replied at the same time. That always happens. Sometimes he gets some interesting information. Sometimes some book of magic has been discovered. As Megan spoke, she walked around the room. There was also that time when he went out to buy a jean and came back after 4 months, Alice replied, before taking a bite out of a piece of bread. Jean? Isn't that forbidden at the academy? Luke questioned. Well, most mages avoid commenting on it. But Zanet has some legendary genes, Alice replied, her mouth full of food. My sister. You can't just come out and talk about it. Even more so casually, Megan exclaimed, irritated. After swallowing a piece of bread, Alice said, but why should I care? Luke already knows so many secrets anyway. Just be careful, Megan said, crossing her arms. The girl looked Luke in the eye. Genes are not forbidden, but most mages avoid using them. They're considered too inelegant for a mage. There's also the problem of Melky's influence on the island. Most students avoid or against the Empire, but there are supporters. Megan's answer removed all the doubts Luke possessed. Zanet has some legendary genes. The way she spoke so casually about it is even scary. Yes, I wonder how strong he is compared to Alexis if it took him 4 months to get a gene. Surely that means he is very strong, yeah. That makes sense. Luke and Megan continued talking, while Alice continued eating. Once everyone was ready, Luke left for the weapons training room near the forge, where he spent the day evolving and manipulating his magic. As soon as the sun started to fall again, Luke went towards the beach to train water and fire magic. The half-wolf spent at least 3 hours casting fire spells on the water, trying to control as much as he could. As much as making a sphere of flames was an easy task, manipulating the flames was a little more complex than it seemed. The half-wolf's idea was to create shapes like those of the poison dragon, but he simply couldn't with fire. However, when Luke tried to channel his energy again into a kind of manosphere, like the day he trained with Megan, he could easily create any shape his head felt like. I see. So, it's like fire because it's more volatile than mana. It's harder to control, but poison is more volatile than fire, yes. Still, poison doesn't need air to be controlled. Why don't you try to control fire with wind magic? Balance's idea worked effectively, so Luke was able to improve his fire mastery a bit. He was able to create some simpler forms. Once Luke stopped training with fire magic, the half-wolf went back to training sea manipulation, controlling the waves for another hour. By now, Luke was able to control the sea with much more skill. The waves during the nighttime period were less complex and strong, so it was a little easier for Luke to control those heaps of water. Luke returned to training his mana concentration, then wind manipulation. When Luke got tired of controlling small hurricanes, the young man began to advance to the waters of the beach, turning the sea into ice as he walked, trying to recreate the power that Xanad had done the day he arrived at the academy. This training reviewing his powers was something that to Luke didn't seem like much. After all, the only difference was that he now had a slightly more versatile ability than before. But to Balance, this was another demonstration of how much more powerful the boy was. Before leaving the beach, Luke did a run and some push-ups. After that, he finally flew back on his sword to the dormitory, where he got a big surprise. Chapter 410. Meredith turned when Luke arrived at the dormitory. He came across Meredith. Without clothes, for some reason, there was another scent as sweet as the half-fox inside that room. This smell was having a strange effect on Luke. He was feeling his body reacting on its own. The half-wolf was going crazy. With every step he took towards Meredith's bed, his heart was getting faster. His mouth started to salivate when he saw the look in Meredith's eyes. She had her arms outstretched, calling to him. The moonlight was reflecting off the smooth body of the half-fox. Meredith's scent was as intense as that other new one, and this feeling was taking over the half-wolf, who, when he approached the bed where Meredith was, completely followed his own desires. Showed the way to her den. Luke stepped inside the half-fox's shelter, and Meredith let out a sharp cry. Luke pressed on, moving faster and faster. It had been months since the half-wolf had felt this kind of thrill. The young man was eager. As he went forward, Luke leaned down and kissed Meredith softly on the lips. The two half-beasts drew close, their forms fitting together as they shared a warm embrace. Meredith's ears twitched with excitement, and the half-fox's tail swayed gently as Luke held her. The two stopped their kiss, and Luke moved down to the half-fox's neck, licking off the sweat and taking a small bite. "I'm going to leave a mark on you. I'm going to mark my territory," Luke said, as he punched much harder. Han Meredith cried out in pleasure. When Luke pulled his mouth away, there was a bite mark. The two exchanged deep looks. The half-fox's face was very happy. She was feeling grateful that her plan worked. Luke held her close, placing a hand gently on the half-fox's neck. Meanwhile, he drew her nearer with his other hand. He pulled hard on one of the girl's peaks, causing it to change color from pink to purple due to the force. The half-wolf then lay down on the bed and placed Meredith beside him. As the intensity increased, that strange aroma from the room made them both want it more, have more energy. Meredith's own scent was already just as effective, and Luke was enjoying himself as he watched the half-fox moving rhythmically. She then placed both legs on the bed for support and continued her steady, deliberate motion. Using her hands for support, she went about using her spot to satisfy Luke's sword. Meredith's entrance was wet, very wet. That liquid went down on Luke's sword, making a sound that demonstrated how soaked they both were. Every moment the half-fox fell on the sword, that wet sound came up. Meredith was letting out little loud cries, and Luke was enjoying the sight of his childhood friend by his side. The half-wolf then placed a steady hand on the girl's hip. His palms were rough from endless training, but that only seemed to reassure Meredith. Luke used his hands to stabilize Meredith, as well as control her movement. As she moved her hips, he used his own strength to support her. Meredith placed one of her hands as a support on Luke's chest. The half-wolf then stood up, and with Meredith still on his lap, they exchanged kisses again. The half-fox continued to move her hips, and Luke focused on enjoying the moment. Already. I can't take it anymore, Luke," Meredith said, as she let out increasingly louder sounds, until she finally let out a long cry of release. This sensation made Luke even more eager. The half-wolf held back and kept moving, as Meredith's breathing quickened beneath him. Luke laid the girl back down on the bed, watching her deep in his eyes. The half-wolf pulled her close and held her tightly. Meredith closed her eyes, letting out a contented sigh as she rested against him. Luke smiled, noticing how peaceful and happy the girl looked in his arms. She moved in a gentle, rhythmic way, drawing a soft reaction from the half-wolf. Luke settled beside Meredith, but the half-fox wanted more attention. Then the girl shifted to face Luke more closely, her breath warm against the half-wolf's chest. The two began to exchange kisses, and within seconds, the young man's sword was already prepared for another confrontation. "I want more," much more, Meredith said, as she looked into Luke's eyes. The half-wolf nodded and pulled Meredith close, who rose to sit on Luke's lap. Meredith was moving again, swaying her hips with a flirtatious energy as she touched herself gently. This made her all the more appealing to Luke, who noticed that after Meredith reached her peak, she seemed even more radiant. Meredith's emotions were overwhelming her. The intensity of the moment between her and Luke was making her completely unable to let go. Next to the pillow Luke was lying on, there was a cloth with Euseus scent on it. Meredith then lay down on the half-wolf's body, and still moving her hips, she took the cloth and placed it on Luke's face. Then she used an aphrodisiac. Balance was quietly watching the situation, feeling a little jealous of Luke and Meredith. After putting it on Luke's face, Meredith put the cloth on her own face. The two half-beasts were even more energized to continue the exercise. Luke turned the girl over to the other side of the bed. Getting up, he laid her down. The girl was holding the bed sheets. As Luke watched Meredith's back, he went about placing his sword. Now, in this position, Luke could strike much harder, causing the girl to become overwhelmed. She tried to quiet herself by pressing her face into the pillow, but it didn't help. Her reactions continued to fill the room, even as she tried to settle down. Both Luke and Meredith were caught up in the moment and held nothing back. Since there were no guests in the adjoining rooms, the two kept going full force. But the truth is that even if there was someone on the other side, they wouldn't even care because at that moment there was no thought in their minds. Nothing but this moment disturbed this couple of half-beasts. All they wanted was more power, and more pleasure. Luke then took out his sword and drove it into the next gap in the creature's hide. With force he pressed the blade forward, causing the half-fox to scream in pain again. Luke grabbed her tail and pulled hard. He was using her tail along with his weight to support himself and continue moving with the girl. This gave Meredith a strange feeling. In the end, Meredith had this kind of desire. She wanted Luke to be bold and lively with her. Meredith had dreamed of this moment several times. It was a great goal being realized to have this moment with Luke. The half-wolf struck Meredith, and now, next to the girl's tail, was a mark from Luke's hand. The half-wolf then continued striking, while Meredith screamed. "Please, let all out on me," Meredith cried, gripping the sheets tightly. Luke leaned over her, overwhelmed by the moment with the half-fox. He pulled back and laid down beside her, but just watching her form, his desire stirred again. Now, Meredith lay close to Luke, resting against him as they shared a quiet moment together. During the practice session, the girl moved up and down, then placed her mouth near the tip of the wooden sword. Luke enjoyed the moment, feeling Meredith's careful touch glide along the blade as a soft cloth brushed against it. After a few moments, Luke pulled the sword away, who savored every drop of that warm, creamy potion. She then stood up, looked into Luke's eyes, and swallowed it all. Luke could hear the sound of Meredith's throat, who then opened her mouth, showing that her mouth was empty, and saying to the half-wolf, "Thank you for the meal." Chapter 411. Take a step. Luke and Meredith continued exercising and playing together for a few hours, until the two half-beasts fell into bed, passing out from exhaustion. Meredith was grateful that the plan had worked, happy that she had finally realized a dream. The half-fox didn't feel bad about using the pheromones as a way to encourage Luke. After all, she knew that as much as it increased Luke's desire, it wouldn't cause him to completely lose control of his own body. In the end, it was nothing more and nothing less than an incentive for the half-wolf to make a decision, and she was quite grateful for Luke's choice. Luke, on the other hand, had no time to think. He just collapsed from exhaustion, sleeping in the embrace of his beloved Meredith. Balance watched the whole situation, as much as she tried not to pay attention. It was impossible for the goddess to completely switch off her consciousness. This Luke, how can he be so? In a way, the goddess was envious of Meredith and Luke. After all, she could never enjoy that kind of worldly pleasure. At least, that's what she imagined. When Luke woke up, he was confused about everything that had happened. After all, to him it all seemed like a dream. He was sure that the events had happened. He knew the feeling and the moment he had with Meredith, but the whole situation was so intense that it was hard to believe it had happened. However, just by turning to the side, he could already see Meredith lying on the bed, her body completely exposed. This was the greatest proof of what had occurred the night before. The moment Luke woke up, Meredith slowly opened her eyes and woke up as well. They had both slept a little longer than usual, and the clock in the bedroom showed that it was already 2 hours past their usual waking time. The stimulating aroma that Meredith had used was no longer in the air. However, the urge to continue what had occurred the day before remained. Both Luke and Meredith exchanged glances, and when Luke lowered his eyes to the half-fox's mouth, he could not control himself and broke into a kiss. The two then repeated every move from the previous night. After another 2 hours of fooling around, the two half-beasts got up and went to the bathroom to take a shower together. Luke and Meredith got into the tub together and took care of every detail of the bath. That moment reminded them both of when they were younger, but somehow there was a very different energy now. Both of them were already satisfied, but there was a certain kind of pleasure with bathing with someone you love. As Luke ran a bar of soap over the half-fox's beautiful body, he noticed how smooth her skin felt with the water and how soft Meredith's body was. Luke noticed every detail of Meredith's body, details that he hadn't paid as much attention to when he was exercising with her on the bed. The half-fox had the same thought. Running the soap down Luke's broad back, the girl realized what a great man he really had become. Sometimes Meredith remembered how Luke was younger, a wild and somewhat reckless boy who couldn't read and had only an interest in battling and stealing. But now he was a man interested in reading, thoughtful and analytical, but all this didn't change his interest in becoming stronger. Luke was now quite experienced, both in the arts of combat and in the quieter matters of the heart. The half-fox was thoughtful as she lathered Luke's back. Several moments were running through her mind, like the day she said goodbye to him and the moment she found him again. "I thought I had lost you forever, but I know you would never leave me," Meredith thought. "You never left us?" These thoughts only further increased the respect, admiration, and love the girl felt for Luke. Extending her arms, she hugged Luke's back, resting his head on the half-wolf. "That way you'll get your hair wet," Luke said, as he ran water over his body. "I don't worry about it. I don't need to worry about anything when I'm with you," Meredith said. "Well, then at least wash your head. It's full of soap right now." Ha ha ha. Luke's laughter was in a way one of the most attractive points for the half-fox. After all, it was hard to see the half-wolf laughing. Meredith gave a smile and began to run the soap over her body. This was already the second happiest day of her life, second only to the night before. The two half-beasts came out of the bathroom and started to get ready, now, without worrying whether the other would see anything or not. They were in a way acting as if they were a couple, and it was precisely this doubt that was hanging over their heads. While Meredith was thinking, will he take me as a wife? Luke was wondering how he should explain this to Alexis and Ayumi. I can't imagine it would be a problem, but it's still something that makes me a little nervous. Luke knew that both Alexis and Ayumi would not break up with him or fight with each other in Meredith. In fact, Luke remembered Ayumi saying that it was okay for Luke to find lovers, as long as he kept giving her the attention and affection she needed. Anyway, the half-wolf preferred to stop thinking about it, although the thought was still frequently popping into his head. Luke made his way to the Academy library. He was a little more interested in Zonid's achievements. The half-wolf wanted to know what the old wizard had created, as well as he was in need of checking some of the books that explain fire magic. Meredith, on the other hand, made her way to class, where she would again meet her friends. The group of Ruby Vermilion, Hawk Vermilion's sister. As much as Luke knew that Meredith was friends with his future opponent's sister, he preferred not to ask for support from the half-fox. Not just yet. After all, he wanted Meredith to be able to have a quiet time within Melky's academy. Just as Luke was evolving and resting at the academy, he wanted Meredith to have less to worry about during that time. As Luke walked through the central square of the academy, Meredith hurried off to her class. The two waved goodbye and went their separate ways. Luke was feeling completely refreshed after the previous night. The feeling of relaxation that his body possessed was amazing. Still, the first moment Meredith moved out of his vision, Luke's countenance turned serious again. He was going over in his head what needed to be done, his preparations and plans. Luke needed to return to Ezra to check on the progress of the weapon he had requested. After that, he would need to talk with Megan and Alice to continue designing the mana stabilizer. In addition, the half-wolf would still need to investigate Max Wilford, Hawk Vermilion, and Ruby Vermilion, checking the information of these three in the Academy's administration files. There was a lot for him to do. After all, in order to be able to challenge Max and complete his plan, it was also necessary to be physically well. In the end, there were too many questions for Luke to plan. We need to first set a course. Make a planning and a strategy to deal with these challenges, yes. But I'm accepting suggestions. Why don't we start with the studies? Then we'll talk to Ezra and Megan, yeah. In the end, I just need to take a step. Luke then went on his way to one of the Academy's libraries. He slowly made his way out of those marble buildings and into a forest as he followed the path to the building. The forest was dense and calm, with the sun's rays barado through the leaves of the trees. The concrete path made for a quiet walk. Luke enjoyed the scenery as he made his way. As he approached the library building, Luke noticed that the surrounding vegetation was more manicured, with beautiful flower beds and ornamental plants, which was a bit different from the large forest on the island. The library was an imposing building with a white marble facade that shone in the sunlight. At its entrance, two large solid wood doors opened to reveal a spacious foyer, lit by a skylight high above the ceiling. The floor was marble, with colorful mosaics depicting heroic magicians. Walking through the shelves of books, Luke was surprised by the vastness of the library. The bookshelves stretched over several floors, reaching to the ceiling. The stairs leading from one shelf to another seemed to float in the air, magically supported by invisible supports by wind magic. The shelves were filled with books of all sizes, shapes, and colors. Some were so large they seemed to weigh a ton, while others were so small they could fit in the palm of your hand. Some books were old, but all were kept dust-free. Some had worn leather covers and gold lettering engraved on the outside. Others were new and shiny, with brightly colored covers. Chapter 4:12. Fire control. The forest was dense and calm, with the sun's rays barado through the leaves of the trees. The concrete path made for a quiet walk, and Luke enjoyed the scenery as he went along. As he approached the library building, Luke noticed that the surrounding vegetation was more manicured, with beautiful flower beds and ornamental plants, which was a bit different from the large forest on the island. The library was an imposing building with a white marble facade that shone in the sunlight. At its entrance, Two large solid-wood doors opened to reveal a spacious lobby, lit by a skylight high above the ceiling. The floor was marble, with colorful mosaics depicting heroic magicians. Walking through the shelves of books, Luke was surprised by the vastness of the library. The bookshelves stretched over several floors, reaching to the ceiling. The stairs leading from one shelf to another seemed to float in the air, magically supported by invisible supports by wind magic. The shelves were filled with books of all sizes, shapes, and colors. Some were so large they seemed to weigh a ton, while others were so small they could fit in the palm of your hand. Some books were old, but all were kept dust-free. Some had worn leather covers and gold lettering engraved on the outside. Others were new and shiny, with brightly colored covers. Luke walked down the aisles of the library, each shelf marked with a golden plaque with the name of the session. The half-wolf kept walking, looking for the plate that had fire magic. His goal was to find a way, a hint, to either master fire magic or counterattack. The half-wolf then arrived at a part of the library focused on combat magic. Several books caught Luke's attention, but one in particular caught the young man's eyes. On the red leather cover was written Fundamentals of Firefighting. It was a collaborative book with several authors. The cover was a little worn, and on the top, a little below the name, was a drawing of a golden square with a flame in the middle. Luke began flipping through the pages, looking for useful information and analyzing the quality of the text. Quickly, the half-wolf was surprised by the quality of the text. Luke sat down at a nearby table, with the book open in front of him. He concentrated on the text, carefully reading each paragraph. The book was full of ideas for attacks using fire magic, all spells with a focus on combat. With chapters on the elemental properties of fire, conjuration techniques, the manipulation of magical energy, and attack and defense spells related to firebending. Each chapter seemed more interesting than the last, and the half-wolf concentrated intensely on every word written on the page. He found a chapter on fire attack spells, with tips on how to control and manipulate flames to inflict damage on an enemy. Another chapter talked about defense against fire attacks, teaching how to create magical shields with flames, as well as effective methods against advanced-level fire attacks. A few pages ahead, a section caught the half-wolf's attention. It was a theoretical chapter called Complete Annulment of Fire. It was a series of texts focused on defenses that, although difficult to control, were capable of completely annulling fire attacks. The first text explained about the annulment of flames with water and wind. Following for several pages, the text explained how to create a kind of wind atmosphere with high humidity around your opponent. The idea was to use water with wind to prevent the enemy from creating flames. Fire magic needs a pipeline. The person needs to generate the flames. So the idea was to use the wind around it, along with the water, so the spell would stay on, putting out the fire. This magic was efficient. However, it needed a very high mana expenditure and mastery. The next spell was called Annulment by means of bubbles. The idea was to use spheres of water on the opponent's hands, locking the person with control of the water while preventing the user from channeling. Luke was fascinated by these defense techniques against fire magic. He left the advanced session and went back to the basic fire defenses, but the advanced methods were much more effective in interesting ways after all. While the basic nullifications are functional and fast, the advanced ones completely incapacitate the opponent. He decided to study them in more detail and practice them to improve his firefighting skills. Luke knew that Hawk was a fire mage, so more attention to this aspect was needed. As he continued reading, he found a section on creating fire barriers. This technique was used to create a barrier of flames around the user, protecting him from physical attacks. However, the creation of these barriers was extremely difficult and required a high level of control and mastery of mana. Creating fire barriers was useful against arrows, rocks, and other types of physical attacks. After all, any attack is disintegrated within seconds. One session that particularly caught Luke's attention was Supreme Shield against Fire. Fire is one of the most dangerous forms of magic, capable of causing severe damage to anyone in its path. Therefore, It is important for every mage to know how to protect themselves against fire attacks. In this chapter, we'll discuss a very useful defense spell against fire, the Fire Protection. Fire Protection is a defense spell that creates a magical barrier around the user, protecting him from flames and fire. To cast this spell, the magician must be in a state of deep concentration and visualize a sphere of white energy around his body. Once the sphere of white energy is established, the magician must focus his attention on creating a protective barrier around this sphere. To do this, the magician must imagine that he is manipulating a fluid matter, which can be shaped and controlled at will. With this control, he must create a barrier that is strong enough to prevent the passage of any flame or fire. Fire protection is a very effective defense technique, but it is important to remember that it requires a significant amount of energy and concentration to perform successfully. Furthermore, it is crucial that the magician maintains his concentration and continues to visualize the protective barrier around him. Otherwise, the protection can break down and leave him vulnerable to fire attacks. But a variation of this spell is the Advanced Fire Protection, which is more powerful and efficient than the basic fire protection. To cast this spell, the magician must perform the same steps as for basic fire protection, but must create an even stronger and more resistant barrier. Advanced Fire Protection is particularly useful against high-intensity fire attacks, such as those generated by dragons or experienced sorcerers. However, like the basic fire protection, it requires a great deal of energy and concentration to perform successfully. In conclusion, fire protection is an essential defense technique for any magician who wishes to protect himself against fire attacks. With practice and patience, any magician can master this technique and create strong and resistant protective barriers against flames and fire. However, it is important to remember that this technique requires a large amount of energy and concentration and must be used carefully and sparingly to avoid exhaustion and physical damage. Another interesting section talked about fire manipulation. The text explained how to manipulate the flame into various forms, such as turning it into a dragon or a snake, as well as tips for the fire shield. He knew that this technique was very advanced, but decided that it was worth $8T or Y.as Luke read further. He realized that fire magic was much more complex than he had imagined. There was much more to be learned than he had realized. He decided that he would need to study and practice much more if he wanted to become a master of fire magic. After several hours of study and practice, Luke was finally able to perform a small fire barrier. He was excited about his progress and knew that he needed to continue practicing if he wanted to improve his skills. He decided that he would visit the library more often to continue his studies of combat magic. As he walked back to his dormitory, Luke thought about how fire magic was fascinating and dangerous at the same time. He knew that he needed to be very careful when using his abilities, as he could easily injure himself or others. He promised himself that he would be responsible and use his magic only in self-defense or in emergency situations. Chapter 413. The next step, a week in the future. Meredith and Luke were now sharing a room, and the two half-beasts had grown closer. The half-wolf got up in the morning, trying not to wake Meredith. Luke left the room and went outside the dorm to do his morning workout, performing several push-ups. The half-wolf was already feeling much more energized and capable. His strength was at its best, and his fighting power had already returned to normal. After finishing his training, Luke went to the dormitory, took a shower, and realized that there was a letter. It was a warning that Ezra had already finished the production of his weapon, so the young man decided to return to Melky's forge to check how the production of his weapons was progressing. Luke opened his inventory inside the room and removed the great sword. He then left the dormitory and flew to the forge. With a long white beard and a shiny bald head, Mr. Xanad looked at his wrist, which had 4 identical pointer watches. Ho ho ho. So, you're the young man who caught Hazer's eye? Mr. Xanad said. Meredith was showing her typical surprised face, but in Luke's case, he already imagined that the professor could be someone eccentric. The half-wolf knew that every strong person carries at least a trace of strangeness. In the end, he was indeed right. Professor Xanad had the typical characteristics of an old wizard. On his back, he carried a wooden staff with a bell at the top. His clothes were a classic suit and tie, and on top of it, a long cloak covered him. In the belt of his pants was a leather book with gold trim. On his left arm, there were also 4 watches, and on his right arm, 4 compasses. All these features just showed how extravagant a man Xanad was. Something that already at first glance made Meredith worried. "My name is Luke Lang, and this is my companion Meredith." Xanad nodded to them, turned his back, and as he walked out of the room they were in, he began to chatter. "This here is the Melky Academy of Magic's teleportation area. This place isn't used much, but it's really something quite useful, isn't it? Do you guys know why this magic circle is more special than the others?" Luke and Meredith just denied with their heads. "Well, the magic circle present in this magic circuit is different from those you might be used to seeing. This one has an activator and a microcontroller that can destroy it in case of a mana destabilization. If you think about it, this kind of technology is something crucial when we think about a hypothetical war scenario." Xanad continued talking nonstop for a few minutes. His voice echoed through the stone room the 3 of them were in. The temperature in New Yukiat was not so cold, but you could still feel the humidity in the air of that empty and dusty room. The old man then guided the 2 of them to a sofa in what appeared to be a lounge on the first floor of a large tower a few corridors after leaving the teleportation area. In the tower were bookshelves that stretched to the top of the circular ceiling. At the end of the tower, a stained glass window with a book and a golden eagle could be seen. Regarding this library, this is the transition center for the archives collected for the Diamond Plateau region. To put it simply, here is like a secondary library where we stock some books that are to be added to the Academy's book system in the future. This process is quite tiresome. After all, we have a reputation to look after. I imagine Hazer has already mentioned the large collection of content about combat magic." Xanad asked, looking the half-beads in the eye. The old professor wouldn't stop talking at all. Luke was visibly annoyed, but since Meredith was holding his hand at all times, he managed to keep himself quiet. "Mr. Xanad, I'm looking for some way to mitigate the effects of curses without healing. You know, like a way to control the collateral damage of a curse." Luke just ignored everything the old man was saying and got right to the point. At that moment, the old mage's eyes began to glow with excitement. Xanad made a gesture with his left index finger, and a tray of tea flew at him out of nowhere. The old man then began to prepare some tea while answering the boy's question. "There are millions of types of curses, countless to say the least. However, you are right. When it comes to curses with no cure, the side effects are even worse than normal. When it comes to curses of that kind, the best way is through a magical artifact." This was not news to Luke, who had already talked about this issue with the scales, but even the deity did not know how to do this. Besides most of her powers having been sucked away, the near-omniscience knowledge she once had was no more than a spark these days. This would require a warlock and someone who specializes in the area of curses. I believe the Living Library can help you with that when we get to the Academy." Xanad continued. Meredith and Luke then exchanged confused looks. "A living library? What is that?" Luke asked. "Ho ho ho. Yes, you know then. Forgive me. Well, the Academy adopted an incredibly talented baby 15 years ago. Since she practically grew up in the Living Library, she remembers all the books of our Academy. This includes both those from this roster, as well as those kept in our school. She is probably the most versatile mage in our Academy, and the right person to help you with your query." This news shocked the 2 half-beasts, who again looked up to the top of the tower that was completely packed with books, but it wasn't even the entire collection known to the mysterious girl. "Balance. Are we really going to need a blacksmith?" Luke needed to confirm. What he said is correct. The use of an amulet is the best way to correct the side effects of a curse, and to forge something so delicate will require the talent that only a blacksmith has. Creating an active and constant magic. This can only be achieved with the support of more than one experienced person. A good blacksmith and a talented mage will be paramount. Luke then scratched his head, apprehensive. Mr. Xanad, can this woman help us? The old man then began to laugh. Ho ho ho. Megan is not a woman yet, my boy. She is just a girl. Though surely her strength is much greater than mine. That news made Luke less worried. If she was just a girl, that meant she was probably someone with no ties to the Melky Empire, because if the case was the opposite, it would probably be harder to add her to the group. Now the only thing missing would be a blacksmith. However, Luke could look for that later. First, he needed to focus on recruiting this Megan woman. Xanad continued chattering endlessly about the trip, while the old man finished packing some books. Soon he placed them in a cloth baggage, which began to levitate behind him, and after that the three of them left that long stone building. They walked out of the outer courtyards around the tower into an empty wood. When Luke looked back, longing to see how large the tower was from the outside, the gigantic stone construction stood out in the forest, which never seemed to have been touched by human hands. Then Xanad guided the two of them to a village in the center of the forest. When the group arrived there, all the villagers began to applaud and thank the old wizard as soon as they saw him. This reaction left Meredith with an expression of confusion on her face, but she didn't dare to speak. Already wondering how he would talk on and on. Little by little things began to make sense. Xanad used his magic to help that village, both for harvesting in times when there was not much rain, and even with healing magic when someone became extremely ill. In the end, the Lord was a necessary support for the village. After a few more minutes, the group was facing a carriage. Two black and seemingly strong horses were waiting stopped. Beside it were two men in simple farmer's attire. It is a pleasure to drive you again, said one of the men, who was muscular, perhaps from working in the fields. I was already missing your stories, said the second man, who was less muscular and thin. Something that surprised Luke was how no one in that village cared about his race. He felt like he was covered. This made him wonder if it was because of being on Xanad's side, or if simply that humble village didn't have that kind of prejudice. Luke borrowed one of the books from Xanad's backpack, and Meredith began to try to sleep. The thin driver also went back to the back of the wagon and started to sleep, while the stronger one stayed in the front talking to the old wizard. The stories of that gentleman were impressive to Luke, something that completely changed the boy's view of how magic could be used. Even though Xanad was a battle magic teacher at the academy,